The petite internet sensation Bai Zixi met an untimely demise from overexertion, only to awaken in a post-apocalyptic narrative. To her astonishment, she passively bound herself to the White Lotus System 008, discovering that playing the role of a White Lotus would grant her a life of indulgence. This task seemed exceedingly facile for her. Witness how she transforms the supporting female character into the central heroine. Dare to seduce others again, and see what happens, came the warning voice of Yan Shaochen. 008, help me. Bai Zixi was compelled to flee under the cover of night. Chapter 1. The System. Zixi, awaken quickly. It is our turn to stand guard. Han Shuo called out to the deeply slumbering woman, Bai Zixi. Bai Zixi, groggily roused, gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings and the stranger before her, suspecting it to be a bizarre dream, and rubbed her eyes. Upon noticing a wheat-colored hand, her eyes widened in shock as she gasped and sat upright, looking down at her own hands, perplexed by the situation. Han Shuo hurriedly approached to restrain her. Keep your voice down. The boss will scold you again. Observing her expression as if caught in a nightmare, he resignedly added, if you feel unwell, you may rest a little longer. I shall take watch first. Once he departed, Bai Zixi hastily rose and dashed to the bathroom, and upon seeing the unfamiliar woman in the mirror, she instantly lost her composure. Was this stunning woman truly her? Had she traversed worlds? Suddenly, the mechanical voice of 008 resonated beside her. Congratulations, host. You have bound to the White Lotus System and received a novice package. Would you like to open it? Who are you? Bai Zixi exclaimed, startled by the voice that had materialized so abruptly. Why were there so many peculiar occurrences today? The boyish mechanical voice of 008 continued. Host, I am your system, 008. After listening to 008 elaborate on the bizarre circumstances of her transmigration, she still found it difficult to accept. The fact that she, a mere internet celebrity, had succumbed to exhaustion and died. She had entered the post-apocalyptic novel she once read, titled The Special Forces Brother in the Apocalypse is Quite Fierce, and had assumed the identity of a supporting character who shared her name. Although the supporting character was strikingly beautiful, standing at 1.68 meters with a curvaceous figure, her skin was somewhat dark, and her hands bore calluses. As a refined girl who cherished her appearance, how could she endure having her skin darkened? This was the price of being a Special Forces soldier. Bai Zixi was a subordinate of the male lead, Yan Shaochen, harboring a secret crush on him. Presently, they were on a mission, having encountered a post-apocalyptic crisis in Dark City, forced to take refuge in a suite within a residential complex. It was during this time that the male lead awakened a fire-related supernatural ability and led her and other companions to escape Dark City. Along the way, they would encounter the sweet and easily manipulated female lead, Lin Jiao, whose scoundrel boyfriend sold her to Yan Shaochen. Subsequently, sparks flew between the two, while the supporting character Bai Zixi frequently sabotaged Lin Jiao, ultimately being expelled from the team by Yan Shaochen. And then, she abandoned the narrative. She had initially read that novel solely because it featured a character with her name. Since her storyline was non-existent, she decided to cease reading it. With a sigh, Bai Zixi began to delve into the intricacies of the White Lotus system. The affection and aversion points derived from portraying a White Lotus could be exchanged for points, which in turn could be utilized to acquire items from the system's marketplace. This golden opportunity was tailor-made for her. As a budding internet celebrity, she yearned for vanity, wealth, fine attire, handsome men, and a life of pleasure, often donning a facade of falsehood. In a post-apocalyptic world, one must possess strength to maintain beauty. 008 opened the novice package. Bai Zixi, quickly acclimating, began to communicate with the system mentally. The mechanical voice of 008 responded. Understood. The novice package has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have received a 50 square meter space, 5 meters high, capable of storing inanimate objects, along with a box of whitening pills. A wave of joy surged within Bai Zixi as she retrieved the box of whitening pills from the space, glancing at the instructions on the packaging. 1 pill per day would gradually lighten her skin, achieving a luminous glow within 10 days. After consuming a whitening pill, Bai Zixi quickly completed her morning routine and exited the bathroom. Chapter 2. The End of the World. Bai Zixi reclined on her bed, accessing the system marketplace to peruse the prices and information regarding abilities. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and wind were priced at 30 points per month, 300 points for permanence, and 50 points for upgrades. Ice, lightning, light, and darkness cost 50 points per month, 500 points for permanence, and 80 points for upgrades. Upon becoming an ability user, one would not only possess an internal energy, but also experience enhancements in mental fortitude and physical constitution. As one progresses through levels, synchronization of mental strength and physical constitution becomes essential for further advancement. Individuals with superior physical constitution can store more energy, while those with stronger mental prowess can wield their abilities with greater ease. The duration of energy output is contingent upon physical condition, while the types of skills that can be manifested depend on mental capacity. Currently, Bai Zixi's body possessed a physical constitution rated B, mental strength rated C, and no abilities. Her physical condition was already considered commendable among ordinary individuals, while her mental acuity was merely average. She was aware that the enhancement of abilities in this narrative relied upon the absorption of the crystal nucleus found within the brains of zombies, which required purification through healing-type abilities prior to use. Her immediate goal was to acquire either light or ice abilities, not solely for their aesthetic appeal but also due to the formidable offensive capabilities of light and the robust defensive properties of ice. Having made up her mind, Bai Zixi donned a summer camouflage outfit and exited her room, wishing for more feminine attire, yet her backpack contained only camouflage and black training gear. She resolved to visit the marketplace at the earliest opportunity. As Han Shuo observed Bai Zixi emerge from her quarters, he inquired with genuine concern, "Are you all right?" Bai Zixi settled beside him, her voice soft. "I'm fine now, just had a nightmare. Thank you." System notification. Affection level 1, current points, 1. Han Shuo was taken aback by Bai Zixi's gentle demeanor, for she had previously exuded an air of aloofness. Having been part of their team for over a month, she had only ever shown tenderness towards their leader, Yan Shaochen. Bai Zixi's beautiful eyes gazed out at the inky darkness beyond the window, where screams and roars occasionally echoed from below. It was now 3 a.m. on the second day of the apocalypse, the most chaotic hour. Some unfortunate souls who had not managed to return home were fleeing in all directions. Those fortunate enough to find refuge escaped, while the less fortunate became the main course for the undead. Summoning her courage, Bai Zixi approached the window, took a deep breath, and peered down at the terrifying zombies below. From her fifth-floor vantage point, she had a clear view of a store on the street being besieged by a horde of zombies, followed by the piercing scream of a man. Bai Zixi's complexion paled instantly, a tumultuous wave surging within her stomach as she pressed a hand to her chest, striving to quell the rising tide of fear and nausea. Watching apocalyptic novels and zombie films was one thing, but witnessing the horror firsthand was far more exhilarating and chilling than any horror film. After regaining her composure, her gaze returned to the street below. A scream from a woman inside a black sports car pierced the night, drawing a throng of zombies toward the vehicle. "Damn it. You foolish woman, if you want to die, go ahead, but don't drag me down with you." A man's gruff voice rang out as he flung open the passenger door and kicked the hapless woman out. The woman, stunned on the ground, was paralyzed by fear as the approaching zombies loomed. She scrambled to her feet, frantically pounding the car window, pleading, "Please open the door, I beg you." Yet the man inside acted as if he had not heard, turning away, unwilling to accompany her to her demise. 5 zombies had already pounced upon her, their gaping maws tearing into her flesh. "Help! Is anyone there?" The woman's anguished cries were swiftly drowned out, the scene turning gruesomely bloody. Was this a distortion of humanity or a decay of morals? Chapter 3, The Rose. Bai Zixi, her scalp tingling, hastily returned to the sofa, closing her eyes and massaging her temples. Han Shuo, showing discretion, refrained from disturbing her. Anyone witnessing the gruesome spectacle of cannibalism outside would be left pale and trembling. 008. My body will not awaken any abilities, will it? She sought confirmation of her thoughts. In a mechanical tone, 008 explained, "Indeed, host. Since binding to the system, your body has become immune. The viruses in the air pose no threat to you. You have no chance to resist the virus. Hence you will neither transform into a zombie nor manifest abilities. You can only exchange for abilities through the system marketplace. And how long will this virus continue to spread?" she inquired, curiosity piqued. 008 replied in its mechanical voice, "The duration is unknown, but it has not yet concluded." Bai Zixi's expression shifted, implying that the number of zombies would continue to escalate in the coming days. How long could the food in this house sustain them, with her included? Their mission team comprised 6 individuals, each with significant appetites. Reflecting on Han Shuo's earlier contribution of 1 point, she opened the system marketplace to check food prices. The cheapest biscuit was 1 point, providing a full 24 hours without hunger. The pricing seemed quite reasonable. She was confident that earning at least 1 point in a day was feasible, which alleviated her worries somewhat. Han Shuo and she remained in quiet contemplation until 7 a.m., when 2 men emerged from their rooms. "You two should rest," Emo Yanfan advised first. Zhu Rui approached Bai Zixi, offering her a bottle of water. Here, have some water. Bai Zixi looked up at the sun-kissed, handsome man, obediently accepting the water and softly murmuring, "Thank you." System notification. Affection level 2, current points, 3. Upon hearing the notification, Bai Zixi paused momentarily, quickly realizing that this man was a suitor of the original character. A group of young men, often training in the camp, rarely ventured out for missions and had little romantic experience. With few women in the training camp, it was only natural that one might develop feelings for a beautiful companion in the same team after a month of interaction. Zhu Rui, within the narrative, was the kindest man toward her, willingly sacrificing for her even knowing her affections lay with the captain. He would even offer gentle advice when she confronted the female lead, Lin Jiao, without ever obstructing her, providing cover instead. After taking a couple of sips of water, Bai Zixi stood and smiled at Zhu Rui. "I'll head back to my room to rest." System notification. Affection level 2, current points, 5. As she returned to her room, Zhu Rui realized that she had been particularly gentle today, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. He feared he might be falling for her. "What, can't you handle it?" Mo Yanfan teased Zhu Rui. Fortunately, he had a girlfriend in the capital, otherwise he too would be acting like a love-struck fool. Zhu Rui mused. "Don't you think Zixi is becoming more beautiful?" Mo Yanfan shot him down mercilessly. "So what if she is? Like a rose with thorns, beware of getting pricked both physically and emotionally." He only knew that Bai Zixi was usually rather aloof, often dismissive in her conversations with them. Her recent kindness could be a facade masking ulterior motives. Han Shuo said nothing, rising to greet them before returning to his room. Lying on her bed, Bai Zixi felt a surge of elation. She had accumulated 5 points, bringing her closer to acquiring her abilities. With that, she closed her eyes and swiftly drifted off to sleep. Chapter 4, Endearing. "Zixi, come out for breakfast." Zhu Rui gently knocked on her door, his tone warm as he called out to her. Bai Zixi, still in a drowsy haze, fluttered her long eyelashes before awakening, her soft voice drifting out, "Rui girl, I'll be out shortly." Zhu Rui, standing at the door, felt his heart melt upon hearing her gentle tone, his ears flushing crimson, momentarily stunned. System notification. Affection level 2, current points, 7. The notification chimed, and Bai Zixi smirked, her lips curling into a knowing smile as she swiftly tidied herself before opening the door. As she spotted Zhu Rui at the door, she softly inquired, "Are you waiting for me?" Realizing the situation, Zhu Rui promptly nodded, "Yes." Bai Zixi gracefully passed by him, suggesting, "Then let us proceed." The two swiftly made their way to the dining table in the living room, where Bai Zixi couldn't resist casting a glance at the male lead, Yan Shaochen, along with another teammate. The male lead possessed a strikingly handsome and intense demeanor, exuding a formidable aura, while the other teammate appeared somewhat more refined. The entire group was quite aesthetically pleasing, with well-defined features and a standard height and physique. Bai Zixi lowered her head to eat her rice, relieved that Han Shuo's home still had a bag of rice, along with some canned goods and eggs in the refrigerator. These provisions should last for 4 or 5 days. But soon the water would become severely contaminated, and both signal and power would vanish. Aware of this, Bai Zixi quickened her pace, focusing intently on her meal. Heroine, pleased to see her enjoying his cooking, felt a swell of happiness, as it was indeed his creation. After a moment, Mo Yanfan could no longer contain himself and asked, "Boss, when shall we return to the Imperial City?" He believed that the zombies outside were moving sluggishly, merely grotesque nuisances, and with their firearms and weapons. Escaping this dark city would not pose much difficulty. Yan Shaochuen's expression grew grave as he swiftly made a decision. "Tomorrow morning, we shall depart." He was uncertain about the situation at the main house in the Imperial City. Although he trusted that his elder and second brothers could manage, concern lingered, given the numerous hidden enemies in that area. As for supplies, they could gather more along the way. Bai Zixi knew they would not be leaving tomorrow. According to the plot, Yan Shaochen would develop a fever tonight and remain unconscious until the day after. Subsequently, aside from her and Heroine, the others would gradually awaken their supernatural abilities. This wave of viral contagion had transformed half of humanity into zombies, with a small fraction awakening powers, and some individuals gaining enhanced strength and speed, while the majority remained ordinary, unchanged people. Heroine, aside from his increased strength and speed, did not possess any supernatural abilities. Perhaps he would develop some later on. She needed to quickly earn enough points to exchange for powers, and as she pondered this, her gaze briefly swept over Zhu Rui. She no longer cared about how others perceived her sudden transformation. It mattered little, as they would not dare to act against her. Feeling her gaze upon him, Zhu Rui grew somewhat anxious, his eating motions slowing down. Bai Zixi chuckled softly, finding the soldier quite endearing and amusing. Heroine, noticing her smile, curiously remarked, Zixi, you seem to be in a good mood today. Yes, indeed, she replied sweetly, nodding obediently. The strikingly beautiful woman, previously aloof, had suddenly turned quite gentle. They exchanged glances, wondering if this change was due to the apocalypse. It made sense, as it was normal for a girl to feel frightened in such circumstances. Yet, upon reflection, they sensed something was amiss, even as they found her current demeanor quite appealing. Have you all had enough to eat? I will wash the dishes now, Bai Zixi said calmly as she stood up and began clearing the table. System notification. Affection level 1, affection level 1, affection level 2, affection level 1, affection level 1, affection level 1. Current points, 12. Chapter 5, Assertiveness. At 8 p.m., the number of zombies in the streets was increasing, with many wandering the corridors of the building as well. While in the living room, Bai Zixi could occasionally hear the low growls of zombies outside, accompanied by the sound of them banging against the door. Soon, silence returned. The initial zombies were attracted by scent and sound, leading them to attack, perpetually in a state of hunger, with blood invigorating them. Seeing Bai Zixi quietly sitting aside, Zhu Rui assumed she was afraid and resolutely declared, Zixi, do not fear. I will not allow these vile zombies to touch you. Hearing this, Bai Zixi turned her beautiful gaze towards him, feigning fragility. Really? You will always protect me? Zhu Rui, with an expression that screamed reliability, sincerely nodded, indeed. System notification. Affection level 2. Current points, 14. Touched by his words, Bai Zixi felt a warmth in her heart, vowing that once she grew stronger, she would treat him to a life of luxury. This is not good. The boss has a fever, Mo Yanfan exclaimed, hurriedly emerging from Yan Shaochu's room. The others quickly rose to check on the boss's condition. Yu Heron was administering fever-reducing medicine to the unconscious Yan Shaochu, his expression laden with worry. How is he? Han Shuo inquired with concern. He has not yet cooled down. He remains unconscious, Yu Heron replied truthfully. At that moment, Yan Shaochu's phone rang, remarkably. A call had gotten through despite the poor signal. Yu Heron grabbed the phone and tossed it to Han Shuo like a hot potato, who promptly passed it to Zhu Rui. Observing Zhu Rui's peculiar demeanor, Bai Zixi wondered if the person on the other end was terrifying. She reached out and naturally took the phone from him, pressing the answer button, a deep and magnetic voice resonating through the speaker. Shaochu, what is the situation on your side? The man's voice was captivating, causing Bai Zixi to momentarily forget what she intended to say. Yu Heron and the others were making frantic gestures, urging her to respond, their faces etched with urgency. The captain is asleep. The situation here is fine. She replied softly, speculating about the identity of the caller. She recalled them mentioning that Yan Shaochu was in the imperial city, the capital, with 2 older brothers. Could this be one of them? The voice continued. He must return as soon as possible. The Yan family's newly developed resort is to be used as a base. Before he could finish, the signal abruptly cut off. Bai Zixi glanced at the disconnected phone, calmly placing it back on the bedside table. What did the third brother say? Yan's father asked, looking at Yan Shaochen with concern. Yan Shaochen frowned, his handsome face marred by displeasure. It was now past 8 p.m. Sleep? A woman? He then spoke coolly. He is well. Father need not worry. Unable to contain himself, Yan Shaohua interjected. Did he mention where he is? If they could manage the situation here, they might be able to send someone to assist the third brother. Do you think he lacks the means to return? Yan Shaocheng's expression was grave, his voice carrying an air of authority that deterred dissent. Seeing their silence, Yan Shaocheng rose to leave the meeting room. Once he departed, Yan Shaohua remarked, Father, why didn't you say something to support me? Do you not want him to send someone to assist the third brother? That lad is becoming increasingly assertive. After raising him as a successor, now he is capable, yet lacks a sense of empathy. Sigh. Yan's father sighed, pondering which girl would find him appealing with such a temperament. Aside from his looks, there was little else to admire, causing him to worry for his son's future. If only his mother were still here, perhaps she could have steered him right. However, at least the second and third sons seemed relatively normal. Reflecting on this, Yan's father felt somewhat comforted. Yan Shaohua also sighed, noting that while others feared their father, he was afraid of his elder brother. Was that not a source of shame? Chapter 6, Invasion. After finishing her shower and taking a beauty supplement, Bai Zixi lay in bed, free of any psychological burden, and fell soundly asleep. Beauty sleep must not be compromised, and staying up late was out of the question. She slept until 5 in the morning before waking up, quickly freshening up before stepping out of her room. Zhu Rui and Mo Yanfan were seated on the living room sofa, appearing somewhat dispirited. She settled into a nearby single sofa and expressed concern. Do you both want to rest a bit? Zixi, the captain still hasn't awakened, Zhu Rui said, worry etched across his face. Given the current external circumstances, his unease only escalated. Just then, Yu Heron and Han Shuo emerged from their room, equally troubled. Was she the only one feeling relatively upbeat? At that moment, a series of pounding sounds echoed from the front door, accompanied by a middle-aged man's voice. Is anyone inside? Open the door for me. Bai Zixi was somewhat taken aback. Were there really no zombies outside? How dare they come knocking? Heroine and Han Shuo swiftly drew their handguns, their gazes fixed warily on the door. Dark City. A chaotic urban landscape where the strongest ruled supreme, was filled with casinos, entertainment venues, red light districts, underground auction markets, and illicit fighting rings. Not opening the door? Don't blame us if we break it down, another unfamiliar male voice called out. Han Shuo exchanged a glance with his companions, signaling his intention to open the door, while urging them to remain vigilant. Bai Zixi pondered whether to fetch her own handgun for support, but ultimately decided against it, opting instead to play the part of a delicate flower. When Han Shuo opened the inner door, a second iron door still obstructed their view of the outside. A group of 5 men and 2 women stood beyond, their eyes filled with greed and menace, leaving no doubt about their intentions. Through the gap, the outsiders had already glimpsed the interior, for young men and a pretty girl. A slightly plump man spoke first. Please pay your protection fee. We've cleared the zombies from this building. Receiving no immediate response, the chubby man continued arrogantly. It won't take much, just 3 kilograms of rice will suffice. Open the door for me. Another middle-aged man, lacking any courtesy, addressed Han Shuo directly. With an expressionless demeanor, Han Shuo opened the final door, regarding them with disdain. As the door swung open, the outsiders rushed forward, eager to ransack their supplies. Mo Yanfan had already raised his weapon, aiming at the first middle-aged man to enter. Try taking another step. The man was momentarily taken aback, while his companions hastily drew their firearms, aiming them at Han Shuo and the others. Zhu Rui and Yu Heiren also brandished their guns, creating a standoff. Bai Zixi blinked, her eyes lingering on the 2 women among the intruders. Even in the apocalypse, these 2 were dressed provocatively in sleeveless dresses, exposing their fair skin, adorned with heavy makeup. While she too desired to wear a dress, she would never choose such tasteless attire. The 2 women cast jealous glances at Bai Zixi's striking face before turning their attention to the handsome men beside her. In comparison, their side appeared woefully inadequate, lacking in both presence and attractiveness. The older man broke the silence. Since we are all in the same boat, we shall waive your protection fee and consider ourselves friends. Realizing that prolonging the standoff would benefit no one, he knew they needed to move on to other targets. Friends? No, thank you. Han Shuo calmly rejected the offer, asserting that their paths did not align. The man, unfazed, led his companions away. Chapter 7. Departure. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Yan Shaochen awoke to find Yu Heiren keeping watch beside him. Boss, you're finally awake. Yu Heiren exclaimed excitedly. How long have I been out? Yan Shaochen inquired, sitting up and meeting his gaze. He sensed a surge of energy within him. His vision, hearing, endurance, and mental acuity had all significantly improved. Almost 2 days, Yu Heiren replied, then added, by the way. Young Master Yan called and wants you to return to the Imperial City as soon as possible. It seems a base has already been established at the developing resort. Yan Shaochen nodded. All right, have them prepare. We leave tomorrow. Aside from the Yan family, 2 other factions were present in the Imperial City, with his elder and second brothers overseeing matters, so establishing a base should pose no issues. Attempting to harness the energy within him, a burst of flame erupted from his palm. Yan Shaochen gazed in astonishment at the orange-red flame, experimenting with how to control it. The following morning, Bai Zixi stood before the mirror, admiring her reflection in a black training outfit, her shoulder-length black hair tied into a high ponytail, exuding both beauty and competence. Her complexion had lightened noticeably, enhancing her attractiveness. She felt confident, rating herself at least a 90. After organizing her backpack and securing her handgun at her waist, she resolved to embody a delicate flower, albeit with the understanding that her primary goal was to survive. Once prepared, she exited her room to find her 5 companions waiting in the hall. Let us go. Grab your weapons and follow, Yan Shaochen stated gravely as he led the way. Zhu Rui approached Bai Zixi. Zixi, don't stray too far from me. You look so handsome today, Brother Rui, Bai Zixi replied sweetly, giving him an encouraging nod. System notification, favorability 2, current points, 16. Flustered by the compliment, Zhu Rui lowered his head and quickly caught up with the group, walking at the rear. The 5 men and 2 women from the previous day resided across the way. Upon seeing them depart, the chubby man hurried to a door, overhearing scandalous sounds emanating from inside. The 3 in the living room were accustomed to it and dared not interrupt. The chubby man knocked hesitantly, announcing, Brother Wei. Those people across just left. Brother Wei soon emerged from the room, declaring, Pack up, we're leaving too. Yan Shaochen and his group descended to the parking garage on the basement level, where their vehicle awaited not far off. As they exited the garage, a scattering of zombies quickly reacted and approached them, though their speed was not particularly alarming. Bai Zixi felt a chill as she observed the zombies around her. One had half a face missing, while another, devoid of a heart, still managed to move. She steeled herself against her rising fear. The 5 of them brandished their silenced handguns, aiming for the heads of the oncoming zombies. The foremost of the horde fell as they struck vital points. A testament to their understanding of the zombies' weaknesses. Bai Zixi took a deep breath, raised her handgun, and aimed at a nearby zombie's head, pulling the trigger. The bullet swiftly struck its target, causing black blood to spurt as it collapsed. Despite her lack of practice, her shooting stance and accuracy seemed instinctual, as if this body possessed an innate talent. Her teammates regarded her with indifference. Within moments, they had cleared the surrounding zombies. Level 1 zombies possess strength only slightly above average, appearing as mere fodder to them. They quickly boarded a modified black SUV, perfectly suited to their aesthetic. Chapter 8, Supermarket. Not long after their vehicle set off, a van began to follow closely behind. From her seat in the back, Bai Zixi gazed out at the desolate skyscrapers and the gruesome scene of black blood and decaying flesh littering the streets. The sounds of zombies howling and the vehicle colliding with obstacles created a jarring atmosphere, but fortunately, it was a modified car. The group behind them appeared more comfortable, benefiting from a clear path ahead. Boss, there's a supermarket over there. Mo Yanfan pointed to a 2-story commercial building 50 meters away. The journey back to the Imperial City would take at least 2 days and nights, necessitating a resupply of food and fuel. Yan Shaochen contemplated before issuing orders. Drive over there. Behind them, a persistent follower, Han Shuo, kept a watchful eye on the rearview mirror and grumbled, "Don't mind them." Yan Shaochen dismissed the concern, stating that as long as they did not provoke him, it was best to ignore them altogether. Heroine parked the vehicle right at the supermarket entrance. The supermarket's entrance stood ajar, with 5 or 6 zombies meandering about outside, and a considerable number within. The zombies surged towards them in an instant. Yan Shaochen swiftly produced a mobile phone, cranked up the music to its maximum volume, and tossed it behind him. The horde of zombies converged upon the sound source. Heroine, in perfect synchrony, maneuvered the vehicle into the supermarket entrance, crashing through the foremost checkout counter and coming to a halt. Once they disembarked, they hastily secured the glass and steel doors of the supermarket. A few zombies that had been unable to escape were swiftly dispatched with their military knives, and their bodies were unceremoniously discarded in the restroom. Bai Zixi surveyed the well-stocked shelves, pondering that it was merely the 5th day of the apocalypse. Few dared to venture out in search of supplies. Wei Gu, they are inside the supermarket. Just as the fatty drove the car over, they managed to seal the entrance. The zombies at the door, now alerted, gathered and lunged towards the fatty's vehicle. "Let us go," Wei Gu fumed, initially hoping for a windfall. But now he found himself coerced into diverting the zombies. What a cunning plan. On the 2nd floor, Bai Zixi quietly discovered a small storage room. Armed with a military knife, she remained vigilant as she entered. Just inside, a female zombie lunged at her, but she reacted swiftly, raising her knife and plunging it into the zombie's skull. The creature, clad in work attire, collapsed at her feet, stifling the metallic scent of blood. She collected all the food in the storage room into her spatial pocket. Half of her 50-square-foot space was filled with provisions, leaving some room for essentials. Exiting the storage area, she made her way to the clothing section. Although the apparel was rather ordinary, she still gathered a few outfits, along with some undergarments, sheets, and blankets. Moving on to the daily necessities, she collected sanitary pads, shampoo, body wash, and more. In no time, her spatial pocket was brimming, and she began to discreetly stuff her backpack with additional supplies. Knowing she would encounter the female protagonist later, she refrained from revealing too much, not wishing to be used as a mobile storage unit. Next, she found a secluded spot to change her attire, swapping her dark clothing for a modest black dress and donning a camouflage jacket over it. As a budding internet celebrity, she was well versed in fashion, now presenting an ensemble that was both casual and feminine. "If only my hair were a bit longer," she mused. The mechanical voice of 008 echoed, "Host. Hair growth serum requires only 2 points." Startled by the sudden emergence of the usually silent 008, she decided to postpone that thought, prioritizing her powers before considering anything else. After all, the strength to survive was paramount. With her outfit refreshed and supplies secured, she felt a sense of relief and planned to find a cozy spot to indulge in some delectable food. Chapter 9, Encounter. By the time Bai Zixi descended to the 1st floor, they had filled the car's trunk with food, and their backpacks were bulging. The moment she appeared, their gazes lingered on her for several seconds. Despite their familiarity, they couldn't help but be captivated. Who wouldn't be drawn to beauty, especially that of a lovely woman? Zhu Rui was the first to break the silence, exclaiming, "Zixi, you look stunning in that dress." "Really? Do you all think I look good in a skirt? Bai Zixi feigned innocence, her expression eager for praise. Zhu Rui found her demeanor utterly adorable and nodded earnestly. Yes. You look great. The others followed suit, nodding in agreement. System prompt. Affection 2, Affection 1, Affection 1, Affection 1, Affection 1 current points, 22. They had been taken in by the Yin family since childhood, undergoing various training on the island, only able to leave once they met certain criteria. Understanding Bai Zixi's transformation after merely a month off the island, they recognized that facing zombies was far better than being confined. The initial aloofness stemmed from unfamiliarity. Now, she had lowered her guard, revealing her true self. As they indulged in their snacks, Bai Zixi felt content, crunching on her treats. Yan Shaochen, noticing her enjoyment, found a spot to eat as well, and the others grabbed some food and drink to satisfy their hunger. Moments later, Yan Shaochen declared, "Let us continue our journey." He wished to avoid delays on the road and leave the dark city as soon as possible. Bai Zixi resumed her original seat as the vehicle smoothly exited the supermarket. Heading north, as they passed a gas station, they encountered a throng of zombies. "Let us refuel after we exit the dark city," Yan Shaochen suggested, noting that their current fuel could sustain them for several dozen kilometers, with ample refueling stations along the highway. Thus, their vehicle traversed the highway without incident. The scenery shifting from towering buildings to lush green mountains as they gradually distanced themselves from the dark city. In the afternoon, they halted at a gas station adjacent to a service area. Upon disembarking, 2 zombies clad in gas station uniforms lunged at them with ferocious growls. To conserve ammunition, Han Shuo and Mo Yanfan each dispatched one with their knives. Yu Heiran began refueling the vehicle, while a few scattered zombies in the vicinity quickly noticed them and charged forward. They swiftly drew their handguns, dispatching the 7 or 8 zombies that approached. Inside the service area, Bai Zixi spotted several curious gazes directed toward them through the glass doors. Yan Shaochen had already taken the driver's seat. "Let us go check it out." Soon, they parked at the service area entrance, and the 6 of them sauntered toward the lounge entrance. The individuals guarding the door, sensing the group's formidable presence, hurriedly opened it. As they entered, an oblivious woman seated at the far end voiced her displeasure. "How dare you open the door so recklessly? What if you get bitten by those creatures and turn into one yourselves?" Her son, Zhang Jiada, nodded in agreement. "Exactly. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you." Lin Jiao, a sweet and lovely girl, frowned, dismayed by her boyfriend's behavior. "Is he really such a mama's boy?" she thought, but she softly interjected, "Let it go. They weren't bitten, were they?" Just as the aunt was about to reprimand her, her daughter, Zhang Jiawei, piped up, "Sister-in-law, why are you always defending outsiders? What has my brother done to offend you?" Lin Jiao felt exasperated, regretting coming to meet her boyfriend's family. They were all such difficult people to deal with. Thankfully, they weren't married yet and had not progressed beyond a mere relationship. "Don't call me sister-in-law. I'm not married to your brother," Lin Jiao replied coolly, eager to distance herself from them. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Jiada's expression shifted. "What do you mean by that?" Lin Jiao, wishing to avoid further confrontation, simply sat down at a distance. As Bai Zixi entered, she cast her gaze at Lin Jiao, sensing tension brewing among them. Yan Shaochen also noticed Lin Jiao, feeling an inexplicable fondness for her. The spacious lounge now accommodated 8 men, 5 women, and their 6 members, totaling 19 individuals. Chapter 10, Jealousy. As twilight descended, Yan Shaochen and the others settled in a corner of the lounge, preparing to spend the night there. Bai Zixi retrieved 2 chocolate bars from her backpack and handed one to Zhu Rui, who was seated beside her. "For you, Rui Gu," she said. Zhu Rui felt a warmth in his heart as he accepted the chocolate. "Thank you, Zixi," he replied. The system notification chimed, Affection 2, bringing her total to 24 points. "I want some chocolate too," Yahang, who appeared gentle and refined, remarked, glancing at the remaining bar in her hand, his tone lighthearted as he teased her. Han Shuo's voice chimed in, "Zixi, I'm hungry too," as he sought to stake his claim, hoping for a taste as well. Mo Yanfan remained indifferent. He was a man of principles, after all. With no other choice, Bai Zixi reluctantly retrieved another 2 chocolate bars from her backpack and handed them over. "Here, the last 2 are for you both." They exchanged smiles as they accepted the chocolates, expressing their gratitude. The system announced, Affection 1, raising her score to 26. Bai Zixi, munching on her chocolate, pouted slightly. "Can I get a little more affection points?" In the lounge, curious glances occasionally swept her way, with several eyes fixated on the chocolate in her mouth. Despite this, she savored her treat with a clear conscience. Adjacent to the lounge was a diminutive convenience store. The food within already depleted by the group that had presumably lingered there for several days, evident from the wrappers strewn across their table, leaving little sustenance remaining. The most gluttonous among them were certainly Lin Jiao's boyfriend's mother and sister, who had not considered the consequences of running out of food. Lin Jiao observed Zhang Jieda's family as they tore open the last few packs of biscuits, devouring them with a ravenous haste. As though fearing they would be snatched away, she had 2 packs of biscuits and 2 bottles of water in her backpack. But she could only afford to nibble a few pieces each time hunger struck, living in a state of scarcity. Nearby, a demure-looking girl watched Bai Zixi with a mix of envy and resentment, thinking to herself how fortunate this woman was, with a face reminiscent of a vixen, surely kept by some benefactor. Beside her were 2 average-looking male classmates from her university, who had ended up in this predicament after encountering zombies during their outing. Not far from them sat a middle-aged couple, quietly consuming their provisions. The remaining 4 men had arrived alone, stationed near the entrance, occasionally rising to observe the situation outside. This group exhibited a commendable level of vigilance. When Bai Zixi caught the girl's gaze, she arched an eyebrow and flashed a playful expression. Nearly sticking out her tongue in mockery, she took a bite of the chicken leg still wrapped in its packaging, licking her lips as she savored it. The system chimed in, dislike 1, raising her score to 27. Zixi, have some water, Zhu Rui said, kindly unscrewing a bottle and placing it before her. Bai Zixi naturally took a sip, smiling at him as she said, thank you. The system responded, affection 2, increasing her total to 29. Hearing the notification brought her joy. It was her first experience with a dislike point. The jealousy of young girls these days was quite remarkable. Yet, one could hardly blame her, after all. Bai Zixi was stunning and surrounded by so many handsome admirers. She glanced at the calm demeanor of the female lead, who remained entirely unfazed, not even looking in her direction. Thus, they coexisted in relative peace until evening, when a sliver of moonlight filtered through the glass windows, preventing the room from being completely engulfed in darkness. Nevertheless, it remained difficult to find solace in sleep, for occasionally, zombies would drift by the door and press their grotesque, pupilless eyes against the windows. Get some rest, Zixi, Heroine softly urged, expressing concern for her well-being. If you don't rest well, how will you have the energy for tomorrow? Bai Zixi nodded obediently, resting her head on the table. With them nearby, she felt secure, and soon enough, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Chapter 11. Forced. At 7 a.m., the morning light was gentle. The occupants of the lounge were in a relaxed state. Their upper bodies sprawled across the tables in slumber. Suddenly, 2 black SUVs pulled up to the service station. The vehicles came to a halt not far from the lounge entrance, prompting a nearby horde of zombies to roar and charge toward them. The shrill cries of the undead abruptly awakened the people inside the lounge. Bai Zixi jolted awake, her gaze drawn to the glass window where a group of people was engaged in a fierce battle with the zombies. The occupants of the lounge exchanged anxious glances, their hearts racing, while only Yan Shaochen's group remained relatively composed. Moments later, about 10 zombies were dispatched by the newcomers, who confidently made their way toward the lounge. What do we do? They're coming over. The demure girl gasped. Zhang Jieda's mother quickly interjected, don't let them in. You all go and secure the door. Given the appearance of this group, no one was eager to heed the words of the older woman. There were at least 7 or 8 of them, all wielding long knives. Who would dare provoke them? Soon, a series of knocks echoed through the room, accompanied by an impatient male voice demanding, open the door. With their aggressive demeanor, the occupants of the lounge felt even less inclined to approach. Bai Zixi felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, anticipating potentially perilous situations that novels often glossed over. Just as Han Shuo was about to rise and open the door, it was forcefully slammed open by the intruders. 7 men and 1 woman storming in. One brazen young man, brandishing a knife, glared at the lounge's occupants and menaced, are you all looking to die? No one dared to respond, their expressions tense. Several lewd-looking men quickly turned their attention to Bai Zixi and Lin Jiao, captivated by their contrasting beauty. One radiant and the other sweet. Strong brother, there are 2 beauties over there, exclaimed a young man with bleached hair, his voice loud enough for all to hear. Filling the room with an air of tension, Li Deqiang, a lecherous and overweight man who appeared to be around 40, had already surveyed all the women present. Before the apocalypse, he had run a nightclub in the Dark City, engaging in drug trafficking and the exploitation of young girls. He was certainly not a man of good character, having thrived in such a sordid environment. He possessed keen observational skills and quickly noted that the young woman in the corner was accompanied by someone significant. His gaze shifted to Lin Jiao and the other 2 moderately attractive girls. Li Deqiang exchanged a knowing look with the blonde-haired youth, who understood his intentions. In the past, they would have been somewhat cautious, but now they were completely unrestrained. The blonde youth approached Lin Jiao, who recoiled in fear, stepping back several paces. Zhang Jieda, trembling, stammered, what do you want? She's my wife. His mother tugged at his sleeve, whispering urgently, don't be foolish. Can you take them on? Only then did he realize the gravity of the situation, falling silent in fear. Lin Jiao scoffed at her boyfriend's cowardice, lamenting her poor judgment in choosing him. Bai Zixi felt a twinge of sympathy for the female lead, wondering how she had ended up with such a peculiar boyfriend. Fortunately, she herself had never been in a relationship. She preferred to remain single rather than engage in reckless affairs. Little girl, my big brother has taken a liking to you. Come with us, the blonde youth leered at Lin Jiao, his eyes roving over her with a predatory glint. Lin Jiao's expression shifted to one of fear, her body instinctively retreating, her face betraying her resistance. She would rather face death than accompany them. The stench of blood emanating from this group was overwhelming, and the fate that awaited her if she fell into their hands would undoubtedly be grim. Chapter 12, Perilous. In an instant, the occupants of the lounge fell into a profound silence, unwilling to meddle in the unfolding drama. Just as the yellow-haired man's hand was about to make contact with Lin Jiao, a small fireball from Yan Shaochen surged forth towards him. A piercing scream followed. It hurts. Big brother, save me. The yellow-haired individual stared at his scorched hand, pleading for assistance from Li Deqiang. Li Deqiang, taken aback, thought to himself, can he really control fire? Before he could react, Yan Shaochen had already led his companions out of the lounge. Lin Jiao mustered her courage and trailed behind them, eager to escape the scene. The door was already damaged. If they hesitated any longer, it would be impossible to leave unscathed. Beside Li Deqiang, the green-haired youth whispered, Brother Chong, they're leaving. Let them go, he retorted instinctively, not wishing to provoke these individuals. Zhang Jiada, seeing Lin Jiao depart, hurriedly followed, with his mother and sister quickly keeping pace. However, they barely reached the doorway before being intercepted. The green-haired youth growled, Did I say you could leave? The woman who just left is my wife, Zhang Jiada weakly interjected. His mother chimed in, We are with that group. Please let us go. If you want to leave, it's not impossible. Just leave that girl beside you. The green-haired youth leered at Zhang Jiawei, his intentions unmistakable. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiawei panicked and hid behind her mother, pleading, No, please don't abandon me. Please, have mercy and let us go, Zhang Jiada's mother begged earnestly. At that moment, several zombies appeared outside the door, threatening to breach the premises. A girl in the back suddenly shrieked, Zombies are coming in. The people in the lounge quickly rose and retreated, while a few astute men opened the back window and jumped out. After a few young men made their escape, a nearby middle-aged couple followed suit. Once Li Deqiang and his group dealt with the zombies, they noticed the girl struggling to climb through the window, moving exceedingly slowly. Behind her, two boys looked on, exasperated, as if jumping through a window were akin to leaping from a building, trembling with fear. One of the boys urged her, Xiao Chui, hurry up. Yet, before Xiao Chui could make her escape, she was yanked down by the green-haired youths. Let go of me, you bastards. She instinctively cursed, struggling fiercely. A sharp slap landed on her face, accompanied by a warning, Shut up, you filthy wench. Xiao Chui covered her face, too frightened to utter another word. Li Deqiang observed several more zombies approaching from a distance. Grab those two girls. We need to leave, he commanded urgently, realizing the precariousness of their situation. Zhang Jiawei was forcibly dragged away, struggling and crying out for help. Save me, mother, brother. Just as Zhang Jiada intended to move, a gun was pointed at his forehead, causing him to freeze in fear. His mother, seeing the firearm, hesitated to voice her pleas for mercy. She had always favored her son, prioritizing his safety above all else. As for the girl, although obedient, she was not worth risking her son's life. Xiao Chui continued to struggle, her cries for help falling on deaf ears. The lounge was left with only Zhang Jiada, his mother, and two boys, who averted their gazes from the despair etched on their faces. Chapter 13. A bond formed. Thank you, Lin Jiao murmured gratefully from within the vehicle, surprised they were willing to take her along. Bai Zixi also did not expect events to unfold so smoothly, realizing that she could no longer rely on the plot for guidance. Yan Shaochen maintained a stoic demeanor, his tone devoid of emotion as he replied, It was merely a matter of convenience. Such a straightforward response, Bai Zixi thought, recognizing the quintessential traits of a male lead. Cool, aloof, and undeniably charming. With a gaze full of intrigue, she felt as though she were an audience member in a captivating drama. The reality was far more engaging than any novel. The mechanical voice of 008 chimed in, Host, hurry and earn points. If you don't spend, I'll be destitute. Why the rush? You, a system, don't need to worry about sustenance. What do you need points for? Bai Zixi inquired casually. Other systems keep demanding I play mahjong. But I lack points, 008 replied. Bai Zixi rolled her eyes. Here she was, struggling to survive, while 008 was preoccupied with playing games. Currently, she had 29 points, needing just 21 more to exchange for abilities, a challenge she was determined to meet. An idea struck her. She retrieved a bottle of water from her backpack and handed it to Lin Jiao, saying, "Hi, I'm Bai Zixi. What is your name?" I still have some water, thank you." "I'm Lin Jiao," she replied, taken aback by the beauty's warm demeanor. System prompt. Favorability 1, current points, 30. Bai Zixi continued to introduce her silent companions, earning another point. System prompt. Favorability 1, current points, 31. Bai Zixi felt a surge of joy. Lin Jiao was indeed agreeable. And the points would keep coming. "Lin Jiao, you're truly beautiful," she complimented sincerely, gazing at Lin Jiao with soft eyes. System prompt. Favorability 1, current points, 32. Flattered. Lin Jiao responded, "Bai Zixi, you're beautiful too." Thus began their budding friendship, as they discussed beauty regimens and self-care. The black SUV sped along the highway, drawing closer to the imperial city. Regarding the base, Bai Zixi had little recollection, knowing little about the male lead's family, as she had always been focused on missions. As dusk approached, the vehicle halted at a 5-story inn by the roadside, where few guests resided, ensuring fewer zombies in the vicinity. With a military knife in hand, Bai Zixi disembarked, turning to Lin Jiao and gently advising, "Stay close." No sooner had she spoken than she advanced, plunging her knife into a zombie's skull with seamless precision. Lin Jiao's face paled at the gruesome sight of the zombie's brain splattering. She had always believed these individuals to be formidable, but witnessing Bai Zixi's beauty and grace in combat left her in awe. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding zombies lay defeated, and after clearing the area, the group ascended to the 5th floor. Bai Zixi informed Lin Jiao, "We will be staying in room 508. The inn consisted of a series of single rooms, and with their numbers, they had to split up. Their room featured a double bed, but with the water and electricity cut off, the lighting was dim. Bai Zixi laid a spread of snacks on the bed and generously invited, "Take whatever you'd like, no need to be shy." "Thank you, Zixi," Lin Jiao said, touched by the kindness of a stranger, pondering why those close to her had turned into something unrecognizable. System prompt. Favorability 2, current points, 34. Having filled her stomach, Bai Zixi took a bottle of water and a towel to the bathroom for a quick wash, then popped a whitening pill before collapsing onto the bed. With 008 around, she could rest peacefully. Chapter 14. The Yin family. The following morning, Bai Zixi emerged from her room, radiating vitality, with Lin Jiao following closely behind. 10 minutes later, a black 7-seater SUV resumed its journey along the highway. By 5 p.m., Bai Zixi finally caught sight of the new base a few hundred meters away through the car window. The vacation resort had been transformed into a base, significantly expanded, resembling a small town, while the walls seemed to be still under construction. Lin Jiao gazed with curiosity at the destination they were approaching, astonished to find not a single zombie in sight. Yan Shaochen's decisiveness was indeed impressive. It had barely been a week since the apocalypse began, and the scale of this base was quite formidable. Mo Yanfen couldn't help but express his admiration, harboring a mix of respect and fear for Yan Shaochen. His remark heightened the tension among the group, with Yan Shaochen feeling somewhat anxious as well, typically unflappable in the face of challenges, but hesitant to speak in front of his elder brother. Only Bai Zixi and Lin Jiao felt a sense of joy. Bai Zixi was thinking about the opportunity to earn points freely, while Lin Jiao was relieved to feel safe at last. As their vehicle approached the gates of the base, it was recognized by the 2 guards stationed there. "It's the car of Yan Shaochen. They've returned." One guard in black combat attire exclaimed excitedly. The military personnel had forged bonds, and upon seeing their safe return, their faces lit up with joy. Before long, the news reached Yan Shaochen's ears. Yan Shaochen, who was discussing internal matters with Yan Shaochen, stood up with excitement upon hearing the news, looking as though he had been rescued. Yan Shaochen remained seated in his office chair, his handsome features unchanged, his deep black eyes narrowing slightly, exuding an intense aura that made everyone around him inexplicably tense. Yan Shaochen, waiting for his brother to speak, felt a pang of anxiety. Why wasn't their father present for the meeting today? It seemed quite unorthodox. Yet he was relieved that his third brother would be accompanying him henceforth. 19. Have Xizi bring his people to the main residence. Yan Shaochen's deep voice resonated outside. He then cast a glance at Yan Shaochen and added, "Let us go see our dear younger brother." Moments later, the living room of the Yan family residence became lively. "Third brother, you finally returned," Yan father said with a benevolent smile, his heart finally at ease. Yan Shaochen greeted those in the room. "Father, elder brother, second brother." Bai Zixi's gaze briefly swept over the 4 of them, pausing momentarily on Yan Shaochen. To her surprise, the most strikingly handsome figure was not the male protagonist, but rather his elder brother, with sharply defined and profound features, expressive brows, a strong nose, and a pair of dark, icy eyes filled with indifference. Yan Shaochen looked rather dashing himself, appearing approachable and bearing a resemblance to their father. "Lin Jiao, on the other hand, felt a surge of nervousness. She had heard numerous rumors about the Yan family before the apocalypse, and now she found herself in their home. An exhilarating experience. After Yan father inquired about their well-being, his gaze fell upon the familiar faces of Yan Xiu's companions, nodding in approval. Finally, his attention settled on Bai Zixi, his eyes lighting up as he approached her and asked, "Are you Zixi? My, how you've grown." Although Bai Zixi had lost her previous memories, she was aware that she must have known them as a child. Otherwise, how would she have ended up on the Yan family's training island? She smiled politely, nodding gently as she replied, "Yes, Uncle Yan, it's me." System notification. Affection level 1, current points, 35. Hearing her words, Yan father felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, the child entrusted to him by a close friend before their passing had come to no harm, or he would have felt an unbearable guilt. He had intended to raise her as a daughter in the imperial city, but when she expressed a desire to go to the training island at the age of 7, he had reluctantly acquiesced, not realizing that it would be 15 years before she returned. With a bemused expression, Yan father remarked, "You never thought to come back and visit your uncle after leaving the island? What could possibly be so entertaining with these rascals?" From the moment Bai Zixi entered, Yan Shaochen recognized her as the timid little girl who used to shy away from him. Now, however, she appeared to have changed. Bai Zixi endured a few moments of small talk with Yan father, nodding in agreement. Chapter 15, Seriousness. After dinner, the four fathers and sons retreated to the study, while Bai Zixi and Lin Jiao were assigned to rooms on the second floor of the main residence, with the others heading to a nearby villa for rest. The Yan family residence spanned over 1,000 square meters, featuring a 5-story villa with additional 3-story villas on either side. The front yard boasted flowers and a lake, while the back housed a training ground, with guards stationed at the iron gate. The standard of living here was no different from that before the apocalypse. When Bai Zixi opened the wardrobe, she was momentarily taken aback to find her uncle had prepared an array of beautiful European-style dresses in a fresh and simplistic style. The voice of her system chimed in. "The dresses are indeed lovely, but they are not stain-resistant, unlike the dresses in the system that have automatic cleaning functions." With no money to spare, Bai Zixi felt no temptation. If she didn't exchange for abilities soon, the zombies would only level up, and the apocalypse would become increasingly perilous. Mutated plants and beasts were merely the beginning. The most terrifying aspect would be the selfish and dark-hearted individuals. As resources dwindled and bases inevitably clashed over them, she was also aware that a true apocalypse would arrive after a red rain, with an increase in ability users, stronger zombies, and various mutated flora and fauna. Thus, she needed to exchange for abilities without delay. Crystals would also emerge, and unprocessed crystals could bring negative energy, leading to bloodlust, murder, or desires. Fortunately, she wouldn't have to absorb such things. While soaking in the bath, Bai Zixi closed her eyes in bliss, reveling in the comfort of water and electricity, marveling at the capabilities of whoever had arranged this. As she glanced at her reflection in the mirror, she noted her skin had become as fair and tender as a peeled egg, having taken only a week's worth of whitening pills. Unable to resist, she touched her plump figure, satisfied with the sensation. With such a face and figure, she could easily have been a superstar in her previous world. Just as she slipped into a long, white European-style nightgown, a knock on the door interrupted her. Could it be Lin Jiao coming to find her? With that thought, she hurried to open the door. Upon opening it, she was met with the unfamiliar face of a young man. Bai Zixi questioned, "Who are you?" 19 replied in a flat tone, "Yan Dashao sent me to remind you to conserve water and electricity, and that you are to be at the training ground by 9 a.m. tomorrow morning." After hearing his words, Bai Zixi felt a pang of guilt. What even was this training ground? Understood, she replied dismissively, quickly closing the door and lying down on the soft bed, feeling displeased. She had intended to observe the workers laboring on the construction of the walls tomorrow and perhaps earn some points. But now she had to train upon returning to the base. What a hassle. Early the next morning, Bai Zixi donned a simple white t-shirt paired with black training pants and slipped on a pair of black and white sneakers as she exited her room. As she stepped into the training ground, all eyes turned to her, and she felt a wave of sympathy directed her way. She was the only one arriving just in time. Over 20 Special Forces soldiers had already formed a line, waiting. Bai Zixi hadn't anticipated that training would be so serious, reminiscent of military drills at school. Besides, she hadn't been late. So why were they looking at her with such pity? "Run 10 laps over there." Yan Shaochen's cold voice cut through the air as he cast her a glance, clearly displeased that anyone would arrive later than him. "Why should I?" Bai Zixi retorted, feeling indignant. She had checked the time before leaving the villa, and it was only 8:45 a.m. It took her a maximum of 5 minutes to reach the training ground. She had calculated everything, so she felt justified in her soft-spoken rebuttal. Upon hearing her response, the surrounding individuals transitioned from shock to admiration, wanting to say, little beauty. I'm not impressed by the walls, but by you. You deserve an award for bravery. System notification. Affection level 1. Affection level 1. Affection level 1 current points. 54. Chapter 16. Abilities. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Bai Zixi could not contain her excitement and let out a joyful laugh, earning the admiration of those around her. Truly, she was a fearless newcomer, undaunted by the challenges ahead. To Yan Shaochen, however, this laughter was perceived as a deliberate provocation, indicative of her newfound boldness. He abruptly shifted his stance, stating, "You may stay. Do you see that target over there? Complete 10 shots within 2 minutes. For each miss, you will incur an additional 10 laps. Isn't that a bit too challenging?" Bai Zixi thought to herself, taken aback by his apparent lack of compassion. She silently noted that men who were exceptionally handsome often possessed flawed characters. 008 interjected, "Host, you only need to spend 2 points to acquire a 100 hit rate for 5 minutes. So, if I complete this, does that mean I won't have to train anymore?" Bai Zixi deliberately softened her voice, inquiring, for she would not allow herself to be at a disadvantage. "Yes," Yan Shaochen replied, intrigued to see what she had learned over the years. If she met his standards, he wouldn't mind including her in this operation. The spectators had already mentally prepared for her failure. Hitting 10 shots perfectly from that distance within the time limit seemed utterly implausible. Even they lacked confidence in their own abilities. With a confident demeanor, Bai Zixi stepped forward and grasped the handgun resting on the table. Everyone inhaled sharply, their eyes fixated on her, the tension palpable, especially among Zhu Rue and his companions. Only Yan Shaochen maintained an impassive expression. Bai Zixi's demeanor turned serious as she assumed the proper stance, gripping the handgun with both hands, her sights set on the bullseye 100 meters away. With a gentle pull of her index finger, the shots rang out, bang, 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 bang. After firing the last shot, she playfully blew on the muzzle and turned to present them with what she believed to be a charming expression. "Was that move impressive?" she narcissistically asked 008. "Indeed, host. You are both beautiful and striking. It is rare for you to expend 2 points. I must commend you," 008 exclaimed enthusiastically. The crowd was left in awe. Her shooting speed was astonishing, each shot seemingly devoid of recoil, executed flawlessly without pause. Deep within, Yan Shaochen felt a flicker of admiration for her recently displayed confidence, his gaze softening momentarily before reverting to its usual coldness. "You may leave now," Yan Shaochen stated in a nonchalant tone, permitting a degree of leniency towards those with capability. But no more than that. The system notification chimed. Affection level 1, affection level 1, affection level 1. Current points, 68. In high spirits, Bai Zixi sauntered past him, unable to resist sticking out her tongue playfully before hastening out of the training ground. Only Yan Shaochen noticed her little gesture, and at that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to drag her back and reprimand her sternly. The remaining individuals in the training area faced a grim fate, intimidated by his dark demeanor, subjected to rigorous drills throughout the session. Back in her room, Bai Zixi reclined on her bed, legs crossed, nearly floating with joy. 008, I'm ready to begin my expenditures. 008, filled with excitement, urged her. Yes, yes. Hurry, host. You've been lying down for several minutes. Please, don't keep me in suspense. With 50 points, she could only exchange for a month of light-based abilities. Bai Zixi accessed the system store, reviewing the abilities once more before confirming her purchase. In no time, a wave of energy spread throughout her body, coursing through her meridians, blood vessels, and consciousness. The entire transformation process took merely 10 minutes. She experienced no discomfort, rather feeling enveloped by a soothing warmth, as if being rejuvenated from head to toe. Attempting to harness the white energy within, she quickly condensed it into a sphere the size of a glass marble in her palm, before retracting it, choosing to conceal her abilities for the time being. With 18 points remaining, she momentarily decided against further expenditure. Host, by spending 50 points, the system rewards you with a silver gift package. Would you like to open it? 008 inquired. Silver? Does that imply higher tiers exist? Bai Zixi speculated. Yes, there are also gold and diamond tiers, depending on your expenditure, 008 clarified. I'll wait until after my nap to open it, she yawned, pulling up her blanket and drifting into a deep slumber. Chapter 17, Attributes. At 5 p.m., Bai Zixi awoke, closing her eyes to attune herself to the energy within. Once her mental faculties were engaged, she was capable of sensing the entire villa. Subsequently, she accessed the system to review her attributes: physical fitness, S, mental strength, S, light-based ability, level 1. Satisfied, she nodded approvingly. 008, open the gift package. Understood, host. 008 responded obediently, Congratulations, host. You have received an expanded space of 50 square meters, 008 continued mechanically. Fortune smiled upon her. Her space now totaled 100 square meters, with a height of 10 meters and 4 white walls. Bai Zixi donned a black tank top and gray athletic shorts before exiting her room, intent on visiting the gym to channel her pent-up energy. As she opened her door, she spotted Lin Jiao poised to knock. Lin Jiao, are you looking for me? Zixi, could you teach me a few self-defense moves? I don't want to be a burden to everyone, Lin Jiao shyly requested. Bai Zixi felt a pang of difficulty. She was uncertain of her own skills, let alone how to instruct someone else. Let's start with some physical training, and as for martial arts, I can have a professional teach you. How does that sound? All right. Thank you, Zixi, Lin Jiao expressed her gratitude, walking beside her. System notification. Affection, level 2. Current points, 20. The two ascended to the 5th floor gym. With construction ongoing throughout the base, there was little to explore, but the villa's gym provided a welcome distraction. The gym was empty, and aside from them, only Yan Shaochen and his father were present in the building. Bai Zixi had no desire to stay there. Yet Yan uncle was too warm-hearted to refuse. Lin Jiao, start with some warm-up exercises before we begin training, Bai Zixi instructed, feeling quite familiar with the gym equipment. Lin Jiao nodded and followed her lead, doing some stretching before heading to the treadmill to run. Bai Zixi approached the weightlifting area, effortlessly lifting a 50-pound dumbbell with one hand. This is easy, she mused, gradually increasing the weight to 100 pounds, still feeling unfazed. Her gaze shifted to the boxing ring in the corner, where a punching bag awaited. Approaching it, Bai Zixi clenched her fists and delivered a powerful punch, then unleashed a flurry of 5 strikes with all her strength. Just as she intended to continue, the bag ruptured, spilling sand onto the soft mat below. That was rather fragile. Just as she contemplated retrieving a tool to clean up, the gym door swung open, revealing Yan Shaochen and Yan Shaoyun. Bai Zixi froze, a guilty expression crossing her face. Surely she wouldn't be punished for damaging a punching bag. Did you do this? Yan Shaochen's dark eyes narrowed as he assessed her sheepish demeanor, a statement rather than a question. I merely tapped it lightly, and it broke, she replied softly, her voice barely above a whisper, intimidated by his stern countenance. A flustered Lin Jiao moved closer to Bai Zixi. They looked so fierce. Yan Shaoyun found their expressions amusing. What was with those looks? They appeared pitifully helpless, as if they had been bullied. He remained silent, observing. Clean this up immediately, Yan Shaochen's deep voice resonated, devoid of warmth. Bai Zixi and Lin Jiao swiftly tidied the area. Just as they attempted to sneak away, a familiar voice called out, Wait. Bai Zixi, step up here. Yan Shaochen had already taken his place in the boxing ring, gesturing for her to join him in a sparring match. After completing her workout, Bai Zixi felt a bit fatigued. She was not naive. The aura emanating from him was indeed intimidating, suggesting formidable strength. She even harbored suspicions that he might possess supernatural abilities. With this thought in mind, she promptly sought verification. 008, please check that fellow's attributes. Within 3 seconds, 008's voice reached her ears. Yan Shaochen, mental power, S, physical strength, SS, lightning ability, level 1. Such a high-caliber individual. Was she not seeking trouble by approaching him? From the moment you chose to enlist, obedience is your only option. Come here, and do not make me repeat myself, he commanded with an air that brooked no refusal. Reluctantly, Bai Zixi steeled herself and approached, hoping the cold-faced young master would show her some mercy. Chapter 18, Setbacks. Bai Zixi launched a relentless assault on Yan Shaochen, but he effortlessly evaded her every strike. After several exchanges, not a single corner of her garment had been grazed. This was sheer bullying. Frustrated, she executed a spinning kick aimed at his handsome face, only to have her ankle seized by his single hand. The awkward position of balancing on one leg caused her fair cheeks to flush crimson as she struggled to break free. Let go quickly, I concede, she gasped, drenched in sweat and discomfort. Yan Shaochen released her delicate ankle, stating, tomorrow at 9 a.m., gather on the 1st floor for mission briefing. What? Bai Zixi's face reflected her reluctance. She had no desire to leave the base. Turning her gaze towards Yan Shaoyu, her tone softened. Captain, may I refrain from attending? Do not worry. This operation will not be perilous, Yan Shaoyu reassured her, lacking the authority to counter his elder brother's decisions. Lin Jiao, mustering courage, stepped forward to express. I would like to join too. Although those zombies outside are terrifying, I wish to stay with Zixi. Can you fight? Can you shoot? Meet me at the training ground tomorrow to enhance your skills first. Yan Shaoyu coldly dismissed her request, clearly outlining her path. In their base, every individual must rely on their labor and strength to survive, including internal personnel. Incompetence was not tolerated here. Lin Jiao was left speechless by his retort. Feeling aggrieved yet restrained, for living under someone else's roof left her with little choice. Humph. Jiao Jiao, let us go, Bai Zixi huffed, pulling Lin Jiao along as they swiftly exited the gym. Yan Shaochen observed their retreating figures, the corners of his lips curling slightly. Truly, she was a young girl unscathed by the harsh realities of society. Once outside, Bai Zixi exhaled in relief. Their conversation had been quite unpleasant. They returned to their respective rooms, showered, and then descended to the dining area together. Bai Zixi donned a sky-blue long dress, her damp black stockings cascading over her shoulders. Lin Jiao wore a white knee-length dress as well, and together they presented a striking visual tableau. As they sat down, Yan's father, with a warm and affable demeanor, praised. The dresses chosen by my late wife suit you both perfectly. A wave of sadness washed over him at the thought of his beloved partner, who would never witness the graceful Bai Zixi. Uncle, do not be disheartened, Bai Zixi gently consoled Yan's father, unsure of what else to say. System notification, affinity level 2. Current points, 22. Yan's father quickly regained his composure. Come, eat more vegetables, uncle is fine. He glanced at the two charming young ladies before shifting his gaze to his three sons, who were preoccupied with their meals. Indeed, daughters were far superior. He had provided these boys with ample opportunities to find companionship, yet they remained utterly unresponsive. What a disappointment. Zixi, have you had a romantic relationship during your years on the island? Yan's father inquired, probing for information. Bai Zixi, momentarily taken aback, replied honestly, of course not. I have been focused on my studies. She looked so adorably innocent. Hearing her response, Yan's father felt reassured. His son still had hope. Just as he was about to inquire about Lin Jiao's situation, she abruptly stood up and politely declared, Uncle, I am full. You all enjoy your meal. I shall return to my room. With that, she hurriedly exited the dining area and ascended the stairs. What happened to her? Yan's father asked, bewildered. Did he frighten her away? Bai Zixi also stood, softly saying, Uncle, it is nothing. I will check on her. You all take your time eating. With that, she too made her way out. Yan Shaochen elegantly dabbed his mouth with a napkin before rising and leisurely leaving the dining room. Chapter 19, Overnight Stay. Sitting in a modified off-road vehicle, Bai Zixi bore a look of disinterest as she nibbled on a piece of bread. Life in a military family was indeed different. Even a simple outing involved full armament and an abundance of firearms, including sniper rifles and scopes. With only 4 people in the vehicle, she found it rather dull. The 3 men, clad in green combat uniforms, sat with grim expressions. She felt at a loss for how to earn points, while Yan Shaochen sat beside her, attentively studying a map. In comparison, Zhu Rue and his companions appeared far more endearing. With a sigh, she gazed out at the zombies outside. Even the beauty beside her remained unfazed, confirming their status as unyielding men. By afternoon, the vehicle traversed a mountain road, soon arriving at a private airport atop the hill. Devoid of any zombies, Bai Zixi realized the purpose of this outing. Indeed, it posed little danger. You too, return the 2 helicopters to the base, Yan Shaochen instructed. Glancing at the 2 pilots, his demeanor composed. What about me? Bai Zixi interjected, eager to board a helicopter, having never experienced one before and finding them rather stylish. Yan Shaochen replied flatly, drive the car back on the same route. Bai Zixi, there is a saying that I am unsure whether to voice. Ultimately, she obediently took the role of the driver, gripping the steering wheel nervously despite having held a license for 2 years without driving. Her maneuvering was unsteady, and the mountain road lacked guardrails, forcing her to proceed at a slow pace, occasionally slamming on the brakes. Stop, get out, Yan Shaochen's deep voice commanded. Bai Zixi, feeling slighted but not angered, obediently exited the vehicle and took her place in the passenger seat, eager to avoid driving. As they descended the mountain, dusk fell. They intended to continue their journey back, but the absence of streetlights in the post-apocalyptic world made relying solely on headlights rather perilous. Moreover, zombies tended to be more active at night. Before them, a car was surrounded by a horde of zombies. What should we do? Bai Zixi felt little fear. It was merely a blocked road, and she had not considered rescuing anyone. Yan Shaochen calmly made a decision. Open fire. He was not heartless. He would take action within the bounds of safety. Without hesitation, Bai Zixi seized the handgun, affixing a silencer, and aimed at the swarm of zombies several dozen meters away. Firing several rounds, the zombies quickly diverted their attention toward them, advancing at a speed far greater than during the day. Yan Shaochen swiftly turned the vehicle around, increasing the distance to allow her to pick them off one by one. This was what they termed drive-by shooting. Bai Zixi questioned whether her marksmanship was superior or if it was his driving skills that were in play, but she could not deny he was indeed an experienced driver. She found it exasperating that despite her desire to be a refined lady, she was constantly compelled to wield a weapon. Within a mere 10 minutes, the road lay strewn with the corpses of zombies, and the saved vehicle hastily fled the scene. By this time, darkness had enveloped the surroundings completely. Yan Shaochen guided the car onto a narrow path, halting before a two-story standalone house. He took a flashlight and alighted from the vehicle, with Bai Zixi swiftly trailing behind him. The open door loomed before them, shrouded in darkness. It felt reminiscent of venturing into a haunted house. And as this thought crossed her mind, fear compelled her to hide behind Yan Shaochen. Upon entering, a zombie lunged at them from the shadows, and Yan Shaochen effortlessly conjured a bolt of lightning that struck the creature's head, causing it to collapse. Just as he dispatched one, another zombie emerged from upstairs. Bai Zixi quickly raised her handgun and fired a shot that shattered its skull. After clearing the area, he turned, illuminating the two corpses on the ground with the flashlight. His tone devoid of emotion. Had he grown accustomed to ordering her around? Could he not see her as anything other than a subordinate? Despite her internal reluctance, she found herself obliged to comply, lamenting her unfortunate fate. Chapter 20, Red Rain. At 2 a.m., a sudden rumble of thunder shook the stillness, jolting Bai Zixi awake in her bed. As she sat up, crimson rain poured down like a barrage of swords, accompanied by the relentless roar of thunder. Approaching the window, she watched as streaks of lightning cleaved through the night sky, momentarily lost in thought. 008. Do you have any fever medication? She pondered, hoping to exploit this chance to reveal her abilities. The mechanical voice of 008 responded, Indeed, I possess fever medication for 2 points. Effective for 5 hours without any side effects. Very well, exchange it for me. Current points balance, 20. 10 minutes later, Bai Zixi peeked out of her room, revealing her head, while Yan Shaochen, seated in a chair, regarded her with his dark eyes. She feigned weakness, speaking softly, I think I have a fever. Do you have any antipyretics? Upon hearing this, he stood up. I will retrieve some from the car. You should lie down. Just as she intended to remind him to take an umbrella, he vanished without a trace, displaying remarkable agility. He was an ability wielder. A little rain would hardly harm him, and with that thought, she felt reassured. Returning to bed, she tucked herself in and shut her eyes. Before long, the sound of the door opening reached her ears. Yan Shaochen, equipped with a medical kit, settled at the edge of her bed, one hand holding the flashlight while the other rummaged for the fever medication. Soon, he produced the medicine and water, placing them on the bedside table. He gently placed his large hand on her forehead to gauge her temperature before helping her lean against his shoulder. Awake and alert, Bai Zixi stiffened at the scent of his refreshing masculine aura, her cheeks flushing. It was Yan Shaochen's first encounter with a woman's body, and though he felt a twinge of awkwardness, he meticulously administered the medicine and water before taking his leave. As soon as he departed, Bai Zixi promptly opened her eyes. Realizing how taxing it was to feign illness, she could have taken the medication herself, yet for some reason, she had suddenly felt overwhelmingly weak. Thus, she drifted back into a languid slumber. Perhaps the medication had sedative properties, for she slept soundly until 8 in the morning. Upon awakening, she discovered the rain had ceased, and the sun shone brilliantly, allowing her to utilize her abilities without reservation. In high spirits, Bai Zixi tidied her attire and leisurely exited her room, just as she intended to showcase her powers to him. However, Yan Shaochen's expression was grave as he stated in a low voice, Let us return to the base. Without further ado, he led the way downstairs, leaving her with no choice but to follow, feeling too disheartened to speak. Perhaps it was best to discuss things later. She mused that the rain might have turned some back at the base into zombies, which indeed necessitated a prompt return. She hoped they would manage to hold their ground. Yan Shaochen drove with the speed of a racing car, causing her to grip the seat tightly as her body swayed. Thankfully, she had not eaten breakfast, otherwise, she might have been ill. It was remarkable that he had recognized the strangeness of last night's rain. His intellect was commendable, befitting the leader of the base. Thus, after a morning fraught with tension, they returned to the Yan family base without incident, and she resolved never to share a vehicle with him again. At that moment, the base was embroiled in combat, with several zombies clashing against numerous soldiers, all of whom had been transformed from the inhabitants within. Fortunately, the base was still in its nascent stages, comprised mostly of Yan family personnel, totaling around 100 individuals. Over 20 had turned into zombies, while around 10 had developed abilities, with the remaining individuals experiencing enhanced physical capabilities. Bai Zixi aimed her sniper rifle at a zombie hundreds of meters away, gently squeezing the trigger. Bang! A soldier nearly bitten by a zombie was saved and looked gratefully towards Bai Zixi, awed by her prowess. System notification. Favorability 3, favorability 1, current points, 24. Bai Zixi smiled, feeling quite heroic in her sniper stance. Yan Shaochen's dark gaze lingered on her for a few seconds before he calmly stated, Let us go. What a man devoid of romantic sensibility, it mattered not, for there were plenty of charming young men around who understood. Chapter 21, Showcasing Skills. At the Yan family base, the weary yet handsome Yan Shaochen sat at his office chair, listening to the proposals presented to him. Let's head to the training island first. We must bring the survivors back. We can postpone matters in Xian City. Yan Shaochen articulated his thoughts. Although Xian City lay under the jurisdiction of their second uncle, the situation there was certainly less critical than that on the training island. The individuals on the island were essentially trapped, lacking boats or planes. And it also housed a stockpile of supplies. Eldest brother, third brother, why don't you take a few ability wielders with you, while I stay behind with father to oversee the base? Yan Shaochen, accustomed to logistical management, had taken charge of the internal construction projects. Feigning discontent, their father remarked, "What? Are you assigning me tasks now?" Sighing, he pondered the well-being of his second brother, realizing that while the rational choice was to rescue those on the training island, he still longed to return to Xian City to bring his family back for peace of mind. Yan Shaochen, who had remained silent, pressed his fingers to his brow and soon made a decision. We depart for the training island the day after tomorrow. The night had fallen, and after spending the day conducting inspections and clearing zombies, he had gone 2 days and nights without rest. I will return to my room and make the necessary arrangements, he said, preparing to rise. Curious, their father inquired, did you sneak out last night? Seeing him devoid of his usual sharp demeanor, resembling a slumbering beast, it was impossible not to be inquisitive. Yan Shaochen paused momentarily, then, without explanation, exited the conference room. Did you and Zixi spend the night together? Their father mused, wondering if Zixi had been frightened away. Yan Shaochen and Yan Shaochen, seeking an excuse, left the conference room, bemused by their father's growing inquisitiveness. The following morning, Bai Zixi appeared at the training ground clad in black athletic attire. As she stepped in, the gazes of those around her were immediately drawn to her. Her image had become one of beauty, courage, and strength in their eyes. Furthermore, they were aware of her recent excursion with the leader, heightening their curiosity about the nature of their interaction. Lin Jiao, as usual, was eager to share her thoughts with Bai Zixi, approaching her with a puzzled expression. Zixi, it seems my ability can store items, but it lacks any offensive power. Bai Zixi, unfazed by the revelation, noticed the astonishment on the faces of others who had just discovered their own abilities and were attempting to exercise control. Try storing that stone in your space. Then use your mental power to release it as you wish. She casually offered guidance, uncertain of its efficacy, but encouraging Lin Jiao to give it a try. Lin Jiao nodded, following her instructions and focusing intently as she stored a palm-sized stone from the ground. With her will, the stone fell from an ethereal void. System notification. Favorability 2, current points, 26. You're amazing, Zixi. You know so much. Lin Jiao exclaimed sincerely. White Zixi, praised for her abilities, felt a surge of pride within, yet maintained an air of calm, exuding an aura of foresight. If only she could temper her strength, she could execute a surprise attack. Lin Jiao promptly nodded in obedience, having grasped the technique. Other abilities users in attendance flocked towards her. Zhu Rui, Han Shuo, and Yu Heiran were the first to approach. Zixi, how do I unleash my powers? Zhu Rui asked, a golden orb of energy forming in his palm, his expression one of confusion. With gentle patience, White Zixi elucidated, observe the energy in my hand. She conjured a luminous sphere resembling a night pearl, which transformed into a light arrow at her command, aimed precisely at a target 50 meters away, where it pierced through, rendering the target utterly destroyed. The onlookers gazed in fervent admiration, awed by her display. System prompt. Affinity 2, Affinity 2, Affinity 1, current score, 42. This scene was witnessed by Yan Shaochen and Yan Shaochen, who had just entered the training ground, bemused by the little show-off. Chapter 22, Familiarity. White Zixi felt a delightful thrill at their astonished expressions. Brother Rui, what do you think? She turned to him, confident he had learned the technique. Zhu Rui's heart fluttered. Zixi remained as gentle as ever, her personality unchanged despite her newfound strength. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted as the crowd fell silent. Lin Jiao leaned closer and whispered, the masters have arrived. Yan Shaochen and Yan Shaochen approached, with Yan Shaochu's deep voice commanding. Abilities users, step forward. As he finished speaking, 11 individuals among the 20 stepped forward, standing tall with serious expressions. White Zixi and Lin Jiao stood to the side, uncertain whether to step forward or retreat, ultimately remaining still. Including them, there were 15 abilities users present, with the special forces comprising the majority, while ordinary soldiers lacked any abilities. To gain abilities in the future, one would either need to be scratched by a zombie for a chance to acquire them, or absorb crystal cores, albeit with a high failure rate. White Zixi pondered that perhaps a stronger physique would increase the likelihood of awakening abilities. After all, why else would only those trained be able to manifest powers? Tomorrow morning, we depart for Training Island to rescue our comrades. Only 5 of you will be selected for this mission. Yan Shaochu's voice rang out, scanning the 11 before him. The soldiers, driven by fervor, eagerly volunteered to save their once familiar companions. Not only had they all emerged from the training island, but each mission also earned them contribution points, which could be exchanged for universal currency at the base. White Zixi and Lin Jiao were unaware of this, and even if they did, they likely would not have wished to participate. The violent undertakings were not suited for them. Ultimately, the chosen participants were Han Shuo, Mo Yanfan, Zhu Rui, 18, 19, and the two of them. Military helicopters could accommodate around 10 individuals each, necessitating 2 aircraft for this operation. If more survivors were found, multiple trips would be required. You all practice your abilities today. The rest should strengthen their training, Yan Shaochen instructed before he and Yan Shaochen exited the training ground. Once they departed, a throng of individuals surrounded White Zixi, their expressions humble and eager for guidance. Zixi, can my earth abilities also attack like yours? Han Shuo, already understanding the concept, sought confirmation. Among the attendees, aside from Lin Jiao and her, a short-haired female soldier approached. Zixi, can my water abilities form water arrows? White Zixi smiled and gently explained the basic operations of their abilities, encouraging them to explore on their own. System prompt, Affinity 2, Affinity 2, Affinity 2, current score, 64. After a day of interaction, her relationships with those present had grown significantly closer, with many calling her name fluently. Sister Zixi, please be careful during this mission. The short-haired soldier, now idolizing her, declared, her fondness for beautiful women evident. What is your name? White Zixi inquired, wishing to become acquainted. I'm 17, she replied, appearing somewhat clumsy and shy, scratching her head. Though she projected a tough exterior, her heart was tender. Upon hearing her name, White Zixi found it curious. 17, 18, 19. Such casual naming conventions seemed unusual. She quipped, are there 15 and 16 as well? 17 nodded, yes, and 11, 12, 13, 14. We were the first batch to emerge from the island, and have been following young Master Yin ever since. 17, just call me Zixi. I'm younger than you and don't need to be called sister, she replied, feeling that at only 22, it was inappropriate to be addressed as such. 17, with her forthright nature, nodded in agreement, confident in her beauty. Chapter 23, Escape. Training Island. Keep up. Instructor Yan Shaochen urged as he led 23 individuals up the stairs of the dormitory building. Armed with a rifle, he relentlessly fired at the zombies pursuing them. The last male in line kicked a zombie that was about to pounce, then raised his handgun to shoot it in the head. The group, faces filled with panic, ascended the stairs, encountering several zombies on each floor. Exhausted, they fought with their last breaths. Those who ran out of bullets resorted to using daggers to pierce the zombies' skulls. Muya, get out of the way, Zhou Tingfeng shouted, spotting a zombie lunging at her, his heart racing. Muya quickly retreated but was still scratched on the arm by the zombie's claws. She stifled a groan and stabbed at the zombie's head with her dagger. Tingfeng, I'm fine, hurry and catch up. Muya reassured him as she hastened up the stairs. Yan Shaochen reached the rooftop first, blocking the door and urging, move quickly. Zhou Tingfeng, lagging behind, glanced back at a horde of zombies surging toward them, ravenous for their prey. Muya, already on the rooftop, anxiously called out to Zhou Tingfeng, extending a hand weakly. Tingfeng, hurry up. As soon as he reached her, Yan Shaochen swiftly locked the rooftop door. Just as the door clicked shut, loud thuds echoed against it, accompanied by the growls of zombies. Thankfully, it was an iron door, obscuring their grotesque, familiar visages. Since the onset of the apocalypse, around 100 had sheltered in the cafeteria on the first floor. After the zombies breached the first floor, they had fled to the rooftop, now reduced to fewer than 30 survivors. The group, their tense nerves slightly relaxing, sat on the floor, gasping for breath. Instructor, will anyone come to rescue us? A male voice asked, his gaze dimmed and tone despondent. Having witnessed familiar comrades transform into zombies one by one, despair threatened to overwhelm him, leaving only a flicker of hope to sustain him. They will, Yan Shaochen reassured, steadfast in his belief that the Yin family would not abandon them, no matter the odds. He took a sip from a bottle of water before passing it to the person beside him. The bottle circulated among them until it was emptied. After drinking, Muya moved to a distant corner, contemplating that if she noticed any changes within herself, she would leap down immediately. The reason she did not leap directly was that a flicker of hope still resided within her. The one she cherished remained close. Along with her comrades fighting by her side, and the girl with whom she had grown up, she wondered how she was faring now. Muya traced the scar on her arm, inflicted by a zombie, her expression steeped in desolation. A wave of heat enveloped her, and her body felt unbearably uncomfortable. As she gazed down at the throng of zombies below, contemplating her imminent transformation into one of them, she suddenly found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. Do not be afraid, I am here, Zhou Tingfeng comforted her, well aware of her fears. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Mu Ye's face, her once lovely features now pale. As she sobbed, I am going to turn into a zombie. Trust me, you will not change. Do not act foolishly, he reassured her, gently patting her back. Despite the turmoil within, he sought to stave off her despair. If she truly mutated, he would willingly leap with her. Yanfen, I love you, she whispered. Inhaling his familiar scent, her reluctance to succumb to death intensifying. I love you too. For my sake, you must hold on, he replied, holding her tightly. Oblivious to the eyes of onlookers. In the distance, a group of individuals began to jest. Brother Feng really knows how to play, even at a time like this. He is still flaunting his affection. Alas, I haven't even held a girl's hand, and here I am, destined to perish with you lot. The only girl here has been whisked away by Brother Feng. It's simply unbearable. This door cannot hold much longer. Jiang Shan silently observed the two distant lights. A flicker of hope igniting within him. Could it be them? Chapter 24, Rescue. On the helicopter, Bai Zixi donned a black leather skirt paired with short boots. Adorned with black wrist guards, her dark stockings cascading down, presenting a strikingly beautiful and fierce appearance. Through a pair of binoculars, she intently surveyed the island's situation. While Han Shuo reported, there are survivors on the top floor. Accelerate the flight, Yan Shaochen commanded, his expression grave and his tone weighty. This is dire. Zombies are attacking the top floor, and their numbers are considerable. Mo Yanfen recognized the grimness of the situation, eager to rush in for the rescue. Everyone, fall back and hold your ground. The rescue team will arrive shortly, Jiang Shan encouraged as he swept his rifle towards the zombies surging through the door. Just as they were on the verge of succumbing, two military aircraft appeared overhead, the sound of gunfire echoing as the zombies on the rooftop were swiftly overwhelmed by bullets. Dozens collapsing one after another. Suddenly, a level 2 zombie lunged at Jiang Shan with remarkable speed, teeth bared, just as it was about to bite. The crack of a 98K sniper rifle rang out. The level 2 zombie paused momentarily, followed by another shot that shattered its skull, black blood spraying forth as it fell. Bai Zixi, wielding the sniper rifle, focused her beautiful eyes on the red dot within the 6x scope. After firing several shots, she lifted her gaze to collect herself. The helicopter hovered about 10 meters above the rooftop, and aside from the two pilots, 18 and 19, the others descended via a rope ladder. Upon seeing Bai Zixi descend, Muya could not contain her excitement, calling out, Zixi, is that you? In her weakened state, the sight of a former comrade made her momentarily forget her own condition. She hurried to Bai Zixi's side, grasping her hand. Zixi, I've missed you so much. Bai Zixi looked at her, bewildered by her enthusiasm. Was she overly shocked? Quickly, she soothed her. It's all right, do not be afraid. System prompt. Favorability 5, current points, 66. As her words faded, Muya enveloped her in a heartfelt embrace. The scene appearing quite touching, while Bai Zixi, akin to comforting a child, gently patted Muya's back. She felt a tinge of distaste at Muya's dirt-stained appearance. After all, this was the dress she had exchanged 3 points for in the system shop, though thankfully it had a cleaning function. Moreover, Muya had just contributed 5 points, so she permitted the embrace. Yan Shaochen furrowed his brow upon witnessing Bai Zixi being embraced by another. A flicker of displeasure stirring within him, though he could not comprehend the source of this emotion, quickly averting his gaze. Everyone, concentrate your fire, continue to clear the area, he commanded in a deep voice. An hour later, no zombies emerged from the rooftop entrance. The stench of decaying corpses filled the air. Yet relief washed over those present as smiles broke across their faces. Had they truly been saved? I don't have to die. Heaven has shown me mercy after 20 years of being single. I traded 30 years of solitude for a chance at rebirth. It seems my wish has been fulfilled. Uft. You're going to make me die of laughter. Jiang Shan approached Yan Shaochen, a look of contrition on his face. I apologize for not fulfilling my duties. Yan Shaochen, his expression stern, placed a hand on Jiang Shan's shoulder, uttering not a word. They arranged for 20 individuals to board the helicopter first, with the remaining 10 to wait for the next flight. I've been scratched by a zombie. I might not be able to walk, Muya murmured softly, fearing that if she mutated on the plane, it would spell disaster. Zhou Yanfen walked beside her. I want tea leave. I will stay with her. Yan Shaochen made arrangements, leaving only a familiar group on the rooftop, while the two helicopters had already departed the island. The next flight would take at least 5 hours, likely until nightfall. Chapter 25, Treatment. I'll take a look at your wound, Bai Zixi said to Muya with concern, eager to test her healing abilities. Huh, Zixi, you can heal? Muya exclaimed in surprise, extending her injured arm for Bai Zixi to examine. Bai Zixi smiled reassuringly. Do not be anxious. Your infected wound is not severe, and it is not so easy to turn into a zombie. Really, is that true? Muya's spirits lifted at the thought of not having to die. Oddly enough, while others transformed into zombies just seconds after being bitten, she had endured several hours without any symptoms. Moreover, after that rain, everyone had gained a significant increase in strength. Everything felt surreal. Nearby, Yan Shaochen turned to Yan Shaochen and proposed, "Why don't we take a few people to gather the supplies first?" Agreed, Yan Shaochen nodded. And they proceeded down the corridor with Lin Jiao, Zhu Rui, and Han Shuo. The rooftop was left with just Bai Zixi, Mo Yanfan, Muya, and Zhou Tingfeng. There should not be many zombies left in this dormitory building. Bai Zixi conjured a sphere of light in her palm, regulating the temperature of the energy until it transformed into a healing warm glow, which she then directed onto Muya's wound. As the energy touched the dark, purplish injury, visible scabbing began to occur, gradually influencing the cells within. Observing the color returning to Muya's face, Bai Zixi retracted the light energy, having expended half of her blue bar. "All done," she said, appearing relaxed, though she felt quite fatigued, even slightly drowsy. "Is there a side effect to this ability? Why do I feel sleepy?" Bai Zixi pondered, having exerted little effort. The mechanical voice of the system chimed in her ear. "Low-level healing can have minor side effects. Use it sparingly." Well, at least it was merely drowsiness and not anything worse. Otherwise, she would have suffered greatly. System prompt. Favorability 5, current points, 71. Hearing the prompt, she regained a sense of vitality, relieved that her efforts were not in vain. "Thank you, Zixi," Muya said, her eyes filled with gratitude. System prompt. Favorability 5, current points, 76. Zhou Yanfan also expressed his gratitude. Bai Zixi approached the lifeless form of a second-tier zombie, military knife in hand, and knelt beside it. Pinching her nose, she deftly carved open its cranium, soon revealing a glistening white crystal core that tumbled forth. "Zixi, what is this?" Mo Yanfan inquired, approaching with an expression of astonishment. "I am not certain what it is. I'll take it back for further examination," Bai Zixi replied, fabricating a reason as she moved on to excavate another second-tier corpse. After extracting the brains from 8 such zombies, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her and hurried to the fence for some fresh air. Noticing her distress, Muya approached with concern. "Zixi, are you all right? You seem to have a fondness for these sparkling objects. I can dig some up for you." "No need, Muya," Bai Zixi interjected. "I've already collected all the crystal cores from the second-tier zombies. Not all first-tier zombies possess cores, and it would take an eternity to sift through this heap of bodies." After speaking, she retrieved a bottle of water from her backpack to wash her hands and knife, then gulped down the remaining contents before casually tossing the small, thumb-sized crystal core into her bag. Suddenly struck by a thought, she rummaged through her backpack for snacks and water. "You must be hungry. Have something to eat." Muya and Zhou Yanfan swallowed hard, their eyes fixed on the pile of snacks, yet hesitating to take any. Bai Zixi smiled softly, saying, "Go ahead and eat. You can repay me later." They all nodded in unison, eagerly tearing open the packaging and stuffing their mouths. "You must be famished," Bai Zixi remarked, glancing towards the verdant mountains in the distance. A frown crossed her face. Could there be mutated plants lurking in that vicinity? Chapter 26. Danger. At 2 p.m., Bai Zixi suggested, "Have you all rested enough? Let us go find them." As they departed, several submachine guns had been left behind. Mo Yanfan hesitated, but the captain instructed us to wait here. No sooner had he spoken than the woods erupted with gunfire, prompting them to stand and gaze in that direction. "We should go assist," Zhou Tingfeng concurred, believing that remaining idle was not a viable option. Muya nodded. "Yes, I'm feeling better. Let's regroup with them." Subsequently, the 4 armed themselves with submachine guns and descended the stairs. Bai Zixi's brow furrowed as she surveyed the various gruesome corpses along the way. Truly a harrowing sight. Exiting the residential area, they ventured towards the forest from whence the gunfire had originated. Just then, the branches of a small tree behind Muya began to writhe, stealthily launching an attack. Feeling a sudden chill along her spine, Muya turned to see several branches lunging at her, unable to suppress a startled scream. "Ah, the branches are moving." In her panic, she began to fire her submachine gun indiscriminately, regardless of whether she hit her target. When the others turned to look, they were met with the sight of several branches that had fallen before Muya, their expressions a mixture of shock and alarm. As they cautiously scanned their surroundings, several nearby trees began to stir, roots shooting towards them with alarming speed. The 4 quickly formed a circle, backs pressed together, firing their submachine guns at the encroaching branches amidst a cacophony of gunfire. Bai Zixi disregarded the branches, aiming directly at the roots of a tree comparable to her waist. In no time, it was felled by her bullets, life extinguished. "Just aim for the roots. Targeting the branches is futile," she reminded them, relieved that these trees were not overly thick, as larger ones would pose a greater challenge. Nevertheless, Half their ammunition was spent before they managed to escape the area. Zhou Yanfan speculated. Do you think the others have encountered these mutated plants as well? It's probable, Mo Yanfan agreed. I wonder if they managed to evade danger. With their numbers, they should be fine, right? Muya interjected, feeling that her own well-being should be her primary concern. Having come this far, turning back was not an option. The group resumed their navigation through the woods. Bai Zixi reflected on the perilous scenarios depicted in films where individuals wielding guns faced utter annihilation, reminiscent of the Jurassic Park franchise, where a T-Rex would suddenly emerge from the dense foliage, evoking a sense of dread in this lush forest. At that moment, another round of gunfire echoed nearby, accompanied by familiar voices. Quickly, let us hasten our pace, Mo Yanfan urged, anxiety lacing his tone as he sprinted ahead. Bai Zixi and Muya, slightly lagging, were followed closely by Zhou Tingfeng, who felt compelled to stay close to them. Upon seeing Mo Yanfan approach, Yan Shaochen shouted a warning. Be careful. No sooner had he spoken than Mo Yanfan found himself ensnared by several creeping vines at his feet, yanked upwards, and suspended in midair. I can't even reach my gun. He struggled, desperately writhing. From a short distance away, Yan Shaochen aimed his submachine gun at the vines, unleashing a barrage of bullets without hesitation. As the vines were severed, Mo Yanfan plummeted 5 meters to the ground with a thud and a grunt. Damn it. I'm not strangled, but I might be injured from the fall. Luckily, I'm strong, he muttered, rising and unable to suppress a few sarcastic remarks about his predicament. Are you all right? Where are Zixi and the others? Zhu Rui rushed over to assist him, expressing concern. Aren't they behind us? It only struck him then that the others were missing. They should have arrived by now, given the delay. The group exchanged alarmed glances, realizing that they had just escaped one peril only to face another. Yan Shaochen's dark eyes clouded with concern as he took the lead towards the unseen danger, his anxiety palpable. Upon recalling the possibility of Bai Zixi being in trouble, Lin Jiao hurried after him, only to be abruptly halted by Yan Shaochen, who warned. Stay close to me, don't wander off. Lin Jiao rolled her eyes, thinking that his worry was overly excessive, merely concerned about her supplies. Chapter 27, An Unexpected Turn. Damn, who dug this hole? Muya fumed, having just fallen, as Zhou Tingfeng helped her to her feet. Are you all right? He asked with genuine concern. Bai Zixi had already risen, gazing up at the hole obscured by grass, pondering how to scale it. After a moment's thought, she conjured a luminous arrow of light and sent it soaring towards the opening, hoping it would be noticed. Exhausted, Bai Zixi settled onto a large rock, scanning the pitch-black surroundings. Only a sliver of sunlight pierced the dark abyss. The size of the hole remained a mystery. As the white arrow flickered through the air, the keen-eyed Yan Shaochen hurried over to investigate its source. A group soon gathered around him, with Han Shuo questioning. Young master, have you found anything? It should be nearby. Shout out a few times, he replied in a low voice, his gaze sweeping across a patch of grass. Zixi, Zhu Rui called out, worry evident in his tone. Hearing the voice, Muya excitedly shouted back towards the hole. We're down here. The outside group quickly pinpointed the source of the sound, approaching the grass-covered opening that concealed the deep pit. We can't climb up, Muya called out again, signaling for assistance. Bai Zixi sighed in relief. Muya had been the first to fall, and though she had intended to catch her, she too had tumbled down. While Zhou Yanfan had jumped in a moment of haste, caught off guard by a wave of unexpected camaraderie, she could exchange points for an item to ascend. But she was reluctant to reveal her abilities just yet. One must always exercise caution, even in the company of amiable individuals. It is prudent to await the moment when one's own strength is fortified. At such a time, even if others harbor intentions of coveting, they shall be powerless against her. While she was lost in thought, an unexpected chill wafted from behind, evoking the eerie sensation of being watched. At that moment, a vine descended from the cave's mouth, accompanied by a male voice urging, quick, grasp the vine. Muya turned to Bai Zixi, saying, Zixi, you go up first. Bai Zixi nodded. Unwilling to feign reluctance, she longed to escape this ghastly place. Approaching the vine, she secured it around her body and tugged with all her might. Gradually, she ascended. Just as she neared the cave's entrance, a massive python suddenly emerged from the darkness, its jaws agape, lunging directly at Bai Zixi. Oh my god! Pull me up quickly, Bai Zixi exclaimed, panic-stricken. In haste, she conjured a light arrow and hurled it at the creature's gaping maw. Yet, undeterred by the attack, the python continued its advance, intent on swallowing her whole. In the very next heartbeat, a force yanked Bai Zixi upwards, placing her securely in the embrace of a strong figure. A familiar scent enveloped her senses as she glanced up at the handsome face of the man who held her. He was even more captivating up close. Yan Shaochen loosened his grip around her waist and commanded, open fire. Subsequently, The group unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the serpent, which, wounded, soon relinquished its pursuit and retreated into the depths of the cave. They then helped Muya and Zhou Yanfeng ascend. "You nearly scared me to death, Yanfeng. I'm terrified of snakes," Muya expressed, shaken by the ordeal. They were fortunate to have arrived in time. Otherwise, things might have ended tragically. Zhou Yanfeng patted her back in reassurance. "Let us return to the building." Yan Shaochen interjected, emphasizing the urgency of their departure. Bai Zixi approached Lin Jiao, inquiring, "How about the supplies? Have you gathered everything?" "Yes, but are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" Lin Jiao asked with concern. "I'm fine, just a bit sore in my backside," Bai Zixi murmured softly, eliciting a shared chuckle from both. Chapter 28, Intimacy. Clad in dark green military attire, the group traversed the forest, armed with firearms, occasionally encountering mutated plants. The initial wave of mutated flora posed little challenge, particularly for a team as formidable as theirs, each member possessing exceptional skills and abilities. Upon returning to the top floor, they awaited the next aircraft. "Jiao Jiao, I'm so tired. May I lean on you?" Bai Zixi rested her head against Lin Jiao's shoulder, her eyelids growing heavier. Lin Jiao retrieved a long bench from her spatial storage and settled beside her, leaning against the wall. "You should rest for a while." Fortunately, her space was spacious enough to accommodate some furniture, proving beneficial. "What is wrong with her?" Muya approached. Concern etched on her face as she gazed at Bai Zixi. "She's merely asleep," Lin Jiao whispered, casting a reassuring glance. Muya couldn't help but reach out, gently caressing Bai Zixi sleeping face. Even in slumber, Zixi is beautiful, and her skin is so flawless. The texture beneath her fingertips was delightful. After a month apart, Bai Zixi's complexion had become remarkably fair, a sight to envy. Lin Jiao, intrigued by her peaceful slumber, also reached out to touch her face, marveling at how she remained pristine despite the ordeal, and the little leather skirt she wore was quite charming as well. Han Shuo chuckled nearby. "Zixi is truly popular. Even the girls are drawn to her. What can we say? Our Zixi is irresistibly charming," Zhu Rui remarked, unable to conceal the affection in his gaze. Yan Shaochen narrowed his deep-set eyes, bemused by the carefree little woman who had just been in his embrace moments ago. At 7 p.m., a helicopter finally arrived at the rooftop, its doors swinging open. "Zixi, wake up," Lin Jiao attempted to rouse her friend. But Bai Zixi remained unresponsive, her even breath suggesting she was in a deep sleep. Muya gestured to Zhou Tingfeng to lift her, and he approached, ready to assist. However, just as his hands made contact, they were abruptly intercepted by a larger hand. Yan Shaochen lifted Bai Zixi effortlessly, striding towards the helicopter, where he settled into the co-pilot's seat, adjusting her sleeping posture. The others stood momentarily stunned by his actions until Yan Shaoyu prompted them to react. "Surely, he won't do anything inappropriate to Zixi, will he?" Muya whispered anxiously to Lin Jiao. Before Lin Jiao could respond, she was pulled along by Yan Shaoyu, joining him in the rear of the helicopter. Zhou Yanfeng grasped Muya's hand, urging her to follow. At the back of the group, Zhu Rui felt despondent. Were it another competitor, he might have fought for a chance, but facing a powerful heir left him feeling powerless. Bai Zixi nestled her head against Yan Shaochen's neck, and he looked down to behold her stunningly beautiful face, his once fierce gaze softening. System notification. Affection level 5, current points, 81. The driver, 18, felt a pang of inner turmoil, yearning to glance at them but hesitant to appear too obvious. "Focus." Yan Shaochen shot him a cold glance, causing 18 to shiver and quickly regain his concentration. After 2 hours, the helicopter finally touched down on the rooftop of the Yan residence. Yan Shaochen carried Bai Zixi to her room, gently laying her on the bed and tucking her in before stepping out. As he turned to return to his own quarters, Yan father approached, inquiring, "How is Zixi?" "She's well. I'm exhausted. We can discuss matters tomorrow," he replied in a single breath, maintaining an impassive expression as he walked towards his room. Yan father chuckled in exasperation. "That rascal. One day, someone will put you in your place." Chapter 29, Training. The following morning, Bai Zixi awoke naturally, invigorated as she rose from her bed. 008. How did I return to my room? I have no recollection, she questioned while shedding her clothing, feeling as if she had experienced a blackout akin to inebriation. "Host, you are quite fortunate. A dashing gentleman not only carried you back, but also granted you 5 points of affection," 008 replied with an envious tone, admiring its host's ability to accrue points even while resting. "Such good fortune? Let me see who it is." Standing naked, Bai Zixi was taken aback as she gazed at the list on the holographic screen. "This is the affection from the cold-faced heir?" She could scarcely believe it. He had always appeared so aloof, leading her to assume he was the archetype of a stoic, restrained leader. Perhaps her charm had grown stronger with that thought. She entered the bathroom, humming a tune as she enjoyed a refreshing shower. Afterward, she donned a comfortable loungewear outfit and dried her hair before stepping out to knock on Lin Jiao's door. Lin Jiao promptly opened the door, and as Bai Zixi entered, she teased, "So, how was it? Was it warm in Yan Shao's embrace?" "What are you talking about, Jiao Jiao?" Bai Zixi feigned ignorance, genuinely unaware of the circumstances. "Did you sleep so soundly that you didn't notice him carrying you back?" Lin Jiao was astonished by her friend's deep slumber. If it had been a nefarious individual, the outcome could have been dire. Bai Zixi nodded. "Now I realize it. What do you think motivated him to carry me?" It must be that he has taken an interest in you," Lin Jiao mused, stroking her chin thoughtfully. "All right, let us head down for breakfast. I'd rather not dwell on this topic any longer," she said, pulling Lin Jiao towards the door. As the two individuals settled at the dining table, an aunt brought forth a hearty breakfast comprising stir-fried noodles, poached eggs, and plain congee. It was already past 9 in the morning, suggesting that the others had likely finished their meals. Bai Zixi had only taken a couple of bites of the noodles when Yan's father ambled in from the living room, his eyes twinkling with warmth as he addressed her. "Zixi, did you sleep well?" "Uncle, I am quite well," she replied politely with a nod, though she couldn't shake the peculiar sensation of his gaze upon her. "That rascal Shaochen hasn't bullied you, has he?" His concern was palpable, particularly for his eldest son, who, at the age of 28, had yet to engage in any romantic relationship, displaying a reclusive and domineering character that was a source of worry. Upon hearing this, Bai Zixi reflected on their previous encounters. Being embraced thrice could hardly be deemed bullying, for it seemed more an act of assistance. "Uncle, where did everyone go?" Lin Jiao adeptly steered the conversation away. "Shaochen left early with 2 others for the research center to fetch someone, while Sheihua is overseeing construction at the base. And as for Shei Yu, he's at the training ground," Yan's father elaborated, noting that he was the least occupied among them. After engaging in light conversation with Yan's father, they returned to their room. Lin Jiao realized that through these days of training, her skills had notably improved. Her marksmanship had also advanced since their time on the island. Driven by the desire to prove herself during their next mission and not be underestimated by that fellow, she resolved to persist in her efforts. If not for the points, Bai Zixi had no inclination to venture out. With summer's scorching sun at its zenith, she dreaded the thought of further darkening her complexion, though fortunately, there had been no rebound thus far. The two changed into camouflage uniforms and proceeded to the training ground. "You're only just arriving now," Yan Shaochen remarked from the side, gripping a rifle and casting a glance at Lin Jiao as she approached. Bai Zixi felt somewhat out of place standing there and quickly diverted her gaze toward the area where 17 was stationed. "Jiao Jiao, I'll head over there to practice." No sooner had she spoken than she slipped away, leaving Lin Jiao momentarily stunned. "Come here, hold your rifle properly," Yan Shaochen called, tossing her the rifle in his grasp. Lin Jiao caught it, stepped forward, and fired a volley, managing to hit only half of the target at 80 meters. This level of competence. "And you wish to slack off?" Yan Shaochuan's tone was unyielding. The regimented lifestyle of soldiers was indeed rigorous, aside from those on missions. The rest were either training or preoccupied with other duties. Was it not natural to struggle with adaptation? Why was he so strict with her? Lin Jiao felt a sense of grievance swell within her, her head bowed in silence, unwilling to retort. Noticing her silence, Yan Shaochen softened his tone. "We have a mission tomorrow. I merely wish for you to protect yourself. Do you understand?" Lin Jiao nodded, comprehending his concern as she grasped the rifle and resumed her practice. Bai Zixi and 17 were suspended in midair, exercising their arm strength by gripping a 5-meter-high steel pipe, engaging in casual conversation amidst their exertion. "Zixi, we can embark on a mission together tomorrow," 17 exclaimed, her excitement palpable at the prospect of fighting alongside her. "In that case, 17, please look after me," Bai Zixi replied with a sweet tone, her eyes shimmering. "System notification. Affection level 2, current points, 83. Not a problem." 17 responded readily, her practicality shining through. System 008 chimed in with its mechanical voice. "Host, are you trying to charm both genders? Even women? Mind your own business regarding beautiful ladies." Bai Zixi snapped back at it, her annoyance evident. Intimidated into silence, 008 whimpered. "Leave you, the host is fierce with me, yet so gentle with others." Chapter 30, The Convoy. At 9 in the morning, 5 dark green military off-road vehicles rolled out of the base's gates, followed closely by a bus, with a helicopter above scouting the route. The convoy racing towards Xian City for a rescue operation sped along the main road. "Zixi, why aren't you riding with the third young master and the others?" 17 inquired curiously, glancing at Bai Zixi. Bai Zixi blinked her beautiful eyes at her. "So you can take care of me, of course." System notification. Affection level 2, current points, 85. "The people over there have already taken advantage of all we had. It's time to find a new target, she thought. Aside from herself and 17, the driver was 15, with 16 in the passenger seat, and 13 seated in the back with them, the 5 occupying the military vehicle. These individuals had all worked under Yan Shaochen before the apocalypse, and likely due to his influence, they were all rather taciturn and serious. 15. You drive quite steadily, Bai Zixi complimented softly, turning her attention to him. Flustered by the praise from a beauty, 15 stammered in response. It's all right. System notification. Affection level 1, current points, 86. In a pleasant mood, Bai Zixi turned to 13, who had a rather delicate appearance and exuded a puppy-like charm, his skin notably fair. Feeling her gaze, 13 straightened up, nervously turning to look out the window. Bai Zixi chuckled, retrieving a bag of potato chips from her backpack. She opened the package, took a chip, and offered it to 17. Here, try some. Thank you. Zixi, 17 replied without pretense, reaching out to take a few chips and popping them into her mouth, both enjoying the satisfying crunch. System notification. Affection level 2, current points, 88. From morning until 3 in the afternoon, the convoy finally arrived at the outskirts of Xian City, where the once thriving metropolis now lay in desolation, stripped of its dazzling lights and reduced to ruins. At this moment, the helicopter above initiated a warning signal, indicating they were about to enter a perilous area. Bai Zixi, clad in blue combat attire like her peers, also fell into a state of heightened alert. The 2 military vehicles ahead, equipped with canopies, were manned by a dozen armed soldiers who began firing at the surrounding zombies. Bai Zixi's gaze fixated on several nearby shopping malls, her desire to fill her space with treasures igniting within her. Having swept the area, the surrounding zombies were mostly cleared, leaving behind a scene of utter chaos. Survivors hiding nearby, upon hearing the gunfire and the loudspeaker announcements from the helicopter, emerged with expressions of hope, some boldly approaching to seek rescue. Quick, stop and help us. We haven't eaten in 3 days. Are you here to rescue us? We've finally waited for the rescue team. Those stepping forward were teary-eyed, as if they had glimpsed a glimmer of hope amid their despair. I'll go maintain order. Bai Zixi suddenly thought, seizing the opportunity to earn points. The convoy quickly halted in a plaza, while the helicopter proceeded to the mayor's residence to retrieve personnel, specifically Yan Shaochu's uncle's home. Bai Zixi disembarked, holding a loudspeaker aloft. Survivors, gather over here. Those with vehicles, please park them at the back. The residents of the housing complex cautiously emerged, reassured by the absence of zombies, allowing them to retrieve their belongings. Before long, around 100 survivors had gathered in the plaza, looking weary and disheartened due to the lack of water and electricity. I'm so hungry. Could I have something to eat? An elderly woman approached Bai Zixi, pleading. Auntie, please get in the vehicle. Food will be provided shortly, Bai Zixi gently reassured her. Upon hearing that food was available, the others hurriedly made their way to the bus, which could only accommodate 30 people, prioritizing the elderly, the weak, and the infirm. System notification. Affection level 1, affection level 1, affection level 1 current points, 136. After a flurry of activity, the rewards were quite satisfying. Lin Jiao sidled up to Bai Zixi. Being a soldier is truly not easy. It's tough to be a good person in these times. There's no choice. The large base requires manpower. Without people, how can we rebuild our homes? Besides, we're merely laborers. Bai Zixi spoke with an air of righteous indignation, yet deep within, she harbored no desire to be a paragon of virtue. Alas, the system demanded otherwise. Lin Jiao understood this well. Yet she could not help but feel overwhelmed by the burdens of concern. Just then, a helicopter swooped down from above, having just fetched a group of individuals en route to the base. Chapter 31, A Farce. The sky had darkened, and the once spacious square was now cluttered with vehicles. The military would be stationed here for the night, granting the survivors some time to arrive. At that moment, a series of heated arguments reached the ears of the onlookers, drawing their attention toward the commotion. Bai Zixi, perched atop a car, looked on with curiosity, remarking that such tranquility seemed rather out of place in a post-apocalyptic setting. Zixi, should we go take a look? Lin Jiao, who had emerged from the vehicle, inquired. Sure, let us go. Everyone, come witness this vixen seducing my husband and taking a considerable amount of food. How shameless. A woman in her 30s shouted indignantly, eager to expose their disgrace for daring to flirt behind her back. Beside her, a nondescript man tugged at her arm, urging, stop making a scene. Let us leave. Lady, you've misunderstood. He simply pitied me and offered me a pack of biscuits. We truly did nothing. A delicate-looking woman, appearing quite distressed, pleaded softly, casting a sorrowful glance at the accusing woman. Gradually, a crowd began to gather, including Bai Zixi, Lin Jiao, and Shaiki. Several soldiers approached, intending to defuse the situation. But upon realizing it was merely a domestic dispute, they hesitated to intervene. Didn't he do anything? Then what were you doing in that car? Just chatting? Look at your swollen lips. How utterly shameless. The woman's fury intensified. She's still alive, yet these two wretches have no sense of decency, behaving more disgustingly than the zombies outside. And the food they're squabbling over is what I stockpiled before the apocalypse. I can barely get by each day, while this man just gives it away as if it were nothing. Even if our marriage is null and void now, he should not think he can use my provisions to woo some young girl. The young woman, exposed and feeling guilty, lowered her head, tears brimming in her eyes. I truly didn't mean to. Please, stop saying that. With so many eyes upon her, she felt utterly humiliated. Had she known this man was linked to such a formidable harpy, she would have never engaged with him. There were plenty of young and handsome men around. And now she felt deep regret. Yang Wei, return the food to me. Let us part ways amicably. The woman, Li Ting, made her decision. Such a man was unworthy of her forgiveness, and with the rescue now at hand, she was no longer reliant on him. Yang Wei, wishing to avoid further entanglement, tossed a few packs of food her way. This is all I have. Li Ting approached the other woman, declaring, this sort of trash is yours now. After saying this, she turned and returned to her car, discarding all of Yang Wei's possessions out of the vehicle. After all, she had purchased the car herself, and thankfully, they had no children, making it easy to cut ties. Bai Zixi led Lin Jiao and Shaiki back to their military group. Jiao, what's wrong? Why are you silent? Having finished watching the drama unfold, it seemed she had also recalled her own sorrow. Zixi, in comparison, I feel so fortunate. I'm glad I didn't marry that mama's boy, or I would surely be living a miserable life. Lin Jiao reflected. Realizing the importance of choosing the right partner, one could unwittingly sell themselves short if they were not careful, and she resolved to be more discerning in the future. Shaiki chimed in. That woman who seduced another's husband is truly shameless, flaunting her actions in front of everyone. Oh, Shaiki, you seem rather invested in this drama. Bai Zixi chuckled teasingly, before turning to Lin Jiao. When a relationship must end, it should end decisively. Both you and that woman handled the situation admirably. System notification. Affection level 2, current points, 138. In the apocalypse, the greatest test is humanity itself. One could face betrayal from kin, or even be cast aside to fend off zombies, yet they were fortunate this time. Chapter 32, The Onslaught. Excuse me, soldier. The vehicles over there are all full. Could you arrange a place for me to rest? A sweet, innocent-looking girl approached Yan Shaochu's military vehicle with a coy request. Yan Shaochu, reclining in the lowered passenger seat with his eyes closed, supported his forehead with one hand. Mo Yanfan, you handle it. He glanced at the girl outside before closing his eyes once more. Mo Yanfan yawned. I'm so tired. Han Shuo, you go. Miss. Why don't you just find an empty vehicle to rest in? Han Shuo, feeling too lazy to move, rolled down the window to suggest to the girl outside. The girl's expression shifted. This was not what she had anticipated, and she could only stomp her foot in frustration as she sought another target. Humph, a White Lotus. Lin Jiao gestured towards Bai Zixi and Shaiki, who were seated atop the car, having witnessed the entire scene unfold. The vehicle was quite close. Bai Zixi interjected. White Lotus is a term of endearment. You shouldn't use it that way. You ought to say she's an average woman. Fine. Who gave this average woman the courage to approach? Lin Jiao reiterated, feeling irked as if someone was coveting what belonged to her. Bai Zixi reclined again, cradling her head with both arms and lying atop a blanket she had spread on the car, gazing at the stars and enjoying the gentle breeze. It was simply delightful. Shaiki followed suit, lying down as well. Lin Jiao turned to them. Why are you two silent? The stars are exceptionally bright tonight, Bai Zixi remarked, her words heartfelt. Indeed. I agree, Shaiki echoed, finding the sight truly beautiful. Hearing their sentiments, Lin Jiao lay down as well, and the three of them quietly gazed at the sky, gradually succumbing to slumber. Inside the vehicle, Xiao Yuvu suddenly spoke up. Will they catch a chill sleeping on the car roof? They're not as fragile as you think. Just go to sleep. 16 shot him a glare. As night deepened, the square was illuminated only by a few car headlights, with 5 soldiers stationed around, keeping watch. Just as dawn approached, a series of gunshots erupted, startling everyone awake. As the awakened individuals beheld the advancing zombies, screams erupted among them, with a few losing their composure and shouting in panic. There are zombies, run. What do we do? We're surrounded. Don't open the doors. Let us not go outside. At that moment, Bai Zixi, Lin Jiao, and Shaiki had already awakened and rushed to the periphery of the square, seizing their weapons to join the fray. From the center of the square, hordes of zombies charged in from every direction with alarming speed. Bai Zixi aimed her rifle at the heads of the foremost zombies, unleashing a sweeping barrage akin to a video game, without a moment's pause. The zombies' heads burst like watermelons. Bang, bang, bang. Black blood and brain matter spewed forth, utterly grotesque. Around her, 20 or so soldiers maintained their positions, forming a protective circle. No zombie could approach within 10 meters. Under Yan Shaochen's command, they coordinated seamlessly, gradually whittling down the surrounding undead. Soldiers, hold on a little longer. The survivors at the center of the square regained their composure, realizing the might of this military unit. 30 minutes later, the area was finally cleared of zombies. Though no one was injured, they had expended a considerable amount of ammunition. However, firearms were invaluable in the early days of the apocalypse, and their use could be deemed worthwhile. I'm going to dig for crystal cores, Bai Zixi announced, brandishing a military knife as she dashed toward the pile of corpses. Yan Shaochen had heard from his elder brother that there were crystal cores within the brains of zombies, which is why he ventured to the research center, bringing back several of the researchers to the base. You all should assist Zixi in extracting the crystal cores, he instructed the individuals behind him. Subsequently, Han Shuo and the others joined in the laborious task of scavenging zombie heads. Chapter 33, The Haunting Infant. The system notification chimed. Affection points 1, affection points 1, affection points 1, current points, 226. After overcoming this wave of crisis, many individuals expressed heightened admiration and gratitude towards this military unit, though some felt it was merely their duty. Host, with so many points, why not spend them? 008 suddenly interjected. Bai Zixi rolled her eyes. Why not save up to 500 in exchange for a permanent ability? Isn't that far more enticing? Are you certain you don't want to elevate your ability to level 2 first? 008 sought to remind her. Wary of the potential consequences should the host meet her demise here. Not yet. As long as I stay within the team, I should be safe, she reassured. Confident in the knowledge that team leader Yan Shaochu's fire ability had already reached level 2. Once the military had organized itself, they distributed 2 cans of food to each survivor before embarking on their return journey. Bai Zixi hopped into the first military vehicle with a roof. Gripping her gun as she settled into a row of seats, the gazes of 8 soldiers fixed upon her, brimming with fervor. An ability-wielding Special Forces soldier was a figure they revered, especially one as strikingly beautiful as she was, leaving the honest and unassuming soldiers hesitant to utter a word. From this elevated vantage point, Bai Zixi observed the convoy trailing behind, a sight quite magnificent. She turned to the earnest soldiers. Hi, you can call me Zixi. Sister, are you truly an ability user? One soldier mustered the courage to approach. Bai Zixi nodded. Yes, why? Do I not seem like one? And no, Sister Zixi. You're just too cool. He quickly clarified, anxious not to offend her. In the base, strength commanded respect, particularly in the eyes of the soldiers, where the status of a specially trained soldier was several ranks above their own. Bai Zixi smiled without uttering a word, redirecting her attention to the road outside. Xian City could be considered a second-tier city, not small by any means. It took 20 minutes to reach the outskirts. At that moment, a figure suddenly burst forth from a convenience store beside a gas station, appearing as though it had escaped from within after being bitten, bloodied and panicked, pleading for help. Help me, please. The man's voice grew increasingly faint, collapsing right in the middle of the road, effectively blocking their path. The compassionate driver had no choice but to halt the vehicle. The intercom swiftly relayed this incident to the commanding officers behind them, prompting several specially trained soldiers to disembark and assess the situation. The man is about to turn into a zombie, one soldier warned loudly, eyes fixed upon the corpse on the road, which was stirring back to life. Bai Zixi and the others also exited the vehicle, as several soldiers raised their guns, poised to confront any zombies that might emerge from the convenience store. When the door creaked open, 5 zombies surged forth, appearing to have only recently transformed. One even bore half a head, blood still oozing. As they stepped outside, the soldiers immediately opened fire, several zombies collapsing under the barrage. The newly mutated zombie on the road met a swift demise as well. Just then, an eerie sound of an infant crying emanated from the convenience store, layered with an unsettling quality. The cries escalated into piercing screams, reverberating through the air and striking deep into the soul. The foremost soldiers could no longer withstand the auditory assault, discarding their weapons to shield their ears, all turning pale. The others were similarly affected, clutching their ears in distress. The survivors in the last row of vehicles fared slightly better, yet were still too frightened to exit their cars. Only Bai Zixi and Yan Shaochen remained largely unaffected, both possessing S-level mental fortitude, their expressions grave as they focused intently on the convenience store. A zombie infant suddenly launched itself from the store, landing atop a gas tank. Its visage ghastly, with sharp, blackened teeth. At merely 5 months old, the infant was now grotesquely deformed, and the mere sight of its face was enough to induce shock. Oh my! Bai Zixi gasped, recalling a horror film featuring a demonic baby, its eyes entirely white. Its mouth stretched wide in a ghastly semblance of a smile or a cry. In that moment of distraction, the zombie infant locked its gaze onto her, grinning wider in excitement as it lunged towards her, moving with the agility of a cat, its remarkable leaping ability allowing it to soar through the air, momentarily suspended. Bai Zixi stood in astonishment. Was it charging at her? There was no time for contemplation. She hastily turned to flee, simultaneously calling out, 008. Quickly help me level up and boost my speed. 008, having just emerged, was taken aback. What on earth is that? Upon closer inspection, the horror intensified. A level 3 zombie infant, speed-oriented and adept at sonic attacks. It promptly enhanced her ability to level 2, but could only raise it to that level. She exchanged 2 points for a 20-minute speed boost, leaving her with 144 points remaining. A warm current surged through Bai Zixi's body, her speed amplifying dramatically. She glanced back at the relentless zombie infant, now only a few dozen meters behind her. It was bounding effortlessly atop abandoned cars, intermittently unleashing sonic attacks. Yet, they posed little threat as her pace remained unyielding. At this speed, I want to be able to shake it off, Bai Zixi realized, maintaining a steady distance of mere meters. 008's mechanical voice chimed in. It's inevitable. It's level 3 while you are level 2, a 1-level gap. You must find a place to hide and mask your presence. At that moment, the zombie infant hurled an abandoned car towards her. Bai Zixi swiftly leapt aside to avoid the impact, drawing her handgun to fire at it repeatedly, but the creature deftly evaded her shots. She holstered her weapon and continued her flight. Chapter 34, Hiding. Bai Zixi swiftly turned into a narrow alley, barely wide enough for 2 people, and quickly halted at a corner, pressing herself against the wall. The silence was punctuated only by her heavy breathing, sweat beading on her forehead, her heart racing in tandem with her anxiety. As the zombie infant's form slinked into the alley, her eyes sharpened, and she raised her handgun, firing rapidly at its head. The confined space restricted the creature's speed. After taking 2 shots, it pressed against the wall, dodging the remaining bullets with frantic leaps, letting out a furious roar as it charged towards her at breakneck speed. Bai Zixi hurriedly darted out of the alley, the pursuing zombie infant using the walls to propel itself forward. The creature's sharp claws swiped at her back just as she was about to escape the narrow passage. Ah! Bai Zixi cried out in pain from the gash inflicted upon her. Gathering her strength, she conjured a sphere of light and hurled it at the creature. Enraged by the hit, the zombie infant unleashed a sonic attack, its monstrous maw wide open. Seizing the opportunity provided by its momentary pause, Bai Zixi sprinted down the main road, her energy waning. They had been engaged for nearly 20 minutes, and her speed boost ability had been exhausted. 008 activated another acceleration for her. Though fatigued, particularly with her back wounded, she felt an odd beauty in her plight. As she ran, she discarded her camouflage jacket, now clad only in a black tank top and camouflage pants, along with a pair of combat boots. As the zombie infant closed in on her, Bai Zixi's eyes suddenly lit up, and she dashed over to a motorcycle parked at the roadside, keys still in the ignition. Bai Zixi sped down the road on her sleek black motorcycle, pursued by the enraged zombie infant that had unleashed its full speed. Gradually, a distance of 100 meters was established between them. Just as she was about to make a turn, Bai Zixi hastily veered into a grand shopping mall. She concealed her motorcycle in a spatial pocket, swiftly ascended the escalator, rushed into the women's restroom, and climbed onto the toilet to open the ventilation duct. With a delicate leap, she squeezed through and securely replaced the vent cover. The reason she refrained from continuing on her motorcycle was that the sound it emitted could not truly elude her pursuer. Moreover, as long as her presence lingered within a certain vicinity, it could be detected. It was merely a matter of time, thus hiding was the more prudent choice. 008. Quickly help me mask my presence, she urged. Once 008 complied, she finally exhaled in relief. Her back wound was beyond her reach, leaving her pondering how to treat it. Upon hearing some thuds resonating within the mall, she was too terrified to make a sound. It felt as though they were playing a game of hide and seek. Having received a distress signal, Yan Shaochen arrived at the outskirts of Xian City with 18 soldiers aboard a helicopter. All of you return to the base, he commanded coldly. Exuding an aura of authority that brooked no dissent, Yan Shaochen, filled with self-reproach, suggested, Brother, let me accompany you to find Zixi. Unnecessary. Your task is to safely escort the survivors back to the base. After organizing them, Yan Shaochen quickly departed in a military vehicle. At that moment, Lin Jiao and 17 approached, their faces etched with concern. Just as Lin Jiao was about to speak, Yan Shaochen interrupted, Return to the base. I am very worried about Zixi. I want to wait here, Lin Jiao insisted, disregarding his objections. Unnecessary. Remaining here will only hinder her, Yan Shaochen bluntly remarked, his words striking a painful chord. Overwhelmed with sorrow, Lin Jiao felt tears welling in her eyes. 17 comforted her, Don't worry, Jiao Jiao. The eldest is very strong. Zixi will be fine. 17. You should join the others. Yan Shaochen glanced at him before directing his attention back to Lin Jiao. Then I'll head over first. 17 quickly scurried away. Lin Jiao turned her back to him, stating, You go ahead, don't mind me. She feared that remaining in his presence would only exacerbate her frustration. He was truly exasperating. Yan Shaochen chuckled at her petulance, and swiftly lifted her onto his shoulder. Departing from the spot. Let me go, you jerk! Lin Jiao exclaimed, startled by his sudden action, struggling fiercely. He soon tossed her into the back seat of a vehicle and joined her. Drive, he commanded. You. She retorted, I curse you with circles. Chapter 35, The Encounter. Hiding within the ventilation duct, Bai Zixi cautiously crawled forward on her knees. 008, do you think it has left? She inquired, struggling against the unpleasant odors that permeated the space. After having hidden for over 20 minutes, her stamina had returned, and she had consumed some food. 008 informed her that her back wound would heal on its own within 3 days without scarring due to her light-based abilities, though it still ached slightly. After waiting for 10 minutes with no activity in the mall, she gently descended from the duct. Once on the second floor, she surveyed her surroundings, finally relaxing her taut nerves. Since she was already there, she decided to browse and collect some supplies. She hurriedly made her way to a women's clothing store, gathering an assortment of casual wear, dresses, and various stylish garments into her spatial pocket, even snagging some men's clothing along the way. There was a supermarket on the third floor, and she entered to gather an abundance of food and other necessities. In no time, her spatial pocket was brimming. As she exited the supermarket into the corridor, she heard 008's urgent warning. Host, run. It's back. Outside the mall, the zombie infant pressed against the glass wall. Its mouth twisted into a sinister grin as it let out a shriek, excitedly charging through the glass towards her. What? Am I really that appealing that it's lying in wait? She exclaimed, cursing under her breath before sprinting down the escalator. Upon reaching the first floor, she released her motorcycle, revving the engine and speeding out of the mall, the zombie infant hot on her heels. In the desolate, abandoned city, a striking young woman raced on her motorcycle while a zombie infant pursued her. The scene was exhilarating. How long does it intend to chase me? At this rate, I will either be bitten or exhausted. Just as her mind wandered, her motorcycle collided with a suddenly appearing SUV at the intersection, sending her flying 5 meters into the air. Bai Zixi's eyes widened in shock as she soared upwards, experiencing the sensation of falling, and instinctively closed her eyes, bracing for impact. She opened her eyes to behold a familiar handsome face. Had he caught her? Yan Shaochen gently placed the terrified woman down in front of the vehicle, and in an instant, his demeanor shifted to one of fierce intensity. His fists crackled with silver lightning as the zombie infant leapt towards them from the air. With pinpoint accuracy, he struck the creature's head. The zombie infant let out a cry as it collapsed, its skull caving in to reveal a gory hole. Following that, another bolt of lightning surged from above, striking the wound. The zombie infant barely had time to emit a sound before being reduced to charred remains. I knew he was powerful, but I had no idea he was this formidable. Bai Zixi's emotions were a whirlwind. She had encountered far too many shocks that day. The zombie infant that had tormented her for so long was so effortlessly dispatched. Despite possessing extraordinary abilities herself, she felt a pang of inadequacy. Surprised yet touched, she watched as Yan Shaochen calmly approached the fallen creature, collecting its crystal core before returning. Leaning against the side of the vehicle, she met his deep, penetrating gaze. Momentarily at a loss for words, assuming she was injured and unable to move, he effortlessly scooped her up and placed her in the passenger seat. His actions were so practiced that she barely registered what was happening. Upon returning to the driver's seat, Yan Shaochen draped his coat over her shoulders and started the vehicle. I'm so tired. I'll just sleep for a bit, Bai Zixi murmured, pulling his coat closer and adjusting her seat, quickly succumbing to slumber, enveloped in the elegant fragrance of his clothing. Chapter 36, The Touch. Yan Shaochen drove to the outskirts of Xian City, halting before his private villa. The area was predominantly open lawns, with only a few neighboring villas, making the presence of zombies scarce. As he glanced at the sweetly sleeping woman beside him, a subtle smile graced his lips, and his cold, dark eyes softened with warmth. Ever since his mother's passing, no woman had stirred any emotions within him, except for this carefree one. He gently caressed her delicate face with his large hand, causing Bai Zixi to abruptly awaken. Confusion etched across her features. What are you doing? She asked, fearing he might be expecting something from her. Instinctively, she shifted away. Yan Shaochen's gaze darkened. She was frightened. Indeed, who could look at him without trepidation? His handsome visage quickly reverted to its usual coldness. Get out. Must he change his demeanor so rapidly? Bai Zixi pondered as she exited the vehicle, feeling a sense of bewilderment. What had she done to displease him? It seemed he was still the same icy aristocrat. Perhaps saving her was merely a matter of convenience, which was preferable, no emotional burdens. "Where's this?" she inquired, observing her unfamiliar surroundings. "Come inside," Yan Shaochen commanded, striding through the entrance of the two-story villa. Bai Zixi had long since grown accustomed to his tone. After all, it was typical for someone of his stature to possess a rather short temper. She wasn't marrying him, so why bother quarreling? She followed him inside, casually closing the door behind her, and handed him her coat with a casual, "Thanks." The time was now 5 in the afternoon, and the room was brightly lit, adorned with lavish decor. After he accepted the garment, Bai Zixi turned and ascended the staircase. She felt sticky all over, and the scabs on her back were itching, necessitating a wash in the bathroom. Just as she pivoted, Yan Shaochen noticed the scars on her back, his brow furrowing as he made his way into the living room. Bai Zixi found a room with an attached bathroom, entered, and shut the door, attempting to turn on the faucet at the sink. To her surprise, water flowed with a rush. Was there a water tank in this villa? Suddenly, she recalled that she had no backpack and could not retrieve clothes from her space. This was quite peculiar. She stepped out of the room and glanced at the wardrobe, which was filled with men's clothing. Grabbing a white shirt, she sniffed it, confirming its cleanliness, and returned to the bathroom to take a cold shower. After changing into the white shirt, she wore only her underwear and leggings beneath, having deemed her previous pants too filthy to don again. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, she pondered whether her legs were too exposed. After all, it was summer, and showing some skin wasn't particularly inappropriate, was it? Satisfied with her appearance, Bai Zixi exited the bathroom, only to find Yan Shaochen seated at the edge of the bed. She was startled, asking, "You were looking for me?" Yan Shaochen lifted his gaze, taking in her alluring form, suppressing the stirrings within him as he calmly instructed, "Come here. Lie on the bed and remove your clothes." As he spoke, he picked up a bottle of disinfectant. Could it be what she feared? What did he intend to do with that disinfectant? "Are you expecting me to do it myself?" His deep voice resonated again. "No, I don't want to apply that," she protested, shaking her head vehemently, confused as to how he could speak so nonchalantly about such matters. Was stripping for him to apply medicine a typical duty of subordinates? Yan Shaochen rose and approached her. Seeing him advance, Bai Zixi hastily turned to flee, but before she could reach the door, he scooped her up in his arms. "Yan Shaochen, I'm not injured. Put me down," she exclaimed, her tone a mix of feigned ferocity and genuine softness. Hearing her call him by his full name brought him a flicker of joy, prompting a gentler response. "I won't hurt you. I just need to disinfect." He had laid her on the bed, just a step away from undressing her. As he prepared to remove her clothing, Bai Zixi quickly relented, saying, "No, I'll do it myself." Turning her back to him, she took a deep breath, reminding herself that he merely intended to apply the medicine. Letting that thought settle, she slowly pulled the white shirt down to her waist, revealing her beautiful back marked with bloodstains. Upon seeing the claw marks, Yan Shaocheng's brow furrowed slightly as he gently applied the disinfectant with a cotton swab. "Ah, it itches," she thought, feeling the scabs nearing closure. The need for medication seemed superfluous, though he remained unaware of her resilience. "All set, rest well. We will return to the base tomorrow morning," he said, rising to offer her a few parting words before swiftly exiting the room. Perhaps she had overthought it. He truly was only concerned for her health, after all. She was a rare ability wielder. Finally able to rest, Bai Zixi donned her clothing and dove under the covers, closing her eyes and drifting into sleep. System prompt. Favorability 5, current points, 147. Chapter 37, Familiar Faces. In the morning, seated in the passenger seat, Bai Zixi leisurely indulged in the fruit cans Yan Shaochen had provided, leaning back in satisfaction after finishing. Yan Shaochen, driving, stole a glance at the petite woman in his white shirt, legs exposed, her hair cascading loosely as she reclined languidly. Her confidence was remarkable. Not long after they merged onto the main road, 3 black sedans obstructed their path. Signs of a struggle marred the road, the remains of either zombies or mutated beasts. Yan Shaochen halted the car several meters away, exiting the vehicle, prompting Bai Zixi to hurriedly follow. As they approached, they heard voices ahead. "Boss, someone is coming from behind." Gu Ziwen, crouched to examine the corpse of a mutated tiger, stood upon hearing the sound. A smirk graced his lips as he recognized Yan Shaochen. "What a coincidence. Young Master Yan, it's good to see you." His gaze briefly swept over Bai Zixi beside Yan Shaochen, an expression of mild surprise crossing his features, laced with a hint of sarcasm. "I told you, how could a prominent figure from the Imperial City not have an eye for women? Your taste is commendable." Bai Zixi was left speechless. Why did this dashing, rogue-looking man speak in such a juvenile manner? "Your cars are blocking my path," Yan Shaochen replied coolly, unfazed by the insinuation. At that moment, a stunning woman emerged from one of the cars, approaching Gu Ziwen's side. "Ziwen, Why haven't we left yet? After speaking, she cast her gaze toward the man and woman ahead, noting the man's striking looks and the woman's beauty, a pang of envy stirring within her. My apologies. Young Master Yan, our Gu family's base is just up ahead. Why not join us for a gathering? It would be my pleasure to extend some hospitality. Gu Ziwen extended a warm invitation, keen to glean information about the opposing base while showcasing their own prowess. Yan Shaochen, aware of his intentions, remained unmoved, declining, no need. We must be on our way. With that, he turned and walked back toward his car, Bai Zixi quietly trailing behind him. She too wished to return to the base to earn points, determined to solidify her abilities permanently before venturing out again, hoping to avoid any dangers along the way. Just then, a massive mutated wolf emerged from the hillside, howling at the sky. 008 quickly assessed that wolf's attributes, Bai Zixi exclaimed, startled by the sound. Mutated wolf. Level 3, high attack power. Its weakness lies at the neck, 008 swiftly informed her. Yan Shaochen wasted no time, turning the car around with a serious expression, vigilantly surveying the situation behind them. Everyone, get in the car and retreat. Gu Ziwen commanded, his brow furrowed as he hurried into the vehicle. The corpse of the mutated tiger would undoubtedly attract zombies and other mutated beasts. They had lingered too long. At that moment, a pack of mutated wolves descended the hillside, ready to pounce upon their prey on the road. Hurry, turn around, Gu Ziwen urged, panic rising as several mutated wolves charged toward them, leaving them no choice but to retreat. Ah, those wolves are enormous and terrifying. The woman beside him, Feng Xiaro, exclaimed in fear, clutching Gu Ziwen's arm, feigning vulnerability. Gu Ziwen's expression darkened. Don't bother me, he snapped, pulling his arm away in disdain. Reflecting on the woman beside Yan Shaochen, he scoffed. She overshadowed him in every aspect, even in femininity. The more he thought about it, the darker his gaze became. Chapter 38, The River. Allah. In the last vehicle, they were quickly overtaken by the pursuing pack of mutated wolves. Two of the colossal beasts crashed into the vehicle, sending it tumbling uncontrollably, while the four men inside screamed in terror. Help! The two mutated wolves pierced the windows with their sharp claws, sending the occupants into a panic, raising their handguns. However, before they could fire, the wolves' claws pierced their bodies, unleashing a chorus of agonized cries. Within moments, they were devoured entirely. A few of the mutated wolves continued their pursuit of the remaining vehicles, unsatisfied with the meager prey they had just consumed. This pack must have had at least 10 members. Ah, Brother Ziwen, those wolves are closing in, Feng Xiaro exclaimed. Fearing she might meet the same grim fate as the previous vehicle, the haunting screams still echoing in her mind. Previously, she had found their slaughter of zombies repulsive. Daring not to descend from the car, protected as she was, Gu Ziwen wore a look of impatience. Silence, boss. The vehicle ahead has already entered the path into the valley. Should we follow? Inquired the burly man at the wheel. Keep up. Before turning, Bai Zixi had already glimpsed the situation behind. Everyone in a car had been annihilated, with 2 sedans in pursuit and 6 mutated wolves on their tails. To her astonishment, there were 2 level 3 mutated wolves among them, the rest being level 2. How could they possibly fight? They would undoubtedly need to flee. All thanks to those fools behind them who had stirred up trouble. The vehicle had now ventured deep into the valley, surrounded by lush greenery and majestic mountains. Yet, Bai Zixi's mind was not at ease to appreciate the scenery, for the pursuing vehicles and mutated wolves remained relentless. Oh, ahead lies a river, she noted, as a mighty river thundered through the mountains, cascading down with ferocious vigor. It was a waterfall, and Bai Zixi gazed vacantly at the splendid spectacle ahead, torn between the torrent in front and the pack of wolves behind. Were it not for the dire escape, she would have surely lingered to admire the view. Yan Shaochen's expression grew grave when had a river appeared here. He was bewildered, pondering if the apocalypse could indeed alter the landscape. The 2 sedans soon followed, and the 6 mutated wolves howled, their fangs bared as they lunged. Get out, Yan Shaochen commanded, brandishing a handgun as he opened the car door. Prepared for battle, Bai Zixi too seized a handgun and followed suit. Inside the vehicle were only a few handguns and canned food, nothing more. The moment she alighted, she heard anguished cries as another sedan's occupants were besieged by wolves, blood gushing forth as they were swiftly torn apart. The gruesome sight sent shivers down her spine, her stomach churning, and she instinctively sought refuge behind Yan Shaochen, averting her gaze. Yan Shaochen, we can collaborate, Gu Ziwen approached with Feng Xiaro and 2 subordinates in tow. Feng Xiaro tugged at his sleeve, trembling from shock. Yan Shaochen pulled Bai Zixi back a few steps to the riverbank, his gaze fixed on the 2 level 3 mutated wolves. What right do you have to negotiate with me? Gu Ziwen's expression darkened, and he unleashed a blade of wind towards the approaching level 2 wolves. The resilient mutated wolf merely sustained a superficial wound, momentarily pausing before letting out a furious roar and lunging again. What are you all waiting for? Attack! Gu Ziwen's impatience surged as he realized his strike had inflicted minimal damage. The frightened duo quickly regained their wits. One conjured an earthen wall to block the onslaught, while the other fired at a mutated wolf several meters away. Chapter 39, Crossing the River. At that moment, the two level 3 mutated wolves charged towards Yan Shaochen, baring their teeth. I'll handle the one on the right, Bai Zixi declared, aiming her handgun at another mutated wolf and firing, hitting its front paw. The creature howled in pain and lunged at her, but she swiftly dodged, conjuring a glowing sphere to retaliate, though it seemed to cause little effect. She retreated a few steps, increasing the distance before aiming for its throat, yet it evaded and lunged again. Bai Zixi relied on her agility to evade its attacks, aware that even a moment's hesitation could lead to her being torn apart by its fangs. She had spent 2 points to increase her speed, but she could only stall, waiting for Yan Shaochen to deal with his foe before assisting her. However, her hopes were dashed as another level 2 mutated wolf joined the fray. Damn! She cursed under her breath, realizing that no matter how fast she was, facing 2 mutated wolves simultaneously was unbearable. Restricted in her movements, Bai Zixi soon found her actions slowing down as the sharp claws of the level 3 mutated wolf neared her. In a swift motion, Yan Shaochen leaped forward, using his arm to block the attack, while his other hand conjured a bolt of lightning to strike back. The level 3 mutated wolf struck at close range, let out a pained cry and fell back, wary of him. The other 2 injured wolves began circling closer. Are you all right? Bai Zixi asked, noticing blood still flowing from his arm, baffled by his silence. Did he not feel pain? The 2 level 3 wolves and 1 level 2 soon lunged at them together. Yan Shaochen wielded a dagger in one hand and summoned lightning with the other, skillfully dodging as he directed the lightning toward the nearest wolf, then plunged the dagger into the head of the level 2 mutated wolf. Bai Zixi swiftly released a light arrow, striking the neck of the fallen level 2 wolf, ensuring its demise. The 2 level 3 wolves, witnessing their companion's death, were instantly enraged, furiously charging at the pair. Bai Zixi hastily dodged, with no time for a counterattack. One misstep could lead to being shredded. What should I do? 008. She pondered, feeling her strength waning. 008, concerned for its host, suggested, perhaps you should jump into the river. You can use 5 points for a water avoidance pearl and need not fear drowning. But what of Yan Shaochen if she leapt? Could he contend with 2 level 3 mutated wolves? His lightning abilities had only recently reached level 3. Just then, one of the level 3 wolves lunged at her, and Bai Zixi found herself with no escape. If she jumped backward, the wolf would likely follow her into the river. Having made her decision, Bai Zixi leaped gracefully. But Yan Shaochen's expression shifted dramatically. Without hesitation, he followed her into the river. The torrent quickly enveloped them, and as Bai Zixi plunged into the water, a chill surged through her. Dazed, she surfaced, prepared to swim to the opposite bank, only to be caught in a sudden current. Just as she was about to be swept away, a strong hand grasped hers, and before she could react, they were both dragged downstream. They were swept into a deep pool, and Bai Zixi soon resurfaced, realizing someone had come down with her. As she submerged, she noticed Yan Shaochen struggling beneath the water. Swiftly, she swam toward him, seeing his distress. Without a second thought, she pressed her hands against his handsome face and kissed him, awkwardly attempting to provide him with air. The softness of her lips momentarily stunned Yan Shaochen, a warm tide surging within him. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still, and he found himself willingly succumbing to the sensation. Chapter 40, Embrace. System notification. Affection value. 8. Current points. 148. Bai Zixi exerted considerable effort to pull Yan Shaochen ashore, collapsing beside him as she gasped for breath. Turning to the motionless man beside her, she leaned in and gently patted his face. Yan Shaochen, wake up. Hadn't she just gained some affection points? Why was he still unresponsive? Bai Zixi hurriedly helped him sit up, resting one of his arms on her shoulder as she sought a sheltered spot against the cliff. She retrieved the tent she had collected from the mall, slipping inside to change out of her drenched clothes into a casual outfit before dragging him into the tent. I'm going to help you out of your clothes now, she said, bending down to unbutton his shirt. 008's mechanical voice chimed in. Host, it is inappropriate for men and women to be so intimate. Perhaps you should use a tool? Bai Zixi had already unbuttoned half of his black shirt, the contours of his well-defined 8-pack abs subtly visible. Last night, he had glimpsed her back. Now, she felt this was a fair exchange. Never mind, such trivial matters weren't worth wasting points over. She shook her head and swiftly peeled his shirt off, leaving only his boxers. Bai Zixi propped her chin on her hand, admiring the handsome figure before her. Nearly 6 feet tall, his skin, while not as fair as hers, was still appealing, and his chiseled features were striking. It was perplexing that he had remained single for so long. As she pulled him onto the mattress, she noted, why is his body temperature so high? Could it be an infection? She retrieved a blanket from her space to cover him before examining the wounds on his arms. Could the injury have become infected from exposure to water? Channeling her energy, she began to treat his wounds. Gradually, her energy waned, and Bai Zixi, feeling weak, lay down beside him. 008. If there's danger, remember to wake me up. I need to sleep for a bit, she instructed before drifting off. Morning broke. The blood-red glow on the eastern horizon had yet to fade when the sun cast its brilliant rays. With a flourish, it blended crimson, orange, yellow, green, blue, and violet, painting the river with hues that mirrored the dawn. Beneath a cliff, a conspicuous tent housed a couple entwined in slumber. Though Yan Shaochen had been unconscious yesterday, his mind had been keenly aware of everything she had done. He just couldn't open his eyes until now. The petite woman nestled in his embrace was sound asleep, and he turned to gaze at her serene face, his eyes lingering on her delicate, rosy lips. The scene from Underwater kept replaying in his mind. System prompt. Affection level 5, current points, 153. Bai Zixi stirred slightly, instinctively wrapping her arms around the warm body beside her and draping a leg over him. Sinking back into a comfortable slumber, Yan Shaochen sighed. A normal man after all. This woman had no sense of caution around him whatsoever. After a moment, Bai Zixi began to wake, her eyes fluttering open to reveal she was indeed lying in someone else's arms. She bolted upright, her face flushed with embarrassment. Why didn't you wake me up? Yan Shaochen also sat up, exposing his bare torso, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Did you sleep well? It was all right. How are you feeling? She replied softly. Before he could respond, she continued, actually, I'm a dual-element ability user. Understanding her intent, Yan Shaochen smirked. Yes. I will keep your secret. Hearing his words, Bai Zixi sighed in relief, retrieving a set of men's clothing from her space. Put these on first. Fortunately, her foresight had led her to collect numerous male garments. Given the predominance of men in the military at the base, this might help her earn some points. She had also procured a small car from the marketplace, initially intending to use it to escape Xian City, but it would now serve a purpose. After a light meal, they resumed their drive towards the base. Chapter 41, Escape. By afternoon, as they approached the Yin family base, Bai Zixi felt a sense of relief wash over her. Finally, they had returned. Their car was halted by soldiers at the base gate. Please stop the vehicle. Those inside must disembark for a thorough inspection. Yan Shaochen rolled down the window, revealing his face, his voice deep and commanding. Open the gate. Yes, young master, I'll open it right away. The young soldier hastily complied, swinging the gate wide. The white sedan smoothly entered the residential area. Once the car parked, Bai Zixi exchanged a quick greeting with him before sprinting towards the villa. Upon entering the living room, she was greeted by several unfamiliar faces. Were these the Yan family relatives returned from Xian City? Zixi, you're finally back, Yan's father exclaimed with delight, quickly introducing her to those beside him. Let me introduce you. This is my brother Yan Yang and his daughter Yan Luluo. Bai Zixi politely smiled. Hello, Uncle Yang. She nodded at the innocent-looking Yan Luluo, acknowledging her presence. Zixi has grown so much. She's about the same age as our Luluo. You two should get along well. Yan Luluo's voice was sweet as she chimed. Daddy, why haven't T's second cousin and third cousin returned yet? Why do you still cling to your cousins to play? They're busy, he replied. Just then, Yan Shaochen entered, dressed in casual white attire that softened his usual imposing demeanor. Yan Luluo's eyes lit up at the sight of him as she approached, a charming smile on her face. Eldest cousin, you're back. Yan Shaochen deftly sidestepped her outstretched hand. His tone indifferent. I'm feeling rejected. Yan Luluo pouted. Eldest cousin, you haven't changed at all. Shaochen, you've managed the base exceptionally well. I'm proud of you. Yan Yang praised sincerely. Despite having a significant military presence himself, he couldn't even establish a safe haven and had to rely on his elder brother for support to maintain his position as the city lord. You're too kind, uncle. Yan Shaochen replied nonchalantly, harboring little affection for this uncle. He then took Bai Zixi's hand, leading her upstairs. Observing them ascend together, Yan's father was initially taken aback, but soon beamed with joy. This lad had finally shown some promise. What is going on here? Yan Yang asked in astonishment. Noting his usually aloof nephew had just held a girl's hand, Yan's father shrugged, smiling. Come, let us have some tea. Let the young ones sort their matters. Yan Luo felt quite displeased. This was her brother, and now two girls had suddenly appeared, mere outsiders occupying their space. How infuriating. Upon reaching the second floor, Bai Zixi freed her hand from his grasp. I'll head back to my room first. However, before she could take more than a few steps, he pulled her back into his embrace. She gasped, pressing her hands against his chest. What are you doing? What? You saw everything. Are you not going to take responsibility? Yan Shaochen's dark eyes locked with hers, his alluring voice whispering in her ear. Let me go. I don't know what you're talking about, Bai Zixi stammered. Feeling a bit guilty. What did he mean? She certainly wouldn't take responsibility. It was unintentional, all for the sake of saving him. Though he had gotten injured because of her. Once he released his hold, she quickly turned and fled, returning to her room, locking the door behind her. Finally exhaling in relief. Chapter 42, Office. Beautiful lady, here's my information form. A man in line stepped forward, handing her a piece of paper. Bai Zixi, seated in her office chair, accepted the form that had been passed through the glass window. This was her new job, assisting new personnel at the base in obtaining identity cards. Apart from basic information like names, the identity cards were primarily used to undertake missions to earn contribution points that could be exchanged for supplies within the base. The office was situated not far from the base entrance, resembling a security booth. She was now considered a temporary civil servant. All right, please hold on for a moment. Bai Zixi quickly entered the information into the computer, then placed a transparent card into the machine, completing the identity card in a minute. This technology was impressive. She wondered who had developed it. So convenient. All done. She smiled gently, handing the card back. I'd like to ask how to earn contribution points? The man, looking rather disheveled, wore a puzzled expression. Bai Zixi, with great patience, gently directed him. You may find guidance in the mission hall over there. All right, thank you, he replied. The system notification chimed in. Favorability 1, current points, 154. As the man departed, a woman approached, presenting an information form. Bai Zixi, taken aback for a moment, glanced at the form. Shu Ting, age 25, wood type abilities, level 2, quite impressive. She promptly assisted in processing her identity card and handed it over, saying, all set. Thank you. By the way, may I inquire whether the shiny objects found in the zombies' brains can truly be exchanged for contribution points? Shu Ting, along with her boyfriend and a few friends, had come to explore, curious after picking up some, and was surprised by their usefulness. Had she known, she would have gathered more. Indeed, you can redeem them at the mission hall, Bai Zixi replied softly with a nod. All right, thanks. The system notified her again. Favorability 2. Current points, 156. Shu Ting stepped aside, awaiting her boyfriend and friends to complete their registration. When her boyfriend approached, his gaze fixated on Bai Zixi, and he spoke warmly. Thank you for your assistance. Bai Zixi said nothing, accepting his information form and swiftly typing on the keyboard, efficiently processing his identity card before handing it back. Thank you. No need for thanks, Bai Zixi replied with a polite smile, offering a casual dismissal. The system indicated favorability 1, current points, 157. The man, displaying impeccable courtesy, accepted the card and turned to check on Shu Ting, asking with concern, are you tired of waiting? Shu Ting shook her head, appearing somewhat bashful. Not at all. Having assisted the group with their identity cards, Bai Zixi accrued an additional 3 points. She felt a twinge of regret, while the woman seemed quite commendable. Her boyfriend left much to be desired, and the 3 male companions harbored impure intentions. Nevertheless, the base enforced strict regulations against internal conflicts, and any transgressions would lead to expulsion or worse, thus alleviating her concerns about their potential misconduct. Dressed in a crisp white shirt and form-fitting jeans, with her hair styled in a high ponytail, Bai Zixi exuded youthful vibrance, her gentle demeanor likely winning her favor from any man. Thus, she toiled from morning until afternoon, processing identity cards for over 100 individuals, amassing over 60 points, bringing her total to 228. Recently, the base had been engaged in rescue operations, with many survivors escaping on their own, resulting in a high influx of individuals requiring registration. Besides her, there was only one other staff member present. My shift has concluded. Those remaining can come back tomorrow, Bai Zixi announced, placing a notice board outside before locking up her office and heading home. Chapter 43, Casual Conversations. Upon entering the villa, Bai Zixi encountered Lin Jiao and Yan Shaochen returning from outside. Lin Jiao hurried over, wrapping her arms around Bai Zixi's, her face alight with excitement. Zixi, you're back. Things seem to be progressing well, Bai Zixi teased knowingly. That speed is certainly fit for the protagonists. What are you talking about? We were merely on a mission. Lin Jiao replied, her cheeks flushing slightly as she whispered an explanation. Yan Fu sat contentedly on the living room sofa, beckoning the others standing at the door. Come. Take a seat. Dinner will take a while. Lin Jiao, with a playful whisper to Bai Zixi, asked, did you manage to win over the base leader? Jiao Jiao. Let us not discuss this, Bai Zixi responded awkwardly, feeling as if she had dug her own grave. What are you two talking about? Can uncle hear? Yan Fu, filled with curiosity, was eager to learn about their progress. It's nothing, Lin Jiao replied softly, not wanting to share such matters with him. Just then, Yin Yang and Yin Lilo entered through the villa's main door. Yan Luluo, excited, rushed to sit beside Yan Shaochen, her voice sweet. Third brother. Yan Shaochen nodded without speaking, his gaze lingering on Lin Jiao, who deliberately turned away, avoiding eye contact. Once the dishes were served, everyone rose to head to the dining room, where they seated 7 around the rectangular table. Bai Zixi led Lin Jiao to a more distant spot, as she found Yan Luluo unfriendly and preferred to avoid interactions, planning to find an opportunity to move out soon. With only Yan Shaochen absent, everyone else residing there was present, enjoying a simple meal of 5 dishes and soup. Along with some steamed buns, the meat options were limited to pork and beef. In a typical household before the apocalypse, this spread would have been considered generous. But the spoiled Yan Luluo pouted. Daddy, these dishes are so bland. Luluo, don't speak out of turn. How can you be picky at a time like this? Yin Yang scolded his daughter before addressing the others. Please excuse her. It's my fault for indulging her. Not at all. We're all family. Next time, I'll have someone prepare a few dishes that Luluo enjoys. Yin Fu quickly added, eager to appease. I knew Uncle loves Luluo the most, Yin Luluo thought to herself, secretly relishing her position as the family's darling. Bai Zixi and Lin Jiao remained silent, finishing their meal and exchanging greetings before retreating to their room. Zixi, do you think we should move over to 17's place? Lin Jiao expressed her discontent with the current living arrangements and the constant need to navigate social intricacies after exhausting missions. That sounds good. Let's pack our things and inform Uncle Yin downstairs, Bai Zixi decided promptly, acknowledging the discomfort of their situation. Lin Jiao, pleased, pulled her toward their room, swiftly packing their belongings into storage. Upon descending, they found only Yin Fu and Yin Yang enjoying tea. Bai Zixi approached first. Uncle, I wish to move over to the adjacent building with Jiao Jiao. What did you say? Yin Fu exclaimed, rising in surprise. Why do both daughters-in-law suddenly wish to relocate? This simply won't do, he insisted, his face filled with reluctance. No, that place is filled with rough men. How can young ladies like yourselves live there? Yin Fu implored, trying to dissuade them. Rest assured, Uncle, we will be close by and will visit frequently, Lin Jiao responded resolutely. Oh, just remember to come around and keep this old man company. Yin Fu, despite his reluctance, ultimately conceded after their repeated reassurances. Having secured their promise, they exited the Yin family residence and made their way to the nearby 3-story villa where 17 resided. Zixi, Jiao Jiao, are you really going to live here? That is wonderful, 17 exclaimed, eagerly leading them to an empty room on the 3rd floor. At that moment, Muya, Lin Jiao, and 17 gathered in the newly arranged space, teasing Bai Zixi. I heard someone encountered danger and was heroically rescued by a big shot. How romantic. Muya teased unabashedly, genuinely happy for her. The future lady of the base leader should take good care of me. Lin Jiao joined in, playfully bantering. 17, more serious, remarked, Zixi. I've never seen the young master so anxious about anyone. You two should nurture this relationship well. Bai Zixi felt speechless. How had this matter become the talk of the entire base? No wonder everyone she encountered treated her with such deference today. It was all due to this. Jiao Jiao, how are things between you and 3rd young master Yin? Bai Zixi asked mischievously as she glanced at Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao, feeling the weight of their gazes, recalled the events of the past few days with him and nervously replied, and no, it's nothing. Muya, adopting the tone of a seasoned veteran, advised. You must thoroughly assess this man. Don't be easily deceived. Just look at how well I have my own man under control. The 3 of them nodded earnestly, their expressions reflecting their eagerness to learn. After chatting for a while, they each returned to their respective rooms. It was only then that Bai Zixi realized why she was learning all of this. She wasn't interested in romance at the moment. Gaining points was of utmost importance. Chapter 44, The Gift at the Research Institute. A gentleman clad in a white lab coat looked at Yan Shaochen, who had just emerged from the laboratory. When will you bring your little girlfriend for us to meet? Yan Shaochen maintained a placid demeanor, sensing a surge of energy within him. This was his new wind-based ability, which he had been enhancing by absorbing crystal cores over the past few days, elevating it to level 2. It appeared that advancing to level 3 would not be so straightforward, as dual abilities consumed a significant amount of crystal cores. Hao Yunbo chuckled mischievously. So you haven't won her over yet? Perhaps I could offer you some advice. Yan Shaochen, unusually good-natured, replied, Go on. Firstly, you must have a thick skin. Even fierce women fear persistent suitors. And don't hesitate to shower her with gifts, Hao Ran suggested, drawing from his own experiences of having dated a couple of women. Shaochen, don't listen to him. Modern women adore the domineering CEO type. The more commanding, the better, chimed in another bearded researcher, eager to lend his perspective. Yan Shaochen was not only a powerhouse in terms of strength, but also possessed exceptional management skills and a knack for research. Most notably, he was remarkably handsome, truly embodying the quintessential multi-talented figure. though his emotional intelligence remained to be assessed. Those at the Research Institute had known him for many years and were well acquainted with his temperament. Well, I shall give it a try, Yan Shaochen said before turning to exit the institute. Meanwhile, Bai Zixi was in high spirits, leisurely organizing her desk as she sat in her office chair. After 6 days of hard work, she had accumulated 563 points, an admirable achievement indeed. The prospect of obtaining a permanent ability and a gift pack filled her with excitement. Congratulations. Host, you are simply marvelous, 008 chimed in, eager to flatter her. You are on the verge of making a purchase, and I am thrilled. Of course, Bai Zixi replied with an air of pride, showing no humility. She aspired to be a formidable and glamorous figure in this post-apocalyptic world. 008 noticed her fondness for compliments and consistently showered her with praise. After tidying her workspace, she rose and made her way outside. The base had begun to resemble a small city, complete with a trading area, residential quarters, and medical facilities. However, just a few steps into her walk, she abruptly halted. Spotting a familiar man standing several meters ahead, his gaze locked onto hers. An inexplicable wave of anxiety washed over her. Around them, patrolling colleagues dared not breathe in Yan Shaochen's presence, fearing he had come to inspect their work. At that moment, a seemingly fragile woman emerged from nowhere. Her eyes fixated on Yan Shaochen's handsome face. Conceiving a scheme, she feigned a fall and lunged toward him. Yan Shaochen furrowed his brow as he observed the approaching woman, effortlessly sidestepping her advance and signaling to a nearby patrolman. The woman, having fallen, exclaimed in surprise, but before she could rise, she was apprehended by a soldier, who ignored her protests of, "What are you doing? Let me go? Do you know who I am?" Yet, her words fell on deaf ears. As newcomers to the base were unaware of who held the most authority here, only those within the inner circle were privy to such knowledge, which emboldened them to act on their whims. However, had they known, they might have still dared to act, hoping for a stroke of luck that could change their fortunes forever. Yan Shaochen approached Bai Zixi, presenting her with a beautifully wrapped gift box. "This is for you." Bai Zixi momentarily froze, torn between accepting or declining the gift. Refusing would be impolite, yet accepting seemed to imply a deeper acceptance of him. Noticing her hesitation, Yan Shaochen took her small hand, stating, "I'll escort you back." "Don't hold my hand," Bai Zixi protested, feeling the weight of the varied gazes upon them. Her discomfort palpable. Yan Shaochen maintained his grip on her hand as they walked together until they reached the entrance of the villa, where he placed the gift box in her hands before turning away. Chapter 45. Level up. In the building where Bai Zixi resided, only a few women remained. Previously, there had been 15 and 16, but they had mysteriously moved out the day before. She entered the villa with the gift box, quickly retreating to her room to place it on her bed. Sitting on the carpet, she gazed curiously at the box, unable to believe that Yan Shaochen had given her a gift. "Hurry and open it," 008 urged excitedly. Bai Zixi, unfazed, began to unwrap the gift box. Upon seeing its contents, her eyes sparkled with delight. It was a set of jewelry crafted from purple jade, crystalline and exquisitely made. Beyond its beauty, the jade was known for its ability to replenish vitality and enhance beauty. He certainly had an eye for gifts. Bai Zixi adorned herself with a pair of purple earrings, placing the necklace and bracelet into her storage space, as wearing the entire set felt too ostentatious. 008. "I'm going to exchange for a permanent light ability now," she stated, navigating to the system store to initiate the exchange. Having completed the ability exchange, she felt significantly more at ease. With 63 points remaining, she spent 50 points to elevate her ability to level 3, leaving her with a balance of 13 points. "Host, you currently possess 1 diamond gift pack and 2 silver gift packs," 008 announced. Previously, during her escape in Xin City, she had spent over 50 points to upgrade her ability to level 2, receiving a silver gift pack as a reward, and after spending 500 points, she was awarded a diamond gift pack. After spending 50 points to reach level 3, she obtained another silver gift pack. "Let us open the diamond gift pack first," Bai Zixi said, her anticipation evident as she gazed at the projection screen. "Congratulations, host. You have achieved a comprehensive upgrade of your space. It will automatically close in 10 minutes, with an update time of 24 hours, 008's voice resonated. "Let us open the other 2 gift packs as well. Since an upgrade is imminent, we might as well unveil them all." "Understood, host," 008 replied, proceeding to open the 2 silver gift packs. "Congratulations, host. You have received a cold moon blade. This blade is not only exceedingly sharp, but also visually striking." The other gift pack yielded a one-time use item, 10 escape talismans and 10 invisibility talismans. Bai Zixi examined the silver cold moon blade with satisfaction, eager to test its efficacy against zombies. The black talismans were intriguing, The invisibility talisman granted 30 minutes of concealment, during which one would remain undetected as long as they were not touched. The escape talisman, when activated, would transport the user to a random location. Breaking the talisman within 2 hours would return them to their original position, but after that time frame, there would be no turning back. That was rather thrilling. What if she ended up in the sea or amidst a horde of zombies? Fortunately, the invisibility talisman mitigated the risks involved. However, she would have to wait until the system space upgrade was complete to utilize them, which would also provide an opportunity to practice her swordsmanship. Bai Zixi stored the talismans and the blade in her space as the system began its upgrade process. After enjoying a refreshing bath, she emerged in a charming pink pajama set, grabbing a bottle of yogurt from her desk as she strolled to the balcony and reclined on a rocking chair, swinging her legs. With her new permanent ability, she felt a sense of elation, remaining in an excited state. Suddenly, she sensed a gaze upon her. Looking up, she saw Yan Shaochen clad in a black bathrobe, a white towel draped around his neck, with damp hair. In the moonlight, he appeared exceptionally enigmatic and handsome, lacking the usual cold demeanor. Instead, he resembled a noble gentleman, exuding elegance and charm in his every movement. His gaze softened as he looked at her, causing Bai Zixi to momentarily lose her composure. She instinctively touched the earrings adorning her ears, her heartbeat quickening. She and T realized their rooms were so close. With a gentle leap, she could easily reach his side. Do I look good? Yan Shaochen was quite pleased to witness her reaction, as his voice, laced with temptation, resonated. Bai Zixi, having regained her composure, turned her face away and replied insincerely, "It's fine." She hastily stood up, stating, "I'm going to sleep now. Good night," and with that, she retreated into her room. The system notification chimed. Favorability 5, current points, 18. Chapter 46, The Dawn. Zixi, wake up quickly, Muya called gently from the bedside, addressing the girl still lost in sweet slumber. It's already 10 a.m. How can you still be sleeping? Shiki, Lin Jiao. And I have already finished breakfast and our morning exercises. Lin Jiao approached, pulling back the covers, her voice soft. Zixi, hurry up. We need to discuss something important with you. Ugh, let me sleep a little longer, Bai Zixi mumbled, still half asleep, turning over to continue her slumber. Rarely did she have a day free of obligations. All she desired was to rest. Muya gazed at her delicate figure beneath the pink pajamas, a smile curving her lips as she stretched out her hand teasingly. Zixi, if you don't wake up soon, I'll have to tickle you. Receiving no response, Bai Zixi was jolted awake as Muya's playful fingers reached her. Startled, she opened her eyes, swatting away Muya's mischievous hand. No, I'm up. She quickly sat up. Lin Jiao chuckled. So Zixi, you actually enjoy being woken like this. I should try it next time. Enough of the antics, just tell me what is going on, she said, exasperated, thinking to herself that next time she must ensure the door is locked before sleeping. Recently, we've been instructed to form our own teams for tasks. I was thinking we could form a temporary squad, Muya suggested, eager to bond with them. Why not team up with your friend Zhou Yanfan? Are we really just going to be the four of us? Bai Zixi questioned, wondering if this was too hasty. Don't you think a team of all girls is pretty cool? Muya glanced at them with enthusiasm. Shiki, being more rational, interjected. But won't four of us be too few? I think we can start with some simple tasks, Lin Jiao agreed. I'm fine with whatever you decide. Bai Zixi replied with a yawn. Muya turned her gaze toward Bai Zixi. You should be the captain, Zixi. Lead us to victory. No, spare me. I'm quite lazy. Bai Zixi quickly declined, reclining back against her pillows. Then let us vote on it. Those in favor of Zixi being the captain, raise your hands. Muya proclaimed, promptly raising her hand. Lin Jiao and Shiki followed suit, all three sharing a smile, as Bai Zixi became their pillar of support. Zixi, what should we name our squad? Lin Jiao pondered, resting her chin on her hand. I'm terrible at naming. You all decide. Bai Zixi conceded, resigned to her fate. Phoenix? Rose? Dawn? Queen of Flowers? Muya rattled off several options. Dawn sounds nice, Lin Jiao remarked, appreciating the sound of it, especially since it had a homophone. Shiki, ever straightforward, added, I have no objections. The three turned their gazes toward Bai Zixi, who could only nod in agreement. Zixi, you should get up and have something to eat. Then we can head to the task hall to form our squad. Moments later, having eaten her fill, Bai Zixi departed the villa with them. Mr. Yang, please stop bothering me, Li Ting said, her expression one of annoyance as she faced him at the base's entrance, where he clung to her stubbornly, oblivious to his own embarrassment. Yang Wei pleaded, Wife, I was wrong. I was bewitched back then. You can hit me or scold me. Just don't abandon me. Li Ting scoffed coldly. You come crawling back after being dumped by another woman? Do you think my place is a garbage dump? Before the apocalypse, she had worked in the food industry, never imagining she could sustain herself with that skill in the base. Her days were fulfilling, free from the anxiety of the past, and she had long forgotten about her ex-husband. Have some dignity. She ruthlessly exposed his little tricks. Knowing he was merely trying to swindle her resources. Li Ting, are you really this heartless? Yang Wei found himself at a loss. Shocked by the coldness of the once obedient wife, Li Ting, unwilling to prolong the confrontation, urged him, if you don't leave, I'll call the patrol. Hearing the mention of patrols, Yang Wei glared at her fiercely before turning to leave. The base had soldiers patrolling daily, and those who harassed others, robbed, or violated base rules would be expelled, facing even harsher penalties. As Bai Zixi and her friends established their squad and exited the task hall, they happened to witness this scene. Drama truly seemed to unfold everywhere. Chapter 47, The Battle. 008 Mechanical Voice. Host system space has been successfully upgraded. Fresh from a shower, Bai Zixi felt a surge of joy upon hearing this and quickly probed the system space with her consciousness. Host, you can directly enter the space to explore. 008 reminded her warmly. Wow, this is amazing, Bai Zixi exclaimed, eagerly stepping into the space. In an instant, she found herself on a vast lawn, roughly the size of a football field, surrounded by mist at the edges, with an endless blue sky above, the height impossible to gauge. The supplies she had previously collected lay sprawled across the grass, while other areas remained empty. Are there any additional functions? Bai Zixi inquired curiously. 008 Mechanical Voice. Time inside is frozen. No other beings can enter except the host unless the system produces something. If witnessed by others, the host cannot access the space. Bai Zixi nodded, satisfied, knowing she would never enter the space in front of others. In case of danger, using a concealment talisman to return was also an option. Just a reminder, the concealment talisman cannot be used in the space. 008 cautioned her to avoid wastage. Understood, Bai Zixi replied, taking her cold moon blade and talismans. Brimming with eagerness. Ultimately, she decided to test the concealment talisman. Her power was at level 3, and with the space at her disposal, there was no reason to hesitate. She changed into a black casual outfit, letting her hair down and donning a black cap and mask, along with sneakers. Once prepared, she swiftly exited the space, locked the bathroom door, and crushed a concealment talisman. Moments later, she gazed at her transparent reflection in the mirror, astonishment etched on her face. The host will lose the invisibility state in 30 minutes, 008 clarified once more. She then took out a black escape talisman, channeling energy into it, and suddenly, darkness enveloped her vision. Moments later, Bai Zixi found herself atop an abandoned bus, surrounded by numerous wandering zombies, the moonlight casting an eerie glow over the scene. I should have come during the day. It's unsettling here at night, she thought, conversing with 008 to feign calmness. 008 Mechanical Voice. Aren't you here to practice your blade skills? This is perfect. That is true, she acknowledged. In this desolate city, there were no level 3 zombies in sight, just a sheer number of them. If anything went awry, she could always crush the escape talisman to return to her prior location. Bai Zixi drew her blade and leaped down, the nearby zombies oblivious to her presence. Ignoring the impending end of her invisibility, she aimed her knife at a zombie's neck, slicing effortlessly, its head rolling to the ground. The sound of the fall quickly attracted the attention of nearby zombies, their guttural growls echoing. Bai Zixi, brandishing her knife, broke through from the right side. As if playing a game of Fruit Ninja, her blade dancing as limbs severed, black blood staining the street. The cacophony of zombie roars intertwined with the pleasing sound of slicing flesh. Pucci, pucci. Even surrounded by zombies, Bai Zixi remained unfazed. Wielding her knife with the poise of a warrior on the battlefield, dispatching one after another, naturally sustaining minor injuries and becoming splattered with the scent of blood. Yet she was utterly consumed by her frenzy, showing no intention of halting. The zombies, devoid of any understanding of fear, lunged at her with reckless abandon, intent on tearing her apart, drinking her blood, and devouring her flesh. Their grotesque visages trampled over the corpses scattered about as they advanced relentlessly. The scene of carnage on the streets of the abandoned city under the cloak of night was, from a distance, utterly harrowing. An hour later, the number of zombies in the area had dwindled significantly at the hands of Bai Zixi, who then commenced collecting crystal cores. She gathered over 50 second-level white crystal cores. Fortunately, there were no third-level zombies present. Otherwise, her task would not have been so effortlessly accomplished. Bai Zixi wielded a flashlight, illuminating the surrounding shops. And upon discovering a bookstore and a baby supply store, she entered and casually collected the items within. While gathering baby supplies, she felt a sense of madness overtaking her, undoubtedly a consequence of Yan Shaochen's influence. Subsequently, she cleared out items from nearby convenience and seed stores. With time slipping away, she crushed a teleportation talisman and returned to the bathroom. Chapter 48, Pleasing. The following morning, Bai Zixi rose, completed her morning routine, and descended the stairs at a leisurely pace. As she took her seat at the dining table, two shifty gazes were cast her way, leaving her to ponder what mischief they were plotting this time. Muya handed her a cup of warm milk, saying, "Captain, drinking more milk can enhance your complexion. I am already sufficiently fair. How much whiter do you expect me to become?" Bai Zixi retorted, accepting the milk while indulging in a moment of self-admiration. Lin Jiao feigned anger, puffing out her cheeks. "Zixi, your words have wounded my tender heart. Indeed, you've hurt me as well. You must take responsibility," Muya chimed in. 17 face-palmed, bemused by their antics, feeling she could not emulate them. Just as Bai Zixi took a bite of her egg, she adopted an expression of knowing. "Speak. What is it?" It's like this. You mentioned we could freely accept missions, right? We took on a task to clear mutated beasts at a ranch. But we haven't yet applied for vehicles and weapons." Bai Zixi instantly grasped the situation. As the captain, it was her duty to handle such applications. "Don't worry. I'll take care of it." "Hee, then we'll leave it to you, Captain. I only need an M416, Muya said, her expression indicating she was well aware of the ropes. Lin Jiao pondered and interjected, "Zixi, ID like a desert eagle, and let us get a few grenades. We are few in number. What if we encounter a horde?" 17 was seriously analyzing the situation. Bai Zixi, appearing nonchalant, added, "I think we could acquire an armored vehicle as well. Is that truly possible?" "Zixi, you can't be joking," Muya exclaimed, visibly excited at the prospect. "You were the ones who started joking first." Bai Zixi rolled her eyes, bemused at the idea of their small team demanding such grand resources without fear of being robbed. The three of them exchanged sheepish smiles, and Muya backtracked, saying, "Then let us settle for a military truck, for guns, and some supplies. Would that suffice?" "That's acceptable. I'll handle it shortly," Bai Zixi replied readily, finding it a reasonable request. At the military department building, Bai Zixi donned a military uniform and began to ascend the stairs. Indeed, she was climbing for physical training. Upon reaching the 5th-floor corridor, she spotted a few familiar faces. Yu Heron waved at her. "Good morning, Zixi." "Good morning, Brother Heron," she responded softly, her lips curving into a smile. The system prompted her with favorability 2, indicating her current points stood at 20. A few soldiers she had trained with previously greeted her, and she reciprocated their polite gestures. When she arrived at the conference room's entrance, she paused as Han Shuo's gentle voice reached her. "Zixi, are you here to collect team supplies? Are you as well?" Bai Zixi speculated, noticing the unusual bustle in the area. Han Shuo nodded. "Why aren't you all going in?" she inquired curiously. Yu Heron explained. "The higher-ups are still in a meeting." 20 minutes passed without the meeting concluding. Several individuals had departed, leaving only Bai Zixi, Han Shuo, Yu Heron, and 2 unfamiliar male soldiers. Growing impatient, Bai Zixi attempted to knock on the door. A few individuals outside tried to dissuade her, but it was too late. They could only hope she wouldn't face consequences. "Zixi," Yu Heron called out worriedly, though rumors swirled about her unusual relationship with the young master. He had never witnessed it firsthand. Just as he began to say something, a cold, displeased voice resonated from within the conference room. "Come in." Bai Zixi turned to see the anxious expressions of those at the door. What was the matter? Was entry into the conference room prohibited? However, she had no choice but to enter now. Calmly, she opened the door and stepped inside. The individuals in the conference room collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Seated in the main chair, Yan Shaochen narrowed his dark eyes, yet the coldness on his handsome face quickly dissipated. In a mild tone, he said, "The meeting is concluded. You may leave." The crowd was momentarily taken aback. He cast a glance at Yan Shaochen, adding, "Hasten the cultivation of crops." The named Yan Shaochen stood, nodded, and promptly exited the conference room. The others followed suit, their expressions reflecting relief, except for Yan Shaoyu, who remained emotionally unperturbed, leading the individuals at the door to the storage room to collect supplies. "I also wish to collect team supplies," Bai Zixi stated, intending to follow them. "Come back," Yan Shaochen asserted, not permitting her to leave. Bai Zixi turned to him with a serious expression, weakly inquiring, "Then what about my supplies?" "I will provide them." Yan Shaochen stood up and approached her. "I am hungry. Accompany me for a meal first." Bai Zixi obediently followed in his wake. All right. Chapter 49, Weapons. After finishing their meal at the cafeteria on the 1st floor, Bai Zixi accompanied Yan Shaochen to the 6th floor, his private office. The minimalist office led to a bedroom containing a row of bookshelves. He approached and pressed a mechanism, causing the bookshelf to shift, revealing a hidden chamber. "Are these all the weapons you've collected?" Bai Zixi ventured inside, observing the shelves and walls adorned with an array of firearms, each of exceptional quality. Noticing her interest in the weapons, Yan Shaochen generously said, "Feel free to take what you wish." He retrieved a golden revolver from a drawer and handed it to her. "This one was crafted by me." "What? You can manufacture firearms?" She gazed at him in astonishment, examining the golden revolver, which was rather aesthetically pleasing. Yan Shaochen smirked slightly. It's nothing extraordinary, just a minor skill. Are you gifting me this gun? That doesn't seem appropriate, she protested politely. Yet her hands showed no intention of relinquishing the weapon. After working so hard, claiming a few firearms hardly seemed excessive. As long as you like it. You may take any of the firearms here, Yan Shaochen stated with utmost seriousness. Bai Zixi felt somewhat overwhelmed. I only require a few. Hastily. She selected 2 rifles and 2 handguns. That should suffice. Let us grab a few grenades, Yan Shaochen added, handing her 5 grenade rounds with a calm demeanor. All right then. Given the generosity of the host, she could not refuse the kindness, so she accepted the items and stored them away. I will have the vehicle and other supplies delivered to you tomorrow. He had already made the necessary arrangements. Bai Zixi nodded. Okay, I'll take my leave now. Yan Shaochen escorted her downstairs, reminding her, be cautious during missions. He wished to accompany her, yet numerous matters required his attention at the base. And she needed to grow independently. Understood, Bai Zixi replied softly, then turned to leave. It felt as though the distance between them had lessened, even though nothing had transpired. The system notification chimed. Favorability 5, current points, 25. Hearing the notification, a surge of joy welled up within her. It was yet another day of reaping benefits without investment. Upon returning to the villa, she found Lin Jiao and the others seated on the sofa in the living room. Lin Jiao enthusiastically called out, Zixi, come sit with us. Did you not bring any weapons back? Muyu inquired, noticing her empty hands. Bai Zixi settled onto the sofa and waved her hand over the coffee table, causing several weapons to materialize before them. Here are the weapons you requested. Take them. No way. Zixi, you actually possess spatial abilities. Muyu exclaimed, astonished, her envy palpable. Lin Jiao and Qi Shi also expressed surprise, and Lin Jiao suddenly felt her own spatial abilities were less impressive. Zixi would no longer need to depend on her. Don't be envious, girls. You'll develop other abilities too, Bai Zixi offered insincerely, attempting to comfort them. Muyu's attention shifted to the firearms. Wow. These guns are superior to the ones we've used before. The 2 rifles had minimal recoil, truly premium specimens, and Qi Shi, knowledgeable in such matters, elaborated with confidence. Zixi, where did you acquire these firearms? Lin Jiao asked curiously. Bai Zixi candidly replied, from the boss's office. Upon hearing this, the 3 exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to that of eager spectators. Don't get any wild ideas. We haven't even begun, she hastily clarified, lest they tease her about it. She only relished the misfortunes of others. They all nodded in understanding. Chapter 50, A Tragic Fate. Upon returning to her room, Bai Zixi retrieved 2 black talismans. It was past 3 in the afternoon, and with nothing else to occupy her, she decided to take a risk with a stroke of good fortune. She might gather some supplies. She envisioned opening a general store at the base, potentially earning more points. Determined, she donned a blue casual outfit, put on her hat and mask, and entered the bathroom to activate her invisibility and evasion talismans. Zhu Yingying, I hope you all meet a terrible fate. A woman, being forcibly accosted by 2 men, screamed in agony. Observing from the sidelines, Zhu Yingying laughed maliciously, spouting venomous words. Tisk tisk, once they've tired of you, they'll sell you to that underground base. Let us see how you compete with me for Jinggo. I won't let you go, you vile scum. Jiang Jingwen glared at her, enduring the humiliation. Look at you, so pretentious. In the end, you're nothing but a wretched creature. Enjoy your plight. Zhu Yingying relished the sight of her torment. Finally able to teach this despicable woman a lesson. If anyone were to blame, it would be her own foolishness. One of the men assaulting her slapped Jiang Jingwen across the face, lewdly declaring, Serve me well. We've paid for your crystal core. Already despondent, Jiang Jingwen reflected on the events that led to her current predicament, realizing that her fate was a result of her misplaced trust in her comrades and her fiancé. Chen Yujing. No, she refused to accept this. She would avenge herself. Suddenly, Bai Zixi appeared amidst the desolate factory, her eyes instantly covering as she stumbled upon a lewd scene. Indecent. Indecent. Host, why aren't you going to save her? 008 reminded, unable to bear the sight. Upon hearing this, Bai Zixi swiftly unsheathed her weapon, determined to intervene. Cloaked in invisibility, she approached the scene of the assault and plunged her knife mercilessly into one man's back, targeting his heart. The man, still engaged in his vile act, widened his eyes in agony, unable to scream before losing his breath. Hey, what happened to you? The blond man exclaimed, panic setting in. However, before he could react, his throat was slit, blood gushing forth. Bai Zixi regarded the battered woman before her, furrowing her brow. Such brutality was a first for her. Jiang Jingwen, splattered with blood, began to regain her senses, her pallor shifting from ashen. Are you all right, sister? Bai Zixi spoke gently, draping a garment over her. Startled by the disembodied voice, Jiang Jingwen looked at the two lifeless bodies before slowly coming to her senses. She had been rescued. "Thank you," she expressed, her face devoid of hope. The system notification chimed. Favorability 5, current points, 30. Bai Zixi unveiled herself from her invisibility, materializing before Jiang Jingwen, and produced a dagger from her spatial storage. Tossing it to her, with a casual tone, she instructed, "Please extract the crystal core from that man's brain for me." Aware that one of the men was a level 1 Earth elementalist, she deemed it more fitting for Jiang Jingwen to handle this task. Jiang Jingwen, momentarily startled by the dagger, quickly grasped it and, with frenzied determination, drove it into the back of the man who had just slapped her, repeatedly stabbing until blood splattered everywhere. Once her rage was spent, she handed the crystal core to Bai Zixi. Grasping the dagger, Jiang Jingwen sprang to her feet, racing toward the location of the despicable couple. "Wait," Bai Zixi called out, aware of her intentions. Jiang Jingwen halted, turning to face her, rage burning in her eyes. "I can't wait another moment. I'm not trying to stop you. Here, take this invisibility talisman. Remember to strike swiftly." Bai Zixi handed her a black talisman. Talismans could be replenished, but if she failed to avenge herself, it would be for naught. After all, meeting was a form of fate. Upon receiving the talisman, Jiang Jingwen activated it and sprinted back to that familiar location. Bai Zixi followed closely behind. In a secluded room within the factory, sounds of carnal pleasure echoed. "Wow, my ears are becoming tainted." Cloaked in invisibility, Jiang Jingwen fought against her seething hatred, quietly pushing open the door. The oblivious couple remained lost in their ecstasy. Unaware of the impending danger, Jiang Jingwen seized the dagger and plunged it with all her might into the man's skull, driving it deeper until the hilt met flesh. "Ah! Jinggu!" Zhu Yingying shrieked, startled by the sudden eruption of blood from the man. Who are you? Don't kill me." She scrambled into the corner. Still naked and unable to comprehend her peril, Jiang Jingwen swiftly bound her, scraping the blade against her flesh, inflicting torturous pain. The wails of the woman echoed hauntingly throughout the factory. "Ah, just kill me, you wretched being." Ultimately, Zhu Yingying succumbed to her excruciating torment. Bai Zixi sighed as she discovered a truckload of biscuits in the food factory, ensuring she did not return empty-handed. "Until we meet again, may fate be kind." She refrained from revealing her identity, deciding to see if they would recognize her in the future. Chapter 51, Concern. The system notification chimed. Favorability 5, current points, 35. After her bath, Bai Zixi donned a white nightgown and reclined languidly on the swinging chair of the balcony, swaying gently. She glanced at the name of the person whose favorability she had garnered, Jiang Jingwen. Truly a name befitting her demeanor. She appeared serene, yet she had not escaped betrayal. Sigh. Falling for someone can cost half your life. I wonder if this wound will leave her scarred. Host, you need not worry. You can gauge others' sincerity by their favorability points. And the system can also conduct tests, 008 reassured her. Then help me test whether Yan Shaochen is truly sincere towards me, she inquired casually, only to realize that she actually cared for him. 008 mechanical voice. The host has been tested, revealing that your sincerity value is at 80. If it reaches 100, he shall never betray you and will continuously provide you with goodwill. Upon hearing this, Bai Zixi was taken aback. That was quite high, especially considering their brief acquaintance. Suddenly, she heard a rustling sound of the wind, and upon raising her gaze, she was startled by the enlarged visage of a certain someone. You scared me," she whispered in reproach. Yan Shaochen, seated beside her, gently cradled the back of her head, locking eyes with her. "What are you thinking? You seem so lost in thought." Observing him from such proximity, Bai Zixi's heart raced uncontrollably. She quickly pressed her hand against her chest, anxiously gazing at him, fearful of being seen through. Noticing her adorable and naive demeanor, Yan Shaochen's gaze suddenly lingered on her lips. Instantly, he felt parched. Yielding to his instincts, his handsome face gradually leaned closer, his alluring lips poised to capture her soft ones. Terrified, Bai Zixi hastily pressed her hand against his lips, her cheeks flushed as she softly protested. "No, that is not allowed." The touch of her hand against his lips darkened Yan Shaochen's eyes, resembling a child deprived of candy, feeling a pang of discomfort in his heart. He gently removed her hand, voicing his inner confusion. "You don't wish to be with me, do you? This is too fast. I'm not ready," she stammered. She genuinely wasn't prepared. Surely there should be a pursuit involved. How could it jump straight to kissing? Yan Shaochen realized he had been too hasty. Succumbing to impulse. "I apologize. I hope I didn't frighten you. You're still a young girl. We must take it slow." Witnessing his earnest demeanor, Bai Zixi shook her head. "No, you didn't. Then you should rest early," Yan Shaochen said, rising and swiftly retreating to his room across the way. System prompt. Favorability 5, current points, 40. Could it be that he has awakened a new ability? How could he move so swiftly? Bai Zixi touched her face, staring at his departing figure. Feeling a tinge of envy, she completely cast aside the earlier incident. She retrieved today as spoils an Earth-type crystal core and a zombie crystal core, noting that the human crystal core was significantly larger and purer in color. If this extraordinary ability could be transferred, then in the future, besides defending against zombies and mutated beasts, they would also need to guard against humans. 008 mechanical voice chimed in. Rest assured, host. There are no crystal cores in your head. The energy is stored in your danshan, and absorbing human crystal cores only has a certain probability of granting abilities. Though she had no crystal core within her mind, others were oblivious to this fact. Would absorbing another's crystal core pose a life-threatening risk if she didn't gain an ability? That was what she was truly curious about. 008 mechanical voice reassured. No. Human crystal cores are relatively pure. Even without gaining abilities, they will enhance strength and speed. That is good to know. Chapter 52, Roasting Lamb. Zixi. This modified military vehicle is so cool, exclaimed Muya, her eyes sparkling from the back seat. Beside her, Lin Jiao appeared distracted, gazing out at the scenery through the window. Driving was Qi Shi, while Bai Zixi sat in the passenger seat, smiling quietly. That guy was quite the chatterbox. Their destination was a small ranch, and if all went smoothly, they would arrive in just over 6 hours from the base. What mutated beasts inhabit this small ranch? Can the four of us handle it? Lin Jiao turned to Muya, who had taken on the mission, hoping the difficulty wouldn't be too high. Muya replied calmly, "Don't worry, that ranch has already been cleared several times by a few teams. Only scattered mutated sheep remain. And some of them are edible as long as they haven't been bitten by zombies. We're merely going to scavenge." The fact that mutated beasts could be consumed was no longer a secret. The base's cafeteria often served such dishes. The four women chatted idly in the vehicle until they reached the base of the hill leading to the ranch, needing to disembark and take a small path uphill. "Let us go. I'll take care of the vehicle," Bai Zixi said, waving her hand to store it in her space after they all stepped out. Muya and Qi Shi grabbed rifles, while Lin Jiao wielded a handgun, leaving Bai Zixi empty-handed. The four of them remained vigilant as they walked along the expansive hillside path, surrounded by lush green plants and crops. "Ah, there are so many bugs over there." Lin Jiao pointed towards a patch of garden nearby teeming with wriggling insects. They were devouring the crops, seemingly unfazed by their presence. Bai Zixi quickly turned her face away. Those green bugs were far more repulsive than zombies, and she dreaded them, feeling a shiver just at the sight. "Wow, those bugs are much larger than any I've seen before. Should we exterminate them?" Muya exclaimed, startled, as she had a phobia of clusters and wished to set them ablaze. Qi Shi remained composed, stating earnestly, "Those vegetable-eating bugs seem edible too." "No, Qi Shi. Please don't say that. I'm going to be sick." Lin Jiao groaned, genuinely feeling nauseated. Bai Zixi quickened her pace. "Let us move on. We can't handle this." This area was swarming with them. Even if her ability could eradicate them, it would consume considerable time, and most importantly, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Dreading the disgusting juices, the group hastily ascended to the flat ground atop the hill, soon spotting a 2-story wooden cabin, likely the residence of the ranch caretaker. A quaint little cabin surrounded by uneven grassland and a few hillside paths where cattle and sheep were presumably pastured. "Look over there. There's a huge mutated sheep," Muya exclaimed excitedly, eyeing a sheep several dozen meters away, swallowing hard. Observing her covetous expression, Bai Zixi smirked. "Just in time. I'm hungry. Let us feast on roasted lamb." Lin Jiao's interest piqued. "I want a big lamb leg." No sooner had she spoken than she raised her gun, firing 3 shots at the sheep's head. Bang, bang, bang. The mutated sheep nimbly dodged the bullets and fled in the opposite direction. "Oh, it's actually a second-level mutated sheep. No wonder the previous teams didn't eliminate it." Bai Zixi swiftly unleashed a light arrow aimed at its hind leg. The injured sheep let out a pained bleat, dragging its wounded leg as it continued to flee. Such mutated beasts inherently possessed a survival instinct. Unlike zombies that charged forward blindly, it appeared that second-level and above mutated beasts had a sense of self-preservation and would flee if they sensed danger. The wounded mutated sheep was soon taken down by Qi Shi's rifle. The group dragged the over 200-pound sheep to the entrance of the cabin. "This sheep is truly plump. I've never tasted a second-level mutated sheep before," Muya remarked as she began to gut the sheep. Both Muya and Qi Shi possessed outdoor survival skills, so roasting a sheep was a breeze for them. Bai Zixi merely assisted by handing them the necessary ingredients, and the four of them gathered around a makeshift grill, occasionally turning the sheep on the spit. Before long, the savory aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air. "It's ready to eat," Qi Shi declared, promptly cutting a slice of roasted lamb and offering it to Bai Zixi. Naturally, She opened her mouth to take a bite, chewing with delight. The three women's gazes converged on her. She gave a thumbs up, signaling that it was delicious. The feast began in earnest. Chapter 53, The Grim Fate. As night fell, Bai Zixi felt relieved that there was a small wooden cabin. Let us squeeze together on the second floor to sleep, Lin Jiao suggested, rising first to head inside. I'll tidy up first, Muya said, reclining in a chair, rubbing her full belly while praising Lin Jiao's back. Jiao Jiao is truly a virtuous wife. Suddenly, a rumble echoed as lightning streaked across the sky, accompanied by a resounding thunderclap. Hastening into the house, Bai Zixi, who had been leisurely indulging in a can of fruit, was startled by the sudden thunderstorm and hurriedly dashed inside. The first floor of the wooden cabin was cluttered with piles of hay. Bai Zixi, wielding a flashlight, led the way upstairs, with Muya and 17 trailing behind. Before long, torrential rain began to pour down. The downpour arrived so unexpectedly that Muya opened the window on the second floor to gaze at the rain-soaked scene outside. The sound of the rain escalated from a gentle patter to a deafening roar. Lin Jiao swiftly stored the original wooden bed into her spatial pocket and replaced it with 2 mattresses measuring 1.5 meters each, already adorned with sheets and blankets. Shut the windows quickly. Rainwater is about to seep in, and we need to sleep, she urged. Upon hearing this, Bai Zixi promptly removed her shoes and burrowed beneath the covers, as the temperature had plummeted unexpectedly. 17 soon lay beside her. Once Lin Jiao settled in, Muya mischievously snuggled into the bedding from behind and embraced her, saying, Jiao Jiao, I'm so cold. Let me hold you. Muya, no. My orientation is perfectly normal. Lin Jiao exclaimed as Muya's embrace sent shivers down her spine, prompting her to push Muya away hastily. Muya teased, I understand. You want third young master to hold you, don't you? What nonsense are you talking about? Absolutely not, Lin Jiao retorted, though her mind wandered to the image of being wrapped in the arms of Yan Shaochen. If you like him, just go ahead and sleep with him. I've lost count of how many times I've been with my Ting Feng, Muya stated matter-of-factly. Lin Jiao blushed at her words and quickly pulled up the covers. Stop talking and let us sleep. The 4 of them soon succumbed to slumber, lulled by the rhythmic patter of rain. Bai Zixi extended her mental energy to encompass a radius of 500 meters around the cabin, ready to sense any approaching creatures. In the dead of night, a woman, drenched by the rain, was frantically running through the mountains, as if a horrifying monster were pursuing her. Her body was covered in wounds, and she wore a tattered dress that revealed her pale skin, which was being relentlessly washed by the rain. She ran aimlessly, desperate to avoid being captured again, knowing that her fate would be even more dire than before. Upon spotting a small wooden cabin on the slope, she sought refuge inside. Luo Yunyun, shivering, dashed up the hillside but stumbled and fell. She gasped, enduring the cold and pain as she picked herself up. Limping forward, she was determined to survive. Bai Zixi suddenly bolted upright in bed, waking 17 beside her. Someone is coming, 17 whispered. Just as her words fell, there came a series of knocks at the door along with a feeble female voice. Is anyone inside? Please open the door. Luo Yunyun, disregarding whether the occupants were friend or foe, knew she would freeze to death if she remained outside any longer. She pushed against the door with all her might, but her weakened state left her only able to plead. Lin Jiao and Muya awakened as well, and upon realizing it was a woman's voice, they hurriedly descended the stairs. Muya, holding a knife for protection, opened the wooden door. As the door swung open, Luo Yunyun collapsed onto the ground, motionless, seemingly unconscious. When the beam of the flashlight illuminated the fallen woman, the expressions of the onlookers turned extremely complex. What torment had she endured? Her fair skin was marred with bruises, and faint finger marks were visible on her flesh. Her dress was so tattered it barely covered her modesty and was soaked through as if she were wearing nothing at all. How tragic, Lin Jiao exclaimed, quickly dragging her inside and shutting the door behind them. They placed a long bench on the floor, lifting her onto it. Bai Zixi conjured a small healing light orb in her palm, illuminating the cabin momentarily before channeling it into the unconscious woman, dimming the light once more. The previously frail woman appeared slightly better. This woman looks so familiar. She seems to be the once popular star Luo Yunyun, the one known for her beauty, Lin Jiao remarked, recalling having watched her dramas before the apocalypse, shocked at how wretched her life had become. Let us rest for now. They applied medicine to her and tucked her in before heading upstairs, deciding to wait until she regained consciousness to discuss anything further. Chapter 54, Sympathy. The next morning, the rain had ceased, yet the sky remained overcast and frigid. Muya rose and opened the window, a chill wind sweeping into the room, causing her to shiver. The system prompted favorability 2, with a current score of 42. Bai Zixi opened her eyes, pondering the 2 points. Lin Jiao retrieved several thick coats from her spatial pocket. You all should get dressed first. I'll go check on her. I'll come with you. Muya quickly donned a coat and followed her downstairs. I hope that Luo Yunyun isn't in great. As Bai Zixi joined them, 17 followed suit. Upon reaching the ground floor, they were greeted by the sight of the woman ravenously consuming canned food, now dressed in fresh clothing. Luo Yunyun, upon spotting Bai Zixi and 17, weakly expressed her gratitude. Thank you for saving me. Bai Zixi pursed her lips, bemused by the sincerity of her expression. Why hadn't she garnered more favor? Lin Jiao, ever the warm-hearted, pressed on. You've said that quite a few times. By the way, how did you end up here? After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Luo Yunyun began to recount her experiences in the underground base, though she refrained from sharing the daily humiliations she had endured at the hands of men. Instead, she simply stated that she had been captured, nearly assaulted, but managed to escape and stumbled upon them. As a renowned beauty, she could not allow anyone to know just how far she had fallen. She recognized that these women hailed from a prominent base and resolved to curry favor with them. Once inside, she was confident her looks would ensure a comfortable life. Bai Zixi, observing her performance with a calm demeanor, saw through her act. It was evident she was an actress, and even if the system were involved, she still believed her facade. How tragic for you. Would you like to return to our base with us? Such things once occur there. Lin Jiao empathized, feeling compelled to intervene as a fellow woman. 17 remained expressionless, silently observing. Luo Yunyun, moved to tears, exclaimed, Is that really possible? I'm so grateful. If it weren't for the presence of others. Bai Zixi would have rolled her eyes. She was curious to see how long Luo Yunyun could maintain her performance. Eventually, the group shared a light breakfast before allowing Luo Yunyun to rest indoors while they ventured out to hunt mutated sheep. Once they departed, Luo Yunyun's demeanor shifted. These women were truly naive, though it was understandable given they lacked her experiences. Anyone who had endured time in such a dark place would inevitably develop a twisted psyche. Her swift adaptation was not surprising. Prior to the apocalypse, she had risen to prominence through unspoken rules. The underground base was a den of debauchery for men, where women were scantily clad, offered as selections for their whims, living in utter humiliation. All the individuals there were significant figures who had exchanged crystal cores for pleasure. Walking the halls often led to being pinned against walls and subjected to unspeakable treatment. Having been bought by someone, she had only managed to escape by seizing an opportunity on her way out. Luo Yunyun had finally emerged. 17 followed closely behind Bai Zixi, sensing something off about the woman but unable to articulate her thoughts. What is on your mind? Bai Zixi inquired, noticing 17's hesitation. I just feel that woman isn't as innocent as she appears. I can't quite pinpoint what seems off. Perhaps I'm overthinking it, 17 mused, lost in contemplation. As the soldiers approach, we merely observe the unfolding drama. Bai Zixi is curious to see what tricks she might play. She possesses no real strength, and one must wonder how long she can survive relying solely on her cunning. 17 nods, hoping that her concerns are unfounded. Chapter 55, Shadows. Lin Jiao and Muya have hunted 3 mutated sheep, while Bai Zixi and 17 have secured 5. It is not until 2 in the afternoon that they escort Luo Yunyun down the slope and begin their journey back. Thank you for including me, Luo Yunyun says gently, gazing kindly at Lin Jiao. Her warmth stems from having watched Luo's performances. Lin Jiao can only remark on her good fortune in encountering them. Bai Zixi, seated in the passenger seat, maintains a neutral expression. Such gratitude, yet her favor remains unchanged, merely the initial 2 points. If she were to provoke her, would she earn disdain instead? She retrieves a bottle of water from her space and offers it to Luo Yunyun. Have some water. Thank you, Luo Yunyun replies, accepting the bottle with a well-mannered smile that exudes a delicate charm. Testing the waters again, Bai Zixi confirms her suspicions of Luo's unsavory nature. With a sigh of relief, she acknowledges that knowing friend from foe makes things simpler. As for Lin Jiao, what trials could the protagonist face but her own growth? Captain, do you think we should arrange some work for her? Lin Jiao muses, believing in helping others. Handle it as you see fit. I have numerous matters to attend to. Bai Zixi prefers to keep her distance. Lin Jiao turns to Luo Yunyun and inquires, What are your plans, Yunyun? Can I not join your team? Luo Yunyun observes their impressive gear and vehicle, immediately discerning their esteemed status within the base. She cannot let such an opportunity slip away. I can't decide that. You'll need to ask our captain, Lin Jiao responds candidly, having no intention of inviting her to join their ranks. After all, lacking combat ability offers no security. It would be wiser for her to seek employment within the base for a stable existence. Luo Yunyun glances at Bai Zixi's profile in the passenger seat, suppressing her jealousy. She is loath to acknowledge the fact that Bai Zixi is far more beautiful than she. With Lin Jiao and Muya, who are comparably attractive, she feels less threatened. Even the short-haired driver can be easily dismissed. But Bai Zixi? Her innate beauty stirs an unwelcome envy. Such beauty, if found in the dark, would surely attract throngs of admirers. No, no, she cannot entertain such venomous thoughts. Why is she transformed into this? Previously, she was merely vain. She had never wished harm upon others. Struggling against her shadows, she forces a benevolent expression and speaks softly. Sister Zixi, I may lack abilities, but I can do anything. Household chores, you name it. Before her debut, her family faced hardship, and she had endured all manner of labor. Her past poverty emboldened her resolve. Bai Zixi remains speechless, noticing Luo's haggard appearance. Although she is undeniably beautiful, she appears aged. They could use someone for chores. But a star like her would surely struggle with such tasks. Bai Zixi feels a pang of compassion. How could she allow her to bear such burdens? No, no, I can do it. Let me try? Luo Yunyun insists stubbornly, unwilling to relent. If you don't perform well, I shall send you away. Bai Zixi replies with a gentle smile, preferring to keep her close rather than let her wreak havoc elsewhere. Rest assured, I will succeed. Luo Yunyun vows earnestly. Though her heart feels heavy. Just wait, she will rise again. What do you all think? Bai Zixi asks the others in the vehicle. Given that they all share living quarters, Lin Jiao and Muya quickly express their support, while 17 remains focused on driving, offering no opinion. Chapter 56, A Request. They return to the base around 7 in the evening. Lin Jiao takes Luo Yunyun for a medical examination and to process her identification card. Hey, ISNT that the emergency tent over there? Why are there so many people? Muya observes the crowded temporary rescue station in the distance. Bai Zixi's eyes suddenly brighten. You all go ahead, I'll take a look. After her instructions, she exits the vehicle and strides toward the tent. Upon entering, she sees over 20 injured soldiers receiving treatment from 2 wood-type ability users and several medics disinfecting wounds. Thankfully, a couple of women are present, sparing Bai Zixi from feeling awkward. Captain Bai, what brings you here? A commander notices her, surprised. Commander Jiang, I'm here to assist with the treatment. What happened to them? She inquires with concern as she surveys the injuries. Commander Jiang briefly explains the day's events. They encountered a flock of mutated birds during a mission and sustained injuries in battle. You can take a look. Understood. Bai Zixi promptly moves to assist with the treatment. As she conjures a sphere of light, the injured soldiers gaze at her in astonishment. Is this light ability? The tent is suddenly illuminated with a warm glow. Comrades, don't dawdle. Sit down for your treatment. Bai Zixi urges the soldier who stands transfixed before her. Right. The earnest soldier quickly complies, revealing his wound. System notification. Favorability 2. Current points, 44. 17 parks the vehicle in their residence's lot, and the 4 disembark, heading toward their villa. As they walk a few steps, another vehicle drives in. The big shots are back, Muya remarks casually. Beside her, Luo Yunyun glances at the 3 villas nearby and becomes visibly agitated. Those in that car must be the managers here. She deliberately slows her pace, suggesting softly. Shouldn't we greet them? No need. We see them often, Muya responds, oblivious to her ulterior motives. Lin Jiao halts, looking back just in time to see Yan Shaochen stepping out of the car, causing her to feel a rush of nerves. Beside him stand Yan Shaochen and Yan Shaochen, the trio exuding a commanding presence as they approach. Welcome back, young ladies, Yan Shaochen greets them warmly. Good evening, young master, second young master, third young master. Muya smiles in response. Luo Yunyun scans the 3 brothers, noting that the one with the strongest aura doesn't even glance her way. Certainly a challenging individual. She finally settles her gaze on Yan Shaochen, maintaining a shy demeanor as she softly greets. Hello. Yan Shaochen and Yan Shaochen nod in acknowledgement, their expressions composed. And her? Yan Shaochen inquires, directing his attention to Luo Yunyun. Zixi went to the emergency tent, 17 replies. Upon hearing this, he turns and heads toward the back entrance. Come find me at the training grounds tomorrow. Yan Shaochen instructs Lin Jiao before following Yan Shaochen into the central villa. Once they have departed, the girls hurry back to their own villa. System notification. Favorability 1. Favorability 2. Favorability 1. Current points, 62. While Bai Zixi focuses on treating others, Yan Shaochen enters the tent. A chill sweeps through the space, and the atmosphere shifts as everyone falls silent upon recognizing him. Commander, a soldier stutters nervously. As he speaks, the others echo his greeting. Tension filling the air. Bai Zixi turns to him, her tone familiar. What brings you here? Let us go. Yan Shaochen furrowed his brow, clearly displeased with her presence. No, this won't do. There are still several individuals who require treatment. Bai Zixi surveyed her team and noted 3 injured soldiers remaining. His expression hardened, his dark eyes narrowing. Sensing the gravity of his demeanor, Bai Zixi quickly clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling with hope. Please, Brother Shaochen. Hurry. Yan Shaochen softened his tone. Conceding to her request, she swiftly turned and treated the wounds of the 3 soldiers, who felt a mix of anxiety and determination as they braced themselves for her ministrations. System notification. Affection 1, Affection 1, Affection 1. Current points, 65. In high spirits, Bai Zixi approached him. I'm so sleepy, let us head back. The two strolled leisurely towards their quarters. System notification. Affection 5. Current points, 70. Chapter 57, Passionate Kiss. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room where the girl lay in bed. Her eyelashes fluttering slightly as she turned over, settling back into slumber. Bai Zixi suddenly sensed a familiar, refreshing scent. She opened her eyes slightly, only to be met with Yan Shaochen's handsome face mere inches away. Just as she was about to gasp in surprise, she froze, her eyes widening at the sight of the man whose lips had already captured hers. Her mind went blissfully blank. Yan Shaochen had merely intended to check on her. But upon witnessing her awakening, he instinctively leaned in to kiss her. The soft, jelly-like sensation of her lips gradually ensnared him, transforming his initial hesitance into an insatiable desire. Bai Zixi felt her cheeks flush crimson, her breath quickening. Noticing her distress, Yan Shaochen finally released her lips. His deep-set gaze fixed intently on her as she gasped for air. System notification. Affection 5. Current points, 75. Knock, knock, has Zixi gotten up? I'm coming in. Lin Jiao rapped on the door, preparing to enter. No, don't come in, Bai Zixi exclaimed, hastily pulling the covers over Yan Shaochen. She quickly added a cautionary whisper. Please, keep quiet. In the midst of her frantic movements, Lin Jiao had already stepped inside, her eyes falling upon Bai Zixi's exposed head, her brow furrowing in confusion. Why are you so flustered? Bai Zixi quickly composed herself. Oh, Jiao Jiao, what brings you here? Yan Shaochen, concealed beneath the covers, felt a pang of discomfort at being so hidden away. Lin Jiao inquired, would you like to accompany me to the training ground? She merely sought a companion, fearing that Yan Shaoyu might bully her again. No, I have something to do today. Please find someone else. Bai Zixi swiftly declined her offer. All right then, Lin Jiao responded, her expression one of disappointment as she exited the room. Suddenly, an itchiness coursed through Bai Zixi's waist. She nearly let out a cry, quickly stifling the large hand that caused it. Unfortunately, her strength was insufficient, and she could only plead softly, please, stop, it tickles. Hearing the delicate plea escape her lips, Yan Shaochen pulled back the covers, leaning down to scrutinize her, his voice taking on a deeper timbre. What's wrong? Do you find me embarrassing? Bai Zixi quickly grasped the meaning behind his words, blinking in denial. No, not at all. If Lin Jiao discovered that she had shared a bed with him, her imagination would surely run wild, leaving Bai Zixi at a loss for explanations. Compensate me, Yan Shaochen declared, having long since lost his temper, seeking merely to negotiate some form of benefit. See, compensate. How? Bai Zixi stammered, bewildered, as though she had been led astray. Shouldn't she be the one to be angry? No sooner had she spoken than her soft, pink lips were sealed once again by him. Bai Zixi was enveloped in the refreshing scent of his masculinity, dazedly surrendering to the extraordinary sensations he evoked. The man fervently savored her sweetness, one hand supporting his weight while the other encircled her delicate waist. The fervent kiss persisted for several minutes before Yan Shaochen finally relented. He regarded her flushed face, adorned with a rosy hue, and her slightly swollen lips from his kisses. A profound sense of satisfaction swelling within him, his eyes brimming with affection. System notification. Affection 8. Current points, 83. I must attend to some matters now. Remember to eat something, he said, affectionately ruffling her hair before stepping out onto the balcony. In no time, he had vanished from sight. Bai Zixi pouted slightly, letting out a soft hum, feeling as though he had taken advantage of her and fled. She had intended to issue a warning to him. Fortunately, the points awarded were substantial. Perhaps she would let him off this time. The voice of 008 suddenly chimed in. Host, would you like to spend points? Well, I think I'll wait until I reach 100 points before using them. Let us hold off for now, Bai Zixi contemplated before responding. Should she prioritize upgrading her abilities? Or perhaps add some black soil to her space for gardening? Currently, aside from the supplies she had gathered previously, her space remained rather barren. She scanned the system shop, eyeing the array of items available for decorating her space. Luxurious houses, yellow earth, black soil, lakes, nightscapes, essentially establishing a farming infrastructure. It reminded her of QQ Farm. Chapter 58, Tentacles. In a desolate city, a woman clutched a 6-year-old boy tightly as they dashed down the empty streets, panic etched across her face. Behind them, a level 3 zombie pursued them at a steady pace, emitting guttural growls intermittently. The little boy gazed back in terror at the pursuing monster. As they turned a corner, the level 3 zombie opened its gaping maw, unleashing 2 grotesque tentacles that lunged at the mother and child. Mom, quick dodge! The boy cried out, fear propelling his words. The woman glanced back, reacting instinctively to shift left, but before she could steady herself, the tentacles struck again. In a moment of desperation, she set the boy down. Tears streaming down her face as she shouted, "Xiao Bin, run. Mom, I can't leave you." The filthy little boy protested, shaking his head, his eyes brimming with tears. At that moment, the tentacles ensnared the woman's body, dragging her toward its maw. She ceased her struggle, calling out to her immobile son once more. "Listen to your mother. Run." A horrific scream erupted from her lips. No, don't eat my mom." The boy trembled, witnessing the monster tear into his mother's skull, his heart shattering as he wailed. Moments later, the woman's head had been devoured, leaving the creature's mouth stained with remnants of flesh as it roared at the boy. Startled, the child widened his eyes, regaining some semblance of focus before turning to flee. Just as the tentacles were about to graze his back, a transparent figure materialized from the air, accompanied by a sharp, crisp slicing sound. Bai Zixi wielded the cold moon blade with precision, severing one of the tentacles, which fell to the ground. "How disgusting," she grimaced, eyeing the severed appendage that was as thick as a human arm, its red hue accentuated by barbed protrusions that appeared to writhe. 008 promptly projected the information about the Level 3 zombie. Level 3 mutated zombie, strong attack power, slow movement speed, adept at binding and piercing with its tentacles. Weak points are located in the head and mouth. Just as Bai Zixi finished reading the information, the Level 3 zombie let out a furious roar and lunged at her with its tentacles. The severed tentacle quickly rejoined the creature, its two undamaged appendages darting toward her with alarming speed. She swung her blade at the tentacles, swiftly slicing them into segments that fell to the ground. Advancing towards the Level 3 zombie, she prepared to drive her blade into its forehead. However, it evaded her strike, raising its hand to swipe at her. Bai Zixi deftly sidestepped, evading its slow-moving attack, and before it could turn around, she plunged the cold moon blade into the back of its head. Subsequently, a mournful cry echoed through the air, followed by the towering 2-meter-tall zombie collapsing with a thud. The little boy stared in astonishment at this scene. Bai Zixi exhaled deeply, unsheathing her knife with an unwavering expression as she swiftly severed its skull, soon revealing a shallow red crystal core in her hand. She took out a bottle of water, sipping a few mouthfuls before cleansing the crystal core and her prized blade. For some inexplicable reason, the moment she grasped the Hanyu knife, an overwhelming sense of battle fervor surged within her, her movements flowing seamlessly as if she had practiced them countless times before. "Host, why not upgrade the Hanyu knife? You may encounter unexpected delights," 008 cryptically suggested. Bai Zixi calmly passed by the little boy, continuing her steady pace while scanning the surrounding shops. The boy, regaining his composure, called out to her retreating figure, "Sister." System notification, affection level 8, current points, 91. Bai Zixi halted, letting out a sigh, unable to harden her heart. 008 unfolded a map before her, swiftly displaying the layout of Huoguo. Her present location was a city in the south, while the first base of the Imperial City lay to the north. Driving back would take at least 3 days and nights, assuming no dangers arose along the way. Thankfully, prior to using the shield talisman, she had left a note in the drawer of her room, hoping they would not worry. The little boy approached her, revealing his dirt-streaked face as he looked up at Bai Zixi with a quivering voice. "Sister, don't leave me behind." His mother had told him not to scream or cry when encountering monsters, as it would attract them. He remembered all that. Yet the image of his mother being devoured had overwhelmed him, rendering him paralyzed with fear. He longed to flee. Though his heart ached, he resolved to be strong, for he did not wish to perish or be consumed. Despite being only 6 years old, he possessed a depth of understanding. Bai Zixi gazed down at the quiet boy, her heart softening. "Stay close." Chapter 59, The Mall. Bai Zixi led the little boy into a supermarket within a shopping mall, gathering snacks from the shelves while gently encouraging. "Take what you like." Xizi Bai, who had been silently trailing behind her, cautiously picked up a few packets of cookies and tucked them into his embrace. He did not wish to stray too far from her, resembling an affectionate little shadow. He followed her every step, maintaining a distance of merely a meter. She stored away most of the edible items in the supermarket before meandering through other shops. When she paused at a children's clothing store, noticing the boy's tattered attire, she guided him inside. "Here's a wet towel. Use it to clean yourself up and change into these clothes." Bai Zixi offered him a damp towel. Although it felt a bit chilly, it was certainly preferable to being filthy. Xizi Bai took the towel and obediently entered a fitting room with a suitable outfit. Once he was inside, Bai Zixi swiftly gathered half of the children's clothing available, as the survival rate for children in the apocalypse was alarmingly low, and one could never tell when they might need such items. Before long, the little boy emerged, looking rather adorable despite his slight frame. Bin, sit here and have a snack while I change." Bai Zixi instructed him to take a seat on the sofa before heading into the fitting room. Though the black leather outfit she donned was undeniably stylish, it was rather form-fitting. She opted for a more comfortable casual ensemble, layering it with a white down jacket and tying her hair into a ponytail before stepping back out. "Aren't you curious about how I conjure items out of thin air?" Bai Zixi casually inquired as she sat beside Xizi Bai. The boy, munching on cookies, shook his head in response. "Sister Zixi, I'm not curious. I just think it's amazing. When others are around, you must pretend to know nothing, understood?" Bai Zixi gently reminded him, as she was not afraid of attracting attention but wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. Xizi Bai nodded earnestly, promising to keep his sister's secret. Seeing his earnest expression, Bai Zixi smiled with satisfaction and handed him a bottle of yogurt. "Children should drink plenty of milk. Can I really have this?" Xizi Bai gulped, gazing longingly at the bottle of milk. Of course, Bai Zixi ruffled his hair, placing the yogurt with a straw in his hands. System notification, affection level 3, current points, 94. How delightful this child is becoming. Just as they were peacefully enjoying their snacks, a cacophony of car crashes erupted from outside the mall. "Someone's coming," Bai Zixi sensed, extending her mental energy outward, swiftly detecting the presence of 5 individuals who had just entered the mall. 4 men and 1 woman swaggered confidently to the second floor, heading straight for the supermarket with clear intentions to loot supplies. Hearing the footsteps, Xizi Bai's heart tightened, halting his munching as he looked at Bai Zixi. "It's all right. Continue eating," Bai Zixi reassured him, picking up a piece of bread to munch on herself. She paid no heed to the newcomers, for she neither sought conflict nor feared it. She only hoped they would not provoke her. Observing her calm demeanor, Xizi Bai relaxed, recalling how Sister Zixi had battled the zombie, far cooler than any superhero. In that moment, he felt invincible. Among the 5, 2 possessed secondary abilities while 3 were ordinary. In this post-apocalyptic world, those without powers could become significantly stronger through rigorous training and crystal core absorption. Nonetheless, Bai Zixi remained unperturbed, donning a white mask before quietly awaiting their ascent to the 3rd floor. Chapter 60, Oppression. "Liang Gu, come with me to find a few coats." A charming woman clung to a burly man's arm, her voice dripping with sweetness. The group of 5 had just exited the supermarket, having packed nearly all the consumables into the trunk of their vehicle. Hu Liang leered at her, audaciously pinching her waist before motioning for his 3 lackeys to wait on the 1st floor. "You little minx, let me enjoy myself first." He tugged the woman up the stairs, casually entering a clothing store. Upon entering, the man pressed the woman against the glass wall, kissing her passionately as he hiked up her skirt. The two became lost in their fervor. Meanwhile, in the children's clothing store across the way, Bai Zixi's expression darkened as she instinctively shielded Xizi Bai's eyes. What an eyesore. How could they not see her? Although seated, the window display had a few mannequins obscuring the view. It still revealed half of their bodies. In such a moment, should she continue observing this unsolicited spectacle or suggest they find another venue? Just then, a man rushed upstairs, shouting, "Boss, a horde of zombies is approaching." Fortunately, they had locked the large doors on either side of the mall. Otherwise, they would have been overrun. Bai Zixi was already aware of the hundreds of zombies lurking below, but she did not perceive them as a significant threat. These people were far more troublesome. The man quickly adjusted his pants and exited the clothing store. The woman, now slumped on the floor, began to glance across the way, and upon spotting Bai Zixi and Xizi Bai, she couldn't suppress a scream. "Ah, there are zombies." Bai Zixi rolled her eyes at being mistaken for a zombie, crossing her arms defiantly as she shot the woman an indifferent glance. Soon after, the 4 men rushed upstairs. One of the leaner men glared at her with hostility. "You two, come out from hiding." Seated indifferently upon the sofa, Bai Zixi observed the situation with keen interest, curious to see just how capable they were, as they seemed to expect her to exit first. The leader of the group was a woman accompanied by a child. "Should we intervene and bring them out?" suggested the thin man, noting their apparent reluctance to emerge, a tactic they had employed many times before. "Liang Gu, they were just peeping. I intend to teach that woman a lesson," declared the woman, who had just donned her clothes and emerged, clinging to Hu Liang's arm while speaking fiercely. Hu Liang narrowed his eyes towards the masked woman in the distance, catching a glimpse of her bright, clear peach blossom eyes, indicating her beauty was surely not lacking. His desires ignited. He quickly resolved, "Let us venture inside and have a look." As they approached, Bai Zixi curled her lips into a slight smile, her gaze flashing with a hint of sharpness. The weight of her past decisions had subtly altered her demeanor. "Wretched woman, admit your fault and hand over your supplies, and we shall spare you," the delicate-looking woman threatened, her demeanor shifting from coy to fierce, a stark contrast to her earlier submissiveness. "You shall not bully my sister," exclaimed Xizi Bai, bravely positioning himself in front of Bai Zixi with his arms outstretched. A stockier man, leering with a lewd grin, retorted, "What if we do bully your sister?" Xizi gritted his teeth, glaring at them. Bai Zixi felt warmth in her heart. Having known this little one for less than a day, he was already standing up for her. "We have remained here without provoking you," she declared, her voice clear and melodious, which piqued the interest of the four men. The thin man smirked. "Sister, I advise you to come over and apologize obediently. Perhaps if we are pleased, we will let you go." However, the woman refused to relent, hurling insults at Bai Zixi. "Look at her hiding her face. She might be a hideous monster." "Ah, yes, sister. Why not remove your mask so we can verify your worth?" chimed in another plump man, his outward politeness belied by the cunning in his eyes. This group was no innocent lot. They likely had an extensive history of such misconduct. "You all possess the appearance of humans, yet your actions are devoid of humanity. Truly pathetic." Bai Zixi mocked, her tone laced with scorn, undeterred by their threats. Immediately, the five faces darkened with displeasure. The thin man lunged forward, intent on teaching her a lesson. "Filthy wench, you have no idea what you're in for." Prepared for confrontation, Bai Zixi concentrated, summoning an invisible needle that swiftly pierced the thin man's brow. He faltered, clutching his head in agony, letting out a shriek. In that moment of hesitation, she conjured a luminous arrow which struck true to his heart, blood gushing forth as he fell lifelessly to the ground, eyes wide open in death. The remaining four men stood frozen, stunned by the rapid turn of events. Raising an eyebrow, Bai Zixi looked towards the few standing at the entrance, declaring, "Next." A light-based ability user, the stocky man trembled as he gazed at the lifeless body of his comrade, too frightened to move. Hu Liang's expression shifted, adopting a friendlier demeanor. That man had it coming for his offense. "We shall not disturb you further." The energy she had just displayed was formidable, awakening him to the realization that anyone capable of surviving in this desolate city was far from ordinary. He deemed it prudent to retreat. With a horde of zombies lurking below, it was unwise to engage her further. Yet the woman beside him was displeased. She had merely taken advantage of a moment. "Lianggu, why should we fear her? That wretched woman's powers cannot possibly surpass yours," she insisted, her eyes filled with indignation as she urged the man forward, clearly unafraid of the impending confrontation. Upon hearing her words, Bai Zixi stood resolutely, confronting the woman. "Who are you calling wretched?" "Of course, I am referring to you." The woman retorted impulsively, only to realize she had walked into a trap. Furious, she raised her hand to strike Bai Zixi. "How dare you mock me?" Bai Zixi seized the woman's wrist, yanking it forcefully, while her other hand swiftly delivered a resounding slap across the woman's face. "You lunatic!" The woman cried out in pain, attempting to retaliate only to be met by Hu Liang's intervention, who grabbed her and dragged her out of the shop. Sweat beading on his forehead. With a cold chuckle, Bai Zixi reabsorbed the light arrow into her being. What a pity. System notification, disdain value, 5, current points, 99. In truth, she had no intention of annihilating them. Merely to intimidate, mindful of the child in her company, she refrained from excessive violence. As for the body on the ground, it was merely an instinctive reaction. 008's mechanical voice chimed in. "Host is unharmed. Even a violent White Lotus can exist." "No, I am not violent. I am a lady," she retorted, unwilling to admit her penchant for resolving issues through force. "Indeed, you are a lady," 008 dared not contradict. Taking Xizi's hand, she said, "Let us depart, little Ben. We must find another location." With nightfall approaching, they resolved to rest for the night and resume their journey in the morning. System notification, favorability value, 2, current points, 101. Xizi looked up at Bai Zixi, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "Sister, you are so strong," he exclaimed, unperturbed by her display of violence. Seeing that he was not frightened, Bai Zixi breathed a sigh of relief. With time, he would grow accustomed to such encounters. Ascending to the 5th floor of the mall, they entered a shop selling bedding. Chapter 62, The Western-Style House. As night descended, the earlier commotion below had quieted to an eerie silence. Leaning against the headboard, Bai Zixi's expression became serious. The retreat of the zombie horde felt inexplicably controlled, as if orchestrated. Faced with the new responsibility of protecting a child, she found herself reconsidering her approach to danger. System notification, favorability value, 5, current points, 106. Who suddenly granted me favorability? She mused, already suspecting the answer, seeking confirmation. 008's mechanical voice responded, "Your little wolf dog." "What little wolf dog?" "He is a scheming man." Bai Zixi chuckled lightly, warmth spreading through her. "All right, let us upgrade our abilities," she decided, aiming for a smooth return to the base. "Host, your physique is at S level, allowing you to elevate your abilities to level 4. Beyond that, you must enhance your physique to SS level to reach level 6. The The requirements increase with each advancement. 008 detailed earnestly. I understand. You mentioned upgrading my physique can be achieved by spending 100 points for a strength-enhancing liquid or through training and combat later. Bai Zixi reflected before continuing. I shall spend 50 points to elevate my abilities to level 4, and another 50 points to upgrade the Cold Moon Blade to level 2. That will suffice. Increasing my combat prowess is paramount. Farming can wait until we return to the base. Understood, host. I will commence the upgrade process immediately. 008 responded eagerly. You have spent 100 points. You may open 1 golden gift package or 2 silver gift packages. Please make your choice. Bai Zixi pondered. Having never opened a golden package before, especially with plenty of talismans still in her possession, the silver gift packages predominantly yield ephemeral items, making the acquisition of rare treasures exceedingly challenging, while the golden packages undoubtedly promise superior rewards. Opening a golden package, an emotionless mechanical voice announced, "Congratulations, host. You have acquired a movable duplex villa, equipped with self-regulating temperature control and complete electrical appliances. Please note that utility bills must be paid with points, so please use them judiciously." Bai Zixi felt a surge of excitement as she glanced at the slumbering Xizi Bai beside her, then quietly rose and ventured into the small storage room. In a swift motion, she entered the spatial realm, where she soon beheld the charming white villa, spanning over 100 square meters. With a beaming expression, she entered, finally possessing a space that was entirely her own. The interior exuded warmth and comfort, adorned in soft pink and white hues, with a plush sofa and a small screen in front. The first floor housed 3 guest rooms, a living room, and a kitchen, while the staircase led to a master bedroom complete with a wardrobe, washroom, and bathroom, as well as a quaint balcony. After arranging her belongings, Bai Zixi exited the space, reclined back on her bed, and began to rest. At the first base in the imperial city, in the Yan family's ancestral home, Yan Shaochen cast a glance at the note left by Bai Zixi, which read, "I have matters to attend to outside the base, do not worry." His dark eyes deepened with intensity. How dare she venture outside the base alone? He resolved to impose a fitting punishment upon her return. The following morning, he instructed someone to inform Lin Jiao and the others about the incident, before departing the base with the 18th and 19th members. Now that my elder brother is out of the base, I can finally relax. Yan Shaochen sighed with relief, though soon felt a headache coming on. With many tasks now entrusted to him within the base, his third brother was preoccupied with romance. He sank into the living room sofa, exhaling a weary sigh. Yan father began to worry about his second son. "You should hurry and find a girl. You're not getting any younger." Father, I must be off now. I have some matters to attend to." He quickly fabricated an excuse and dashed away. In chapter 63, Bai Zixi, accompanied by Xizi Bai, departed the mall early in the morning, collecting several intact SUVs and other supplies throughout the city. As she drove around, she noted the absence of zombies, perplexed by their disappearance from the previous night. Never mind, let us just leave the city first. About half an hour later, as they reached the bridge's edge, Bai Zixi furrowed her brows at the scene on the other side. They had been waiting there. "Don't leave, save me, boss." A portly man emerged from an overturned vehicle, blood trickling from his forehead, desperately running forward. Unfortunately, his injuries hindered his speed, and a horde of zombies pursued him, prompting his frantic pleas. Ignoring him, Hu Liang continued fleeing in the opposite direction, with a woman panicking behind him. Suddenly, a level 3 mutated zombie leapt forth from the horde, swiftly tackling the portly man to the ground. "No, I don't want to die." He struggled with all his might, terror etched in his eyes. Yet, it was futile. The zombie sank its teeth into his neck, tearing flesh as he screamed in agony. His body convulsed, and soon his eyes rolled back in death. "Wait for me, Liang Gu," cried the woman trailing Hu Liang, trembling in fear. She did not wish to perish. This city, encircled by the sea, had only this bridge as a means of escape, stretching several hundred meters. Bai Zixi observed the unfolding scene from the side of the bridge, choosing not to intervene, silently watching the 2 desperate figures racing toward her, pursued by hundreds of zombies. The foremost being the formidable level 3 mutated zombie. Turning to the pale-faced Xizi Bai beside her, she inquired gently, "Are you afraid?" "Sister, I'm not afraid." Xizi Bai feigned bravery, though anxiety gripped his heart. As Hu Liang glanced back to see the level 3 zombie closing in, a flicker of malice crossed his gaze. He forcefully shoved the woman who was about to catch up to him, growling, "I've kept you alive long enough. It's time for you to repay me." "No, don't." She stumbled backward, crying out in alarm. "I'll haunt you even in death," she screamed. As several zombies descended upon her, untroubled by guilt, Hu Liang seized the moment to flee, believing that once across the bridge, he could find sanctuary and escape death. His face lit with hope, he sprinted forward. Just as he neared the bridge's edge, a flash of light pierced the air, striking through his forehead. He had no time to discern his assailant before life left him. Bai Zixi stood at the bridge's head, wielding the Hanyu knife. Her posture poised as she faced the approaching horde of zombies. The level 3 mutated zombie roared at her, charging forward. She raised her blade and struck at its head with force. The mutated zombie evaded her attack with a swift motion, swinging its fist toward her. 008, accelerate! She shouted as she retreated. In an instant, her speed doubled, and she swung her knife once more. The zombie raised an arm to shield its head, but her sharp blade severed its limb. With a pained roar, it howled at her. Bai Zixi was intrigued. Could zombies truly feel pain? Not wishing to waste further time, she leapt onto a nearby abandoned vehicle and aimed her knife down at its head. With a decisive strike, she cleaved it in two, the mutated zombie collapsing forward. With a resounding thud, lower-level zombies began to surge toward her, but Bai Zixi, brandishing her knife, effortlessly dispatched several headless foes. As the initial zombies fell, those behind continued to surge forth, trampling over their fallen brethren. She maintained her distance while methodically eliminating the foremost zombies. Thus, a solitary figure battled against hundreds of zombies on the bridge, and after an hour of relentless fighting, the last foe fell. Bai Zixi surveyed the bridge now littered with a mountain of zombie corpses. This was a true blockade. Bin, get out of the car, and let us search for treasures, she called out, turning to him. Xizi Bai approached hesitantly, whispering, Sister, don't be afraid. Come over and take this knife, just like I showed you. Cut open their heads to retrieve the shiny treasures inside. Bai Zixi encouraged, handing him a knife and demonstrating the process. Initially, he struggled with the task, feeling nauseous. Yet he persevered through his discomfort to complete it. In Chapter 64, Bai Zixi and Xizi Bai spent a considerable time on the bridge before returning to their vehicle for a brief meal of dry rations. Subsequently driving away from the desolate city, the vehicle headed northward, and as Xizi Bai took in the majestic mountains and canyons along the way, his spirits inexplicably lifted. The stench of rotting flesh dissipated with each breath. Hours later, as darkness began to descend, Bai Zixi's gaze caught sight of a cluster of houses on a hillside in the distance. After traversing the rugged terrain filled with mountains and canyons, the sight of buildings was a rarity. She swiftly maneuvered the vehicle up a bumpy path, soon realizing it was a guarded small town. Sister, should we go in? Xizi Bai asked, looking toward her. Yes, it's unsafe to remain outside at night. Let us explore inside first, she replied. Bai Zixi concluded her words and drove the vehicle forward. After a morning filled with combat, fatigue weighed heavily upon her. And this place was certainly preferable to spending the night in desolate mountains. Upon arriving at the imposing iron gates, she was swiftly halted by two male guards. One of them spoke in a matter-of-fact tone, instructing her to park outside and proceed to the designated area for inspection. Only after submitting some supplies would they be allowed entry. Realizing that driving inside was not an option, Bai Zixi parked the vehicle outside and, shouldering a backpack alongside Xizi Bai, made her way inside. The guards regarded the pair, one a woman and the other a child, with disdain, casually directing them to a certain area for inspection and resource submission. Bai Zixi maintained a calm demeanor as she took Xizi Bai's small hand and walked over. The individual conducting the inspection was a robust woman who routinely instructed, remove your mask and raise your hands. As she pulled the mask down, her strikingly fair face was revealed, and she cast a fleeting glance at the woman. Given her remarkable beauty, wearing a mask seemed rather unnecessary. The woman, intrigued, scrutinized her for a moment longer before efficiently completing the inspection. It was not mere vanity that prompted her to conceal her face. She was acutely aware that exposing her beauty could attract unwanted attention, a nuisance she preferred to avoid. They soon arrived at a reception area for accommodations. May I inquire if I can trade with crystal cores? Bai Zixi asked, reluctant to part with her supplies. While she had an abundance of crystal cores with no particular use. Certainly, a secondary crystal core will secure you a night in a luxurious suite, replied a rather attractive woman at the desk, her eyes sparkling with interest at the sight of another who seemed unfamiliar with the use of crystal cores. How fortunate for her. Bai Zixi promptly produced a secondary white crystal core and handed it over, requesting, please arrange for a night's stay. Of course, right away, the woman replied, taking the core and swiftly providing a room card along with detailed directions to the accommodation. With the card in hand, Bai Zixi led Xizi Bai towards their lodgings. The safety town was not particularly large, yet its decor was quite charming, featuring narrow alleys and 2 to 3-story houses, with numerous fruit trees dotting the surroundings. However, the walls were somewhat low, standing at about 3 meters, with a gentle slope in front and towering mountains behind. Along their path, they encountered several survivors, whose gazes lingered momentarily upon them. Hey there, young lady, it must be quite a feat to arrive here alone with a child. How about joining my team? I can protect both of you, called out a man who had seemingly emerged from nowhere, his demeanor casual and his eyes fixated on Bai Zixi's captivating gaze. He was clearly taken by her allure, convinced he had not misjudged her. My sister does not require your protection, Xizi Bai retorted fiercely, glaring at him. Finding his audacity appalling, Feng Xiao chuckled, bending down to Xizi Bai's level and lecturing. Oh, little brother, how can a woman be without a man in these times? Do you know how many nefarious individuals lurk about? Many women have mysteriously disappeared because they lacked a man like me to shield them. Bai Zixi inquired casually. Is your team particularly formidable? As she strolled forward. I, Feng Xiao, am quite renowned here. Joining my ranks guarantees your safety, he boasted while keeping pace with her. His self-promotion growing increasingly enthusiastic. Bai Zixi found his loquaciousness reminiscent of Muya, and while she did not harbor any animosity towards him, she appreciated that he had divulged much about the local team dynamics. This small town was governed by two powerful teams, and although it was not expansive, most residents belonged to their own groups. Newcomers were invariably recruited, yet the elders, women, children, and those lacking combat abilities held little status within the teams. Women were regarded as mere companions for warmth, while older individuals were relegated to domestic duties. Those without strength faced subservience. This was the norm. However, the prevailing misconduct here was somewhat mitigated. Since entering, Bai Zixi had noted a relatively positive demeanor among the people they encountered. Thank you for sharing so much with me. As for joining a team, I shall pass, Bai Zixi stated, retrieving a crystal core from her pocket and offering it to him as a token of gratitude. Young lady, don't mistake me for someone who seeks a reward. We can be friends without needing to join a team. Keep your crystal core, consider it a gift. Feng Xiao waved her off, soon disappearing from view. Bai Zixi was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly that difficult to give away a crystal core? With a resigned expression, she took Xizi Bai's hand and entered their suite. Chapter 65, Escape. As Bai Zixi emerged from her shower, she heard the system notification. Favorability score 5. Current points, 9. A wave of joy washed over her. She had not anticipated such consistent goodwill. When they met again, she would certainly reward him handsomely. Although the small suite lacked water and electricity, its furnishings were akin to those of a hotel, and it was quite clean. She had hurried into her space to wash and prepared a bucket of warm water for Xizi Bai's bath. On such a frigid day, a self-heating hot pot was a fitting meal. Once Xizi Bai emerged, she had the hot pot and self-heating rice ready. The delectable aroma wafted through the air, gradually filling the entire room. Xizi Bai's eyes brightened, and he stood there, swallowing hard. Bing bing, don't just stand there, come and eat, Bai Zixi urged, deftly picking up a piece of meat with disposable chopsticks and gesturing for him to join her. As the warmth entered her stomach, she closed her eyes in bliss, savoring the deliciousness. Unable to resist any longer, Xizi Bai, whose stomach was growling, quickly sat down and began to eat. Sister, this is so tasty. In the adjacent room, two men caught a whiff of the fragrant hot pot base and had swallowed their saliva countless times. How outrageous. Eating hot food without closing the window. It's driving me mad with hunger. One man lamented, yearning to sneak a meal, yet his reason forbade him from doing so. Having eaten her fill, Bai Zixi reclined on the sofa, gently caressing her flat stomach, relieved that she had not gained weight. Reflecting on past efforts to lose weight, which had led her to consume only vegetarian dishes, she now realized that amidst the daily battles, it was nearly impossible to maintain her strength without indulging in meat. Bing bing. Get some rest. We must leave early tomorrow, she instructed. The suite contained 2 beds, perfectly accommodating them, and she felt it would be odd to share a bed, especially since he was a boy. She also tended to be restless in her sleep, fearing she might disturb him. The two soon burrowed into their respective blankets, drifting off to sleep. Meanwhile, within the confines of a military vehicle on an open expanse, a young man inquired, "Young master, how shall we locate the lady?" The driver, still behind the wheel in the night, hesitated to voice his concerns about their aimless search. "Just head south," Yan Shaochen replied, his ordinarily stern expression softening at the mention of her. He retrieved a piece of purple jade from his coat pocket, the same piece that had been part of the purple jade jewelry set he gifted her, which possessed a rough sense of directional guidance, albeit not very precise. Relying on such an enigmatic object for navigation was a gamble, reliant on fortune. "Ah, a horde of mutated beasts. We must retreat." A voice rang out, panic evident. "There are so many mutated wild boars. What do we do?" The commotion in the town escalated, with residents displaying alarm and chaos erupting as the morning noise crescendoed. Bai Zixi was roused from her slumber, shuffling in her slippers to open the window, glancing outside. Had she truly encountered a tide of mutated beasts on her very first day here? Her luck seemed unparalleled. As she looked down, she noticed 5 individuals approaching from downstairs. "Come quickly, we must leave," The horde of mutated beasts is about to invade. Feng Xiao called urgently from below, glancing up at her, perplexed that she was still clad in her pajamas. Just a moment. In this dire situation, it was commendable that she was willing to take along two individuals who seemed like burdens. Such a friend is indeed worthy of companionship. She acknowledged this sentiment. After a brief interval, Bai Zixi descended the stairs with Xizi Bai, both carrying backpacks, and joined the group. Hurry up, Feng Xiao urged, his expression fraught with anxiety. Captain, are we heading toward the back mountain? Inquired one ordinary-looking man with a buzz cut, as their party of 7 hastened toward the rear mountain. Numerous others were fleeing in the same direction. The air was pierced by the roars of the advancing mutated beasts, and Bai Zixi's countenance grew grave. The cacophony suggested that their numbers were substantial. Suddenly, the sound of walls collapsing echoed through the air. Oh no, the wall over there has fallen. They are breaking in. Increase your speed, run. Someone shouted. The group quickly reached the rear of the small town, where those ahead had begun to scale the terrain. Bing Bing, can you climb? Bai Zixi inquired earnestly of Xizi Bai. Don't worry, I can do it. Xizi Bai reassured her with a confident glance. The slope was not particularly challenging, with many uneven spots to leverage for support. Feng Xiao was the first to ascend the wall, extending his hand toward Bai Zixi. Pass the child here. Without hesitation, she lifted the child and handed him over, displaying remarkable agility as she scaled the wall in just a few swift movements. Approximately 50 individuals had made it over the wall and began to climb the mountain. Help! Save me! Cried those who had not yet reached safety, their voices filled with terror. A massive horde of mutated wild boars, each nearly twice the size of their former selves, charged into the town, wreaking havoc in their wake. Those who lagged behind were brutally tossed aside, becoming prey for the ravenous beasts, while others were trampled or impaled, the scene utterly horrific. Those who had managed to climb halfway up the mountain turned to glance back, their faces pale and their scalps tingling with fear. Chapter 66. Escape. Scores of individuals were scaling the steep cliff, with Bai Zixi moving somewhat slower in the center of the crowd. Above her, Xizi Bai was making a determined effort to ascend step by step. She did not rush him, allowing him to proceed at his own pace. Little brother, let me carry you, Feng Xiao suggested anxiously, noting that the mutated beasts were beginning to surge upward. Fortunately, they were not particularly swift, occasionally being repelled by the abilities of the crowd, and when one beast fell, it often took several others down with it, buying precious time for the survivors. Xizi Bai gritted his teeth and looked up, resolutely stating, I can do this. Feng Xiao sighed in exasperation. How stubborn could this child be? Bai Zixi occasionally glanced back at the two women behind them, recognizing the elder sister and the woman who had checked her into the room earlier. At that moment, a third-level mutated beast suddenly accelerated, leveraging the backs of its companions to leap toward the last woman, its sharp tusks poised to strike. No, please, she screamed in terror. Just as it was about to attack, a fireball struck the beast's head, causing it to roar and crash down into a small pit at the woman's feet. Bai Zixi feigned pulling a thick rope from her backpack, tying one into a large rock above, and then lowered the rope. The sight of the rope filled the hearts of the dozen or so individuals below with hope, prompting them to look up gratefully at her. System notification. Favorability 26, current points 35. Little girl, you seem well prepared, Feng Xiao remarked with newfound curiosity as he continued to climb alongside her. Bai Zixi corrected him. My name is Bai Zixi. Oh, hello, little Bai. You can call me Brother Xiao, Feng Xiao responded, adopting a familiar tone. The nickname Little Bai irked her, but she chose to set aside her annoyance for the moment as they were in the midst of fleeing. The group resumed their ascent, and those below quickened their pace as well. Gradually, they distanced themselves from the mutated beasts, temporarily escaping danger. Half an hour later, the last group finally reached the summit, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Only a few individuals with robust constitutions remained composed, while Bai Zixi stood there, seemingly at ease. The attractive woman who had just arrived turned to Feng Xiao, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Feng Xiao, for saving me. Beside her stood a grateful elder sister, also looking at the group with appreciation. No need for thanks, Xiaoan, Feng Xiao replied casually. The last few individuals to climb were those of lesser physical strength, remnants of their team's powers having already vanished from sight, leaving them behind. Captain, we should hurry down the mountain and find a vehicle to leave this place, the buzzcut man advised Feng Xiao. Little Bai, let us go? He called to the two siblings standing not far away. Bai Zixi thought, is he really addicted to calling me Little Bai? She chose to ignore him, taking Xizi Bai's hand as they descended a small path down the slope. Everyone, stay together. The group moved in orderly lines down the mountain. Little Bai, why aren't you talking to me? Feng Xiao asked, puzzled by her sudden displeasure. My sister simply does not wish to engage with you, Xizi Bai shouted, frustrated by his lack of awareness. Feng Xiao, unconvinced, replied, with my handsome looks. How could she not want to speak to me? He touched his face, wondering if his charm had diminished. After all, he had once been a master of romance. Though he loved to socialize and flirt, he had always parted ways amicably, never mistreating anyone. Meanwhile, Xiaoun, who had been observing him from behind, had previously found him too frivolous and immature for her taste, preferring the mature and steady demeanor of her own captain. However, after witnessing his actions during this crisis, she realized that those who appeared unreliable often bore the greatest sense of responsibility. The suitors who professed to protect her and provide a good life had vanished at the first sign of danger, leaving her disheartened. Chapter 67, The Riverbank. Help! Help! 3 men came sprinting up the slope, seemingly terrified. The leading man, with a buzz cut, looked at them quizzically. What happened? Why are you so frantic? Were these not members of the Thunderbolt squad? Why had they suddenly returned? There are mutated plants below. Don't take this route. It's too terrifying. One of the men explained, regaining his composure as he recounted the harrowing encounter. The earliest group had scattered in panic, with several individuals having been drained of their blood by the mutated flora. The seemingly innocuous plants had launched unexpected assaults, leaving no time to evade. Fortunately, they had managed to flee quickly, otherwise, they too would have met a grim fate. However, the alternate route required crossing a river and climbing another mountain to reach the city. The buzzcut man, a local resident, was quite familiar with the area. He turned to Feng Xiao. Captain, you decide. Old Chun, let us take another route, Feng Xiao replied. Feng Xiao swiftly made a decision. Among this group of individuals, apart from himself and the crew-cut Elder Chun who possessed extraordinary abilities, the others lacked any means of self-defense. They were all escapees from a small town, and he wished to lead them to a safer haven. Bai Zixi, remaining silent, was unfamiliar with the area and was accompanied by a child, making it prudent for her to stick with them. She resolved to quietly play the part of a delicate lady. Ultimately, they chose a different route down the mountain, all hoping to reach the foothills before nightfall. The scenery along the way went unappreciated, as each individual was fatigued, their stomachs beginning to growl and protest. Should I carry you, little brother? Bai Zixi inquired, noticing that Xiaobin seemed drained of energy. They had traversed an hour of mountainous terrain, yet he showed no signs of fatigue. Xiaobin shook his head. As a young man, it was unbecoming to have his sister bear him, especially since she had traversed the same arduous path, yet appeared so unfazed. Without further ado, Feng Xiao scooped Xiaobin into his arms, promptly placing him upon his shoulder. Stay still, little brother, and behave. Put me down. Xiaobin protested softly, squirming a bit. After several futile attempts to free himself, he relaxed and gazed ahead at the path. Elder Chun, leading the way, called out, Everyone, just a little longer. We will soon reach the riverbank, where we can rest. 20 minutes later, they finally glimpsed the shallow river at the base of the mountain, bordered by stones and sandy soil. Bai Zixi perched herself upon a large rock, while the others scrambled to find spots to rest. She retrieved a pack of biscuits from her backpack and quietly began to eat, with Xiaobin sitting beside her, also pulling out food from his own bag. Among the group of over a dozen, only half carried backpacks. The others were unprepared, empty-handed. 2 famished older men surveyed the scene, ultimately fixing their gaze upon Bai Zixi and Xiaobin. As Bai Zixi lowered her mask, her strikingly beautiful visage caught the attention of the men, who couldn't help but steal a few glances. Feng Xiao moved in front of her, his gaze fixed intently upon her face. I think it would be wise for you to don your mask again, he suggested. Among the group, there were only 3 women. Apart from him, the rest were rather unkempt men, and he wished to prevent her from becoming a target, even if it was merely for gazes. Bai Zixi rolled her eyes and replied, Can you not see that I am eating? Besides, why should it concern you if others look at me? Her tone was flat. While she could be friends with him, this was not something that should involve a friend's interference. I am merely concerned for your well-being. You should be wary. These men have been single for quite some time. Aren't you afraid? Feng Xiao remarked, insinuating that their intentions might not be innocent. If they were stronger, they might have acted without restraint. If someone with real power wanted to do something, would you be able to resist? My sister isn't afraid at all. I think it's you who wishes to take advantage of her, Xiaobin interjected, pointing his chin defiantly at Feng Xiao. He knew that collectively, these men could not match his sister's strength. The notion of fear was laughable. You ungrateful little brat. Who just carried you? Feng Xiao teased, bemused by the boy's allegiance to his sister. Let us not engage with him, Bai Zixi said, turning away from him. She found him exceedingly dull. Xiaobin huffed and fell silent. Feng Xiao, amused by their childish banter, sat down nearby and began to nourish himself. System notification. Affection level 2, current points, 37. Chapter 68, The Struggle. Return my backpack. Don't steal my food. Xiao Yun exclaimed from atop a rock, momentarily distracted as 2 older men approached and snatched her backpack. One burly man spoke. Xiaoyun, your previous team hoarded quite a bit of our supplies in the town. Reclaiming a fraction of it is already quite generous. You are going too far. Give me back my things. Xiaoyun, infuriated, stood and reached out to reclaim her belongings. Those who had not eaten also rushed over, eager to partake in the bounty. In such dire circumstances, shame was a luxury they could not afford. The man holding her backpack shoved her hand away and dumped its contents onto the ground. I'll just take a few packs of biscuits. The rest you can divide among yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, a frenzy erupted. 6 men dove to the ground, scrambling for the food scattered about. 2 of them even clutched the same pack of biscuits, and after a brief tussle, the packaging tore, sending biscuits tumbling to the earth, yet others rushed to collect them. In a matter of moments, everything edible had been snatched away. Xiaoyun, left in shock, felt tears welling in her eyes. How could these people act so? Was this the behavior of humans? Not far off, a kind older woman approached, offering consolation. Xiaoyun, are you all right? Don't worry, my husband has some food. You won't go hungry. Unable to contain her emotions, Xiaoyun burst into tears. Thank you, Sister Lan. Bai Zixi sighed from a distance, contemplating why she didn't intervene. It was not out of indifference, but rather a desire to avoid unnecessary entanglements. In such an environment, one must endure hardship to truly learn the art of survival. Big sister, they have gone too far. Yu Xiaobin could no longer restrain himself. Isn't this blatant bullying of the vulnerable? Bai Zixi's expression remained serene. This is a world governed by the law of the jungle. If you are weak, you are destined to be preyed upon. She had long accepted this reality. Even with a system, she was striving to grow stronger. The harshness of humanity and the schemes of the unscrupulous meant nothing in the face of power. Yu Xiaobin understood. He had to become strong. Feng Xiao, seated in front of her, chuckled and assured, do not worry. With me here, they will not dare to take from you. Then why didn't you stop them earlier? Yu Xiaobin retorted, puzzled by his reasoning. Because I am not familiar with them. Feng Xiao replied, as if his logic were sound. Should we have killed those starving men? He certainly could not bring himself to do such a thing. Food could be replaced, but her safety was paramount. Elder Chen approached them. Captain, night is falling. Let us cross this river and find a cave to spend the night. All right, Bai Zixi, let us go, Feng Xiao called to his team, beckoning Bai Zixi and her companions to follow. As for the others, he had no intention of waiting for those who fell behind. Several men led the way, rolling up their pant legs as they waded into the shallow river. Bai Zixi took Yu Xiaobin's hand, having already removed her shoes. Stepping into the cool water with her fair feet, a shiver coursed through her as the chill enveloped her. Just as Yu Xiaobin was about to enter the river, Feng Xiao lifted him effortlessly and swiftly crossed to the other side. I didn't ask you to carry me. Yu Xiaobin protested, feeling displeased. He wanted to walk alongside his sister. You were moving too slowly. I didn't want your sister to suffer alongside you, Feng Xiao stated plainly. Not wishing for Bai Zixi to endure the discomfort of the cold water, Yu Xiaobin found himself at a loss for words. Before long, the 7 of them reached the opposite bank and began trekking into the valley. The group resting nearby quickly realized and hurried across the river to keep pace with Feng Xiao's team. In such dire circumstances, if one could not even keep up with the group, then they hardly deserved to survive. Xiaoyun, along with the kind woman and her husband, soon crossed the river and followed suit. Chapter 69, The Fright. Before nightfall, Elder Chen finally led everyone to a sizable cave. After a thorough inspection, Feng Xiao used his fire abilities to kindle a fire, illuminating the previously dim cave. Bai Zixi and Yu Xiaobin casually found a corner against the stone wall to rest momentarily. This had been the day of most extensive travel for her, and it was hard to believe that, despite not being excessively fatigued, she felt overwhelmingly drowsy. She did not wish to reveal the space for the time being. Thus, they would have to sleep on the stone slab tonight, uncertain whether a chill would lead to a cold in this biting winter. With that thought, she reached into her backpack and pretended to retrieve a blanket, draping it over Yu Xiaobin. Cover yourself well, don't catch a cold, she instructed. Yu Xiaobin, touched, nodded appreciatively. Thank you, sister. The system prompted, affection level 3, with a current score of 40. Feng Xiao strolled over and seated himself beside them, leaning back and closing his eyes. After a day of exertion, he too was quite exhausted. Bai Zixi paid him no mind, leaning back to rest her eyes. Thus, the cave fell into a tranquil silence, with each person finding a comfortable position to rejuvenate. Late into the night, all was still, apart from old Chun, who stood guard. The others were deeply slumbering. Suddenly, a hissing sound pierced the silence. An aberrant python slithered into the cave from outside. Rustling softly, the serpent concealed itself in the shadows, flicking its tongue as it eyed the unsuspecting group of prey. Just as the aberrant python shifted its gaze to another corner, Bai Zixi's keen eyes were already fixed upon it. The serpent defiantly met her gaze, unflinching, regarding her merely as its prey, yet remaining calm. Old Chen also sensed the dark silhouette, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he mustered the courage to shout, "There's a snake." His exclamation startled everyone awake, prompting a flurry of anxious queries. "A snake? Where? What? I'm terrified of snakes. Ah, what is that shadow?" Sister Lan glanced towards the shadow at the cave entrance. "Is that not a snake? It appears rather large." Her words prompted everyone to turn their gaze towards the ominous shape, their eyes widening in fear as cold sweat began to bead on their foreheads, rendering them speechless. Feng Xiao had already risen, positioning himself protectively in front of Bai Zixi and Yu Xiaobin, earnestly instructing, "If I engage it, take the opportunity to flee outside, understood?" Bai Zixi could only shake her head in exasperation. This fellow was at level 2 of his powers, whereas the aberrant snake was at level 3. Was he courting disaster? Yet, she could not voice her concerns. She had to wait for the opportune moment to strike. At that moment, the aberrant python began to stir, its form gliding as it revealed its head. The two closest uncles, petrified, retreated hastily, scarcely daring to breathe, their eyes fixed on the aberrant snake, fearing it would swallow them whole. This serpent was at least as large as 2 basketballs, appearing to stretch 5 to 6 meters, its cloud-like patterns shimmering ominously. The aberrant snake quickly locked onto a target, opening its massive jaws to lunge at him. "Ah, save me, Captain Feng," the man cried out, disregarding all semblance of dignity. Feng Xiao and Old Chen sprang into action, synchronously unleashing their powers against the aberrant snake. A fireball and an earth spike soared through the air, striking the serpent's tail. Infuriated by the pain, the aberrant snake turned to face them, its slitted pupils ablaze with rage, as its tail lashed out towards Old Chen. The speed was blinding. Old Chen hastily dodged, but was still struck by the serpent's tail, sending him crashing to the ground. Gasping in pain, he gritted his teeth, forcing himself to rise and continue the assault. "Old Chen, are you all right?" Feng Xiao, shedding his previous nonchalance, now bore a grave expression. Would they truly perish here today? Gritting his teeth, he renewed his fire-based attack, drawing the aberrant snake's attention. The serpent swiftly zeroed in on him, its jaws snapping as it lunged forward. Feng Xiao narrowly evaded, launching fireballs while dodging its strikes. The two engaged in a perilous dance within the cave, one chasing while the other skillfully evaded, though the latter was growing increasingly strained. Just as it seemed the snake would finally catch him, he narrowly escaped its jaws once more. Onlookers anxiously held their breath, worried that should he fall prey, they would follow suit. A few, regaining their senses, stealthily crept towards the cave entrance, contemplating a quiet escape. "Captain, watch out!" One squad member shouted in terror as the aberrant snake neared Feng Xiao's head. At that moment, everyone's eyes widened in horror. Xiaochen couldn't help but shout, "No?" Suddenly, a piercing sound echoed through the air. Bai Zixi had plunged her blade into the python's vital spot. With an impassive expression, she withdrew the cold moon blade and struck again. The aberrant snake emitted no sound, only a painful expression as its entire body froze for 2 seconds in midair. With a resounding thud, it crashed to the ground. The group stood in stunned silence, gazing at Bai Zixi, their expressions shifting in disbelief. Had she truly slain the aberrant python? Chapter 70, A Feast. The system prompted Affection Level 5, Affection Level 2, Affection Level 2, with a current score of 68. "Xiao Bai, you killed it?" Feng Xiao looked at her in shock. The jester was indeed he himself, previously boasting about protecting others and claiming his own strength. He felt utterly humiliated. She was the true powerhouse. Bai Zixi, wiping her blade, winked at him. "What else would you expect?" The others in the cave quickly regained their composure, approaching to inspect the serpent's carcass. Only once they confirmed its demise did they relax. Several sturdy youths began to praise her. "Miss, you are incredible. You dispatched that aberrant snake with just 2 strikes? My imagination was limited by its feebleness." Regardless of their thoughts, Bai Zixi had already stowed her knife away. Now that her abilities were revealed, there was no need to feign modesty. "Feng Xiao, my brother and I are hungry. Prepare the snake for me. I'll leave the tools to you." She produced some cooking utensils, making her intentions clear. Her only role was to indulge in the feast. "Wow, you possess spatial abilities," Feng Xiao exclaimed in astonishment, realizing how deeply she had concealed her talents. Bai Zixi merely shrugged in silence. Beside her, Yu Xiaobin confidently chimed in. "If you want to eat, hurry and clean the snake. Those who Haven Tea contributed may find themselves without a meal." At the mention of food, several men hurriedly gathered their knives to begin their task. Sister Lan and Xiaochen also took the initiative to fetch cooking utensils, starting to boil water over the fire. Old Chen and Feng Xiao had sustained minor injuries, but nothing serious. In a couple of days, they would recover, a benefit of being powers users. Understanding this, Bai Zixi had no intention of treating them. While points could be earned, she preferred to keep some cards close to her chest. She returned to the stone slab, closing her eyes to rest once more. 008. Show me the powers panel. I wish to exchange for another ability, Bai Zixi requested. Understood, host, came the mechanical voice of 008. Her attack power was formidable, with the ability to heal, yet her defense was lacking. She contemplated the options, a month of gold-type abilities for 30 points, or ice-type abilities for 50 points. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to exchange for the ice-type ability, spending 50 points, leaving her with 18. Host, would you like to open the silver package rewarded for spending 50 points? 008 inquired once more. Yes. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 speed charms and 10 refreshing charms. Now stored in your system backpack. Bai Zixi glanced at the description of the refreshing charms. They serve to invigorate the body, and essential for the lazy. More than an hour later, the aroma of snake soup and roasted snake meat wafted through the air, irresistible even to those who were not particularly hungry, causing them to swallow in anticipation. How long had it been since they had savored a warm meal? Xiao Bai, come and eat. Feng Xiao called out to Bai Zixi, who was still seated. She did not rise to eat first, and the others hesitated, fearing the wrath of the formidable figure who had slain the python. Once Bai Zixi stood, the crowd quickly made way for her, granting her a status even higher than Feng Xiao's. Approaching the food, she picked up a pair of chopsticks and gently urged, "What are you all staring at? Please eat. Yes, yes. Hurry up and eat, or I shall devour it all myself." Feng Xiao's playful demeanor returned, his charm fleeting as ever. Old Chen expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you, miss." He was not one for flattery, his demeanor rather earnest. Bai Zixi smiled lightly, no need for thanks. She then continued to enjoy the tender roasted python meat, which was surprisingly delectable, a testament to their culinary skills. "This meat is extraordinarily delicious. I could easily consume a pound of it." Feng Xiao chimed in. "It's all thanks to my wife, Xiaolan, for her remarkable cooking." He had eaten plenty of snake meat before, but this mutated variety was a first for him, and the flavor truly was distinct. The atmosphere grew lively as the group began to chatter. "Xiao Bai, what kind of knife do you have? It's incredibly sharp," Feng Xiao remarked, well aware of the formidable defensive capabilities of the mutated snake, which had merely left him with superficial wounds. Bai Zixi smirked, her delicate features exuding an air of mystery. "I won't tell you." "Xiao Bai, you're breaking my heart." Feng Xiao feigned a pitiful look, his playful banter continuing. Little Yuxia, unimpressed, retorted, "I look down on you, you immature fool." It was a childish ploy that even a child would not resort to, and she marveled at his audacity. They began to bicker again, prompting Bai Zixi to chuckle in exasperation, recognizing them as quite the pair. Chapter 71, Insult. Morning broke with the first light. "Everyone, let us pack up and prepare to set off." Old Chen called out, his spirits high. Bai Zixi and little Yuxia followed the group out of the cave, ready to embark on another trek. The winter daylight offered no warmth, and the mountain air was particularly frigid, hovering around 5 to 6 degrees Celsius. Thankfully, everyone was dressed warmly. Otherwise, they might succumb to the cold before reaching safety, even without the threat of mutated beasts. The group traversed the rugged terrain, with those of slightly lesser stamina lagging a few meters behind. Little Yuxia was being carried by Feng Xiao, moving with ease, suggesting his physical condition had reached a level. Bai Zixi remained vigilant at the rear, aware that dangers in the mountains were as prevalent as those in the city. "Xiao Bai, once we descend, we plan to head to the southern city base. Would you like to join us?" Feng Xiao enthusiastically invited her. The southern city base was the largest military establishment in the southern region, while the smaller bases were chaotic. He had spent a few days there previously. Bai Zixi declined directly. "No, I wish to go to the northern district." His words made her nostalgic for her friends at the first military base in the north. What was Yan Shaochen doing now? Would she be upset with her sudden departure? "Are you coming from the northern district?" Feng Xiao inquired uncertainly. Realizing the difficulty of the situation, he intended to accompany her to the northern district, or perhaps remain at the local base. Ultimately, Feng Xiao decided, "Then I shall join you at the northern district base. By the way, do you have a team?" Given her strength, she should have been recruited long ago. In these times, no base could be considered legitimate without a few formidable ability users. "Yes, I do," Bai Zixi replied absently, pondering about Lin Jiao, Shaiki, and Muya, wondering how they were faring and if they had encountered any dangers. "I knew it. No wonder you didn't join my carefree team." "Xiao Bai, how about I join your team?" Feng Xiao suggested earnestly. They were a small group and had long sought a strong team to join. Bai Zixi shook her head. "No? You're not a female." "What? Xiao Bai, that is not right. Are you being gender discriminatory? Or does your team consist solely of women?" Feng Xiao reacted defensively, feeling indignant at being rejected. After all, He was a level 2 ability user, boasting considerable firepower. Yes, it's all women. You might want to change your gender first. Bai Zixi suggested with utmost seriousness. Little Yuxia couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of his dismay. The group continued their journey from morning until 3 p.m. Finally able to rest. They had eaten snake meat around 4 or 5 in the morning, and many had yet to consume anything, their expressions weary and fatigued. Particularly exhausted were Xiaochen and Sister Lan, who were lagging behind and panting heavily. Bai Zixi and little Yuxia laid down a mat on the grass and pulled out some bread to satisfy their hunger. Feng Xiao and a few brothers from his team settled beside them, replenishing their energy. The 2 men who had previously snatched food from Zone began to plot. One of the darker-skinned men spoke up. We're down to our last 2 packets of biscuits. Should we ask that beauty for some? Doesn't she have space powers? If we all go, we're sure to get something, someone chimed in. But she is so powerful. What if she gets angry and kills us? One of the more timid men hesitated, recalling how they had benefited from her generosity with snake meat. The darker-skinned man, driven by greed, scoffed. What is there to fear? We're many. She wouldn't kill us for just asking for food. He couldn't help but ogle her pretty face, lamenting the fact that he couldn't touch her. The others hesitated, not wanting to be the first to approach. They were not fools, after all. Since you're all too scared, I'll go first, the lewd man declared boldly and approached Bai Zixi without hesitation. Feng Xiao frowned, displeased. What are you doing? Dehei? Ignoring him, Dehei turned to Bai Zixi. Miss, our group is starving. Could you spare some food? Bai Zixi glanced at him, then handed him a piece of bread. Here. Dehei accepted the bread, repeatedly thanking her, though he thought it was stingy to only receive one. But he couldn't show his dissatisfaction. He turned to leave, clutching the bread. Wait, Bai Zixi suddenly called out to him. Miss, do you want to give me a few more? Dehei assumed her kindness had resurfaced and approached again. Bai Zixi stood up and snatched the bread back from him, casually stating, I've changed my mind. Dehei, this. Was he just played? He fumed inwardly, realizing he couldn't just take her bread without any points. If my sister wants to give you, she will. If not, there's nothing you can do about it, little Yuxia declared boldly, her chubby face puffed up. The sight of her fierce demeanor made the nearby boys chuckle. Feng Xiao added, do you think we are fools? You expect to eat for free without any sincerity? You'd better kneel and beg. Perhaps I might be generous enough to give you a morsel. Dehei's face turned green with anger as he heard their insults, gritting his teeth as he turned to leave. The others, witnessing his failure, dared not approach for food. They still had their pride. Chapter 72, Encounter. Let us proceed. Once we descend this slope, the main road will come into view, and we may be able to find a vehicle to escape this place. Laochen pointed ahead, leading the way. The others followed suit, gradually catching up. However, after only a few paces, Bai Zixi's expression turned grave as she expanded her mental energy outward. Then loudly warned everyone, we must quicken our pace. Danger approaches from behind. Upon hearing her alert, tension gripped the group, and their steps hastened. Yet, before they could travel far, the sky suddenly darkened ominously as hundreds of mutated birds swooped down upon them. What kind of birds are those? Run! The last few individuals, startled by the horrifying sight above, desperately sprinted forward. Bai Zixi had already drawn her Hanyu blade, which trembled in her grip, as if it sensed the impending excitement. Hanyu, stay still. It had begun to exhibit some sentience after reaching the second tier. She wondered if further upgrades would enhance its intelligence. Quickly, she redirected her focus to the flock of mutated birds, each slightly larger than an eagle, their bodies cloaked in black feathers, with sharp beaks that could inflict fatal wounds. Feng Xiao, should you not set Binbin down? Bai Zixi inquired of Feng Xiao, who was carrying the child on his back, concerned that it might hinder him from launching an attack. Feng Xiao replied earnestly, no need. Hold on tight, little one, and do not let go. Yu Xiaobin nodded, gripping his clothing with tiny hands. He was supported with one hand, while Feng Xiao prepared to conjure a fireball with the other against the oncoming mutated birds. Ow, it hurts. Someone help me. A shout rang out from behind. A man was struck on the back by a level 2 mutated bird. He forcefully shook it off and stumbled forward in a panic. We cannot outrun them. We must fight back. Laochen realized that their only chance of escape was to eliminate the threat. The group ahead halted. Those with abilities activated their powers, while others armed themselves with kitchen knives, swinging wildly. A few wielded iron rods, and those without weapons fared worse, frequently pecked and left bloodied, crying out in agony. The scene descended into chaos. Xiao Lan, Xiao Yun, hurry over to Feng Xiao. I will cover you. All right, you come quickly. Sister Lan swiftly grabbed Xiao Yun, moving toward Bai Zixi's side. As the mutated birds attacked from all directions, Bai Zixi swung her blade, severing them in halves as they fell. Feng Xiao and Laochen formed a protective circle around her, eliminating the aerial threats. Just then, 2 level 3 mutated birds, moving at breakneck speed, charged directly at them. Speed types? Bai Zixi's expression shifted as she conjured an ice wall with one hand to block one bird's approach while wielding her knife at the other, which narrowly dodged her strike. The two engaged in a rapid exchange. The cacophony of squawking birds filled the air, an irksome sound that grated on one's nerves. Bai Zixi increased her speed. When the level 3 mutated bird lunged again, she evaded deftly and, with a swift motion, severed its head mid-flight. Just as she dispatched one level 3 bird, another became entangled with Feng Xiao and the others. Suddenly, it seized the opportunity to snatch Yu Xiaobin, lifting him into the air. "Ah, sister!" Yu Xiaobin screamed in terror as he was abruptly captured. "Wah, this is so high." "Xiaobin." Bai Zixi's expression changed dramatically as she hurried after them. Feng Xiao and Lao Chun, unable to pursue due to the onslaught of other mutated birds, were forced to continue fighting. Bai Zixi hurled a light arrow at the level 3 bird, which quickly evaded. At that moment, a bolt of lightning flashed through the sky. Zzz. The mutated bird was struck, instantly turning to ash, while Yu Xiaobin began to plummet. Ah! The sensation of weightlessness made Yu Xiaobin scream. Fearing he would meet a grim fate, Bai Zixi dashed towards him as he fell, and upon spotting a familiar figure ahead, she froze in place. Yan Shaochen gently placed Yu Xiaobin aside and approached Bai Zixi. "What are you dawdling for? Why you? What are you doing here?" Bai Zixi exclaimed in surprise and joy, her heart racing inexplicably. Yan Shaochen, initially intending to scold her, found his irritation dissipating at the sight of her, his mood lifting considerably. "I came to find you," he stated plainly, avoiding any circumlocution. Bai Zixi felt a wave of emotion wash over her, wishing to embrace him, but the moment was not right. She glanced back at 18 and 19 behind him. "Let us first eliminate those birds." She lifted her blade, preparing to return to the fray. Yan Shaochen grasped her wrist, turning his gaze to 19 and 18, and spoke seriously. "You two go ahead." Bai Zixi, caught off guard by his hold, turned to him in confusion. "Aren't we going?" "We are, but do not stray too far from me." He was unwilling to see her risking herself. Understanding dawned on Bai Zixi. Indeed, she could afford to relax a bit. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaobin, feeling overlooked, puffed up his cheeks in discontent. "What is going on? Can someone explain this to me?" Chapter 73, Escape from Peril. Tat 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 tat. 18 and 19 unleashed a barrage from a submachine gun, raining fire upon the sky. The mutated birds fell in droves, and soon the ground was littered with their carcasses. As Yan Shaochen and Bai Zixi joined the fray, the battle neared its conclusion. "Here are some healing supplies, those injured. Come and take what you need." Bai Zixi produced bandages and antiseptic from her spatial pocket, laying them on the grass. System notification. Favorability 2. Favorability 2. Favorability 1 current points, 38. For reasons unclear to her, she felt reluctant to use her light abilities for their healing, primarily due to her unfamiliarity with them and a lack of warmth in her heart. Unlike the soldiers she had treated before, who felt more genuine and akin to her own, she hesitated to expend energy on strangers. 3 male corpses lay nearby, each brutalized, their bodies riddled with wounds from pecking. A sight too grim to endure. Those unfortunate souls had been unarmed and were positioned farther away. It was an unfortunate result of catastrophe, one that could not be blamed on anyone. The large black one still lived, seemingly valuing its life. Feng Xiao cast a glance at the striking man who had suddenly appeared beside Bai Zixi, noting that he was both more handsome and taller than himself, and most importantly, stronger, feeling a momentary blow to his pride. As he bandaged his wounds, he glared intensely at the man holding Bai Zixi's hand, wondering if they were a couple. "Sister, who is this uncle?" Yu Xiaobin asked quietly, glancing up with curiosity. They appeared quite close, and he felt a pang of jealousy. "Her man." Yan Shaochen interjected before Bai Zixi could respond, irritated that a child had interrupted their reunion. He wished to whisk her away to a quiet place for a moment of peace. "This child is..." Bai Zixi pondered, then replied. "He is a lone child I encountered while gathering supplies. I saved him. His parents are deceased, so I brought him along." 18, you are in charge of him," Yan Shaochen commanded, not wanting the child to cling to them. 18 quickly approached Yu Xiaobin, silently complying, understanding his young master's wishes. "Isn't that a bit harsh?" Bai Zixi protested. After all, she had known Yu Xiaobin for several days and had grown accustomed to having him around. Yan Shaochen felt no sense of discomfort as he grasped her hand once more, declaring, "There is nothing amiss. Let us proceed. This place is not suitable for lingering." As they departed, Feng Xiao and Lao Chun hurriedly followed suit. The sudden appearance of the trio, adorned in their gear and wielding firearms, unmistakably marked them as individuals from the large base. "Xiao Bai, wait for us," Feng Xiao called out from behind, his injuries and exhaustion making each step a laborious task. The mention of Xiao Bai caused Yan Shaochen to furrow his brow slightly. his dark eyes clouding with a hint of displeasure as he tightened his grip on her small hand. Should we not slow our pace? Bai Zixi, aware of their circumstances, lifted her gaze to Yan Shaochen. If you wish to walk more slowly, I can carry you, he replied earnestly. Never mind, I believe it is best to hasten. I do not want to be carried in a crowd like this, Bai Zixi retorted. As they neared the slope leading to the road, their concerns faded, and she yearned to return to the vehicle swiftly. 20 minutes later, they spotted a dark green SUV parked at the roadside. Bai Zixi had previously stowed a minibus she found in the city, ensuring it was intact and had keys, and she effortlessly stored it away for future use. Feng Xiao, you may take this vehicle. We will escort these individuals to the nearby base, and you can decide later whether to accompany me to the northern district. All right. I will heed your suggestion, Xiao Bai, Feng Xiao replied, only to be met with a chilling glare that sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to hastily board the vehicle. What is this? I had no intention of encroaching on anyone's territory. Why must I be treated so harshly? My heart is heavy. He mused. Bai Zixi climbed aboard the military vehicle alongside Yan Shaochen, sitting close to him, while Xizi Bai occupied the opposite side, with 18 at the wheel and 19 in the passenger seat. Do you know that man well? Yan Shaochen inquired, a trace of irritation evident in his tone, as he was not fond of the idea of her interacting with another male. It was merely a fleeting encounter. I am more acquainted with you. Bai Zixi leaned back casually, responding. Just as he was about to say more, she rested her head on his shoulder, her voice softening. Let me sleep for a while. I am so tired. Yan Shaochen sighed in resignation, cradling her small head in his embrace, ensuring her comfort. Xizi Bai thought to himself, am I superfluous? Chapter 74, A Kiss. As dusk settled at 7 p.m., Feng Xiao halted the vehicle at the entrance of a small base, turning to the others in the minibus. You may disembark now. The occupants, upon seeing the safe haven, hurriedly exited the vehicle. Just as Xiao Yun was about to alight, she glanced back at Feng Xiao. Aren't you coming in with us? No, I shall remain outside. You should hurry along. I still need to follow the vehicle ahead. Feng Xiao urged, a sense of urgency in his heart as he anticipated Bai Zixi's departure. May I accompany you to another base? Xiao Yun queried, her determination evident. You may, but I cannot guarantee your safety, Feng Xiao replied, unwilling to play the benevolent guardian. Xiao Yun lowered her head, murmuring, I understand. I will do my best not to hold you back. Sister Lan and her husband also chose not to alight, expressing their desire to accompany Feng Xiao. Very well. Then take your seats, he acquiesced, leading his small team of 4 and the 3 of them as they set forth anew. An hour later, Yan Shaochen instructed the driver to steer the vehicle into an abandoned woodworking factory, where they intended to rest for the night. This was a place they had previously occupied, so they opted not to enter another base to avoid complications and delays. Sister, we are disembarking, Xizi Bai called out, rousing the peacefully slumbering Bai Zixi. Yan Shaochen shot him a cold glance, his voice low and commanding, you may exit first. 18 and 19 quickly disembarked, taking Xizi Bai with them. As the young master was notoriously unpredictable, groggily awakened by the calling of her name, Bai Zixi opened her drowsy eyes, glancing around before looking up. Yan Shaochen, where are the others? Why are you not concerned about me? His handsome face grew solemn, his intense gaze locked onto her delicate features. In the dim light of the vehicle, Bai Zixi sensed his emotions, which inexplicably made her anxious, her voice barely above a whisper. What is troubling you? I am currently quite unhappy. You must soothe me, Yan Shaochen replied, turning slightly to cage her before him. Faced with his penetrating gaze, Bai Zixi stammered. How can I soothe you? He resembled a famished wolf, eager to consume her. Kiss me, he urged, drawing closer. The faint scent of her skin causing his breath to falter. As his face loomed near, Bai Zixi's heart raced, her cheeks flushed, unsure of how to proceed. Yan Shaochen patiently awaited her initiative. She had contemplated rewarding him, and thus decided to kiss him. Taking a deep breath, she pressed her lips to his. A fleeting peck before retreating, was that sufficient? What do you think? Yan Shaochen replied, dissatisfaction evident as he gently lifted her chin and leaned down to claim her lips in a deep, passionate kiss. His fervent and domineering kiss enveloped her small mouth. Bai Zixi felt her mind blank, her hands instinctively clutching the fabric of his shirt. The soft sensation bewitched him, and his tongue swiftly invaded her mouth, seeking her sweetness. The intensity overwhelmed her, leaving her in a passive state of compliance. Gradually, Yan Shaochen sought more, wishing to meld their very beings. His large hands roamed her waist, soon venturing beneath her clothing, brushing against her tender skin. The moment of contact sent a jolt through Bai Zixi, awakening her senses, and she instinctively halted his wandering hand. Stop. She firmly pushed him away. Do not do this. Only now did Yan Shaochen realize he had been carried away. His voice turned hoarse. Apologies. Let us exit the vehicle first. He meticulously adjusted her clothing before opening the door and stepping out, a cool breeze extinguishing the heat that had enveloped him. Restoring his composure, Bai Zixi exhaled in relief, tidying her clothes and hair before following him out. Chapter 75, Darkness. System prompt, Affection level 8, current points, 46. Bai Zixi stepped out and followed Yan Shaochen into the factory, her rosy cheeks still flushed. Xiao Bai, are you willing to enter? Feng Xiao exclaimed upon seeing her. His energy renewed, oblivious to the dangerous glint in Yan Shaochen's eyes that could pierce through steel. Noticing Yan Shaochen's stern demeanor, Bai Zixi tugged at his sleeve, softly inquiring. What is wrong? Surely, he did not harbor resentment over her pushing him away earlier. It was simply not an appropriate setting for such intimacy. In truth, she harbored no aversion to kissing him. Having acknowledged her feelings, she was willing to engage in affectionate gestures, especially since they could earn points, leaving no room for pretense. Nothing is amiss, he thought. It would not do to admit jealousy, even though she had not engaged in any overtly inappropriate actions. Yet, the bond they had forged during their escape made him uneasy, though he could not voice his discontent, fearing it would make him appear petty. As Bai Zixi contemplated, she was certain he was upset about the earlier incident, understanding that men often held strong feelings regarding such matters. Just as she was lost in thought, a sudden cacophony of car horns erupted outside, followed by a procession of 8 individuals striding confidently into the spacious factory, several of them clutching flashlights. As they entered, a few flickering bonfires illuminated the figures within. Leading the group was a corpulent man, who, upon entering, jovially inquired, I hope you don't mind if we stay here for the night. It's rather unsafe outside at this hour. His casual demeanor suggested a robust confidence in his own strength, or perhaps an underestimation of theirs. Noticing the silence from the others, the rotund man quickly shifted his gaze to Yan Shaochen and Bai Zixi, recognizing the male as the apparent leader of this domain. The woman beside him was captivating, far more alluring than the women he had recently procured from the underground city, prompting him to steal a couple of extra glances. Ah, little brother, your lady is truly a stunner. How about I swap the two behind me for her? His intentions were unmistakable. Within the current societal climate, such exchanges had become commonplace. Yan Shaochen's dark eyes narrowed, emanating an aura of authority as white lightning crackled in his palm, fixating a fierce gaze upon the intruder. The man's expression shifted, his body trembling involuntarily under the weight of this potent energy, realizing he had bitten off more than he could chew. My apologies, brother. I beg your forgiveness. If that does not suffice, I can offer you the 2 women I purchased from the underground city, he hastily proposed. At this, Bai Zixi shot a disdainful glance at the 2 women behind him, incredulous at his lack of intelligence and lack of regard for provoking her. Apologize to her. Yan Shaochen's deep voice resonated, making it clear that his woman was not to be coveted by any other. Yes, sister, that was merely a slip of the tongue. Please forgive me, the corpulent man replied, his tone dripping with sincerity. What is this underground city you speak of? Bai Zixi inquired, recalling that she had heard mention of it before, sensing it was not a place of virtue. The man, aware but silent, ingratiated himself further, declaring, the underground city is a veritable paradise for men. There, women can be indulged at will, provided one has the requisite crystal cores. Of course, none can compare to your beauty. He added a flattering remark, which, while genuine, also reflected his true thoughts. This woman was not only stunning but possessed a radiant complexion, regrettably already claimed. The women of the underground city, while attractive, were common and lacked the grace and charm of the lady before him, often exploited and reduced to mere remnants of their former selves. And the city lord? Yan Shaochen inquired, having previously investigated this territory. Though he looked down upon those who survived in such a manner, he recognized that such power could not be dismissed lightly. The corpulent man divulged without hesitation. I am the former lord of the Dark City, Lin. It is said he is quite enigmatic, and his abilities are formidable. What abilities? Feng Xiao also approached, noting the atmosphere had softened somewhat, and curious to learn more. The man's tense demeanor relaxed as he perceived their apparent willingness to overlook his previous transgressions. Clearing his throat, he earnestly replied, Darkness. Upon hearing this, a collective gasp arose from the group, save for Bai Zixi and Yan Shaochen, who remained unfazed. Darkness, she mused, recognizing that her light abilities were specifically designed to counteract such forces, and Yan Shaochen's lightning powers were equally effective against dark attributes. Bai Zixi felt that the underground city resembled a villainous force, with its inhabitants exploiting women to amass crystal cores, growing stronger, and ultimately seeking to dominate humanity. You may leave, Yan Shaochen stated coldly. Please, brother, it's freezing outside, and it's so late. Let us stay in the corner for the night. The corpulent man had not anticipated that after all his bluster, he would still be dismissed. Do not make me repeat myself. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Yan Shaochen's eyes, making it clear that should the man utter another word, his fate would be dire. Very well. We shall remain by the entrance, if that is acceptable. The corpulent man quickly retreated, ushering his companions out of the factory's interior. Once they had departed, Bai Zixi began to unpack the tent, distributing roles among the group. Chapter 76, Tenderness. 18 and 19, sensing the mood, led Xizi Bai into one of the tents, while the others formed groups of 2 or 3, instinctively avoiding disturbing the couple. Having witnessed Yan Shaochen and Bai Zixi's prowess, they subconsciously regarded them as their pillar of strength, retiring to their tents in peace. Inside her tent, Bai Zixi sipped from a bottle of yogurt. Reflecting on the earlier events, his protective demeanor had been rather dashing, exuding an overwhelming boyfriend energy. Host, kiss him more often for points. 008 suddenly interjected. What are you talking about? I'm not doing this for points, she retorted, her affection genuine. 008 replied with a mechanical tone. You are correct. Keep it up. Keep what up? Bai Zixi was perplexed when the tent flaps were suddenly drawn open, revealing Yan Shaochen. Her heart raced. Was he intending to sleep beside her? Was this moving too quickly? As fatigue enveloped him, he sought comfort in her presence. I'm going to sleep now. He reclined onto the soft mat, and soon, even breaths filled the air. Bai Zixi blinked in astonishment. Had he truly fallen asleep already? She removed her outerwear, revealing a warm blue undergarment, and nestled into the bedding. Turning to gaze at Yan Shaochen's face. In the dim light, the rise and fall of his broad chest was rhythmic, his inky hair cascading gracefully over his shoulder. His chiseled features accentuated by a furrowed brow, and his deep-set eyes peacefully closed. Bai Zixi delicately pressed her slender fingers against his brow, and with that gentle touch, his tightly knit brow began to relax. Her gaze lingered on his tightly pressed lips, her fingers grazing them lightly, recalling the vivid moments in the car, causing her cheeks to flush. Lost in her thoughts, Yan Shaochen suddenly pulled her into his embrace, his deep voice murmuring, "Sleep well, darling." With that embrace, Bai Zixi found sleep elusive, the air thick with his essence. How could she possibly rest? Taking a deep breath, she wrapped her arms around his neck, her soft lips pressing against his tender skin. Yet, what should she do next? Suddenly, a glitch occurred. Yan Shaochen's eyelashes fluttered open, his large hand grasping the back of her head, flipping her beneath him. Before she could fully comprehend, a tempestuous kiss descended upon her. The man transitioned from fervent to gentle, treating her as a precious gem, showering her with tender care. He lovingly caressed her lips, his hand exploring her waist. Bai Zixi instinctively embraced his neck, responding to his advances. His lips gradually trailed downward, kissing and sucking at her neck. System notification. Affection level 10, current points, 56. Except for the final step, they had shared everything. The two drifted into a peaceful slumber entwined in each other's arms. The following morning, so cold, Bai Zixi stirred, throwing off the covers, shivering at the chill. Had the temperature dropped? Host, it's snowing outside. The temperature is currently -2 degrees. 008's voice chimed in her ear. Would you like to exchange for a system down jacket? It's warm, 1T get dirty, and is quite stylish. 008 presented her with an array of winter clothing, showcasing a replica of herself trying on the garments. Bai Zixi found herself tempted by the beautiful outfits. What woman does not adore lovely clothing? However, she had already stored quite a few in her space, sufficient for the current weather. After some deliberation, she decided against it, opting to return to the base and earn some points instead. Yan Shaochen rose early and exited the tent, while she lingered a bit longer in slumber. By the time she donned her attire and stepped outside, the others had already prepared breakfast and were awaiting her arrival. She stowed the tent away into her spatial storage before making her way over. Sister, breakfast is ready. Xizi Bai cheerfully called out to her. In a good mood, Yan Shaochen had already prepared a bowl of noodles, placing it in front of her with a cautionary, "Be careful, it's hot." "Xiao Bai, did you sleep well?" Feng Xiao inquired while eating, showing concern for Bai Zixi. Suddenly reminded of something, Bai Zixi felt her cheeks flush and lowered her head, responding vaguely, "It was fine." Yan Shaochen noticed that her gaze towards Feng Xiao was no longer as disdainful as before, allowing the conversation to flow freely. The two, 18 and 19, were taken aback by this tender side of the young master, feeling as though they were witnessing a dream. Could this be the power of love? After a simple breakfast, the group set off once more. Chapter 77, Registration. The two vehicles journeyed from the southern district to the northern district, traversing smoothly without incident. Perhaps due to the drop in temperature, Bai Zixi saw neither shadows of zombies nor many mutated beasts along the way. Snowflakes drifted gently from the sky, creating a picturesque scene that compelled one to gaze upon it a moment longer. Bin, are you cold? Do you need another layer? Bai Zixi glanced at Xizi Bai beside her, Yu Xiaobin shook his head. Sister, I'm not cold. After all, he was clad in 3 layers. Following a day and night of travel, they finally arrived at the first base in the northern district the following morning. We're finally here. After such a long time in the vehicle, my back is aching, Bai Zixi pouted, stretching her limbs as she eagerly anticipated returning to the villa. Yan Shaochen, sitting nearby, smirked slightly and whispered in her ear, when we get back, I'll give you a massage. I don't want your massage, she retorted, recalling how he had shivered that night. First, let us handle some affairs at the registration office. Yan Shaochen alighted from the vehicle, not forgetting to grasp her hand. Bai Zixi looked bewildered and asked, what matters do we need to attend to? Xiao Bai, what should we do? Feng Xiao called out to Bai Zixi, who was now filled with a mix of excitement and uncertainty upon arriving at such a large base. 18, 19, you handle it, Yan Shaochen instructed, sending someone to arrange accommodations for them. Bai Zixi turned back to the group, waving, I'll come find you later. Before long, the two arrived at the identity card processing area. Your identity card, please, Yan Shaochen said earnestly as he extended his hand towards her. Unsure of his intentions, she obediently handed it over. He presented both their identity cards to the clerk. Please assist us with the registration. The male clerk was taken aback. Is the young master getting married? Is the lady Captain Bai? All right, please wait a moment. He worked swiftly, completing the registration. And both their identity cards bore the information of their marital status, a service unique to this base, established under Yan Shaochen's recent directives. The efficiency left Bai Zixi momentarily dazed. Had she inadvertently become married? Observing her blank expression, Yan Shaochen's eyes brimmed with affection. Don't worry. We'll have a simple wedding banquet, and the new house will be ready in a couple of days. I haven't agreed to marry you, Bai Zixi retorted, her annoyance evident as she turned to leave, feeling that he was trying to trap her, which irritated her further. Yan Shaochen hurried after her. He was determined to have her for a lifetime. In the past, he would have arranged an extravagant wedding, but now he felt he was putting her at a disadvantage. Thus, they hurriedly passed by, drawing envious glances from numerous onlookers. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. They were a sight to behold. Wow, is that the base leader and his wife? They look so perfect together. Caught off guard by a wave of jealousy, they seemed to be playing a game of chase. I'm so envious. I wish I had such a handsome husband. Bai Zixi, with her keen hearing, caught snippets of their conversation. In truth, whether registered or not, it seemed inconsequential. However, she remained irate. No confession or proposal meant she resolutely would not relent, refusing to acknowledge him. Dear, please listen to me. Yan Shaochen pulled her aside. Bai Zixi crossed her arms, glaring at him. What do you want to say? Hurry up, I'm busy. Are you upset because I took the initiative? He was perplexed, not understanding what she found upsetting. He merely wished to assume responsibility through marriage. If you don't even know what I'm upset about, then think about it when you get back. Don't bother me for now, Bai Zixi concluded, turning away, leaving him to ponder in silence. Truly, what a fool. Chapter 78, Farming. Upon returning to the villa, Bai Zixi entered to find Mu Ye coldly reprimanding Luo Yunyun for the earlier incident. If it weren't for you, Zhao Zhao wouldn't have stormed out of the base. You'd best leave this place at once. I truly didn't mean to. Please believe me. Luo Yunyun continued to plead her case. After scolding her, Mu Ye turned to Bai Zixi, her excitement palpable. Zixi, you're finally back. Boo-hoo. Seated nearby, 17's eyes lit up as he approached. Zixi, what were you all talking about? Did Lin Jiao run out of the base all alone? What is going on? Bai Zixi inquired, realizing she had missed several events during her absence. Mu Ye quickly explained, it's nothing. Third young master went after her, so she should be fine. Captain, I assure you, there's nothing between me and Yu. I just tripped, and he merely helped me up. You all must believe me. Luo Yunyun pleaded pitifully, her performance almost convincing, as if she were a victim of injustice. Slap. Bai Zixi stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap. Luo Yunyun was momentarily stunned, eyes wide as she covered her face. How can you hit me? Before she could recover, another slap followed. Bai Zixi coldly regarded her. Even if I were to end you, no one would bat an eyelid. Luo Yunyun's face turned red and swollen, her heart filled with fury, wishing she could tear Bai Zixi apart. 17. Throw her and her belongings out. After striking her hand sore, it was as if she had stumbled into the line of fire. System notification. Favorability 2. Favorability 2. Dislike 5. Current points. 65. 17. And Mu Ye gazed at her with sparkling eyes. Captain, you're so cool. I'll head upstairs first, Bai Zixi said dismissively, ascending to her room. She could faintly hear the woman's threats, vowing they would regret it later, sounding quite like a shrew. Had this been outside, she would have certainly eliminated her to avoid future trouble. After returning to her room, Bai Zixi took a quick shower before slipping into her spatial storage. She examined the prices of black soil and yellow soil in the system's shop, Black soil was 20 points per unit with a 5-fold growth rate, while yellow soil was 5 points per unit with a standard growth rate. Let us start with 10 units of yellow soil, even if it takes time. We'll eventually reap the benefits. She spent 50 points to cultivate the yellow soil not far from the small villa. After planting the vegetable seeds she had collected, she watered them diligently. Once finished, she made her way to the storage area to categorize the supplies she had gathered. After completing her tasks, Bai Zixi felt both exhausted and hungry, grabbing a self-heating hot pot to enjoy in the villa. It was a moment of solitary joy, the burdens of worry dissipating significantly. In the research lab, Yan Shaochen sat in silence, exuding an aura that discouraged intrusion, his mood somber as he remained seated in his office chair. Dr. Zhou, his beard unkempt, approached and inquired, "What's wrong? Did you have a quarrel with your girlfriend?" He was at a loss for how to proceed. Everything had seemed fine before, but women, as a species, were indeed perplexing. "Do tell, perhaps I can assist you." Dr. Zhou, in his 30s, appeared quite reliable. Yan Shaochen could only enlist his help to analyze the situation. Once their relationship was established, I would return to register our marriage. She seemed quite upset. "Have you perhaps overlooked many romantic nuances? I must inform you, women are creatures that require a bit of ingenuity. You should endeavor to create more surprises." Dr. Zhou spoke with conviction, and Yan Shaochen absorbed his words, contemplating how to proceed. Chapter 79, Reconciliation. In the forest, Lin Jiao aimed her pistol at the carnivorous flower lunging toward her, firing shot after shot. As she focused intently on her target, another carnivorous flower suddenly appeared behind her, prompting her to dodge hastily. In her panic, she stumbled over a rock and fell, furrowing her brow in frustration at her misfortune. Just as another carnivorous flower appeared ready to attack, she instinctively raised her hands in defense. Just when she thought she was about to be devoured, a fireball soared through the air and incinerated the menacing flower. Yan Shaochen swiftly appeared before her, conjuring another fireball to launch at the repulsive plant. Fire, being the natural enemy of flora, efficiently cleared the area of these mutated plants, leaving a few white crystal cores scattered on the ground. "Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" Yan Shaochen crouched down, inspecting Lin Jiao's condition with concern etched on his face. Trembling, Lin Jiao reached out to embrace him, exclaiming, "I was so frightened, I nearly thought I would perish here." Yan Shaochen gently patted her back, reassuring her, "It's all right now, let us find a safe place first." He lifted her into his arms and proceeded forward. Soon, they discovered a dilapidated wooden cabin, which, despite its condition, was still habitable. Lin Jiao retrieved a sofa from her spatial pocket and requested he set her down. "Let us get the disinfectant," Yan Shaochen said, noticing the scratches on her legs that needed tending. She quickly produced a medical kit for him. "Ah, that hurts." Lin Jiao winced as he applied antiseptic to her injured calf. Yan Shaochen chuckled, "Now you realize it hurts? And still, you dared to run out recklessly?" Her sense of grievance flared. How could he be so cavalier? After all, it was his fault she had been provoked into running out, nearly falling prey to the carnivorous flower, and he was still able to laugh. "Fine, I admit it was my fault. I won't let any woman near me next time. Please don't be angry," he replied, exasperated. He simply wished for her to see the true nature of that woman, yet her temper was so fierce. 17 warned me not to be deceived by Luo Yunyan. It was my folly. Lin Jiao recognized her own naivete and resolved to be more discerning in the future, ensuring no one could take advantage of her. What do we do now? It's already dark? With all the commotion, the outside world had plunged into darkness, leaving them uncertain about returning to the base. Yan Shaochen, however, relished the opportunity to spend time alone with her. "You should rest. We can return tomorrow. It's unsafe to wander the woods at this hour. And you must be weary." "Very well, I shall set up the tent," Lin Jiao declared, conjuring a tent from her spatial realm and placing it in the cabin. "Will you not join me?" she asked playfully, peeking her head out of the tent to gaze at Yan Shaochen. He smirked, "Are you inviting me?" Did she not realize the implications of her words? Such an innocent woman she was. Lin Jiao, oblivious to his thoughts, merely considered it a shared sleep, without any ulterior motives, especially since they were now a couple. "Well, you can stay outside then. Do you not care for your own comfort? Should you freeze, do not blame me." Just as she settled into the warmth of her blankets, she was suddenly spun around by Yan Shaochen, who embraced her tightly. Gazing at his ruggedly handsome face so closely, she momentarily lost her breath. The man swiftly captured her lips in a gentle kiss, his touch feather-light. In an instant, the room was enveloped in a haze of pink bubbles. Chapter 80, Opening a Store. In the trading area, Bai Zixi had established a dedicated stall, transforming it into a general store, and was currently managing it alongside Xizi Bai. Due to the winter season, she had stocked a wide array of men's and women's down jackets, various daily necessities, and an abundance of snacks and beverages, filling the store to the brim. The Dawn shop had officially opened, and Xiaobin was to assist his sister in collecting payments. Xiaobin beamed with joy, eager to help his sister, nodding with enthusiasm. As soon as the doors swung open, passers-by were drawn in by the impressive array of goods, their eyes lighting up with excitement. Take your time, everyone. There's no need to rush. Bai Zixi warmly greeted the influx of customers. The atmosphere quickly transformed into a bustling hub of chatter. Wow. This down jacket only costs 1 crystal core. What a bargain, exclaimed one customer. And look at these snacks, a pack of chips for just 1 crystal core? Is this some kind of charity? Others chimed in, realizing the store was owned by the esteemed wife of the base leader, renowned for her beauty, kindness, and gentle demeanor. No wonder, thought one newcomer. I've only been here a few days, but this place feels like heaven compared to the previous base I was at. Indeed. From the standards here, it's clear that this is a capable establishment. The patrolling soldiers are all of high moral character. Unlike my last place where no one intervened during a robbery. What a fortune we stumbled upon. Bai Zixi's soothing voice cut through the chatter. Ladies and gentlemen, to prevent others from monopolizing our stock, purchases will be limited. She had priced her items affordably to accumulate points. And if someone were to buy her stock en masse and resell at a higher price, it would defeat her purpose. Boss, I'll take this jacket and a pack of cookies. Here's my crystal core, a customer declared, moving towards the counter where Bai Zixi sat. As transactions were completed, the system chimed with notifications of increased favorability and points accumulating steadily. Having spent 50 points yesterday to open a silver loot box, she had received 10 teleportation charms and 10 invisibility charms. Once the inventory was depleted, she would restock again. Having ventured out, her supplies had increased. She had earned a substantial amount of points, and her strength had also risen, along with the addition of several friends. Everything was splendid, except for the complications in her romantic life. Bai Zixi shook her head, trying to dismiss thoughts of that straightforward man who had angered her without attempting to reconcile. As the system chimed once more, the store's shelves stood empty, signaling the end of the day's operations. Thank you for your hard work, Xiaobin. What would you like for dinner? She inquired, turning to Xiaobin, who had been a great help throughout the day and deserved a reward. Xiaobin grinned, revealing his adorable little fangs. I want meat. Recently, he had put on a bit of weight, his cheeks adorably plump, making him irresistibly pinchable. All right, let us go. They quickly exited the trading area and returned to the villa. Upon entering, Bai Zixi found Lin Jiao among several women who were chatting comfortably. Zixi, I missed you so much, Lin Jiao exclaimed, approaching to embrace her. No, you should go hug your idol, Luo Yunyun, Bai Zixi teased, ensuring she learned her lesson. Muya couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha, Zixi, you're quite the tease. I was wrong. Next time, could you please be more direct in waking me up? Lin Jiao sincerely admitted her mistake, acknowledging her misguided kindness. Muya, you shouldn't laugh. You're just as naive as Jiao. Letting your guard down and inviting danger into your midst, 17 interjected, not missing the opportunity to expose her. I'm not. I realized her intentions were impure within days of returning to the base. Muya felt a twinge of discontent. She wasn't that foolish. Bai Zixi produced some fresh vegetables and meat from her spatial storage. Speaking curtly, I'm assigning you two to prepare dinner. We shall have a pleasant gathering tonight. All right, we accept the punishment. Come on, Jiao. Muya quickly grabbed Lin Jiao's hand and headed to the kitchen with the ingredients, hoping to swiftly move past this incident. Chapter 81, A Small Gathering. Cheers. The Chenexai squad, consisting of 4 lovely ladies and a young boy, raised their glasses in unison. Jiao, you even have red wine in your space? Muya asked mischievously, then inquired further, come clean, what transpired between you and the 3rd young master last night? At her words, the 3 women turned their curious gazes toward her, eager to know the extent of their relationship. Lin Jiao's face flushed. How was she to articulate such matters? She glanced at Yu Xiaobin. There's a child present. Let us discuss this later. Yu Xiaobin, having nearly finished his meal, stood up with understanding. Sister, I'm full. I'll head back to my room. All right, remember to shower before bed. Bai Zixi gently reminded him. System notification. Affection level 2, current points, 128. Once the young boy departed, Muya's gaze shifted back to Lin Jiao, determined not to let her off the hook tonight. You can spill the beans now. What more is there to say? We're together now, and we've done what couples do. Lin Jiao, having imbibed some wine, decided to lay it all bare. After all, the truth would come out eventually. Oh, how passionate. Clearly, you had a delightful evening, Muya remarked, her straightforward nature shining through, rendering Lin Jiao's cheeks crimson. How am I supposed to explain this? You're simply too nosy, Lin Jiao replied, finding it a bit difficult to voice her thoughts. Reflecting on her night with Yan Shaochen. It was indeed her first time. Initially, he was gentle, but soon he transformed into a ravenous wolf, leaving her quite exhausted, her waist still sore. Once Lin Jiao had divulged the details, Muya turned her attention to Bai Zixi, her expression one of anticipation. I'm full, you all carry on. Bai Zixi said as she rose and ascended the stairs, making her exit rather swiftly. The two women exchanged puzzled glances, wondering if there had been no further developments. Yan family residence. Yan Fu gazed affectionately at his three sons, pleased that they had gathered together for the rare occasion. With his brother and Yan Luo having moved out, the house felt much quieter, leaving him feeling somewhat bored. He longed for a grandchild to hold. Third son. I heard you went out with that Lin Jiao girl yesterday. How are things progressing? Have you won her over? Yan Fu directly inquired. Knowing his son often kept secrets from him, yet he persistently asked. I've won her over. She is now mine, Yan Shaoyu admitted, surprisingly forthcoming. He had been uncertain before, but now there was no need for concealment. That is good to hear. You've finally shown some backbone. Be sure to bring her home for dinner, Yan Fu replied, thrilled to receive such promising news. Feeling hopeful that the day of holding a grandchild might not be far off, Yan Shaochen and Yan Shaohua quietly continued their meal. One was distracted while the other wished to evade his father's scrutiny. Eldest brother, how are things with Zixi? Yan Shaoyu asked, showing concern. He had a stronger emotional fortitude than his second brother and father, hence he took the initiative to inquire about the matter they all cared most about. Yan Shaohua perked up, eager to hear about his eldest brother's happiness, as it directly impacted his own future harmony. It's going well, I'll head up first. Yan Shaochen replied curtly, his expression darkening as he casually dismissed the conversation and stood to leave. Back in his room, he contemplated how to win her over. But upon noticing her lights were already out, he felt an inexplicable annoyance. Meanwhile, Bai Zixi lay in bed, restless and unable to sleep. What was wrong? Why couldn't she find peace? She resolved not to dwell on it any longer. Tomorrow she needed to head to the shop and earn points. Men would only slow her down in her endeavors. She forced herself to sleep. Chapter 82, Sincerity. Inside the Chenexai shop, Bai Zixi heard voices all around her, both male and female. A steady stream of customers passed by, exchanging crystal cores for goods before departing. System notification. Affection level 1, affection level 1, affection level 1, current points, 239. She leaned back in her chair, lost in thought. Sister, what's wrong? Yu Xiaobin noticed his sister seemed to be in a daze. It's nothing. Let us head back, Bai Zixi replied, noting that the shop's inventory had sold out in just a morning. Remarkably swift. If she could sell for another 2 or 3 days, she would amass over 500 points to exchange her ice abilities for permanence. Afterward, she planned to use the escape talisman to gather resources, and perhaps take Lin Jiao and the others on some missions when time permitted. As she prepared to leave, she spotted a familiar face approaching. Wasn't he that Feng Xiao? Xiao Bai, long time no see. I didn't realize it was your shop. Why are you closing up so soon? Feng Xiao approached with a playful grin, having promised to visit him, yet she hadn't shown up for 2 days. Are you settling in well? Bai Zixi asked, having inadvertently forgotten about him over the past couple of days. Thanks to you, I'm doing much better now. I've even made quite a few new friends. Bai Zixi chuckled at his exuberance. Was he a social butterfly, making friends wherever he went? Even after just a few days? Please, it's because you're so bothersome that people agree to be your friends, Yu Xiaobin chimed in, transforming into a little critic. Of course, it's due to my prowess. My carefree squad now has 10 members, including Xiao Yun and the others. Bai Zixi was genuinely happy for him. That's wonderful. Feng Xiao continued to ramble about various happenings at the base, who he had met. And the tales were so tedious that Bai Zixi felt her eyelids grow heavy. However, this harmonious scene caught Yan Shaochen's attention from a distance, prompting him to turn and leave. That's enough, we're heading back. Let us chat another time. Feel free to find me if you need anything, Feng Xiao said, feeling reassured to have a familiar face around. System notification. Affection level 2, current points, 241. She waved goodbye and led Yu Xiaobin away, fearing that lingering any longer would lead to endless chatter. By the time they returned to the villa, it was only 3 p.m. Bin. I'll head to my room now. You can find something to keep yourself occupied, or perhaps explore outside, Bai Zixi suggested, not wanting him to feel too bored, especially as she anticipated being very busy soon. If she needed to go on missions at the base, she could take him to Uncle Yan, who surely would enjoy the company of a child. Then I'll go out and play, Yu Xiaobin replied, eager to explore the grounds, having yet to see much of the garden in the 2 days he had been there. All right, just be careful, Bai Zixi said, feeling reassured about the base's safety. After giving him a few instructions, she ascended the stairs. As she opened her door, someone suddenly pulled her inside, and with the door shut, Yan Shaochen had her pinned against the wall. Bai Zixi was taken aback, glaring at him in mock ferocity. Why do you always do this? You can't just come into my room without my permission. The man's eyes darkened, his mood already irritable, Her fierce demeanor made him feel somewhat wronged. "I just wanted to see you," he replied. "Huffed, I don't believe you." Bai Zixi turned her head away, avoiding his intense gaze. He pulled her into his embrace, holding her tightly. "I truly miss you every moment." In his arms, Bai Zixi could hear the rhythm of his heartbeat. Momentarily at a loss for words, had he finally realized his feelings? "Are you done hugging?" she asked. "I like you." Yan Shaochen's deep voice resonated in her ear. The system notification read, Affection Level 10, with a current score of 251. Bai Zixi felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing this. She smiled and looked up at him, saying, "Yes, I like you too." The mechanical voice of 008 chimed in, "Host, the sincerity value is now at 100%. Congratulations on acquiring a little wolf dog. You old rascal, don't ruin the mood," she thought, as the originally sweet atmosphere threatened to be spoiled by its interruption. Yan Shaochen's previously agitated mood dissipated. Did this mean she was no longer upset? Perhaps, he wondered, he could take some action. Just as he was about to lean down to kiss her, a series of knocks echoed from the door. "Zixi, dinner is ready," came Muya's voice from outside. Bai Zixi grasped his hand, saying, "Let us go eat together." After all, since he was already here, it would be impolite to send him away. He was, after all, a part of her household. Yan Shaochen allowed her to lead him downstairs. Though his expression remained placid, his heart was already brimming with joy. Downstairs, their friends were taken aback. As Bai Zixi and Yan Shaochen took their seats, they were still trying to comprehend what had just happened, eager to ask questions but too apprehensive to voice them, leaving them in a state of suspense. The young master, exuding an aura of authority even in silence, was not to be overlooked. "What is wrong with you all? Eat up, stop daydreaming," Bai Zixi said, appearing quite at ease. Yan Shaochen elegantly picked up his chopsticks without a hint of embarrassment, feeling more comfortable than he did at the old residence. His gentle and affectionate demeanor was likely only visible to Bai Zixi. To others, he remained the formidable young master. Having previously held a prestigious military position in the northern district, he was a legend in the area and the head of the Yan family, which led others to refer to him as the young master. Now, he was a significant figure in the base, every title he bore carrying substantial weight. Not to mention his contributions to the development of various advanced weaponry and high-tech products, rendering him an unattainable figure for most, instilling both respect and fear in others. Over time, his circle of friends dwindled, and his demeanor grew colder, leaving him with only the colleagues from the research institute to converse with. Yan Shaochen finished his rice, placed his chopsticks down, and turned to Bai Zixi, saying, "I need to go back for a while. Take your time eating." "All right," Bai Zixi replied, giving him a gentle look before he exited the villa. Only after he left did Lin Jiao and the others relax. Muya was the first to speak up. "Zixi, how come he came down from the upstairs with you? His room is just across from mine. What is the issue?" She saw no problem with it. "Is this an official announcement?" Lin Jiao inquired curiously, realizing that Bai Zixi's speed had surpassed hers. Bai Zixi continued to eat while responding, "Yes, we registered our marriage." "What?" they exclaimed in unison, astonished at the revelation of their sudden marriage. "Stop asking. Do you still want to eat?" Bai Zixi said, fully anticipating their shock. "What is your family status like?" Muya pressed on, intrigued by the thought of Bai Zixi having the young master under her thumb, wondering if that meant she could swagger around the base. "Of course, I call the shots," Bai Zixi replied confidently. With everything clarified, she returned to her room. Chapter 83, Stars. Just as Bai Zixi emerged from the bathroom after her shower, Yan Shaochen appeared from the balcony. She was clad in a charming white fluffy pajama set, wearing adorable slippers, her hair still partially damp cascading over her shoulders, which softened her already striking features, making her resemble a harmless little bunny. "Why do you always like to climb onto the balcony?" Bai Zixi had grown accustomed to his antics and no longer reacted with surprise. Yan Shaochen stepped closer. Taking her hand, "Put on a jacket, I want to take you somewhere." "Where?" Although curious, she obediently donned a jacket and followed him out of the villa. 15 minutes later. "Isn't this the surveillance tower? Are we going up?" The 10-meter circular tower stood nearly 100 meters tall, the tallest structure in the base. Bai Zixi gazed at the tower with anticipation, wondering what surprise he had in store. "Be careful on the stairs," Yan Shaochen reminded her kindly from behind, aware that the spiral staircase within was quite steep and worried she might tire. "I'm fine. I have great stamina," she declared, hastily making her way up. Equivalent to 10 stories, she would have struggled to ascend in one go before, but now she reached the top without breaking a sweat. Upon reaching the top, Bai Zixi saw that the floor was covered in soft mats, and at the surveillance point was a telescope. "Can this see the stars?" she asked excitedly, approaching the telescope. Peering through it, she marveled at the clarity it offered. From this height, she could see the entire layout of the base and the surrounding city walls. Just as she was examining the telescope, The dimly lit rooftop was suddenly illuminated by a blue light. What is this? Bai Zixi turned to see Yan Shaochen holding a small box, inside which lay a sapphire ring that shimmered like a luminous pearl. Yan Shaochen smiled and took her hand, placing the ring on her ring finger. Your wedding ring. Though it may not hold great value, I crafted it myself, and it contains a tracker. He explained that the tracker was installed solely for her safety, allowing him to locate her during missions. Bai Zixi was momentarily taken aback. He openly admitted to installing a tracker without fear of her reaction. If I put the ring in storage, can you still track me? She pondered, wanting the option for him to find her or to remain hidden. No, so remember to wear it when you're in danger. I will find you, Yan Shaochen responded. Understanding her thoughts, he usually refrained from meddling in her affairs at the base and wouldn't pry into her secrets unless she chose to share. All right, I'll accept it. And as for the wedding banquet, we don't need to hold one. Just a dinner with your family will suffice. She felt that with the world in its current state, such formalities were trivial. She preferred to remain low-key. Okay, I'll follow your lead. How about moving into the new house with me? Yan Shaochen gazed at her with deep affection, his eyes filled with longing. When did you build it? Were you planning this all along? She feigned annoyance, feeling somewhat tricked by him. Yan Shaochen chuckled softly, leaning down to whisper in her ear, the day I kissed you. Bai Zixi's face flushed at his words. Just as she wanted to ask him more, her lips were captured by his. Wait, she attempted to speak, but he had already invaded her mouth. Gradually, she closed her eyes, wrapping her arms around his neck, responding to his passionate embrace. After their kiss ended, both were left breathless, tightly holding each other as if time had come to a standstill. The night was long. The system notification read, Affection Level 10, current score 261. Chapter 84, Reunion. The system notification chimed, Affection Level 1, Affection Level 1, Affection Level 1, current score 503. Bai Zixi felt elated, having finally reached 500 points. She could now exchange her ice abilities for a permanent version. As she calculated the crystals on the table, one by one, she realized she had accumulated nearly 600 level 2 crystals over the past few days. Having an abundance of money came with its own burdens. She was unsure how to spend it. Giving it away felt a bit painful, so she decided to keep it as a reward, observing her friend's performances. Binbin, let us go. Today I'll introduce you to an uncle. She had arranged to have dinner at the old residence with Yan Shaochen. Yu Xiaobin beamed. Yes. I'm so happy. I've been with my sister these past few days. Upon closing the quaint little shop and hanging a sign indicating temporary closure, Bai Zixi led Yu Xiaobin out of the trading district. My dear daughter-in-law, you have finally arrived, exclaimed Yin Fu with a benevolent demeanor, even altering his form of address. Today, after hearing from Xiao Chun that the two had registered, he was both astonished and elated, eagerly anticipating her arrival. Uncle, please refrain from addressing me so. Bai Zixi responded, feeling somewhat awkward at the title. Yin Fu, with a warm smile, corrected her. You should now call me Dad. Do not feel embarrassed. Bai Zixi. At that moment, Lin Jiao and Yin Sheiyu entered from outside. She quickly approached Bai Zixi, exclaiming, Zixi, you're here too. Bai Zixi nodded and engaged in conversation with her. Hello, Uncle. I am Yu Xiaobin. He politely introduced himself to Yin Fu. Yin Fu's eyes brightened. Whose child is this? So adorably charming and endearing. Come here, little one, let us have a chat. He had heard that Zixi had brought back an orphan child, and his heart ached for the boy. The elderly man and the young child quickly became familiar, finding a delightful rapport. Yu Xiaobin remembered his own grandfather, who had been equally amiable, and felt inclined to spend more time with Yin Fu. Before long, after Yan Shaochen and Yin Shaohua returned, the family feast was ready to commence. The table, set for 4 fathers and sons, along with Bai Zixi, Lin Jiao, and the young child, was bustling with life. Come. Let me first extend a warm welcome on behalf of the Yin family to our 2 new members, Zixi and Jiao Jiao, my daughters-in-law, Yin Fu said, promptly rising and raising his wine glass to Bai Zixi and Lin Jiao. They hurriedly stood, lifting their red wine glasses in return, and swiftly downed their drinks before sitting back down. Just as Yin Fu settled in, Yin Shaohua stood, glass in hand, speaking gently, Sister-in-law, third sister-in-law, welcome. Thank you. They replied, standing once more to toast, consuming another glass before the meal had even begun. Subsequently, Yin Xiaoyu toasted to Bai Zixi, while Yan Shaochen raised his glass towards Lin Jiao, following the formality before they finally began to eat. After 3 rounds of toasts, Bai Zixi's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, rendering her exceptionally alluring. Yan Shaochen, seated beside her, kept his gaze fixed upon her, his throat tightening with unspoken emotions. Just as Yin Shaohua intended to toast Bai Zixi again, he was met with a cold glare from someone, compelling him to sit back down. Brother, I am merely assisting you. How ungrateful. Feeling a bit dizzy, Bai Zixi was soon escorted out of the villa by Yin Shaochen, arriving at a newly constructed private courtyard. "Where is this, Brother Shaochen?" she asked, her voice soft and endearing from the effects of the wine. Amused by her transformation, Yan Shaochen found her demeanor charming. She had gone from calling him by his full name in anger to now appearing obedient. Noticing her floating gait, he effortlessly scooped her up and carried her upstairs. "You are so warm," Bai Zixi murmured, wrapping her arms around his neck and snuggling close. His heart raced as she nestled against him, unable to resist the stirring warmth emanating from her soft, exposed body. By the time he laid her down on the bed, she had already fallen into a deep slumber. Yan Shaochen. He retreated to take a cool shower and blow off some steam before returning to the bed, wrapping his arms around her as they drifted into sleep together. In the middle of the night, feeling excessively warm beneath the covers, Bai Zixi instinctively tugged at her clothing until only her tank top and shorts remained. As she turned, she nestled into the warmth of a familiar embrace. Yan Shaochen narrowed his dark eyes, drawing her closer, yet her soft, bare skin made it increasingly difficult for him to find rest. "You are too hot. Please don't hold me," she murmured, turning her back to him. Unbeknownst to the dazed Bai Zixi, a storm was brewing. A certain wolf pounced. The little white rabbit offered a faint resistance, but soon succumbed to the overpowering gray wolf, left utterly weak and pleading for mercy, ultimately devoured completely. Chapter 85, Special Skills. System Notification. Affection 10, Affection 10, Affection 10 Current Points, 553. Bai Zixi awoke around noon, muddled from the previous night's passionate encounter. With an additional 50 points and her body marked with countless kisses, she thought, that fellow has no sense of restraint. He was rather vigorous. 008. Please exchange my ice ability for a permanent one and upgrade it to level 2. She spent all 550 points in one go, leaving her with just 3. Understood, host. 008 responded enthusiastically. The exchange is complete. You have received a diamond package and a silver package. Let us open the diamond package first. 008's voice chimed in again. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the special skill, Instantaneous Movement. As the name suggests, it allows you to move any distance within 100 meters, though it is quite energy-consuming. Not bad, Bai Zixi nodded in satisfaction. It was a life-saving skill. If she couldn't fight, she could still escape, as she would reappear at her original location. She then opened the silver package. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 warmth talismans and 10 cooling talismans. Decent enough, they will come in handy. I wonder what other talismans I can obtain later. It feels like playing with blind boxes, full of surprises. After completing these tasks, she reclined on the bed, feeling too exhausted to move. Although she possessed healing abilities, she still felt drained, as if her very essence had been siphoned away. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Yan Shaochen, who entered with steaming dishes in hand. His voice gentle, "Get up and eat something before you sleep again." Bai Zixi sat up, extending her arms. "Carry me over." He willingly complied, bending down to scoop her up effortlessly, placing her on a single sofa. Leaning down close to her ear, he asked, "Would you like me to feed you?" "No. I'll do it myself," she replied, her ears turning a shade of crimson. It was difficult not to let one's imagination run wild with such proximity. Initially, she had no appetite, but upon seeing the delicious dishes laid out, her fingers began to itch, and she picked up her chopsticks to eat leisurely. Today, people from the East District came seeking cooperation. They want us to assist in gathering supplies from a certain air raid shelter. I will lead 2 teams out the day after tomorrow. Do you wish to join? Yan Shaochen inquired earnestly, mindful not to issue orders as he had previously, lest he drive his wife away. Bai Zixi raised her eyes in contemplation. I want to bring the Morning Dawn team along. It would be beneficial for everyone to gain experience. As long as you're happy, be sure to rest. I will come back to keep you company later. Yan Shaochen said, gathering the dishes and leaving the room after giving her his instructions. Once he departed, Bai Zixi retrieved 2 talismans from her space, an invisibility talismans and a concealment talismans. Having not fought in a while, she felt the urge to practice. Transforming. The mysterious girl in black reappeared. Wow, 008, where's this? It's so dark, she said, feeling a tinge of panic. She recalled that she should only use talismans during the day. Host, I am also unsure, 008 replied, equally perplexed. Just as she hesitated about returning, a high platform suddenly lit up, revealing a man in a suit standing atop it, holding a microphone enthusiastically addressing the shadows below. Welcome to the underground city, where we present the auction of female companions. Our first female companion is about to make her appearance. The crowd of hundreds below erupted in excitement, shouting and uttering numerous lewd comments. Bai Zixi could vaguely hear some sounds reminiscent of copulation. It was utterly chaotic, and thankfully the darkness concealed any indecent sights. When the first female companion emerged, she could hardly bear to look. A petite beauty clad in scant attire flaunted herself, eager to be claimed. Just look at her figure and her face. Trained to ensure satisfaction without clinginess. Our starting bid is 10 level 2 crystal cores, with a minimum increment of 2 level 2 crystal cores. Let the bidding begin. As soon as the words fell, someone swiftly raised a placard. 12 level 2 crystal cores. Bids of 14, 16, 18. Are there no higher offers? Bai Zixi, standing at the back, had already discerned the location. After observing for a while, she slipped away before the auction concluded. Chapter 86, Collaboration. Upon returning to her previous chamber, Bai Zixi finally felt a sense of relaxation. The atmosphere of the underground city was stifling, and lingering any longer could expose her to uncontrollable dangers. She leaned toward the window and noticed a small hot spring nestled behind the courtyard, piquing her interest. She discarded her clothing and wrapped herself in a bath towel as she descended. In this apocalyptic world, any water untouched by the undead was safe for consumption. The base had also dug several wells, so the presence of a hot spring was not surprising, given that this area had once been a resort. This new garden truly resonated with her desires. Bai Zixi, her bare feet gliding over the marble as she ventured into the water, found a comfortable spot to sit. The air was thick with steam, her delicate form partially concealed beneath the surface, her exquisite visage flushed with a gentle hue. She reclined quietly, an enchanting sight to behold. Immersed in the soothing waters, especially in the frigid winter, it was the perfect time for a soak. Is it comfortable? A familiar voice suddenly echoed from behind her. Bai Zixi instinctively replied, very comfortable, before realizing and glancing back. Ah, how did you get here? No peeking. She instinctively covered her modesty with her hands. Casting him a reproachful glare, surprised that he had returned so early, the sun had yet to set, leaving her exposed before him. I wish to assist my lady with a back rub. Yan Shaochen suppressed the fiery desire in his gaze, his hands already gliding across her fair back. No scratching, she protested, attempting to seize his wandering hands, but his strength far surpassed hers. Gradually, his kisses descended. From the exterior to the interior, they engaged in a fervent exchange. Thanks to him, on the day of their departure, Bai Zixi's ice ability had already reached level 4, matching her light ability. With 16 points remaining and 2 silver packages yet to be opened. Zixi, why didn't you share a vehicle with the young master? Muya inquired curiously from the back seat. Bai Zixi, her eyes heavy with sleep, replied, ask Lin Jiao. She's here too. Lin Jiao weakly interjected. It's because we value our camaraderie, and it's quite dull being with those several big men. Her words resonated with Bai Zixi, who nodded in agreement. I feel the same. I'll take a nap. It was evident that they were kindred spirits, understanding each other effortlessly. Their collaboration with the Eastern District involved not only the few of them, but also Yan Shaochen leading a small team, and Yan Shaoyu with another, making 3 teams in total. It appeared that this batch of supplies was substantial, carrying considerable danger as well, which was why the Eastern District sought collaboration in the first place. A small team from the Eastern District had set out alongside them, while another awaited support in the desolate mountain region near the air defense cave. Brother, is it true that Yan Shaohui already has a wife? A woman of delicate beauty voiced her disappointment from within the vehicle. Having spent several days at the base without seeing his wife, she had assumed he was single, believing that his face and status were more than a match for her own. Having been spoiled by her father and brother, she had never faced any grievances. And in the base managed by her father and brother, everyone treated her with deference. The 2 level 2 ability users sitting beside her were not unattractive. Yet they were merely her bodyguards, indicative of her lofty aspirations. Fifei, our mission is quite important. I know what you're thinking, but don't create trouble for me. Li Wire sighed. His sister had become accustomed to being spoiled in the base, leaving him uncertain about her potential to hinder their tasks. Were it not for her spatial and healing wood abilities, he would rather not have brought her along, feeling somewhat exasperated. Yet, their father had insisted on ensuring her safety, stating that even if supplies were not secured, her safety was paramount. Brother, I know. You're so nagging, Li Fifei retorted, while secretly plotting to win his favor, believing that no cat in this world was incapable of straying. In this current era, what shame could exist? If one desired something, they should pursue it, regardless of existing relationships. Seeing that she had no intentions of causing trouble, Li Wire felt reassured. That man was not someone they could provoke. His sister, having rarely ventured outside, was oblivious to the complexities of their situation and the present circumstances. They were the ones seeking cooperation, and the other party could withdraw at any moment, especially since the supplies did not belong to them. Let us hope this collaboration proceeds without incident. Brother, if the Eastern District is willing to share half of their supplies with us, the dangers in that desolate mountain region won't be negligible, Yan Shaoyu remarked, uncertain of his brother's current strength, but confident it was superior to his own, a constant truth. What are your thoughts? Yan Shaochen narrowed his eyes. his tone steady and composed. We can enter in batches, allowing the Dawn team to remain on standby at the rear. He was not entirely comfortable with letting his wife venture into danger. His brother likely shared his sentiment. Yan Shaochen smirked. They want to be content to stay behind. He was well aware of his wife's fiery temperament. The last time they faced the mutated birds, her ferocity in battle left a lasting impression, contrasting starkly with her previous demeanor. Leaving her at the base only heightened his concerns. This matter can be addressed later, he dismissed. Leaning back in the passenger seat with his eyes closed, feeling fatigued. It seemed his brother held considerable confidence in Zixi's abilities, allowing her to remain close. Chapter 87. Rejection. In the evening, four vehicles came to a halt on a vast plain. Wow, we are camping here tonight, Muyo exclaimed as she disembarked, taking in the expansive flatland. All that could be seen in the distance were towering grasslands, with no buildings in sight. They would have to drive another day to reach the desolate mountains. A steady stream of individuals exited their vehicles. From the Eastern District's launching base, 6 men and 1 woman emerged. On their side, aside from the 4 women of the Dawn team, Yan Shaochen brought along 15, while Yan Shaoyu had a team consisting of Han Shuo, Mo Yanfan, Zhu Rui, and Yu Heron, totaling 14 individuals. Bai Zixi had not seen Zhu Rui and the others for quite some time, just as she intended to greet them. Someone pulled her into an embrace and whispered in her ear, "No calling others brother." "Understood," she replied. Now that she had other means of earning points, she would not behave as she had before. Seeing her compliance, Yan Shaochen released her, raising his gaze to the approaching group. "Young Master Yan, is this your wife?" Li Wire inquired as he approached with Li Fifei and a few others, his words courteous, yet clearly impressed. "I had thought you were accompanied by a celestial being." The 3 other women behind him were also quite lovely. Overall, there wasn't a single unattractive face in the entire group. Each exuded an air of dignified grace. In contrast, aside from the 2 siblings who were somewhat decent-looking, the rest exhibited a variety of heights and appearances. Bai Zixi, while flattered by the compliment, did not feel particularly elated. Yan Shaochen regarded him with a neutral tone. "Mr. Li, you flatter me." He was well aware of his wife's beauty. "This is a box of seafood canned goods, symbolizing our base's sincerity." Li Wire gestured to the individuals behind him, who then brought forth a box of provisions and set it before them. As Li Fifei approached, her gaze flickered over Bai Zixi, a glimmer of jealousy flashing in her eyes. She is merely a pretty face, she thought, maintaining her confidence. With her spatial abilities and healing wood powers, she was considered a treasure in that base. Then I shall accept it. Yan Shaochen was not one to stand on ceremony, especially since he was the invited guest. It was entirely reasonable for them to partake in the provisions, even if they were not in dire need. He turned to Bai Zixi, his tone softening. "Please collect it." Bai Zixi obediently approached, waving her small hand to gather a box of seafood canned goods. It was a freebie, after all. Li Wire maintained his amiable smile, adding, "I shall not intrude upon your rest any longer." Your Excellency, I am Li Fifei, and I have long admired you. May I shake your hand?" Li Fifei stepped forward, gazing at him like an enamored young girl, her expression innocently hopeful. Yan Shaochen furrowed his brow, his demeanor calm. "There is no need. I am allergic to women other than my wife." "Oh, I see well then," Li Fifei responded, visibly crestfallen, before turning to follow her brother, her heart seething with indignation. She bit her teeth, determined not to let her persona crack, feeling quite displeased at being rejected for the first time. Surely, it was that vixen who had bewitched him with some potion. The notion of being allergic to women was utterly absurd. Haha. Muya and Lin Jiao stifled their laughter behind their hands, while Qi Shi wore a smile. The other men, having heard the young masteress' words, expressed their admiration for his prowess. Bai Zixi felt a sweet satisfaction. She could no longer refer to him as straightforward, for he had shown remarkable adaptability. As night fell, everyone had set up their tents and gathered to prepare for dinner. Bai Zixi retrieved self-heating cured meat rice and a self-heating hot pot from her space, counting heads. "Let us enjoy a splendid meal tonight," she declared cheerfully, adding a little extra for them, though she did not have much of the self-heating food. The System S shop had plenty. "Zixi, you are truly wonderful," Muya remarked, though her appetite seemed lacking. Bai Zixi looked towards Zhu Rui and the others. "Please, do not hold back. Eat up." Once Yan Shaochen spoke, the others dared to lift their chopsticks. Who would dare eat without his permission? System notification. Affection level 5, affection level 3, affection level 2, current score, 36. Chapter 88, The Fierce Child. "Zixi, if that Li Fifei had shaken hands with the young master, would you be upset?" Lin Jiao asked. Curiosity piqued as they sat on the tatami mats in Bai Zixi's spacious tent. "I would not be angry. I would break his hand," Bai Zixi replied, donning a fierce little expression. "Wow, Zixi, you're so domineering. I love it." Lin Jiao teased, wrapping her arm around her. She sure chuckled softly, finding it hard to imagine such a scene. Muyo admired the captain's fierceness, though it was jest. She pondered aloud. I suspect that Li Fifei looks at the young master with admiration, claiming to idolize him. Who is she trying to deceive? Indeed, how shameless. Lin Jiao nodded in agreement. Knowing full well he has someone in his heart, she still approaches him with such confidence. Why are you all more agitated than I? Bai Zixi chuckled lightly. She had not even considered that Fifei woman. A man who could be taken away was not worth her attachment. If he truly changed his heart, she could leave him at any moment. Besides, he would not do such a thing. At that moment, Yan Shaochen approached, standing at the entrance of the tent, his expression impassive as he gazed at them. I too am weary. I shall return to rest. Muyo was the first to rise, exiting the tent. Qishir waved at Bai Zixi, standing up and heading outside. Lin Jiao, still holding on to Bai Zixi's arm, mustered her courage to say, Zixi, I wish to sleep with you. It was far better than facing the young master's disdain. It was preferable to the backache and discomfort inflicted by a certain someone who seemed to be overflowing with energy ever since that night. Bai Zixi raised her gaze to Yan Shaochen outside the tent, gently suggesting, would you prefer to sleep alone tonight? Though she had already laid down the law with him regarding moderation, especially in public, she felt reluctant to refuse Lin Jiao's request. What harm could there be in sharing a night's sleep? Yan Shaochen's brows knitted in slight displeasure as he turned to leave, deciding to have a word with his third brother. Once he departed, Lin Jiao released a sigh of relief, quickly securing the tent's entrance before returning to remove her shoes and ascend the 1.5 tatami mat. Zixi, your place is so comfortable. It had been ages since she had shared a bed with Zixi. Tonight, she could finally enjoy a good night's sleep. Let us retire early, Bai Zixi suggested, turning off the night light inside as they laid down together, pulling up the blanket. The following morning, Bai Zixi and Lin Jiao emerged from the tent, both refreshed and ready to pack their belongings back into the space. What's wrong? Did you not sleep well? Bai Zixi approached Yan Shaochen, reaching out to touch his handsome face with concern. Why are there bloodshot veins in your eyes? Yan Shaochen's previously brooding gaze softened under her gentle touch. I am well enough. Let us go. He took her hand and climbed into another vehicle, while the others followed suit as the convoy prepared to set off once more. Not far behind, Li Fifei glared at their retreating figures, stamping her foot in frustration before boarding her vehicle. Zhu Rui, what are you thinking about? Mo Yanfeng offered him a bottle of water, noticing his distracted demeanor. Zhu Rui snapped back to reality, accepting the bottle. Thanks. Bai Zixi was now living a happy life, and he need not hold on to past attachments. She was so exceptional, and with the young master, they were quite the match. He should wish her well. Yet, his heart felt perpetually hollow, reminiscing about the days when she called him Rui Gu, a name she no longer used. They had grown distant, or perhaps they had never truly understood each other. This was fine. Merely watching her from afar was enough to satisfy him. Zhu Rui suddenly found clarity. Chapter 89, The Behemoth. Boom, boom. On the outskirts of the desolate mountain, the ground trembled slightly. The vehicle traversed the rugged slopes, jolting Bai Zixi, who had been seated close to Yan Shaochen, now pressed against him. Was there some colossal beast atop the mountain? The thundering footsteps sounded ominous. In the passenger seat, the expression of the 19th grew serious. Sensing a looming threat in the desolate mountains, Bai Zixi picked up binoculars, peering outside at the barren expanse of yellow soil and rock, devoid of any greenery, save for a few withered blades of grass. Young master, they have stopped, the driver, 18, announced as their vehicle came to an involuntary halt. The lead vehicle belonged to Li Wire and his group. It seemed they had discovered something. Everyone, exit the vehicle, Yan Shaochen commanded, opening his door and stepping out. Bai Zixi followed suit. Brother, could this be the belongings of the Fenjian team? Or have their members gone? Li Fifei inquired, observing the supplies scattered on the ground. Li Wire's expression darkened. Could it be that they had met with misfortune? They had not encountered a single person along the way. At that moment, the group approached the scattered supplies, flashlights, canned goods, water, and tattered clothing. Your people are likely in trouble, Han Shuo surmised, speculating on the level of danger they had encountered. Suddenly, from the slope ahead, two men emerged, panic-stricken and fleeing towards them. Upon spotting the group, their eyes lit up. It's the team leaders. We want to die now. Help. One man raised his hand, signaling for attention. Hot on their heels were two mutated lizards, each 5 meters long and 2 meters high. Look ahead. A behemoth. Muyo exclaimed in horror, her gaze fixed on the creature emerging from the shadows. Brother, it's Lu Hai and Zhao Yuqian. Li Fifei pointed at the two men sprinting towards them, the looming beasts trailing closely behind. Bai Zixi promptly utilized her mental prowess to scan the surroundings, detecting two third-level mutated beasts, evolutionary forms of lizards that appeared to be a hybrid of crocodiles and dinosaurs. adorned with gray shells, sharp teeth, and formidable claws. The distance between the two creatures and her dwindled from several hundred meters to a mere 100 or so, yet the beasts pursued with relentless speed. Their claws poised to pierce through their targets. Bang, bang, bang. Yu Heron and Zhu Rue seized their submachine guns, unleashing a barrage of gunfire upon the two mutated beasts. Momentarily halted by the onslaught, the creatures paused for a few seconds before roaring and charging forward with their mouths agape. The mechanical voice of the system announced, "Information on the mutated beasts ahead. Level 3, strong in both attack and defense, with a weakness located along the spinal column." What formidable defense they possess! The bullets barely grazed their skin. Han Shuo was astounded. At this range, even his abilities would be significantly diminished, as their effective range was limited to mere meters. Li Wire hurriedly advanced, tossing earthen spikes at the mutated beasts. However, his second-level abilities inflicted little harm upon them. He glanced back at Yan Shaochen, stating, "You take 6 supplies, I take 4. Save them." Yan Shaochen remained silent, waiting for a decisive stance. The supplies were secondary in importance, while attitude was paramount. "Zixi, what are you planning?" Lin Jiao inquired, grasping Bai Zixi, who was poised to move forward. "To save them. Of course. Rescuing 2 individuals yields supplies, and perhaps even points. What is not to gain?" Before anyone could react, Bai Zixi flickered, appearing directly before the mutated beasts. She conjured 2 light arrows and hurled them at the beasts, who felt a searing, piercing sensation in their heads, roaring in fury and swinging their long tails at her. With a swift motion, she evaded and landed on the back of the left mutated beast. Just as she felt herself being thrown off, she grasped its protruding spines to steady herself. The 2 individuals she saved gazed back with eyes filled with gratitude, marveling at this little fairy's prowess. System notification: Favorability 5, Favorability 5, current points, 46. The other mutated beast, seeing its prey atop its companion, opened its mouth to bite. Suddenly, a crackle of lightning struck, momentarily paralyzing it in place. Meanwhile, Bai Zixi had drawn her frost moonblade, preparing to pierce through the beast's back. Sensing an imminent threat, the creature thrashed violently. Losing her balance, she swiftly transitioned to the back of the other beast, plunging her blade deep into its spine and withdrawing it forcefully. The first beast lunged at her once more, but was struck by Yan Shaocheng's lightning, rendering it immobile. In quick succession, a piercing sound echoed as its back was penetrated. The 2 mutated beasts were dispatched in a mere 20 minutes, their teamwork seamless. "Did you see that? Do you still dare to like him?" Li Wire remarked, observing Li Fifei's astonished expression. He meant not to discourage her, but rather to confront the reality of the situation and temper her confidence. "Brother, I saw it." Li Fifei's previous disdain for Bai Zixi had vanished entirely. Boom, boom, boom. Bai Zixi gasped, realizing another group was approaching. She quickly collected the bodies of the 2 beasts. At that moment, Yan Shaochen enveloped her waist, leaping into the air against the wind, swiftly returning to their parked location. Indeed, her energy reserves had been significantly depleted. Teleportation was an energy-intensive endeavor. "Get in the car." Yan Shaoyu issued a command, noting that such a large horde of mutated lizards was ill-suited for confrontation. As soon as he spoke, the group maneuvered their vehicles to the adjacent hillside before the mutated beasts could reach them. "What should we do? They're still in pursuit." Those in Li Wire's vehicle expressed alarm and panic. "Shut up and keep quiet." Li Wire snapped, feeling the weight of the situation. Bai Zixi, using binoculars, spotted a cliff with a cave entrance several meters high. "There's a cave over there. Shall we head that way?" she inquired of Yan Shaochen. "Drive over," he commanded. Directing the vehicle towards the cliff, safety could only be found at higher ground in this desolate terrain. "Brother, they're heading towards the left cliff." "Isn't that a dead end?" Li Fifei questioned, puzzled by the change in direction of the vehicles behind them. Li Wire remained silent, following closely behind. Upon reaching the foot of the cliff, Bai Zixi ordered everyone out of the vehicle, waving her hand to stow it away. "Hurry up and climb to the cave," she prompted before vanishing into the cave, dropping a rope for the others. "Quickly, up you go." The women grasped the rope and ascended, urging one another on. Once Yan Shaocheng's group had climbed up, he utilized the wind to reach the cave in several swift movements. Meanwhile, Li Wire's vehicle arrived hastily, and they leapt out to begin their ascent. A wave of mutated beasts was fast approaching. The last man climbing up the cliff glanced back, horrified. His legs shook, and he stumbled, falling back. Before he could recover, a 3rd-level mutated beast extended its 2-meter-long tongue and ensnared him. "Ah, help!" he screamed, only to be swiftly devoured. The entire event unfolding in the span of 3 breaths. Those above trembled, their faces pale. How terrifying. Chapter 90, Drowsiness. "That was close. I almost lost my life." Zhao Yuqian exclaimed, his expression one of relief. Lu Hai wore a pained look, lamenting, "How did that guy fall? I was just above him. I was terrified." He offered a moment of silent tribute. Li Wire turned to them. "What about the rest of your team?" The two displayed sorrowful expressions, with Zhao Yuqian speaking first. "Two are dead, and two are missing. These past few days have been fraught with danger. We've been either fleeing or hiding, never even reaching the entrance of a bomb shelter, constantly pursued by the mutated beasts in this area." They briefly recounted their harrowing experiences. "Let us head inside and discuss a strategy," Li Wire sighed, leading the way into the cave. Bai Zixi yawned. Teleportation had drained her energy significantly, and she had only a fraction left. The aftermath of her exertion was setting in. She felt drowsy. She unpacked some tents and cooking equipment from her space and gathered everyone around a fire where they began roasting lizard meat. "Are you all polite? Zixi, how can you be so strong?" Muya gazed at her with sparkling eyes, thinking her captain was incredibly cool. Bai Zixi, leaning against Yan Shaochen's shoulder and dozing off, squinted at her and half-jokingly remarked, "If you please me, perhaps I could help you become stronger." "You can make me stronger? Like you guys with abilities?" Muya's face lit up with excitement, unsure if she was joking. She shot her a mysterious glance. "What about me? What about me?" Lin Jiao chimed in, eager to share in the potential for strength. "It depends on your performances," Bai Zixi smiled, knowing she had plenty of crystal cores to spare and could occasionally play the benefactor. Yan Shaochen, unable to resist, pinched her cheek at her playful demeanor. As Li Wire and the others entered, witnessing the light-hearted banter and roasting of meat, he furrowed his brow, troubled by how to escape their predicament while others seemed to be vacationing. He hesitated to interrupt, leading his teammates to rest in a corner. "Come here, Captain. Let me feed you some roasted meat," Muyo offered, presenting a plate of meat to Bai Zixi and holding a piece to her lips. Bai Zixi obediently opened her mouth, closing her eyes as she chewed the meat, her cheeks adorably stuffed. Seeing this, Lin Jiao also wished to go over and offer some food. However, before she could rise, someone pulled her back, leaving her with no choice but to feed the meat to Yan Shaochen instead. After consuming several pieces of meat, Bai Zixi gradually succumbed to sleep, her lips still moving as she nestled completely against Yan Shaochen, her body now motionless. "Let her sleep for a while." Yan Shaochen gently halted Muya, who was eager to continue feeding her, and lifted a bottle of water to let her sip a few mouthfuls, allowing her to swallow the food in her mouth. He then stood and carried her back to the tent, placing her on the tatami mat and tucking her in with a blanket before stepping outside. How adorable. She can fall asleep even while eating. Lin Jiao couldn't help but chuckle, noting the stark contrast to her earlier fierce demeanor when she had hunted the beast. "To be honest, I can't compete with her," Han Shuo remarked, astonished at how consistently impressive she was. Zhu Rui's eyes sparkled with mirth, acknowledging her popularity. Mo Yanfan felt somewhat disheartened, recalling that just 2 months prior, she had appeared weaker than him during their mission in Dark City. "I can only wonder what that knife of hers is made of. It pierced through the beast's shell effortlessly," he mused. 19. An enthusiast of cold weapons and one of their stronger fighters expressed curiosity. Muya interjected, "Was Zixi just talking in her sleep?" Chapter 91, Advancement. "Why haven't these mutated beasts left yet? Are they planning to lie in wait?" 16 returned to the cave, having been outside for 3 hours. "Do you have any solutions?" Levi approached Yan Shaochen and the others, his expression grave. "Let's discuss it tomorrow," Yan Shaochen replied calmly, unhurried, as he intended to wait for his wife to rest fully before taking action. Yan Shaochen and the others remained composed. Retrieving supplies could wait, and there was no need to risk danger at this moment. Observing that the others showed no intent of leaving, Levi felt helpless, recognizing that a mere batch of supplies could not outweigh the value of human life. After exchanging a few words with them, Yan Shaochen returned to the tent, glancing at the peacefully sleeping woman before sitting cross-legged nearby, absorbing several crystal cores. "Did you sleep well last night?" Yan Shaochen inquired softly as he lay beside Lin Jiao. His eyes filled with meaning. He questioned why he had suddenly gone to sleep with another woman, suspecting that he had not satisfied her needs. His elder brother reminded him to take good care of his woman and that he should cherish her when they returned to the base, suggesting that he give her a break for the next few days. Lin Jiao, oblivious to the underlying implications, nodded and replied, "Of course, I slept very soundly." "Shall we turn in early, Shaoyu? We need to be well rested for what's outside," she advised, pulling the blanket over herself and quickly drifting off to sleep. Yan Shaoyu followed suit. 17. When will you find someone special? Is there anyone you like? Muya, lying next to 17, began to express concern, noting that she was the only one still single among them. With so many excellent soldiers at the base, how could she have no thoughts on the matter? 17. Her spirited face shaking, replied that she had never considered such things. The others always viewed her as one of the guys, and over time, she had forgotten her femininity. Asking you is pointless. Sleep well? Muya concluded, realizing that their conversation had fizzled out, and they both settled onto the soft mat, each covered with a blanket. A night without peril. In the morning, Bai Zixi awoke in Yan Shaochen's arms, stretching as she greeted, "Good morning." Yan Shaochen's gaze was filled with tenderness as he murmured back, "Good morning." As she stepped out of the tent, Muya approached with a cheerful smile, "Zixi, do you remember what you said yesterday?" Bai Zixi chuckled, "Of course, this is for you." She handed her a soil-type crystal core, obtained from the last encounter with the scoundrel. "What is this yellow crystal? It looks different from the ones in the zombies' heads," Muya exclaimed, marveling at the crystal in her hand. "Can this really grant abilities? Take the time to absorb it. You have a 50% chance of acquiring soil-type powers." "I can't guarantee 100% success," Bai Zixi advised, adding that even without activating abilities, it would still enhance her physique, thus making her stronger. System prompt. Favorability 5, current points, 51. "Thank you, Zixi. Love you," Muya exclaimed. Just as she finished speaking, a chill ran down her back, prompting her to hurry back into the tent to absorb the crystal. Bai Zixi had barely taken a few bites of breakfast when Lin Jiao rushed over. "What about me?" "Zixi, here, take this crystal and absorb it well." Bai Zixi casually handed her 50 level 2 crystals, which should help elevate her space abilities. "Zixi heart," Lin Jiao exclaimed joyfully as she returned to her tent with the crystals. System prompt. Favorability 5, current points, 56. Bai Zixi noticed 17 standing there, so she waved her over and offered her a water-type crystal core, saying, "This is for you." She remembered that 17 possessed water abilities. "Perhaps you should keep it, Zixi." 17 replied, feeling a bit shy. Though she was the captain, there was no need to go to such lengths. If she could absorb crystal cores, she would have done so long ago. She wouldn't accept gifts. However, they were all comrades, and nurturing each other would make future missions easier. "Take it. Try your best to catch up to me," Bai Zixi encouraged her, knowing 17 was competitive. After thanking her, 17 took the crystal and found a spot to absorb it. System prompt. Favorability 5, current points, 61. "Captain, when will you share some crystal cores with us?" Han Shuo joked, looking at Yan Shaochen. Mo Yanfan added, "My wind abilities have been stuck at level 2 for ages. I need just a few more crystals to reach level 3. I don't have any. But there are plenty of crystals at the bottom of the cliff. You could go dig for some," Yan Shaochen suggested, noting that his fire abilities had just reached level 3, and he too was in need of crystals. After all, who wasn't in need of them? 15, 16, 18. And 19 looked on with envy. "Ma'am, look over here. We want some too." Bai Zixi produced 200 level 2 crystal cores and handed them to Yan Shaochen, saying, "These are for you as well." She still had a few level 3 crystals left, planning to visit the underground city to procure a few female companions when the opportunity arose. "Use them yourself. I have no shortage," Yan Shaochen replied nonchalantly, as if he truly lacked nothing, being a prominent figure with daily substantial earnings and numerous people at the base. But they will eventually run out. The higher levels of abilities demand more crystals, especially when one has to support a large entourage of soldiers, Bai Zixi reasoned, feeling it was her duty as his wife to share the burden. Bai Zixi pouted, pretending to be upset. "Humph, you just despise my crystals." 19 and Han Shuo chimed in, "We don't despise them, really." "All right, I'll accept them then," Yan Shaochen conceded, feeling a peculiar sense of being pampered. System prompt. Favorability 10, current points, 71. Throughout the morning, everyone was focused on enhancing their strength. Outside, the occasional low growls of the mutated beasts served as a reminder of their continued presence. Chapter 92, Acquiring Companions. 2 days later, the number of mutated beasts at the cliff had significantly diminished, with only a dozen level 2 ones remaining. "Are we really going down to fight them?" Zhao Yuqian asked nervously, hesitating at the prospect. Levi, visibly impatient, urged, "Just go down already. Their people have all gone. What are you waiting for?" Li Fifei scoffed, "You lot are so timid. If you don't want to go, then don't tag along with us." She shook her head at their cowardice, feeling they were embarrassing the base. Yan Shaochen led the group into battle below, initially allowing them to practice with the level 2 mutated beasts, which were perfectly suited for honing their skills. Bai Zixi stood aside, refraining from intervening. Observing Muya, who had just acquired her level 1 earth ability, struggling a bit in combat, she occasionally unleashed a few light arrows to assist her. In contrast, after Shaiki's water ability ascended to level 3, she effortlessly dispatched 2 mutated beasts in quick succession. Lin Jiao, possessing a level 2 spatial ability, could only manage to unleash spatial blades. With Yan Shaochu's support beside her, she was able to eliminate one with relative ease. The level 2 mutated beasts had slightly inferior defensive capabilities, easily vanquished with a shot to the head. By the time Li Wire and his group joined the fray, most of the beasts had already been slain. The ground was littered with the remnants of their conquests. After Bai Zixi and Lin Jiao collected the carcasses of the mutated beasts, they retrieved their vehicle, and the group set off toward the air raid shelter. The 4 off-road vehicles sped across the desolate mountains. That must be the entrance to the air raid shelter, 18 remarked, gazing at the ominous black opening ahead. Typically, air raid shelters have 2 entrances to prevent unforeseen incidents. The supplies should be located deep within the cave. It remained uncertain whether mutated beasts lurked inside. Everyone disembarked and followed Li Wire into the shelter. To their surprise, there were no mutated beasts inside. A man ahead voiced his confusion, having prepared for a fight. As they delved deeper underground, Li Wire turned to Yan Shaochen, stating, "The supplies are in this secret chamber. You can select 2 individuals to assist me in gathering them." He then took Bai Zixi's hand and led the way. Nodding, Li Wire retrieved the key and unlocked the chamber, stepping inside with Li Fifei while the others followed. Upon entering, Bai Zixi was taken aback by the sight of shelves brimming with canned goods. It was no wonder they had risked so much to venture here. Such an abundance of supplies was too valuable to abandon. With winter upon them, resources were scarce, and every base struggled to make ends meet. Additionally, the scarcity of zombies had prompted many bases to frequently seek out supplies. This trip proved worthwhile, as she had already stored 60% of the supplies in her space, occupying a considerable amount of room, albeit stackable. Just as they finished gathering the supplies, a series of drilling sounds reverberated through the mountainside, as if something was attempting to burrow its way out. "Let us leave at once," Li Wire urged, signaling everyone to exit, for mutated beasts were about to emerge. As they exited the chamber, over a dozen mutated pangolins broke through the mountainside. A level 4 mutated pangolin, its yellowish-brown scales glimmering, emitted a sound from the back. "They're coming to attack." A swarm of half-human-sized mutated pangolins spiraled into formation, preparing to charge with their sharp scales, which would surely cause severe injury upon impact. "Quick dodge," Li Wire commanded, and everyone began to evade. The mechanical voice of 008 chimed in. "Host, when they curl up, they are practically invulnerable. You can spend 50 points to exchange for a slave seal to imprint on the forehead of that level 4 pangolin, and it will become your pet. Only 1 beast can be imprinted. 50 points for a pet?" Bai Zixi pondered for a moment before deciding to exchange it. She could train it later. This creature seemed to exhibit decent intelligence as it directed others, so she might as well take it. She planned to stealthily approach and capture it, knowing that if it became aware of her intentions, reaching its forehead would be impossible. "I'll sneak over and take care of that beast. Don't worry about me," she informed Yan Shaochen before slipping away. Yan Shaochen watched her retreating figure with a resigned smile, knowing the little one was up to mischief again, her expression mischievous. Suddenly, a man misstepped and was sent flying several meters by a mutated pangolin, screaming in agony. Bai Zixi swiftly dodged the oncoming beasts, her gaze fixated on the level 4 pangolin behind. It stood upright at a height of about 1.5 meters, gesturing with its forelimbs while emitting a series of sounds. Engrossed in directing others, completely oblivious to her presence. At that moment, Bai Zixi flickered and teleported in front of it, swiftly stamping the slave seal on its forehead in one fluid motion. Everything transpired too abruptly. The pangolin appeared utterly bewildered. "Despicable human. How dare you disregard the rules of combat?" it exclaimed. "Enough. Cease your attacks," Bai Zixi declared, crossing her arms and casting a cold glance at the still-dazed creature. The level 4 pangolin felt an uncontrollable force within it yielding to her, and it involuntarily emitted a series of sounds. The other mutated pangolins halted their actions, looking towards their leader with confusion. "You were the one who initiated the fight. Why have you stopped?" The level 4 pangolin clarified. "We were ambushed. Retreat quickly." It feared that this cunning human might devise further schemes. The mutated beasts ceased their assault, each burrowing back into the mountainside. The group breathed a sigh of relief, while several from Li Wire's side lay sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. "Have we been saved? What just happened? Why did they flee? Can someone heal me? I can't get up." Li Wire turned to Li Fifei. "Go, provide them with treatment." Li Fifei glanced at their group and then at the Northern District base members, who stood unharmed, reflecting the stark contrast. However, she said nothing, proceeding to use her wood ability to heal them. After all, they were the elite of the base. "Zixi, did you tame it? Why does it obey you so readily?" Lin Jiao inquired, approaching Bai Zixi with curiosity. The pangolin interjected, "I was coerced." Bai Zixi chuckled, observing the pangolin lingering nearby, its round eyes filled with resistance. "Yes, it's my new pet." A system notification chimed. "Affection level 8, affection level 5, affection level 5, current points, 78. The points she had just spent had returned to her, and she had acquired a pet for free. Truly delightful. Boom, boom. "We must exit quickly. The air raid shelter is about to collapse," someone called out. Yan Shaochen had already moved to Bai Zixi's side, urging her to leave. A passerby followed suit. Bai Zixi casually decided on a name for her new pet. Despite its mental resistance, its body uncontrollably followed her outside. Goodness, it's so obedient. Zixi, you're incredible, Muya remarked in astonishment as she trailed behind. You're the one who is obedient, the passerby retorted. As the mountain began to crumble, the group finally made their escape, narrowly avoiding disaster. That was close. They exhaled in relief, quickly boarding the vehicles to depart. The passerby climbed aboard, and Bai Zixi instructed it to keep pace, taking a seat in the back. Once inside, the passerby emitted a sound. Little brothers, the boss has been kidnapped. May we meet again? After their vehicles drove far away, a group of pangolins emerged, gazing longingly at the departing cars and chattering amongst themselves. Rest in peace, boss. Sob, sacrificing itself to protect us. Our leader was too kind. From now on, I shall be your leader. No, it's me. I'm stronger than you. It's me. Bai Zixi sat beside the passerby, pulling out a box of leftover roasted meat from the previous night, savoring a piece herself, while also feeding a bite to Yan Shaochen. Time within the space was stagnant. The roasted meat, though not warm, remained delectably fragrant. As the passerby curled into a tire-like shape, a small head soon emerged, eagerly gazing at the morsel in Bai Zixi's hands. Do you wish to partake? She teased, her chopsticks never pausing as she deliberately licked her lips. The passerby thought, I must not yield, I must not yield. However, when the delectable morsel was brought to its mouth, it instinctively bit down, its pupils brightening at the exquisite taste. What kind of meat is this, so delightfully savory? It was the most delectable thing it had ever encountered since its birth. After devouring a piece, the passerby turned its sparkling eyes toward Bai Zixi, silently pleading for more. If you behave and listen to me, there will be plenty for you to eat. Bai Zixi assured, her objective achieved as she placed all the meat before it. The passerby eagerly nodded in response. Chapter 94. The feast. Once the vehicle distanced itself from the desolate mountains, Li Wire exited to shake hands and bid farewell to Yan Shaochen before parting ways with them. This collaboration was quite fruitful, Mo Yanfan remarked from within the vehicle. Han Shuo nodded in agreement. The smooth progress of this endeavor owes much to Zixi's efforts. Indeed, came the reply. The three vehicles resumed their journey towards the northern district. By noon the following day, upon returning to the base and storing the supplies in the warehouse, Bai Zixi led the passerby back to her own courtyard. How about I make a cozy doghouse for you here? She proposed. The space could not accommodate it. Only pets exchanged through the system were permitted inside, yet those required a minimum of 500 points, a thought she dared not entertain for now. The passerby responded, I can dig a burrow. With a playful blink at her, it burrowed into the ground, swiftly excavating a small hole. True to its pangolin nature, digging was a task it excelled at. After settling the passerby in the front yard, Bai Zixi returned indoors, taking a brief shower before collapsing onto the sofa. After several days away, numerous matters awaited Yan Shaochen at the base, leaving her with a rare moment of leisure. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang, prompting Bai Zixi to glance toward the iron gate, where Lin Jiao and the others awaited. She hurried downstairs to open the door. Zixi, have you eaten? Lin Jiao inquired as Bai Zixi approached. Shaking her head, Bai Zixi admitted her growing hunger. Muya chimed in first. Let us dine at the new restaurant in the base. I've heard it's quite popular. We have so many contribution points that we have nowhere to spend them. Lin Jiao remarked, indicating their newfound wealth. With each mission, their identity cards accumulated hundreds of contribution points, serving as the base's universal currency. Though crystal cores were also acceptable for purchases. All right, let us go, Bai Zixi agreed, eager to try the new establishment. Aside from the cafeteria, various shops had begun to emerge around the base, none of which she had properly explored. The four lovely young women strolled down the street, attracting the attention of numerous men. Aren't those the four beauties of the Morning Dawn team? They're all so stunning, and I've heard they're special forces. But I still prefer the looks of the base's long-lost ladies. With their tall figures and flawless faces, they're simply captivating. I think the sweet and pure beauty in the middle is my type, but alas, she is already taken. Such discussions had become second nature to them, as they calmly made their way to the restaurant. Welcome, beautiful ladies, to our Wangxing restaurant. How many of you are there? A courteous male server greeted them at the entrance. 4 of us. Please prepare a private room, Muya requested. I'm sorry, but all the private rooms are currently occupied. There are only 2 empty tables left in the main hall. How would you like to proceed? The server maintained a polite demeanor, recognizing their distinguished presence. They could very well be the women of some high-ranking official, and he dared not offend them. Suddenly, a voice emerged from a nearby private room. Xiao Bai, long time no see. Why don't you all join us for a meal? It's on me. Feng Xiao curiously leaned out, surprised to see Xiao Bai and her companions, and warmly inviting them over. Haha, Someone else calling you Xiao Bai. Who is that guy? Muya chuckled at the familiarity of the person. Bai Zixi had long grown accustomed to the nickname. It mattered little how he addressed her. Since he is offering to treat, let us go, she decided. Lin Jiao nodded. All right, it seems spending our own money is not as easy as it sounds. The reticent Qi Shi exhibited no particular reaction. The round table in the private room could seat 8, accommodating the 4 of them alongside Feng Xiao and Old Chun, making a total of 6. After brief introductions, they began to order their meals. Xiao Bai, why haven't you opened the shop these past few days? I was hoping to support you. Feng Xiao initiated the conversation. Our captain has been quite busy, just returning from a mission, Muya answered for Bai Zixi, who remained silent. We just completed a mission ourselves and came here for a good meal. What a coincidence, Feng Xiao replied, his face bright with joy. It's wonderful. Everyone is busy, yet we still find time to gather like this. Life feels quite fulfilling. He also introduced a few female friends he knew. Lin Jiao suddenly recalled something and curiously asked, tell me, when you first laid eyes on Zixi's stunning beauty, did you not fall in love? Not just infatuated. I nearly lost my heart. But truly, I merely appreciated her beauty. No ulterior motives, Feng Xiao responded candidly, appearing quite earnest. Upon first seeing her, he did feel a flutter, but after witnessing her strength, he merely wished to be friends. Muya chuckled at his amusing demeanor. She enjoyed the company of such straightforward individuals. Even the usually silent Qi Shi couldn't help but glance at him a few more times, pondering if he had once been a real estate agent. Ladies, it's a pleasure to meet you all. Let us raise a glass. Feng Xiao enlivened the atmosphere, allowing them to relax and engage in light-hearted chatter. Chapter 95, Betrayed. Bang. The sudden sound of a door slamming echoed from the adjacent private room. Zhang Dayai. I can't believe it's true. You're actually sneaking around with this woman? Chu Ting exclaimed, initially skeptical, only to find Zhang Dayai intertwined with Luo Yunyu, a newcomer to the team. Had she arrived a moment later, would they have gone even further? Such audacity in a restaurant. Hiding here for a rendezvous was utterly shameless. Ting, let me explain. We were merely dining together, discussing some matters regarding the team, Zhang Dayai stammered, hastily standing up. He had only been lured in by her. Merely playing around. Chu Ting remained paramount in his heart. Furthermore, she had just reached level 3 in her abilities. He could not afford to lose her now. Is that so? Discussing what exactly? Why the need for such intimacy? Chu Ting was not naive. She had often noticed the way he looked at other women and how particularly gentle he was with the new arrivals. While she had usually brushed off his habitual commands as a long-term couple-esque dynamic, it was now painfully clear. The team often teased her about being cheated on, and she found it laughable, having only been in a relationship for 3 years. Why treat it like a precious gem? A decision was necessary, unfazed by the potential fallout. Luo Yunyu saw the opportunity. He was decent-looking, possessed abilities, and was a team leader. She would seize the moment. She felt no shame in vying for another partner, blaming the inability of others to control their men's wandering ways. Oh yes, we have done more than just embrace. We've gone all the way. I couldn't care less about what that man thinks. My only concern is to tear apart as many couples as possible. Remove that woman from the team. She has found her peace. Even if this man forsakes her, she shall wreak havoc. Silence. I have done nothing with you. The man shouted at Luo Yunyu and then turned to Chu Ting. Trust me, I love only you. I feel nauseated. Zhang Dayai, refrain from uttering such repulsive words. I shall no longer believe you. As of today, I withdraw from your team and request that you do not disturb me again. Chu Ting cast this vehement declaration before attempting to depart, only to be grasped by a certain man. Wait, Ting, I was wrong. Grant me another chance, please. At that moment, Muyo approached and delivered a resounding slap across the man's face, arching her brow and glaring at him. Ha! Scoundrel! The man, taken aback by the sudden blow, glared vindictively at the unfamiliar woman. Who are you to strike me? His previously gentle demeanor shattered in an instant. The ruckus drew in 2 patrolling soldiers. One of the male soldiers interjected, "This is a dining establishment. Do not cause a disturbance here." Bai Zixi and Lin Jiao emerged from the private room, and upon recognizing them, the 2 soldiers greeted respectfully, "Commander, place this man and this woman on the base's blacklist and escort them out. They are too noisy," Bai Zixi indicated towards the troublesome pair. Indeed, finding their disturbance intolerable as it interrupted their meal. Luo Yunyu, whom she had nearly forgotten, had resurfaced today seeking attention. You cannot do this. I have done nothing wrong. Why must I be treated this way? Zhang Dayai struggled against the soldier's grip. Luo Yunyu glared furiously at the group of women, accusing them of bullying. Slap. Before she could utter another word, Lin Jiao delivered 2 sharp slaps. What else can you do aside from seducing other women's men? Truly despicable. Dazed by the blows, Luo Yunyu had no time to resist before being dragged away by the patrolling soldiers. The man, still struggling and pleading with Chu Ting, was incapacitated by a stun baton before being taken away. The noise subsided considerably. The onlookers in the restaurant soon dispersed, their gazes lingering on the women, ensuring to remember their faces as individuals not to be trifled with. The attitudes of the waitstaff shifted as well, relieved they had not offended them. For a mere disagreement could lead to being blacklisted by the base. Being blacklisted meant one could not obtain an identity card, and without it, one could accomplish nothing within the base. Remaining could result in imprisonment. The thought of being unable to reside within the base was indeed terrifying. Thank you. Chu Ting regained her composure, her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at them. She recognized one as the beautiful woman who had assisted her in obtaining her identity card upon her arrival at the base. Bai Zixi remembered her too, recalling her as a flower amidst dung. Now, the flower had just departed from the dung. Fate has brought us together. Come, let us share a drink, Muya said warmly, pulling Chu Ting into the private room. Chu Ting felt a bit bashful but followed, having heard of the Morning Light team and envying their camaraderie. Let me tell you, out with the old, in with the new. Do not mourn for that scoundrel. He is unworthy. Lin Jiao consoled her gently. I know, thank you, she replied, her earlier gloom dissipating as they chatted. Feng Xiao raised his glass. What troubles cannot be alleviated by a drink? Cheers. They all laughed and clinked their glasses together, introducing themselves and forming bonds of friendship. Chapter 96, Annihilation of the Team. System prompt, favorability 10, favorability 10, favorability 10, current score, 128. Bai Zixi lay breathlessly atop Yan Shaochen, whispering, I cannot go on. I am so tired. I need to sleep. Yan Shaochen gently kissed her forehead. Sleep. The following morning, Bai Zixi awoke to find Yan Shaochen had already departed. He was indeed busy. After washing up and having breakfast, she locked the door, retrieving 2 talismans and channeling energy into them. Luck was on her side as she arrived in a small town. Bai Zixi, in a state of invisibility, surveyed her surroundings and quickly spotted a convenience store ahead. Upon entering, she discovered the food had all been taken, but some daily necessities remained, which she collected, as it was better than nothing. Just as she exited the store, a second-tier zombie lunged at her. Bai Zixi stepped back a couple of paces, conjured an ice blade, and drove it into its skull, dispatching it effortlessly. The commotion attracted a few more second-tier zombies, and after eliminating them all, her invisibility dissipated. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by a man across the street, his gaze greedily fixed on the woman in black. Ice ability? Invisibility ability? Bai Zixi turned her attention to the supermarket, walking over at a leisurely pace. Inside, she discovered some snacks. With a flick of her hand, she stored the food in her space. A glance at the warehouse door caused her lips to curve into a smile as she prepared to leave. At that moment, a man approached rapidly from behind, conjuring a spatial blade aimed at Bai Zixi's head. As the blade neared her, he became fervent, believing her abilities would soon belong to him. However, just as the blade was about to pierce her, she vanished, leaving the man aghast. With a swift movement, Bai Zixi appeared behind him, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing through the glass door and onto the ground, struggling to rise while spitting blood. Terrified, he looked at Bai Zixi, pleading, please, spare me. Before he could finish his sentence, an ice blade pierced his skull, leaving him with wide, unblinking eyes as he fell lifelessly to the ground. What bad luck, can't one live peacefully? Bai Zixi shook her head resignedly after dispatching another life. She approached, crouched down, and extracted his crystal core, revealing a transparent spatial crystal core. Unfortunately, the resources within had been depleted. Who are you? Did you kill our teammate? 2 men and a woman suddenly emerged, one of the men angrily pointing at her, nearly advancing to subdue her. Bai Zixi nonchalantly placed the crystal core into her pocket, saying lightly, yes, and what of it? The woman, eyeing the crystal core, seethed, you killed and took the core. You are utterly deranged. Brother, let us kill her and avenge our comrade. Since you are a woman, hand over the crystal core and become our servant to atone. Otherwise, we will maim you and feed you to the zombies, threatened one of the lecherous men, his demeanor suggesting he was determined to succeed. Both men possessed abilities and were overconfident, regarding a mere woman as inconsequential. Am I not enough to serve you? Hurry and kill her. I want that crystal core. The woman was fixated solely on the crystal core, fully aware of its rarity. All right then Phew. Before he could finish his sentence, a blade pierced his heart. The lecherous man collapsed, dead beyond revival. You maniac. The remaining 2 stared at her in terror, beginning to fear. Bai Zixi smiled and kindly advised, you may want to leave a final message. Maniac. The woman took a few steps back before turning to flee, but she barely got far. An ice arrow sliced through the air, swiftly piercing her heart from behind, blood gushing forth as she cried out before crumpling to the ground. The last man trembled, dropping to his knees before her. They all wanted to kill you. I said nothing. Please, spare me, my lady. Upon uttering those words, his forehead was pierced, and he fixed his gaze intently on Bai Zixi. You. At that moment, 3 more corpses lay on the ground, 2 of which had their skulls hollowed out, soon to be devoured by the zombies. Bai Zixi had already returned to her bedroom. Chapter 97, Joining the Team. Back in her room, Bai Zixi utilized a refreshing talisman, changed into a plush nightgown, tied her hair up, and prepared some lizard meat to roast in the front yard. As she stepped outside, a passerby emerged from a hole. "Hey!" The passerby exclaimed, "Master, I am famished." Although she could not comprehend its words, she understood the underlying message. It was hungry. Soon, it would be fed. Bai Zixi set out the grilling tools and sat down to commence roasting the meat. As the meat neared completion, Lin Jiao, Muya, and Shaiki entered through the iron gate, accompanied by Chu Ting, waving at her. "Zixi, why didn't you call us for the barbecue?" Muya, feeling at ease, approached and grabbed a skewer of raw meat to roast. Lin Jiao turned to Chu Ting. "Didn't you want to join our Dawn squad? You should directly ask our captain." Aware of her own limited judgment of character, she preferred to leave the discussion to Zixi and Shaiki, whom she deemed more sensible. I am Chu Ting, a level 3 wood-type ability user, 25 years old. May I join your squad? Or could I undergo a trial period first?" Chu Ting directed her gaze towards Bai Zixi, nervously watching her, fearing rejection. Muya, having listened to her detailed introduction, jested. "Why not just disclose your height and measurements while you're at it? I stand at 1.62 meters, my measurements I've forgotten. I Haven team measured them recently." After Muya's comment, she continued her self-introduction. The others chuckled, amused by her earnestness, realizing how she had been easily misled for 3 years. "Shaiki, engage her in a spar, but refrain from using your abilities," Bai Zixi instructed, proposing a minor test for her. Shaiki nodded and stepped into an empty space to face Chu Ting. "Come on, Chu Ting." She had long wished to spar with her, both being level 3 ability users. It was a chance to gauge the other's agility. With determination in her eyes, Chu Ting advanced, launching a punch without further ado. Shaiki effortlessly caught her fist and yanked her back, delivering a kick towards her leg, which Chu Ting narrowly evaded. Who should I cheer for? Muya watched the two sparring with bright eyes, surprised at how Chu Ting managed to exchange a few blows with Shaiki. Quite remarkable indeed. Lin Jiao, munching on roasted meat, exclaimed, "What an exhilarating sight." Bai Zixi glanced over briefly, holding a plate of meat before the passerby. The passerby joyfully bowed its head to eat, thinking its master had momentarily forgotten it. 10 minutes later, Shaiki delivered a kick that sent Chu Ting sprawling, her hands clasped together in defense. Yet her body was knocked back several steps before she fell to the ground, marking the end of their spar. "I lost. Does this mean I cannot join the squad?" Chu Ting, who had previously trained in Taekwondo and had slain numerous zombies recently, was confident in her abilities. She hadn't anticipated defeat so swiftly. Indeed, Shaiki, a special forces operative from the base, was exceptional, and she felt a sense of respect for her. "Are you certain you wish to join the squad?" Bai Zixi asked her once more. Chu Ting gazed at her earnestly. "Yes, Captain, please grant me this opportunity." Bai Zixi waved her hand. "Placing a contract on the table, drop a drop of blood on this contract, and you shall become a member of our squad. Should there be any treachery, you shall meet a dire fate." Startled by the peculiar contract, Chu Ting quickly made her decision, pricking her finger on a wooden thorn to let a drop of blood fall on the paper. The contract shimmered briefly before dimming, signifying the agreement was complete. "I want to drop blood too. I am a member of the squad as well." Muya approached, pricking her finger to let a drop fall. Watching the contract glow with excitement, Lin Jiao and Shaiki, with resolute expressions, followed suit, affirming their loyalty. "Very well, I shall do the same," Bai Zixi added, letting her blood fall, which formed a vibrant flower on the contract. This contract had cost her 5 points, beyond testing their sincerity. It also provided a means to locate them within a certain radius in case they got separated during missions. "Welcome, Chu Ting, to our Dawn squad." Bai Zixi smiled, extending her hand for a shake. System notification. Affinity 5, current points, 128. Lin Jiao mimicked her, reaching out to shake hands. "Welcome, Chu Ting," Shaiki remarked. "We can spar again sometime. Feel free to move in with us anytime." Muya winked at her. Chu Ting smiled, feeling a warm sense of camaraderie from each of them, each with their unique personalities yet imparting a sense of familiarity. Chapter 98, Jiangqing. "Our Dawn squad has accepted a mission. We shall depart from the base tomorrow, and you must think of me." Bai Zixi reclined on her bed, gazing at Yan Shaochen, who had just emerged from a shower, a handsome figure fresh from bathing. "Very well, your information has been registered in the base's warehouse. Retrieve whatever you need." Yan Shaochen leaned down, his dark eyes fixed on her, his deep voice alluringly murmuring, "Then, will my lady ensure I am well fed tonight?" He had not satisfied his hunger in days, and with his wife departing, He was uncertain when she would return. Bai Zixi reached out, wrapping her arms around his neck, pressing her fragrant lips against his, all words rendered unnecessary. After a passionate interlude. System notification. Affinity 10, Affinity 10, Affinity 10 current points. 188. That's enough. Still hungry. By noon the next day, the black off-road vehicle of the Dawn Squad had just exited the base. Bai Zixi, feeling sore, reclined her head back to sleep. Having exchanged only a few words, Muya and Lin Jiao appeared similarly fatigued. Such was the sweet burden of being in a relationship, joyful yet exhausting. What is wrong with you? Did you not sleep well last night? Shu Ting inquired curiously, observing them. Shaiki, who was driving, admitted her ignorance. Muya spoke first. Haven't you had any intimate moments with your boyfriend? Upon hearing this, Shu Ting's expression darkened, and she shook her head. Since coming to this base, he rarely touches me, saying I lack charm, like a dead fish. Then he must have cheated on you since then. No man has no needs unless he is already satisfied elsewhere. Muya analyzed seriously, seeming to make sense as everyone believed her. In truth, it was likely so. Not necessarily. Perhaps he is just not very capable? Lin Jiao speculated, pondering that if he had indeed cheated, it should have been discovered sooner. Shu Ting pressed her lips together. If that were the case, she would feel quite foolish for realizing it only now. Noticing her gloomy demeanor, Lin Jiao quickly signaled Muya to refrain from discussing her sorrowful matters. By the way, what is our mission in Jiangqing? Isn't it located in the northwestern border area? Will we encounter many other squads there? Muya began discussing their mission, which involved exterminating 5 tentacle zombies, a type she had never encountered before and felt somewhat apprehensive about. Shaiki expressed a desire to elevate her strength through challenging encounters, noting their squad was already quite formidable, thus opting to head to Jiangqing, a city surrounded by the Yangtze River. Level 3 zombies, and I'm only at level 2. I hope there are fewer zombies in Jiangqing. Lin Jiao felt a sense of powerlessness. Despite absorbing many crystal cores, she had yet to reach level 3. Yan Shaochen was already at level 4, and she did not wish to fall too far behind. Suddenly, determination ignited in Shu Ting's eyes. As night approaches, let us find a place to stay for the night. Bai Zixi, seated in the passenger seat, looked towards Shaiki. Xizi, as the passerby curled up at her feet. A wave of sympathy washed over her. It looked so pitiful, cramped in this confined space. Do you think we ought to switch to a larger vehicle? Considering how cramped it is, just look at how the passerby has been squished into a ball, she mused. Muya chuckled, her gaze falling on the half-exposed head of the passerby, finding it increasingly endearing. At least you possess some discernment, the passerby remarked. 17 maneuvered the vehicle onto a narrow path, soon halting before a quaint 2-story house. 5 women and 1 beast disembarked, with Bai Zixi waving her hand to stow the vehicle away. There's another house behind with lights on, Lin Jiao remarked, noticing the illuminated dwelling further down the path. Muya glanced over as well, wondering if it was another group of survivors. Let us head inside first, Bai Zixi declared, stepping forward to open the door. As soon as the door swung wide, 2 zombies lunged at her, but Bai Zixi, prepared for the encounter, conjured light arrows in both hands, swiftly piercing through their skulls. The zombies fell with a wet thud. Zixi, are you alright? Muya inquired with concern, beginning to analyze the situation. 2 level 2 zombies? No wonder they avoided this house. She observed the fallen bodies, a man and a woman, seemingly a couple. Let us go in and investigate, 17 suggested, following Bai Zixi, with the other 3, including the passerby, trailing behind. The stench of mildew and decaying flesh assaulted Muya's senses, making her gag. I can't take this smell. I'm heading to the 2nd floor, she declared, finding it slightly more tolerable upstairs. Bai Zixi produced a fragrant talisman, channeling energy into it, and the foul odor dissipated instantly. Wow, Zixi, what kind of talisman is that? It's truly magical, Lin Jiao exclaimed, her curiosity piqued. Bai Zixi always seemed to possess an array of peculiar items, reminiscent of the fantastical gadgets from the animated series she once watched. Would you like to know? Bai Zixi inquired with a knowing glance. Lin Jiao shook her head. No, I'd rather not. Knowing too many secrets isn't always advantageous. It's the captain's privacy, and I wouldn't pry. The others shared a similar sentiment. After tidying up the house, they set up a few beds in the living room, had a light meal, and then began to rest. Chapter 99. The heist. The following day, as dawn broke, a series of loud knocks echoed at the door, accompanied by several voices. People inside, open up. Are you certain there are survivors here? An elderly man queried, reflecting on how long it had been since anyone had entered this small village. Let us see if we can scavenge some supplies. Absolutely. I saw lights on here last night. It's definitely not a mistake, a woman insisted. That door has been locked from the inside. There is someone in there, a middle-aged man deduced. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing 5 women and a pangolin about to step out. The entrance was crowded with men and women, blocking their way. Though masked, their eyes conveyed that they were no ordinary folk, appearing clean and purposeful, undoubtedly possessing supplies. The woman, noticing the men's lecherous gazes upon the younger girls, spoke curtly. "This is our village's residence. Since you've stayed here, you must pay rent." "Oh, how much would be appropriate?" Muya replied, crossing her arms with a calm demeanor. "How brazen can one be?" An elderly man noted, sensing their straightforwardness. His tone softened. "It's not much, just 5 pounds of food would suffice." Since the apocalypse struck, their small village had lost nearly half its population, and the remaining residents depended on their previous harvest to survive. With winter approaching, their food supplies had dwindled, relying solely on the charity of passing survivors. "Is this how you operate regularly? Haven't you ever encountered a dead end? Are you unaware of the existence of superhumans?" Lin Jiao cautioned, warning them not to sacrifice their lives for mere food. "Of course we know, but we have no other choice. It's better than starving. Look at our age, have some pity on us, and share some food," an elderly man pleaded, attempting to garner sympathy. Seeing this tactic fail, the others began to mimic his approach, their eyes glinting with ulterior motives. "We are also left with no options. Please, just a bit of food." "I haven't eaten for 3 days, another man chimed in. "Yes, show some compassion." Muya rolled her eyes, thinking, is this a scam? Their acting is atrocious. "You all have limbs. Why can't you find food outside instead of resorting to these tricks?" She retorted. In their base, even the older members had their responsibilities. They could manage to fend for themselves, yet these individuals brazenly extended their hands, expecting charity. "Young lady, you don't understand. We used to live off farming. Now, look at these fields. Not even a blade of grass remains," an elderly man continued, elaborating on their plight, which had become a habitual excuse, unwilling to take risks, merely resorting to moral coercion, hoping to exploit anyone they could. "We have no food to give you. You should leave." Chu Ting interjected firmly, her compassion non-existent. In the past, during a mission, she had visited a village that initially welcomed them warmly, offering food. The ensuing events had been a nightmare, with the food laced with sedatives, turning them into prey for the villagers. Thankfully, she had declined the offered food, narrowly escaping, though her team had suffered casualties. The thought still sent shivers down her spine. "Indeed, we have nothing to spare. Don't waste your time here," Muya affirmed, her sympathy entirely absent. The elderly men and women quickly changed their demeanor. One woman threateningly declared, "If you don't leave some supplies, don't expect to leave here." "Huh? What do you think you can do to us?" Muya laughed, bemused at their presumption that sheer numbers could intimidate them. Suddenly, an elderly man brandished a butcher's knife, glaring at them. "If you don't hand over the supplies, we'll butcher you. Your flesh should be quite savory." Before he could finish, Chu Ting sprang into action, casting vines to ensnare him. "Let me go, you filthy wench," he shouted in rage. Others attempted to intervene, but before they could touch the vines, another liana ensnared them as well. "Release us, you disrespectful youths," they hollered in indignation. Chu Ting executed her maneuver with finesse. Muya and Lin Jiao applauded her swift action. Bai Zixi, who had remained silent, smiled appreciatively. "Well done, new recruit." She gestured, summoning the vehicle. "Let us go." One by one, they climbed into the vehicle, which sped down the narrow path, leaving the bound individuals struggling in vain. Chapter 100. The spectacle squeak, squeak, squeak. The passerby stood upright, clutching a can with its paws, its elongated snout diving into the contents, relishing the meal with sparkling eyes. Bai Zixi observed its voracious appetite. While they had each consumed a can, it continued devouring, having polished off 3 cans already. The can was filled with a variety of seafood and cured meats, weighing half a pound. Aside from the meat of mutated beasts and self-heating meals, this can was a luxury, but thankfully, she had plenty on hand. "Passerby, you have quite the appetite. Fear not, I will help you care for it," Lin Jiao said, tossing it a piece of sausage. A pedestrian, casually, began to devour an entire sausage, relishing its deliciousness. "This young lady is truly delightful. I quite adore her," it mused. "Then, I shall entrust you with this task." Bai Zixi spoke gently, feeling no pressure at all. After all, nurturing soldiers for 1,000 days is for a single moment of battle. There will surely come a time for them to exert their strength, so it was best to ensure they were well fed first. 17, and Chu Ting took turns driving, finally arriving at the outskirts of Jiangcheng by 6 in the evening. "Is that Jiangcheng? It looks so desolate," Muya remarked, sensing an ominous depth within. She gazed at the high rises across the bridge. "Zixi, should we go in for the night, or set up a tent here?" 17 inquired, noting that darkness would soon fall. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Zixi replied, "Let us head inside. The outside may not be safe either." 17 nodded and drove the car onto the bridge a few hundred meters ahead. There were numerous corpses of zombies strewn about, indicating that a team had already been here. It was uncertain whether they had departed. Even if they haven't left, we shan't be intimidated, Muya declared confidently. One must believe in not only their own strength but also that of their comrades, and with a captain among them, she felt entirely at ease. Aside from the remnants of the undead, there were many abandoned vehicles, causing their progress to slow considerably, with the wheels occasionally rolling over a corpse. The streets were smeared with dark blood, and the stench of decay was overwhelming. Are there still live zombies here for us to practice against? I haven't seen a single one yet, Lin Jiao remarked. Let us stop at that shop ahead, Bai Zixi directed, pointing toward a beauty salon that appeared somewhat cleaner. After parking, they exited the vehicle and walked inside. Aside from some disarray on the floor, the interior was relatively well kept. Surely, no one would come to a beauty salon to scavenge, she mused. Once the main door was secured, they tidied up the 3-story salon and settled down on the 3rd floor for a brief respite. Wow, you all must come see this, Muya exclaimed, binoculars in hand. Having witnessed something quite scandalous, Bai Zixi retrieved her own binoculars, peering towards a high-rise where a woman was surrounded by several men, playing chess. Her expression ambiguous as to whether she was coerced. Lin Jiao's cheeks flushed. This woman possesses remarkable stamina. 17 and Chu Ting exchanged glances. Startled by the sudden shift in scene, they had initially thought the woman was being forced and debated whether to intervene. The glass windows became a focal point, and in days gone by, such a spectacle would have made headlines. Yet now, it evoked little more than astonishment. Such dramas unfolded daily, though this one was unusually brazen. Couldn't they have chosen a safer place for their antics? Aren't they worried about a sudden zombie attack? Soon, their attention drifted elsewhere as night approached, each finding a spot to lie down and rest. The pedestrian nestled beside Bai Zixi, feeling satiated and somewhat drowsy, curling its tail and closing its eyes. Just then, the sound of shattering glass pierced the air. They all turned to the building housing the 4 men and 1 woman, realizing that a zombie had indeed launched an attack. Chapter 101, Zombies. Oh no, that's a tentacle zombie, Muya exclaimed in shock, witnessing a man on the opposite building being impaled in the head by the creature's appendage, which shattered the floor-to-ceiling window. The remaining individuals, panic-stricken and half-clothed, fled in haste. What was initially a horrifying scene was rendered somewhat ludicrous by their disarray. Lin Jiao's eyes widened as she observed the spectacle, torn between laughter and sympathy. Look out onto the street, Chu Ting urged, her expression now grave, redirecting their focus to the immediate vicinity. These zombies only emerge at night, and they are all level 2 or higher. 17 began to adopt a vigilant demeanor. Just then, a level 3 tentacle zombie suddenly appeared below, bearing its grotesque maw and lunging towards their window. Back away. Bai Zixi pulled Muya, who was closest to the window, away from the impending attack. This 3-story building stood at least 10 meters tall, yet the zombie's tentacle was remarkably long and sharp. Muya gasped in fright, nearly losing her life, and looked gratefully at Bai Zixi. Thank you, Zixi. The system chimed. Favorability 5, current points, 193. It has detected our presence and will undoubtedly seek a way to break in, so you all must be cautious, Bai Zixi advised earnestly. If she were alone, she could manage both offense and defense, but now she had to split her focus to ensure their safety. They retreated a few steps, distancing themselves from the window. The zombie below thrust its tentacle into the room once more, and Bai Zixi gripped her cold moon blade, slashing at the appendage. Swoosh! A segment of the red tentacle was severed, falling at their feet, still writhing ominously. Bai Zixi conjured ice energy in her palm, temporarily freezing it, knowing that unless it was completely destroyed, it would regenerate. However, without fire abilities, freezing was their only option for the moment. This is utterly disgusting. It resembles a long, spiny tongue, Lin Jiao grimaced, unable to bear the sight. The howls from downstairs grew louder as a horde of zombies gathered, relentlessly battering the glass doors on the 1st floor. The severed level 3 tentacle zombie roared, raising its gaze toward their window. This door can't hold for much longer. What should we do? Muya expressed her concern, glancing at the others. 17 had already prepared for battle, unafraid. Come at us, we'll take them down. Hold your guns steady, Bai Zixi instructed, resolved not to flee. This was an excellent opportunity for them to hone their skills. After warning them, a swarm of level 2 zombies burst through the main door, charging upstairs. As a few zombies appeared, the group fired at their heads. Bang, bang, bang. The zombies surged into the building, but the staircase was narrow enough that only 2 or 3 could ascend at a time. Level 2 zombies required a few extra shots to be dispatched, and soon, the corridor was strewn with their corpses. The gunfire quickly attracted more zombies from the vicinity. Another wave of zombies flooded into the beauty salon's 1st floor. I'm out of bullets. Use your powers. Bai Zixi noticed Muya's rifle was empty and alerted her. She nodded, conjuring earth spikes to hurl at the heads of the approaching zombies. But her level 1 spikes were insufficient to pierce the skulls of level 2 zombies, merely stunning them momentarily. This will have to do. It's good practice to improve my aim. At that moment, a level 3 speed zombie suddenly emerged from the corridor, its black claws swiftly lunging at Lin Jiao. Chu Ting reacted quickly, unleashing vines to ensnare it, followed by 17 firing water arrows at its head. The zombie's skull was particularly tough, and one strike was not enough to breach it. 17 followed up with 2 more water arrows, finally putting it down. Just then, another level 3 strength zombie appeared, ignoring the gunfire, and charged at Bai Zixi. The pedestrian, resembling a spiky iron ball, stood in front of her. The strength zombie collided with the pedestrian, its gaping maw attempting to bite down on its scaly exterior. Crunch, crunch. The zombie's sharp black teeth shattered upon impact, oozing repulsive black blood all over the pedestrian. You've disgusted me, it growled, angrily trampling over the downed zombie before rolling back. Crunch, crunch. The bones of the strength zombie's skull were pulverized under the pedestrian's weight, rendering it utterly lifeless. You're amazing, Lin Jiao exclaimed, tossing praise as she wielded her powers. You have an eye for talent, the pedestrian replied. Bai Zixi collected the cores from the 2 level 3 zombies, continuing to wield her blade to dispatch any approaching undead. What should I do? The energy within me is almost depleted. Muya's ability is only at level 1, and her physique has merely reached B rank. Sustaining herself for half an hour is already commendable. Bai Zixi spoke up. You stand back and take a rest. Absorb a few crystal cores first. She then turned to the others. How are you all faring? Can you still hold on? Lin Jiao appeared somewhat strained, while Chu Ting and 17 seemed relatively at ease, effortlessly unleashing their abilities. Bystander A, go retrieve the crystal cores for me, Bai Zixi commanded. Such tasks could only be entrusted to it. It ventured into the corridor, where no zombies would attack, for it was not appetizing. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Bystander A pouted, somewhat unwilling, realizing that as a level 4 beast, it had been reduced to gathering crystal cores for humans. But its body, regrettably beyond its control, rolled over diligently to collect the cores. Once it handed the cores to her, Bai Zixi declared, let us go, we need to retreat. After saying this, she conjured a blast of ice energy with her hands and hurled it towards the corridor, instantly freezing several zombies into ice sculptures, temporarily halting the advance of the horde behind them. Bai Zixi was the first to enter a room, opened a window, and formed an ice ladder, sliding down first. When they and Bystander A had all descended, she tossed a grenade out the window and shattered the ice. Stop dawdling, hurry up and follow me. Bai Zixi urged Muya, who was still in a daze. They slipped away from the alley just moments before. Boom. The deafening sound of an explosion erupted. Chapter 102, Allocation. The system prompted, favorability 5, favorability 5, favorability 5, favorability 5, current points, 213. On the dim and gloomy street, Bai Zixi led them to an apartment building, selecting a spacious room on the 3rd floor. Phew, what a thrill at this late hour. Lin Jiao exclaimed as she entered and illuminated the space with the night light she had brought, allowing herself to relax. Muya gasped, finally safe. Bai Zixi, wielding a flashlight, waved her hand to gather the dilapidated furniture in the room, then stepped outside to place these items in another larger room. By the time she returned, Lin Jiao had already arranged 2 1.8-meter beds side by side, tidying the sheets and blankets. 10 crystal cores each. Restore your energy first. And this level 3 acceleration crystal core, which 17 and Chu Ting acquired, you two decide who will take it. Bai Zixi efficiently distributed the items, well aware of how many they had each slain. Bystander A protested. Master, that core was painstakingly excavated by this beast. My claws are stained with black blood. And you're not concerned? 17, you killed the level 3 zombie, so you should absorb it. I didn't contribute much, Bai Zixi suggested. Chu Ting had little inclination either. Although she yearned for strength, she knew there would be many opportunities ahead. 17 hesitated to take advantage of others, stating, I can accept it, but since you helped, I'll also give you 10 level 2 crystal cores. As she spoke, she handed the cores to Chu Ting, adhering to the principle of fair dealings among close friends, which provided her peace of mind. Chu Ting smiled as she accepted them, recognizing that 17's character mirrored her own, both disliking the feeling of indebtedness. Why are you all being so courteous? Following Captain Zixi, level 3 crystal cores will be readily available in the future, Muya interjected cheerfully. Having witnessed Zixi's prowess, her earlier concerns about encountering danger had diminished significantly. Lin Jiao recalled the impressive ice ability that had conjured an entire ice ladder, which must have consumed considerable energy. She certainly could not manage that at the moment. Zixi, you have all 3 abilities now. It's truly enviable. Bai Zixi yawned, explaining, This is a refreshing talisman. It simply requires energy input to activate. I'm going to sleep now. She placed 4 talismans on the table, turned, and fetched some food for bystander. You performed admirably today. This is your reward. After utilizing a refreshing talisman, she removed her jacket, laid down on the bed, and covered herself with a blanket. While others restored their energy with crystal cores, she could only replenish hers through sleep, a clear shortcoming. By Zixi quickly fell into a deep slumber. What a marvelous talisman. Using it feels as if I've taken a warm bath. I feel so invigorated, Muya marveled. Lin Jiao nodded in agreement. I'm quite enamored. I might just become Captain Zixi's little fan. Zixi seems to enjoy sleeping quite a bit. Doesn't she need to recover her energy first? Muya pondered curiously. 17 calmly replied, I'll absorb the crystal cores first. Chu Ting followed her lead, sitting cross-legged on the bed beside her to begin absorbing the cores. I'm joining you, Lin Jiao chimed in. Am I the only one who is curious? Muya exclaimed. Morning. The first to rise, Lin Jiao glanced at the others still asleep and placed numerous loaves of bread and milk on the table for breakfast. By the time she had nearly finished eating, everyone else was awake, except Bai Zixi, who remained in deep slumber. Should we wake Zixi? Muya asked, eyeing Bai Zixi still lying in bed. 17 shook her head. No need to call her. She must have been exhausted last night. She vaguely sensed that Zixi's sleep was a result of excessive energy expenditure and did not wish to disturb her. Lin Jiao noticed a convenience store just a few dozen meters away from the window and thought there might be supplies. I want to check out that convenience store. Who will accompany me? I'll go with you, Chu Ting replied, standing up, aware of Lin Jiao's intentions to scavenge supplies, feeling safer with another person. Muya also stood up. I'll go too. 17. You stay here and keep an eye on Zixi. We'll be back shortly. She felt restless. And there were no zombies on the street, making it likely they would be scarce during the day. All right, be careful. If anything happens, remember to shout, 17 cautioned earnestly, confident that she would hear them from a distance of a few dozen meters. Okay, Lin Jiao nodded, and then they exited the room. Chapter 103, Captured. Oh, there are actually some food items here, Lin Jiao remarked as she entered the convenience store, spotting some biscuits on a shelf, which she quickly stashed away. Chu Ting and Muya followed her inside. Just then, a modified minibus abruptly halted in front of the convenience store, and 6 men emerged from the vehicle. Chu Ting instinctively positioned herself in front of Lin Jiao and Muya, keeping a wary eye on the approaching men. The group of men appeared lewd and unruly, resembling typical thugs. What luck! Weave struck gold with a few prime beauties. One of the sleazy men in a leather jacket leered at the 3 girls, appraising their faces and figures. A man with a buzz cut leered at them. 3 lovely ladies. Let me take you to a fun place where you can eat and stay without having to venture out and risk danger. Get lost, Chu Ting shot back coldly, dismissing them. The group consisted of 6 men, 3 of whom were level 2 ability users, and 2 were level 3. Lin Jiao and Muya's expressions turned tense as they realized their opponents were formidable, leaving them with no chance of victory. What do you want from us? Muya suddenly shouted, hoping 17 and Zixi would hear and come to their aid. A burly man smirked. We want to bully you little girls. Hurry and bind them. The boss is waiting for us. The overweight man impatiently commanded the others to approach. 1 level 2 wind ability user swiftly advanced, attempting to seize them. Chu Ting took a few steps back, unleashing vines to ensnare him, quickly forming wooden spikes aimed at his head. The man struggled to evade, shouting loudly, someone come help. This girl has level 3 wood abilities. Just as Lin Jiao and Muya were about to unleash their powers, swoosh, swoosh. 1 man brandished a tranquilizer gun, shooting Lin Jiao and Muya in the neck. Lin Jiao caressed her neck, and soon her consciousness began to blur before she collapsed, followed closely by Muya. Chu Ting deftly evaded, hastily making her escape towards the door. She could not afford to fall here. She needed to find the captain and 17. A golden arrow shot toward her leg from behind, prompting her to swiftly dodge to the right. Zing! In her evasive maneuver, a tranquilizer dart struck her nape, causing her steps to falter as she gazed at the apartment. Shouting, 17. With that, she also succumbed to unconsciousness on the road. Go and carry them up, the portly man urged. 3 robust men approached, each hoisting a woman onto a minibus. 17, seated at the bedside, vaguely heard someone calling her name. She stood and walked towards the window, just in time to glimpse the rear of the minibus. Her expression changed. Had something happened to them? Zixi, wake up. 17 called anxiously to the still, slumbering woman, disregarding everything else. Bai Zixi quickly opened her eyes and sat up. 17, what's wrong? She was unaware of how long she had been asleep, but her energy had already been restored, feeling completely revitalized. Jiao Jiao and the others are in trouble. We need to go check it out, 17 said. Worry etched on her face. What happened? Bai Zixi hurriedly got dressed, questioning as she did so. Upon arriving at the convenience store, they found signs of a struggle on the ground. Could they have been captured? Bai Zixi furrowed her brow. She had merely taken a nap. So how could they go missing? Her head ached. She retrieved the agreement and quickly discerned their probable direction. Summoning an SUV from her space, she declared, "Let us pursue them." 17 and a bystander hopped into the vehicle. "Boss, look at what fine treasures we've brought back." The portly man flattered, glancing toward a man of sinister charm, strikingly handsome, who was with his eyes closed, absorbing a crystal core. Behind him stood a bewitchingly lovely woman who remarked, "Fatty, don't disturb Ling Zong. Xiaomei, you're becoming increasingly considerate. No wonder the boss always keeps you close," Fatty replied with a grin. It was not merely because of her spatial abilities. Even so, she felt quite content. Countless women in the underground city yearned for Ling Zong's favor, hoping to escape the drudgery of serving other men, yet none succeeded. Who would have thought that the lord of the underground city was a man with obsessive cleanliness, viewing women solely as tools for harvesting crystal cores, devoid of any desire for them? "De Chong, take those 3 girls to the room first," Fatty waved his hand. "Got it." Xiaomei looked at the several unconscious women, a smirk forming on her lips. The merchandise this time was indeed promising, and she hoped for a lucrative auction. Of course, one must consider who is in charge here, Fatty thought, feeling elated. Today was a fine day, as it had been ages since fresh goods had arrived in the underground city. The patrons were nearing the end of their interest. Chapter 104, The Underground. "Boss, what do you think of these girls?" Fatty asked in a sycophantic tone, gazing at Ling Mo's delicate, sinister features remained impassive as he replied calmly. "Where did you acquire them?" "From a convenience store not far from here. It's dangerous in Jiang City, and few teams dare to venture forth. They must have formidable allies." Fatty admitted honestly, not daring to conceal the truth. "Bring them aboard." We returned to the underground city. He suddenly recalled something and stood to issue his command. Fatty felt confident in his own strength. What of their teammates? The men would be killed for their crystal cores, and the women would be seized for business. But since the boss had spoken, he could only call his subordinates to follow. Just as their vehicle departed, Bai Zixi's SUV arrived at the entrance of the private villa, only to find it deserted. She pressed her lips together, her expression darkening. "Let us go." She continued driving in the direction they had taken. 3 hours later, Bai Zixi gazed at the desolate amusement park ahead, puzzled. According to the location, it should be here, yet it was eerily deserted. At that moment, 2 men emerged from a small structure resembling a haunted house, their faces reflecting satisfaction, as if they had just awakened from a vivid dream. Both were level 2 ability users, and they were heading in her direction. As Bai Zixi and 17 stepped out of the car, one approached them with a lecherous grin. "Beautiful ladies, are you here to work in the underground city? Why not join us for some fun? We're quite generous." The other man leered at them, contemplating ulterior motives. Despite the masks obscuring their features, their figures were enticing enough that he wouldn't mind spending a few crystal cores. Bai Zixi wasted no breath. With a flick of her wrist, one man was encased in ice, and she impatiently turned her gaze to the other. "If you don't wish to perish, provide a detailed account of the underground city's situation." The man, stunned by her swift action, took several seconds to regain his composure, divulging everything he knew, ultimately handing over 2 VIP cards to them. 17, we need to change our appearance. Bai Zixi drove the car to a secluded area, retrieving a set of men's attire for 17 from her space, while she donned a winter white dress paired with a sweater. 15 minutes later, 17, standing at 178 m, was clad in men's clothing, rendering her indistinguishable from a male, exuding a charming aura. "Do I look strange?" 17 remarked, feeling somewhat awkward in the attire, which felt overly constrictive. Bai Zixi chuckled, thoroughly pleased with her transformation. "Not strange at all. You look quite dashing. Let us go?" She glanced back at the bystander in the car. "Keep an eye on the vehicle." "Caw caw caw." The bystander grumbled, "You don't let me fight. Only assign me these unskilled tasks." The pair linked arms like a couple, walking toward the amusement park's iron gate. They soon entered a dimly lit corridor reminiscent of a bar, where 2 guards stood watch ahead. "Please undergo a body check over there before presenting your VIP cards to enter the underground city." The guards blocked their path. Exchanging glances, they proceeded to the side for a body check before presenting their VIP cards. Once inside, they saw a staircase leading downward, illuminated only by faint lights that barely revealed their surroundings. As Bai Zixi and 17 descended the first level, a woman dressed as a bunny girl approached them, warmly exclaiming, "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the underground city. Would you like a guide?" "Yes," 17 replied, her voice deepened to obscure her femininity. The charming bunny girl felt a surge of delight, her gaze occasionally drifting toward Bai Zixi. What a stunning companion this man had brought for a night of indulgence. Indeed, Men were ever so fickle in their desires. Allow me to introduce you. The first level is the free entertainment area. The second is the fighting zone where gambling is allowed. The third is the auction area. The fourth features occasional performances. And the fifth is the resting area. Which area would you like to visit? When does the auction begin? Bai Zixi inquired, realizing they might be at risk of being auctioned themselves. The bunny girl explained, I'm sorry, but there isn't an auction today. It will commence the day after tomorrow at 8 p.m. At that moment, two male patrons entered behind them, one of whom reached out to caress the bunny girl's thigh, appreciating her softness, clearly impressed with her recent upkeep. Thank you for your compliments, gentlemen. But I can't serve as your guide today. Although she appeared welcoming, she felt a twinge of reluctance, having been treated harshly by them in the past. Leaving her wary, she sensed that these newcomers were more amiable than the previous patrons, and she certainly did not wish to accompany them. The two rugged men turned their gaze toward Bai Zixi and 17, and as their eyes swept over Bai Zixi striking face, they were momentarily captivated, only to glance at her male companion, who seemed feeble and delicate. This brother, your girl is quite stunning. May I borrow her for a while? Feel free to take as many crystal cores as you wish. One of the men swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on the exquisite visage of Bai Zixi. With an aura of authority, Xizi coldly declared, keep your distance from us. The burly man, undeterred, contemplated scaring Xizi, but was restrained by his companion, who whispered a warning. Calm down. Causing a ruckus here will get us arrested. We can teach them a lesson once they are outside. They shot a menacing glare at Xizi and leered at Bai Zixi before turning to follow another feline-dressed guide. Chapter 105, Training. In the underground city, the training room. Oh, please stop shocking me. I won't run away again. A woman writhed on the ground, pleading in agony. Lin Jiao and Muya watched in pale terror, instinctively touching the black collar around their necks, momentarily quelling their thoughts of escape. What in the world is this horrifying place? Muya was genuinely frightened. The women were confined together, each subjected to training, with disobedience met by electric shocks or even harsher punishments. Shu Ting remained composed, contemplating a means of escape. But the collar around her neck would trigger electric currents should she attempt to use her abilities, rendering her body paralyzed and her powers useless. She had no idea how to break free and worried for Zixi and Xizi, hoping they had not been captured. I refuse to serve men. I will not be any man's pet, Lin Jiao muttered, her body trembling involuntarily. Yan Shaochen, please come save me. Everything will be all right. Do not fear. Let us comply with their demands for now and wait for the right moment. Shu Ting softly reassured the two, striving to avoid drawing the attention of those wielding whips. However, these individuals did not intend to inflict bodily harm. They merely aimed to intimidate, ensuring minimal damage to their skin and faces. A single electric shock was insufficient. They preferred to subject the women to the humiliation of sitting on a wooden horse. Submit to the training well. Strive to fetch a good price at the auction in 2 days, and you shall gain your freedom. Do not entertain any wicked thoughts, otherwise you shall suffer the consequences. A woman in her 30s cast a fierce glare at them, issuing a warning. The group huddled together, their gazes dim, hearts heavy with despair, on the verge of tears. This is our resting area. This room costs 2 level 2 crystal cores per day. Make yourselves comfortable. Xiao Tu led by Zixi and Xizi on a tour of the underground city before arriving at the resting area. With her work done for the day, she felt it had been an easy one, having earned a level 2 crystal core. Xizi handed her 2 level 2 crystal cores. Thank you, master, thank you. Xiao Tu accepted the cores, noting how generous and gentle the handsome youth was. He had not mistreated her during their journey. Yet, it was understandable, as a stunning beauty accompanied him, and countless men had attempted to flirt with her, all ignored, as if she had nearly stolen them away. Thankfully, fighting was prohibited here. Bai Zixi and Xizi entered the dimly lit stone chamber, furnished similarly to a hotel room. Xizi, remember to use the talismans I gave you when in danger. I plan to become invisible and scout ahead, Bai Zixi reminded her earnestly, having given Xizi 2 of each talisman, the evasion talisman, the invisibility talisman, and the speed talisman, all of which Xizi knew how to use. I will go with you. Xizi could not remain idle, feeling anxious just waiting there. That is fine. But we must split up. Remember, if you encounter danger, prioritize leaving the underground city. Do not worry about me. After a few more reminders, she feared Xizi might endanger herself in an attempt to save her. Xizi nodded, assuring she would not implicate Bai Zixi. They conferred on their routes and stealthily exited the room. Bai Zixi descended to the 6th level, the residence of the underground city's personnel, intending to investigate where captured individuals were imprisoned. As she descended, she overheard 2 men conversing. Fatty, I heard you, and the boss brought back 3 girls. You must have made quite a profit. The scar-faced man, the leader of another team, spoke with a mocking tone. His own team was not lacking in strength. Yet he felt a twinge of jealousy that the boss always took this fat man on outings. Mind your own business. The fatty shot a sidelong glance at him. Wholly unafraid. He had previously associated with Ling Mo in Dark City. A mere minor faction like this was no match for him. We'll see about that. The scar-faced man scoffed, passing by Bai Zixi. Bai Zixi coldly scrutinized the fatty's face, recognizing him as the one responsible for their capture. She needed to find an opportunity to mark him. The fatty shivered slightly. Why is it suddenly so cold? Fat bro, the boss is calling for you. A man approached from behind, addressing him. Upon hearing this, the fatty lifted his leg and headed toward the conference room. In her invisible state, Bai Zixi quickly followed. Chapter 106, Confrontation. Bai Zixi trailed behind the fatty, maintaining a 2-meter distance as they entered the conference room. Upon entering, she quickly spotted a rather handsome man seated in an office chair, glancing down at the fatty. 008 Mechanical Voice. Host, be cautious. This man possesses a level 4 dark ability. He can devour the energy within others for his own use. He is quite insidious. Heeding 008's warning, she cautiously stepped back a few paces, leaning against the door. Any unfamiliar faces in the city today? Ling Mo inquired, his tone nonchalant. The fatty, perplexed by the boss's inquiry, responded, Boss, there are several unfamiliar faces every day. They are all arranged in the resting area. He then recalled something and added, However, I heard that a couple came in today to have some fun. The man is quite handsome, and the woman is even more beautiful than our top star. I'm tempted to meet them. Bai Zixi. Oh, make sure to schedule that auction for tomorrow's grand banquet, Ling Mo said, narrowing his eyes with a smirk. The fatty, confused by the abrupt change in the boss's orders, dared not refute. Sure, I'll take care of it right away. As the fatty prepared to open the door to leave, Bai Zixi followed closely behind, feeling a sense of foreboding from the man's dark gaze. Wait. Ling Mo's voice rang out, causing the fatty's hand to pause on the door, and he turned to look back. What is it, boss? Bai Zixi's heart raced. Could she have been discovered? Ling Mo suddenly stood up and strode toward the fatty. Bai Zixi hurriedly retreated several steps. He opened the door for the fatty. Go out. The fatty, bewildered, quickly exited the conference room, marveling at how the boss had even opened the door for him. Once the door closed behind him, Bai Zixi's expression shifted. Only this man remained in the room with her. She began to suspect it was a deliberate ploy. Had she truly been discovered? Impossible. Little mouse. You may come out now, Ling Mo said, a playful glint in his eyes as he gazed in her direction. As he turned to look at her, Bai Zixi felt a jolt of fear, momentarily stunned. 008. Is he trying to deceive me, or can he truly see me? She questioned, lacking confidence in her inquiry. He may have detected your presence, host. I wish you luck. I have matters to attend to, 008 explained before swiftly departing. Observing that his demeanor remained composed, Ling Mo smirked, conjuring a dark energy sphere in his palm. Are you certain you do not wish to reveal yourself? Regaining her composure, Bai Zixi grasped the talisman and hurled it towards his head. Ling Mo sidestepped to evade her attack, seizing her wrist and pulling her forward. Without her invisibility, Bai Zixi forcefully broke free from his grip and retreated several steps. Tisk, so it turns out she is a woman. Speak, what is your purpose in lurking here? Ling Mo regarded her with calm composure. Purpose? You release my people, or I shall make you regret it. Bai Zixi glared fiercely at him. Since he had discovered her, she might as well give up and act recklessly. Could he really keep her trapped? Though Ling Mo could not see her face beneath the mask, he recognized that this was the first time he had encountered such a woman, who showed no fear in his presence and seemed unconcerned about her predicament. In my territory. You certainly possess admirable courage, he chuckled. Bai Zixi looked at him with disdain, vowing to destroy his domain eventually. And then he would see how he continued to wreak havoc. Rather than slaying zombies, he indulged in unscrupulous deeds. And so what? She wished to leave. And he could not detain her. That was the source of her arrogance. Ling Mo, unaffected by her contempt, continued to observe her with an air of nonchalance. As long as you converse with me amicably, I might be inclined to release your companions, he mused, intrigued by this woman, perhaps driven by a sense of conquest. I shall rescue my own, farewell. Bai Zixi felt a shiver as his predatory gaze bore down on her. Before he could utter a word to stop her, she vanished from the conference room, swiftly entering her invisibility state. Upon returning to her room, she found 17 had already returned. Noticing Bai Zixi's grim expression, she inquired with concern, Zixi, what's wrong? It's nothing. Let us rest early, Bai Zixi replied, shaking her head. It was merely a minor inconvenience. Not worth troubling 17. The two changed their clothes and climbed into bed. Chapter 107, The Casino. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed. 17, already awake, rose to open the door, revealing Little Rabbit standing at the entrance. Good morning. Here is your breakfast, and remember there's a grand party at 8 p.m. tonight. 17 nodded and accepted the breakfast, after which Little Rabbit hurried away. She closed the door and placed the breakfast on the table, turning to Bai Zixi, who was half reclining on the bed. Are we going? Bai Zixi sat up, moving closer to the table to store the breakfast in her space. Retrieving some bread and water from within. One must always be cautious. Even if the food isn't poisoned, she wouldn't dare consume it here, lest it be laced with hallucinogens. Yes, of course, she knew the man's intentions, to lure them out and ensnare them all at once, just as he desired. 17. When the time comes, your task is to hand over the escape talismans to them and leave this place first. The rest will be left to me. Bai Zixi had already devised a plan. Once they were safe, she had plenty of ways to escape. 17 nodded, understanding that staying here would only hinder Bai Zixi's abilities. Let us go. We shall indulge in a little gambling at the casino. Bai Zixi and 17 exited their room, determined to make the most of their time. They made their way to the second floor. As they approached the casino entrance, they observed the bustling crowd within. Upon entry, they encountered various gambling tables, though the lighting was dim, reminiscent of a bar atmosphere. The moment 17 and Bai Zixi stepped inside, they caught the attention of many, especially the lecherous gazes directed at Bai Zixi. Most of the individuals in this underground city were ability users, each man accompanied by his own female companion or concubine. This was no ordinary casino. One could witness many inappropriate scenes, yet Bai Zixi and 17 remained largely unfazed. As they walked through, the men here resembled stray dogs, driven by their primal instincts. They could see men clutching women in their arms, lewdly holding playing cards while smoking. A particularly crude man approached them, leering, "Little sister, your friend is quite the catch." Bai Zixi ignored him and pulled 17 to a poker table where only one man was playing. With a modest wager of 5 level 2 crystal cores, she retrieved 5 cores from her pocket and tossed them into the pot. The dealer, a provocatively dressed woman, raised her hand, announcing, 10 seconds left to place your bets. Wait, I'll join as well, the crude man chimed in, entering the game. The betting concluded, and the cards were dealt. Each of the 3 players received 2 cards. Bai Zixi examined her hand, a king and a 10 of clubs. She glanced at the 3 community cards, a queen, a jack, and an ace of clubs. A smirk graced her lips. Fortune was on her side. Thankfully, she had used a vision talisman before entering, which would only last 2 hours. The crude man, holding an ace of hearts and an ace of diamonds, felt a surge of excitement. This hand was bound to take flight. With a flourish, he tossed 50 level 2 crystal cores into the pot, exclaiming, 50 cores, are you in? He eyed Bai Zixi's delicate face, a spark of unrestrained anger igniting within him as he barked at his female companion. Get over here and massage my shoulders. The woman hastily complied. Bai Zixi remained expressionless, casually tossing 100 level 3 crystal cores into the pot, equivalent to 500 level 2 cores, while stroking her chin, revealing no emotion. Trying to intimidate me, are you? A man sitting beside her, rather handsome, countered, matching her bet with another 100 crystal cores. He had come to play cards today, showing no interest in women. Impervious to the pink atmosphere surrounding him, holding a pair of queens, he knew he couldn't fold without even looking at the first card. The crude man also added 50 crystal cores, exuding confidence, as it seemed they all had substantial hands. Bai Zixi maintained a calm facade, yet her heart raced with excitement. The better she performed, the more she could earn. As the betting concluded, the dealer announced, let us reveal the first card. She flipped over an ace of clubs. The crude man's eyes betrayed his exhilaration. It was evident that he had a strong hand. Player 1, please place your bet. The dealer gestured toward the crude man, who raised his bet to 200 crystal cores, arching an eyebrow while looking at Bai Zixi. Little beauty, if you come with me. The cores on this table are all yours. What do you say? Bai Zixi ignored him, tossing out 100 level 3 crystal cores, equating to 500 level 2 cores. Player 2 has bet 100 level 3 cores, which is 500 level 2 cores. Player 3, please place your bet, the dealer prompted, glancing at the third man. I'm out, he declared, folding immediately. To continue would be foolish, given the ace on the board had no relevance to him. The crude man hesitated briefly. 500 cores was no small sum, equivalent to most of his wealth. After scrutinizing his cards, he gritted his teeth. I'm in. Bai Zixi knew he was nearing his limit. She would match whatever he wagered next. Once the 3 community cards were revealed, the dealer announced, it's time to show your hands. Little beauty, don't you dare cry. The crude man laughed smugly as he revealed a pair of aces. I have 3 aces. Bai Zixi smiled, glancing at him. Thank you for your cores. She revealed her 2 clubs. A crowd of onlookers behind her erupted in laughter, mocking the crude man for being outplayed by a woman. In no time, the crystal cores on the table were swiftly pocketed by Bai Zixi, disappearing into her space. Chapter 108, The Black Panther. After approximately 2 hours, Bai Zixi had amassed a considerable number of crystal cores at the casino. In high spirits, she and 17 returned to their room. Zixi, you truly know how to play, 17 admired her. You could rival any gambling king. Bai Zixi chuckled softly and whispered in her ear, because I cheated. 17. Cheating without detection only serves to highlight her prowess, earning her even greater admiration. At 8 p.m., a warm welcome enveloped the attendees of our underground soiree as the festivities were set to commence. The gentlemen donned their finest suits while the ladies adorned themselves in alluring attire. The ambience, albeit slightly more modest than before, still exuded a sense of grandeur, tinged with an air of impropriety. Bai Zixi and 17 sat expressionless at a distance from the elevated stage, seemingly awaiting an event. Moments later, the stage illuminated, and the host, microphone in hand, announced, "Our first performance, an exotic dance." After his words, he exited the stage, and shortly thereafter, a group of 6 scantily clad women emerged in unison, the music beginning to play as they engaged in a traditional dance. Their movements were beguiling, and as their garments gradually fell away, they revealed modified lingerie that tantalizingly accentuated their figures, provoking whistles from the men in the audience. "I fancy that one. I shall claim her for myself," one man declared. "Did you see that? Her physique is simply astonishing," another remarked. "This soiree is just beginning. There are many more delights to come, my friend," a third interjected. Yet, Bai Zixi and 17 were disinclined to appreciate the spectacle, perceiving themselves as unwitting participants in a sordid narrative. As the first performance concluded, the auction for the recently danced women commenced. The hostess' voice resonated once more, and amidst the flurry of bidding, it eventually reached its conclusion, giving way to the next act. 3 men and 3 women engaged in a dance that escalated in its suggestiveness, punctuated by the occasional soft moan from the women, creating an atmosphere charged with heat. The 3 women were soon lifted by their male partners, and another auction began, the host exuberantly announcing the commencement of a new round. Bai Zixi stifled a yawn, pondering when Lin Jiao and the others would make their entrance. She felt as if she had been waiting an eternity, until the host announced, "For our final performance, Beauty and the Beast, please prepare to watch." Bai Zixi and 17 immediately shifted their focus, intrigued by the forthcoming presentation. "Are they truly staging a battle between humans and beasts?" gasped an audience member, astonished by the audacity of the display. The stage was graced by 3 burly men who wheeled forth 3 large cages, each containing a woman and a mutated black panther. The panthers, their limbs shackled by iron chains, drooled hungrily as they fixated on the women within the cages. How could they subject such exquisite women to such a fate? "It is an utter travesty," someone lamented. "Indeed, they should at least allow us a turn with them first," another echoed. "I have no stomach for such brutality," a third added. The crowd felt a wave of disappointment, recognizing the cruelty of the organizers. Their lust was evident, but the display of violence against women was unwelcome. Bai Zixi's expression darkened, her gaze icy as she scrutinized her 3 companions. 17, are you prepared? 17's eyes sharpened as she nodded. On stage, Lin Jiao's complexion paled as she faced the panther, which strained against its chains, eager to pounce. Muya was not in a better position. Would she meet her demise at the jaws of this beast? Yet, she mused, it was a better fate than being sold into servitude. Shu Ting quickly spotted a familiar figure in the audience. Her composure somewhat restored, yet concern flooded her thoughts for her friends. What if they were overwhelmed? She berated herself for her weakness, vowing never to find herself in such a predicament again. Chapter 109, The Mouse Plague. Just as the host announced the impending performance of the Beauty versus the Mutated Beast, Bai Zixi and 17 prepared to take action. Suddenly, a cacophony of drilling sounds erupted from below. Bai Zixi scanned the surroundings with her mental acuity, her expression shifting as she perceived an imminent emergence from the depths. The audience held their breath, apprehensive. Was this yet another peculiar act? The faint sound of scurrying rodents echoed ominously. What is happening? A pudgy observer queried his companions, unable to recall such a segment. The organizers exchanged bewildered glances. Boss, we are as clueless as you. The floor began to tremble, and then it happened. 1, 2. Mutated rats, the size of chickens, with crimson eyes, surged forth toward the crowd. Help! A woman screamed in terror as chaos erupted. Some psychics began retreating toward the exit, panic-stricken. The mutated rats swarmed from the ground, targeting anyone in sight, and the situation spiraled out of control. Everyone, please remain calm, the host implored inwardly, struggling to maintain composure. Though his efforts were in vain, Bai Zixi, with a swift movement, leapt onto the stage, brandishing her cold moon blade, striking at the iron cage. Clang, clang. Is that really you, Zixi? Lin Jiao exclaimed, her eyes glistening with emotion. Muya quickly regained her wits. Captain, you've come to rescue us. I thought I was done for. Chu Ting remained silent. Gratitude needed no words, for she would express it through her actions henceforth. 17 joined Bai Zixi on stage. The 5 of them standing united as they surveyed the panicked crowd, uncertain of which direction to flee. This wretched place is destined for ruin, Muya thought, a sense of morbid satisfaction washing over her. Squeak, squeak. Suddenly, a bystander emerged from the ground, looking up at Bai Zixi with a forlorn expression. I've been chased by these rats for ages. I'm so hungry. You're here too, bystander, Muya remarked, her spirits lifting as she realized that as long as they were together, no adversity seemed insurmountable. Bai Zixi turned to bystander, suddenly pondering how these rats had managed to breach the thick underground layers. There must be beasts loosening the soil for them. Bystander, carve a path through the back wall. We must leave. With the number of mutated rats multiplying, they needed to escape without delay. Help! Someone please. A woman cried as she was tackled to the ground by a mutated rat. 17 unleashed a water arrow, dispatching the assailant. Then turned to follow Bai Zixi and the others, knowing her assistance could go no further here. Bystander diligently burrowed into the wall, with the 5 closely trailing behind. The opening barely large enough for a single person to crawl through. In this moment of crisis, many women found themselves forsaken by their partners, fleeing in chaos. While a few clever ones followed 17 into the freshly dug tunnel. Occasionally, a few mutated rats pursued them, but they were swiftly eliminated. Bystander continued digging, while Bai Zixi and Lin Jiao collected the earth into their spatial pockets. Without this, they would be trapped. It's so dark. Will we truly make it out? We won't be buried alive here, will we? The women following voiced their fears, but no one responded. One irritable woman, crawling along, shouted, Hey, can we get out of here? Don't lead us into a wolf's den. Why had she followed this group into such a predicament, crawling on the ground? It was utterly humiliating. Muya rolled her eyes, retorting, If you're so capable, then don't follow us. You talk too much. You. What right do you have to dictate my path? The woman snapped back, her defiance evident as she scoffed. After all, we are merely playthings for men. So why act so high and mighty? Just as she momentarily lost focus, a mutated rat suddenly emerged beneath her feet, lunging for her leg. Help. Get it off me, it hurts. The arrogant woman trembled in pain, desperately seeking assistance from the only other woman behind her, who stood frozen in fear, pale-faced. She gritted her teeth, resolutely stepping over the frightened woman, hoping the mutated rat would not turn its attention to her. Finally, the girl managed to climb over. Beads of cold sweat glistening on her forehead, too frightened to glance back at the grim fate of the woman who had been bitten. Turning a blind eye to her pleas for help. You all shall not escape my wrath, even in death. Came another anguished cry. The once arrogant voice of the girl quickly faded into weakness, gradually dissipating. Behind the 5 of them, 3 other women followed closely. Indeed, one must never be too ungrateful. Retribution had come, and thereafter, no one dared to utter a word. Chapter 110, Protecting One's Wife. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The pedestrians finally brought them to the surface. Phew. We are saved. Under the radiant sunlight, Muya felt her spirits lifted. The others wore expressions of joy. Particularly the 3 women who had spent over a month in the dark underground, momentarily blinded by the brightness of the sun. It was hard to believe they had escaped. However, Bai Zixi, Shi, and Chu Ting did not share in the elation, for a group of people was approaching them from a distance. What? After ravaging my territory, you think you can flee? Ling Mo's icy gaze fixated on Bai Zixi, then shifted to the pangolin beside her, wishing nothing more than to pin her down and bully her until she begged for mercy. He had underestimated her, initially believing she would cause no trouble. But reality dealt him a harsh slap. Indeed, a woman must be confined and properly trained. Bai Zixi noticed that there were about 10 of them, each at least a level 2 supernatural being, and an immense pressure weighed upon her, furrowing her brow as she regarded him warily. This is what you call reaping what you sow. Do not blame others. Ling Mo's eyes were cold, his anger barely contained. Is that so? In that case, my subordinates will teach you a lesson. He gestured for the hefty man and the scarred fellow to step forward and capture them. As they advanced a step, Bai Zixi unleashed several ice blades towards them, which they narrowly evaded. Shi and the others summoned their abilities, retaliating against the assailants, and a fierce battle ensued. Bai Zixi locked her gaze on the hefty man. Seizing the Hanyu blade, she swiftly maneuvered behind him, poised to deliver a fatal strike. Do you really wish for them to die? Can you stab down? Ling Mo's dark energy coiled around Muya and Lin Jiao's necks, lifting them into the air. A smirk playing on his lips as he looked at Bai Zixi. Lin Jiao and Muya exhibited signs of distress, their hands clutching their throats as they struggled. Zixi, don't worry about me. Ugh, I feel so unwell. Bai Zixi withdrew her blade from the hefty man, fixing a cold stare on Ling Mo. Release them first. Ling Mo lowered the two back to the ground, his intentions glaringly evident. Do you wish for them to live? Then obediently come and be my concubine. Serve me well, and I shall release them once I am pleased. Humph. Bai Zixi let out a cold laugh. Crack. A bolt of lightning struck Ling Mo's body, instantly paralyzing him and dispelling his dark energy. Bai Zixi swiftly darted, pulling Muya and Lin Jiao to safety several dozen meters away. Ling Mo, astonished, turned to see the newcomer. The hefty man and the scarred fellow halted, gazing back in shock. My lady, you shall not be coveted by the likes of you, who overestimate themselves. Yan Shaochen approached from behind, casting a cold glance at Ling Mo. Ling Mo's expression darkened, glaring viciously at him. Yan Shaochen of the Northern District, I had no idea you had a penchant for ambushing. Crack. Before Ling Mo could recover from the shock, another bolt of lightning struck him. Ugh. The hit caused Ling Mo to grimace in pain, realizing to his dismay that Yan Shaochen had reached level 5. You lot. Hurry and attack. He turned to the still-dazed hefty man and scarred fellow. As the two men regained their senses and attempted to assault Yan Shaochen, thud. The hefty man's back was pierced by Bai Zixi's blade, his eyes widening in terror. Boss, save me. Before he could finish his plea, Chu Ting's wooden spike pierced his heart, and he collapsed, utterly lifeless. The scarred man, startled by the hefty man's demise, hesitated, only to be met with another bolt of lightning that rendered him unconscious. The remaining henchman broke out in cold sweat, paralyzed by fear and unwilling to advance. Bai Zixi approached Yan Shaochen's side. How are you? Are you all right? Not too well. Yan Shaochen clasped her small hand tightly, wondering if he had arrived just in time to prevent her from being taken. Ling Mo's handsome face darkened as he observed their interaction, an unbearable sight. Yet he knew defeat was at hand. Until we meet again. As soon as the words left his lips, he transformed into a wisp of black smoke and fled. Bai Zixi shot a light arrow at the wisp of smoke, but it was futile. She had not anticipated he would have an escape plan. As for his subordinates, this underground city was utterly doomed. Phew, brother-in-law, you're amazing. Muya and the others gathered around Bai Zixi. At that moment, the three unfamiliar women approached, gazing at Yan Shaochen with pitiful eyes. One of the women, frail in demeanor, spoke up. Thank you for saving us. May we accompany you? With only one man present, he must be the one in charge. She would willingly offer herself to him. As for his woman, surely a powerful man has multiple concubines. She fantasized silently. Yan Shaochen offered them not a glance, his attention solely fixed on Bai Zixi. Why is she still wearing a skirt? The mere thought of other men seeing her in such a state unsettled him. Before Bai Zixi could respond, Muya stepped in front of them, disdain evident. Rescuing you was already a mercy. You think you can follow us? Dream on. If you don't leave now, I won't hesitate to kill a few more. Chu Ting issued a stern warning, unwilling to engage in further dialogue. She was no soldier, lacking any sense of justice. She only knew to be good to those who treated her well, and those who offended her deserved death, even if they were powerless, ordinary folks. The three women recoiled in fear. Let us go? Bai Zixi linked her arms with Yan Shaochen's, leading the way. Subsequently, they all returned to the vehicle they had arrived in, with Bai Zixi accompanying Yan Shaochen in another car, departing the desolate amusement park. Chapter 111, Deep Affection. System Notification. Favorability 10, Favorability 5, Favorability 5, Favorability 5, Favorability 5, Current Score, 243. The notification tone was always a beat behind. Bai Zixi reclined in the passenger seat, leisurely sipping milk, which her husband had provided in abundance. She offered the half-drunk carton to Yan Shaochen, who was focused on driving, turning his handsome face away to indicate he did not fancy milk. To supplement your nutrition, she said, blinking playfully at him, urging him to take a sip. Suddenly, Yan Shaochen halted the vehicle, turned, and cupped her chin, leaning down to capture her enticing lips in a deep kiss. Bai Zixi was momentarily taken aback before responding to his affection, her tongue grazing his lips. The lingering taste of milk in her mouth compelled him to deepen the kiss. After a prolonged moment, he gently caressed her slightly swollen lips, remarking, "This is much more nutritious." With that, he turned back, and the car resumed its journey. Bai Zixi's cheeks flushed. How could he be so charming? She wondered where he had learned such skills. System Notification. Favorability 10, Current Score, 253. 2 days later, they successfully returned to the base. See you at the training ground tomorrow. Bai Zixi waved goodbye to her companions as she and Yan Shaochen made their way back to their home. It was time to enhance the overall strength of her team, and she needed to elevate her own abilities to SS. Otherwise, she couldn't advance her supernatural powers. She sat on the carpet after her bath, counting the crystalline cores, reveling in her good fortune. Not only had she collected a substantial number of zombie cores, but she had also amassed quite a few from the ability users. Yan Shaochen emerged from the bathroom. observing her in blissful concentration as she distributed the pile of cores on the floor, which he estimated to exceed 1,000. Was she truly enjoying herself in the underground city? His insinuation lingered in the air. Although he had never visited that place, he could surmise it was far from pleasant. How did they manage to get in? Bai Zixi reflected on that dark locale, shaking her head. I ventured there solely to save someone. It's not a place I favor. She picked up a spatial ability core, adding, this one is for you, and I'll give you half of these as well. She felt no remorse in gifting him the cores, especially since his timely arrival had spared her from a rather troublesome predicament. You are quite generous, Yan Shaochen said, settling down and pulling her onto his lap, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Recently, the military department has seen an influx of female soldiers. Doesn't your Dawn squad require more members? Never mind, I don't intend to recruit too many. Bai Zixi preferred not to overexert herself. Her goal was simply to steadily accumulate points and enhance her capabilities. As for the Dawn squad, 5 or 6 members would suffice. She occasionally enjoyed embarking on missions solo. In the midst of their conversation, his large hand began to wander across her body, causing her to shudder slightly. Not yet. I still need to organize some things. Bai Zixi protested against his wandering hand. However, the man gathered her into his embrace, cradling her face, unable to contain his eagerness. The two soon found themselves locked in a passionate kiss, gradually losing themselves in the moment. System notification. Affection level 10. 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 Current points. 303. System notification. Affection level 10. 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 Current points. 303. System notification. Affection level 10. 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 Current points. 303. Important matters are reiterated thrice. Chapter 112. Learning. The following noon, Bai Zixi donned a set of athletic wear and joined her 4 companions at the training ground. Captain, we've already run 3 laps. Shouldn't we take a break? Muya inquired, her breath slightly uneven. With a physique of only B and mental strength also rated B, she found the running rather taxing compared to the others. Keep running. We each need to elevate our physical capabilities. Bai Zixi urged, continuing the run. The recent events had revealed their prior laxity. Lin Jiao, with her B-rated physique and A-rated mental strength, had almost caught up to Muya, suggesting she had undergone considerable training under Yan Shaochen. 17, boasting an A-rated physique and mental strength, was disciplined, constantly training daily when not on missions, and had previously been an exemplary Special Forces soldier. Chu Ting, with an A-rated physique and B-rated mental strength, had managed to elevate her abilities commendably, indicating she had also exerted herself during past missions. After 10 laps, Bai Zixi finally permitted them a brief respite. Zixi, isn't that the second master? Muya remarked. Her curiosity piqued as she noticed Yan Shaochen, who was practicing his wood abilities. Feeling their gazes, Yan Shaochen smiled at them, his refined demeanor starkly contrasting with the environment. Second brother is coming over, Lin Jiao thought, initially intending to call him second master, but reconsidering and opting for second brother instead. Big sister-in-law, third sister-in-law. It's been a while, Yan Shaochen greeted them warmly. It's been a while, Bai Zixi replied politely. After all, they were family. However, she found it difficult to address him as second brother, being several years his junior and perceiving him as mature and composed. Is this the new member you've recruited, big sister-in-law? Yan Shaochen directed his gaze toward Chu Ting, noting her striking beauty. I'm Chu Ting, the new member of the Dawn squad. She introduced herself. Big sister-in-law, do you only recruit based on looks? Yan Shaochen remarked, either intentionally or unintentionally complimenting them. Lin Jiao responded, besides her looks, Chu Ting is also a level 3 wood ability user. Her strength is quite formidable. What a coincidence, Chu Ting. I also possess wood abilities, but I'm only at level 2. I'm still unfamiliar with this power. Could you teach me? Yan Shaochen inquired. His tone humble and eager, his eyes sparkling with interest. Bai Zixi couldn't help but smirk. Yan Shaochen's demeanor was entirely different from that of the other two. It might be inconvenient, Chu Ting replied, unaware of the disappointment in his gaze. She was solely focused on enhancing her own strength under the captain's guidance, not considering herself capable of teaching others. Cough, cough. We need to continue our running, Bai Zixi interjected, prompting them to reattach their weighted bags and head back to the track. It was time to escape this awkward social situation. Yan Shaochen mused to himself. Is learning an ability truly this challenging? Am I destined to grow old within the confines of the base? Even escaping the base proves difficult. Chu Ting, why don't you teach the second master? He seems rather forlorn, Muya asked, puzzled. Fortunately, he has a good temperament and isn't angry. He just appears a bit pitiful, she thought, yet questioned why she felt that way. After all, He was a person of considerable status. What could possibly be pitiful about him, aside from being single? Chu Ting looked at her in confusion. Huh? I'm not very strong myself. I can't teach much. Compared to the captain and 17, I'm still quite weak. Lin Jiao sighed, having hoped to play matchmaker between them, but it seemed Chu Ting had no such intentions. So she decided to let it be. Let us go. We can dine at the cafeteria here, Bai Zixi suggested, allowing them to pause. The training ground had its own cafeteria, which provided free meals for personnel. Upon entering the cafeteria, they heard a voice calling out, "Big sister-in-law, third sister-in-law. Come sit over here." Yan Shaochen waved enthusiastically at them. "You all go ahead and sit. 17, and I will get the food," Muya said, pulling 17 forward to let them take their seats first. After a moment of silence, 17 nodded. Chu Ting, while others can use what abilities to attack. I've been pondering for quite some time, but can only produce a ball of green energy. How can I turn it into an offensive capability? Yan Shaochen asked, his curiosity akin to that of a diligent student. Was he truly lacking in combat aptitude? After all, his older brother and third brother were both exceptionally strong. How could he fall behind? Seeing his earnestness, Chu Ting responded, "You need to use your mental strength to transform that ball of energy into another form." She demonstrated by condensing a sphere of green energy in her hand, which then morphed into wooden spikes before she retracted it back. Just like this. Yan Shaohua's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered something wondrous. So that is how it works. I understand now. Thank you, Chu Ting, he expressed politely, grateful for the insight after much effort to grasp the concept without burdening his elder brothers with questions. Don't mention it, Chu Ting replied, feeling she hadn't offered much assistance, merely providing a small hint. After chatting with Yan Shaohua for a while, they dispersed. Chapter 113, Everyday Life. The weather gradually warmed. That noon, Bai Zixi and Yan Shaochen returned to the old residence for a family meal, gathering everyone together, including Lin Jiao and Binbin. Big daughter-in-law, third daughter-in-law. Please refrain from frequently leaving the base. Let those rough men handle the heavy work. Yan father expressed concern for them, advising them to remain at the base and engage in lighter tasks. If you keep venturing outside, what will happen if something goes awry? Father, we can manage just fine. Lin Jiao replied first, unwilling to overly rely on the men. She aspired to be a sturdy tree rather than a vine clinging to one. Otherwise, if the tree fell, the vine would perish too, even if the tree loved it dearly. As they were about to take their seats and commence their meal, two individuals entered through the main door, Yin Yang and Yin Luo, their second uncle and cousin. Brother, I hope we haven't interrupted anything, Yin Yang cheerfully remarked, intending to discuss a few matters with his elder brother, but surprised to find everyone present. Uncle, big cousin, second cousin, third cousin, Yin Luo sweetly called out, disregarding the rest of the attendees. Luo, don't forget to greet your big cousin's wife and third cousin's wife, Yin Yang said, feeling a slight headache as he realized this girl had been spoiled by him and now lacked any sense of propriety. Pouting, Yin Luo was reluctant to comply. Yan Shaochen shot her a cold glance. Under the intense gaze of her elder cousin, she finally mumbled, big cousin's wife, third cousin's wife. Bai Zixi and Lin Jiao acknowledged her with a brief choosing not to engage further, as they had no intention of interacting with her. Their dismissive response nearly provoked Yin Luo to retort, but Yin Yang intervened. Lin Jiao rolled her eyes at her, smugly grasping Yin Xiaoyu's hand. Your brother is now mine. Isn't that infuriating? Yin Xiaoyu chuckled at her childish antics. Since you're all here, let us dine together. Yin Fu invited them to sit down. Thus, they all gathered around the table to share a meal. After dining, Bai Zixi and Yan Shaochen exchanged pleasantries before heading to the villa where they had previously resided, to visit Shi and Chu Ting. Where are you going? Aren't you coming back with me? Yan Shaoyu pulled Lin Jiao's hand, having just been quite clingy. I want to play with Zixi and the others. Lin Jiao replied, unwilling to return to their villa so soon. This fellow was like an insatiable beast. Yan Shaoyu gazed at her with affection. Come back early. Understood. She replied, dashing off in the direction of Zixi. Yan Shaohua approached from behind. Third brother, why do you look like a jilted lover? Look how composed big brother is. Second brother, didn't you only date one girlfriend? And she dumped you? Yan Shaoyu retorted, taking the opportunity to jab at him, considering it preferable to being overlooked. Come on, that was ages ago. You still remember? And it was an amicable parting, all right? Yan Shaohua recalled his own youthful infatuations, lamenting how he had been abandoned in pursuit of dreams. Yan Shaochen sat on the sofa, his long fingers toying with the teacup as he took a small sip, patiently waiting for Yin Yang to speak. I came this time to secure a storefront in the front row of the trading area. He was now venturing into business and could no longer rely on his elder brother indefinitely. As far as I know, all the front row shops have been leased, Yan Shaohua stated as he approached, well aware since he was responsible for this matter. However, I noticed one shop with its door continuously closed. I assumed it hadn't been rented out, Yin Yang expressed regretfully. In that case, we must continue to occupy the third row, where the income is still quite decent. That must be big sister-in-law's general store, which she purchased long ago with crystal cores. No connections were involved, Yan Shaochen acknowledged. Aware of the bustling business that had begun to run out of stock and earn a stellar reputation. Then, since she isn't using it, why not let us have it? It's a waste to leave it idle, Yin Luo blurted out, pouting. Yan Shaochen's dark eyes narrowed, setting down his teacup. Don't even mention the shop. I could give her the entire base if she wished, but you must demonstrate some capability before discussing this with me. His tone was flat and unyielding. After speaking, he stood up and exited the residence without a backward glance. Yan Shaochen mused to himself, Big brother. I actually support you handing the base over to big sister-in-law to manage. Father, I'm leaving too, Yan Shaoyu announced as he headed toward the door. Agreeing with his brother's decision. I'm so furious, so furious. Muya stormed into the villa. Bai Zixi was sipping fruit tea with Lin Jiao, both wearing puzzled expressions as they regarded her. Muya, what's wrong? Lin Jiao inquired with concern. Muya sat beside them and lamented. Zhou Yanfeng promised me that he wouldn't let any girls into their team, but today I discovered a girl in their Qingfeng team. And he told me not to make a fuss, claiming she's just someone's girlfriend in the team. She spoke rapidly, panting slightly. Here, have a cup of tea. Lin Jiao offered her a drink and pulled out a large bag of sunflower seeds from her space. So, you're upset because there's a girl in his team? Lin Jiao questioned. Isn't it a bit unreasonable to have an all-male team? That's not the main reason I'm upset. I'm angry because he didn't tell me. I only found out now that she's been on the team for several days. Muya wasn't unreasonable. But that girl seemed disingenuous, making it hard for her to get along with her. Could it be that this happened while we were on a mission? He might not have had the chance to tell you, Lin Jiao suggested, considering certain possibilities. I won't bother with him for a few days, Muya said, grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds and starting to munch on them. Bai Zixi and the others said nothing, understanding that minor disputes are normal in relationships and not a significant issue. Chapter 114, Wild Boars. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Master, I want to eat meat. Why are you feeding me carrots? I'm not a rabbit. Bai Zixi could tell it was expressing disdain. After all, these carrots were from her space, coveted by many who could not obtain them. However, this winter, everyone had been struggling with food, and with the warming weather, zombies and flora and fauna were becoming active once more. Zixi, come quickly. There are many mutated wild boars on the outskirts of the base. If we don't hurry, they'll be snatched away by other teams. Roasted suckling pig is delicious. Muya shouted from outside her yard, with Lin Jiao, Shiqi, and Chu Ting waiting for her. Upon hearing about the wild boars, Bai Zixi had yet to rise when the creature rolled ahead. Let us go then, she said. Feeling that opportunity was knocking, she still regretted missing out on the wild boars during their last visit to a certain town. The five of them, along with the creature, quickened their pace as they exited the base. Why are there so many people? We're heading to the outskirts, Lin Jiao exclaimed in surprise. Likely due to the harsh winter everyone had endured. Upon hearing about the mutated wild boars, their first instinct was not fear, but rather to figure out how to secure one or two for their supplies. Over there, several wild boars. Let us go grab them. Muya's eyes lit up at the sight of boars 3 times larger than usual. Bai Zixi remained calm, knowing that even level 3 mutated wild boars were not something just anyone could contend with. Stronger teams were banding together in their respective areas to hunt. Go ahead, creature, she instructed, letting it roll forward to draw the wild boar's attention. The creature curled into a spiky ball and rolled toward the nearest level 3 mutated wild boar. Colliding with it, the struck boar let out a squeal of pain as its skin was scraped. Following that, Chu Ting used her vines to ensnare the creature, while Bai Zixi seized her cold moon blade and swiftly dashed in to deliver a strike. With a swift motion, she decapitated the mutated wild boar, stowing its lower half into her space. Here, you can have the boar's head and crystal core, Bai Zixi said, knowing that the pangolin also needed crystal cores to level up, and that high-level beast meat could enhance its constitution. The creature, accustomed to cooked food, hesitated before responding. Master, you're putting me in a difficult position. However, recognizing that both the meat and crystal core were forms of energy, it begrudgingly consumed them, finishing in a few bites. Finding the taste acceptable, you two form a pair to deal with one, and I'll team up with the creature, Bai Zixi instructed, believing this would be the most efficient approach. Don't stray too far from me. I may need to assist if unexpected situations arise. Lin Jiao and the others nodded in agreement. Chu Ting and Muya formed one team, while Shiqi and Lin Jiao comprised another. Bai Zixi instructed a passerby to step forward and divert the attention of the mutated wild boar, and then she seized her knife to reap the rewards. Mutated wild boars of level 3 and below stood no chance against her, perishing within 3 seconds under her deft hand. Thus, 1, 2, 3. Ah, Brother Long, save me. A woman cried out as a level 4 mutated wild boar charged directly towards her, perilously close to colliding with her. Jia Jia, on the other side, saw Chu Long, who was powerless to halt the boar's advance, casting a sympathetic glance her way. Just then, Zhou Yanfeng, not far away, rushed forward, brandishing a submachine gun and unleashing a barrage of gunfire towards the creature. Though the mutated boar's hide was thick, the bullets managed to draw blood, interrupting its assault on the woman as it turned to bellow angrily at Zhou Yanfeng and charged towards him. Be careful, Brother Yanfeng, Han Jiajia called out, her heart swelling with gratitude. In times of crisis, the captain could always be relied upon. From dozens of meters away, Muyo observed this unfolding drama, her expression shifting as she became incensed that this woman had put herself in danger for her sake. The level 4 mutated boar, facing Zhou Yanfeng, who possessed a level 3 wind ability, was quickly led towards the periphery, away from his teammates. However, the boar was not slow, leaping towards him in a fierce pounce. Bai Zixi swiftly maneuvered to the side of the boar, her hands conjuring ice blades that swiftly pierced its flesh. It let out a pained howl. Before the level 4 mutated boar could react, she deftly plunged her knife deep into its skull. With a squelch, it was evident that the creature was not yet dead. Its tusks lunged at Bai Zixi, who summoned another ice blade with her other hand, delivering the final blow that extinguished its life. The resilience of the level 4 mutated boar was indeed remarkable. Her haul was commendable. She had already taken down 8 mutated wild boars, with 1 level 4 remaining. Chapter 115, Green Tea. Grateful for being out of danger, Zhou Yanfeng cast a thankful glance at Bai Zixi. The system notified him, favorability 5. With his current score at 308, he approached Muya and inquired, Xiaoya, are you still angry with me? Who are you calling Xiaoya? We are not familiar, Muya replied, turning her head away in dismissal. Hero saving the beauty, how ridiculous. Zhou Yanfeng, earnestly, acknowledged, it is entirely my fault. I should not have scolded you or debated with you. My attitude was poor, please forgive me. The brothers also said that when arguing with your woman, one should always yield to her, whatever she says is right. At this moment, Han Jiajia and Chu Yilong also approached. Sister Muya, don't hold it against Brother Yanfeng. He hasn't slept well these past few days, Han Jiajia said softly, concern etched in her features. But a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in her eyes. She hoped for a fierce argument that would lead to a breakup. Jiajia, you are truly considerate, Chu Yilong remarked, his gaze filled with affection for Han Jiajia, whom he deemed a perfect candidate for a wife. Brother Long, please don't flatter me. We are out in the open. Let's first persuade Sister Muya, Han Jiajia responded, a hint of bashfulness coloring her cheeks as she glanced at Zhou Yanfeng and Muya. The surrounding mutated wild boars were gradually eliminated. Only then did Bai Zixi and Lin Jiao approach Muya. Noting her displeasure and unwillingness to engage with Zhou Yanfeng and the others, despite their incessant buzzing in her ear, Feng Xiao, making his way back to the base, also noticed them and approached. Xiao Bai, what are you all doing? Would you like to join me for roast boar this evening? Shurqi shot him a glance, signaling him to be quiet. Xiaoya, let us discuss this after returning. Zhou Yanfeng preferred not to air his domestic matters in front of so many. Muya stepped towards Bai Zixi and the others, pouting, no need. You go ahead. I plan to enjoy roasted wild boar with the captain tonight. Han Jiajia also took note of the others, each of whom was strikingly beautiful, especially the captain. Jealousy surged within her. What was so special about them? Make sure to find me after dinner, Zhou Yanfeng said gently, recognizing her social circle and refraining from interference, as long as she didn't sulk at him. Muya pouted, we'll see, depending on my mood. She found it vexing to be around Han Jiajia, and every word she spoke grated on her nerves. It was maddening to cohabitate with them while refusing to move out to avoid wasting resources. Sister Muya, why not join us for dinner tonight? The more, the merrier. Han Jiajia suggested, appearing sweet and understanding. Lin Jiao scoffed. Miss, you don't seem so young yourself. Why do you keep calling us sister? You're older than us. After all, oh, I'm sorry. I just have great respect for you. Han Jiajia responded meekly, though a glint of malice flitted through her eyes. They indeed appeared younger than her, with skin far superior. It was infuriating. At your age, still pretending to be youthful. Sigh, Lin Jiao murmured softly, shaking her head. You all should not bully Jiajia. She was merely extending an invitation, Chu Yilong interjected. From my years of experience, this girl is nothing but a green tea bitch. Be cautious not to be deceived. Feng Xiao analyzed seriously, as if it were indeed the case. Bai Zixi couldn't help but laugh at his earnest demeanor, and even Shurqi, who typically showed little emotion, cracked a smile. This fellow never seemed to shy away from trouble. Let us go, We shan't engage with a green tea bitch, Muya declared, her mood lifting as she pulled Chu Ting towards the base. They walked away, leaving behind a bewildered passerby. Chu Yilong turned to the sullen Han Jiajia, offering comfort. Don't be upset. They simply don't know you. Han Jiajia appeared despondent, her head lowered in silence, striving to suppress her emotions and avoid anger. Chapter 116, Barbecue. Let us go. Come over to my house for a gathering. Bai Zixi invited them, relishing the rare occasion of returning with such a bountiful catch. Yay, Zixi, your yard is perfect for barbecuing, Lin Jiao exclaimed, her spirits lifted at the thought of food. She had just seen that woman turn green with anger, which was quite satisfying. Muya chuckled, glancing at Lin Jiao. Jiao, your skills in dealing with others have improved. Hey, shouldn't the beauties be praising me? I stood by your side just now, Feng Xiao, a man among women, followed behind without a hint of embarrassment. Muya nodded. Yes, I appreciate your support. Upon returning to the yard, Bai Zixi released the level 4 mutated wild boar, setting out the barbecue tools and various seasonings. The yard already boasted a ready-made grill. She even brought out fresh vegetables from her space, plump carrots, corn, and potatoes. Wow, these will surely taste delicious when grilled, Muya's eyes sparkled. She was truly in for a treat today. Everyone began to busy themselves. Half an hour later, Yan Shaochen, Yan Shaohua, and Yan Xiaoyu arrived at the gate of the yard, immediately catching the rich aroma of barbecued meat. You all can leave. We will discuss other matters tomorrow, Yan Shaochen stated, not intending to invite them in. Yan Shaohua, with keen observation, noticed his sister-in-law and the other girls present, shamelessly adding, Big brother. I'm hungry too. Look, they are all here. Upon hearing that Lin Jiao was also present, Yan Xiaoyu pushed open the iron gate. Big brother. I'm going in to see my wife. Wait for me. Third brother. Yan Shaohua ignored his elder brother's cold stare. Following closely behind, Yan Xiaoyu into the yard. As they entered, Bai Zixi smiled at Yan Shaochen. Come over quickly. The barbecue sizzled. A drop of hot oil slowly sliding down the succulent meat fibers, enticing all who beheld it. Sister Chu Ting, is that corn you're grilling? It looks absolutely perfect. With an even color, the flavor must be exquisite. Yan Shaohua, ever the sociable one, approached and grabbed a skewer of corn to stand beside her, roasting it. What brings you here? Lin Jiao inquired, glancing at Yan Shaoyu, who had been quite occupied lately, yet seemed to have the leisure to accompany her in grilling meat. Yan Shaoyu smiled at her. I was tempted. Kikai and Feng Xiao stood before the grill, occasionally brushing seasonings onto the now golden brown wild boar. This is my grilled potato skewer. Do have a taste. Bai Zixi turned and offered a skewer to Yan Shaochen. He naturally opened his mouth, savoring the flavor with a nod. Delicious. Muya couldn't shake off an odd feeling. The atmosphere was peculiar. They hadn't even had a bite of the roasted pig. Yet an overwhelming wave of dog food had already arrived. She glanced at the drooling passerby. Let's make do for now, the passerby said. It smells so good. When can we start eating? Finally, the roasted pig was ready. Feng Xiao sliced the pig into pieces, sprinkling cumin and pepper before presenting it on the large table, alongside a generous platter of corn and potato slices. Bai Zixi gazed at the beautifully roasted wild boar, her appetite ignited. Let us dig in, with the host's words. Everyone took their seats, picking up their utensils to grab the roasted pork. So delectable. The pork is tender and crispy, Muyo exclaimed, feeling a wave of happiness wash over her. Hey, what about me? The passerby called out. Bai Zixi had momentarily forgotten about him. She filled her plate with roasted pork and placed it before the passerby. Sis, is this the mutated wild boar you all hunted today? Yan Shaohua asked, seemingly pleased that the folks at the base could indulge today. She nodded, still chewing on her meat. Yan Shaochen cast a sidelong glance at him. Delicious, isn't it? No need to ask so many questions. Can't you see his wife is too busy to entertain you? Yan Shaohua, feeling a bit guilty, turned to look at Chu Ting, who appeared quite approachable. Kikai, you've got a little something on your face. Let me help you with that, Feng Xiao said, noticing the dust on Kikai's cheek as he reached out to wipe it away. Kikai froze, pausing her eating until he withdrew his hand. Then she murmured, thank you. Feng Xiao, oblivious to her expression, replied cheerfully, oh, don't mention it, we're friends. Yan Shaoyu turned to the unfamiliar Feng Xiao. And who might you be? Oh, right. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Feng Xiao, the leader of the Xiaoyao team. Little Bai brought me to this base. I happened to meet them outside today, so I thought I'd join in. Feng Xiao finished his explanation without sensing anything amiss, thinking of them all as friends. Oh, you're quite close with them? Yan Shaoyu raised an eyebrow, surprised to learn that Lin Jiao and the others had a male friend, suggesting a good rapport. Yan Shaochen smirked slightly. This man was indeed a bit bothersome, but not enough to warrant confrontation. Shaoyu, he did us a significant favor today, which is why I invited him for dinner. We've shared drinks before, we're all friends, so don't be so serious. Lin Jiao spoke softly, sensing something was off with her husband's mood, though she couldn't quite pinpoint why. Oh, you've had drinks together? Yan Shaochu's displeasure grew. A man drinking with a group of women without any wariness. Was he genuinely harmless, or did he have ulterior motives? Indeed, Feng Xiao is quite humorous and chatty. We had a great time, Lin Jiao naively remarked, unaware of the undercurrents between men. She also thought that Kikai and Feng Xiao seemed to interact rather frequently today. Would something blossom between them? Yan Shaochu's expression darkened, leaving him silent. What could he say? He would have to patiently guide his innocent wife when they returned home. As night fell, the group finished their meal and waved goodbye as they exited the courtyard, leaving the remaining uneaten meat to the passerby. I'm so satisfied, the passerby exclaimed. Chapter 117. Assistant tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of rain continued to fall. System notification. Favorability 10. Favorability 10. Favorability 10 current points. 558. Why haven't you left yet? Bai Zixi, breathless and exposing her collarbone, looked at Yan Shaochen. The incessant rain over the past few days had driven the wolf to become frisky, leaving her sore from their nightly frolics. Yan Shaochen wore a satisfied expression, his mood buoyant as he leaned down to kiss her forehead gently. Then I shall take my leave. He longed to be with her every day. But the rain was becoming increasingly heavy, and measures needed to be taken. Remember to take an umbrella, don't get wet, Bai Zixi reminded him. While it wasn't particularly cold, getting soaked could easily lead to a cold. All right, you get some more rest. After he spoke, he rose and exited the room. 008's mechanical voice chimed in. Host, your physique has reached SS rank. Shouldn't you enhance your abilities? Bai Zixi nodded, planning to wait until she accumulated 500 points to use for a diamond package. She slipped into the space to check on the thriving vegetables in the farmland. While it rained outside, the space was filled with clear skies and pleasant weather. She placed a rocking chair on the lawn and comfortably reclined. 008. Please upgrade my light and ice abilities from level 4 to level 6. 008 replied excitedly. Understood, 320 points have been spent. You now have 238 points remaining. Bai Zixi felt a surge of energy coursing through her body, stabilizing after a moment. She upgraded the Hanyu knife to level 4, spending 100 points. Then spent 120 points to acquire 6 blocks of black soil, and finally used 10 points to exchange for several fruit seeds. Points balance, 8. 008's mechanical voice announced. Host spent 550 points, resulting in 1 diamond package and 1 silver package. Bai Zixi still had several unopened silver packages, which contained one-time use charms or food items. She decided to leave them for now. Open the diamond package. 008's mechanical voice declared. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an all-purpose assistant robot. It can operate in the kitchen and manage household tasks, boasting a strength equivalent to a level 3 martial artist, comparable to a level 3 ability user. Let it in. Bai Zixi thought she could certainly use a helper, especially one to assist her with cooking. The assistant robot appeared in humanoid form, female, standing at 1.7 meters tall, with a standard physique and haircut to ear length. Expressionless as it gazed at Bai Zixi. Master, please assign a name. Let us call you Bai Man. She thought of a name casually, as long as it wasn't too unpleasant. For now, she would have her assist her in organizing the farmland and warehouse. The black soil would be used for fruit, while the yellow soil would grow ordinary vegetables. With meat, greens, and fruits, the only issue was the meat's inconsistency. The system shop also had a ranch, which she would explore once she had more points. Bai Man would manage the space well for her. It was already noon. She would go prepare a few dishes for the master. Please hold on. She harvested some greens from the farmland, cut a few pounds of wild boar meat, then entered the villa. Bai Zixi reclined in the rocking chair, content, as she didn't need to say much. Bai Man was quite capable. So comfortable. 10 minutes later, Bai Man emerged with a tray, placing 3 dishes on the table before her. Spicy and sour shredded potatoes, braised pork, stir-fried cabbage, and a bowl of rice. Don't you eat? Bai Zixi picked up her chopsticks, curiously asking. Master, I do not require food, but I need to replenish energy. Each recharge at the shop costs 10 points and lasts for 3 days, Bai Man replied in a mechanical tone. Bai Zixi nodded. I understand. So it's like needing to recharge. Got it. Chapter 118. Flood. The torrential rain persisted for 6 days. The water level at the base had risen several centimeters, prompting many soldiers to dig deep trenches in the pouring rain. Bai Zixi gazed at the satisfied bystander. Let us depart. We must assist in digging the trench. Squeak, squeak. The bystander replied. I knew the master would never allow me to dine for free. Bai Zixi donned a raincoat and slipped on her sandals as she stepped out of the courtyard. Pitter-patter. Despite the raincoat, her bangs were drenched. The torrential rain and fierce winds rendered travel increasingly inconvenient. Upon reaching the entrance of the base, she beheld a group of burly men wielding tools, diligently excavating the trench. Their bodies soaked. "You too shall dig," she instructed the bystander, whom she had brought along specifically to aid in the task. Squeak, squeak. The bystander scampered over cheerfully, energetically digging at the earth. For him, it was a trivial endeavor. The soldiers turned their eyes towards Bai Zixi. "Isn't that the lady of the young marshal? What brings her here to lend a hand?" A supervising officer approached her, exclaiming, "Oh dear, madam, do take care not to catch a chill. You ought to return." "It's nothing. I shall remain for a while," Bai Zixi reassured him with a comforting glance, for she was not so delicate. "Very well then." He hesitated to object, hoping the young marshal would not hold it against him. Bai Zixi observed the shivering soldiers, drenched by the rain, and conjured small orbs of light, tossing them towards them. As the soldiers continued their vigorous digging, the sudden influx of warm energy surged within them, dispelling the cold and alleviating their fatigue. "It's the young marshal's wife's light ability. How soothing," one soldier expressed with heartfelt gratitude. "I no longer feel cold at all." System notification. Affection 2. Affection 2. Affection 2. Current points. 165. Bai Zixi smiled, realizing her visit was not in vain, though she hoped they would not overexert themselves. After the bystander had dug a deep trench, she prepared to return. Just as she turned towards the base entrance, a sudden cacophony erupted behind her. She turned to witness a tidal wave surging towards them from several dozen meters away. "Everyone, quickly ascend. Return to the base," Bai Zixi shouted, amplifying her mental energy to reach every ear. The supervising officer's face paled, urgently shouting, "We must flee." The soldiers in the trench scrambled out, gazing at the impending wave, and hastily fled. Bai Zixi had already made her way back to the base entrance, watching the soldiers rush towards her. A look of alarm etched on her face as the wave threatened to breach the base. Just as the last soldier entered, she conjured an ice wall with her hands, successfully barricading the encroaching wave. Those with metal abilities assist in sealing the door. Bai Zixi reminded the still frightened soldiers. Surely, there must be a metal ability user among them. Earth powers lacked cohesion, while metal was more stable, and her ice would eventually melt. Several soldiers with metal abilities swiftly stepped forward, channeling their powers until the door was thoroughly sealed before ceasing their output. System notification. Affection 2. Affection 2. Affection 2. Current points. 312. At that moment, Yan Shaochen arrived with his team, his gaze falling upon the drenched Bai Zixi, his heart aching. "Why have you come here? Are you cold?" He reached out to touch her slightly chilled face. Bai Zixi brushed his hand away, seeking recognition. "See, I have thwarted the tide's invasion. Impressive, isn't it?" "The madam has always been formidable. I take great pride in you," Yan Shaochen replied with a smile, sincerely complimenting her. System notification. Affection 10. Current points. 322. He turned to the trembling soldiers, stating seriously, "That will be all for today. We shall resume tomorrow. The base is now sealed. So our only task is to redirect the water into the trench, ensuring those inside can move freely." Subsequently, the two strolled back through the rain. Due to the inclement weather, they encountered no one on the path, as most had closed their doors tight. Outside the base, the water level continued to rise, and every household began to grow concerned. The dining hall buzzed with conversation. "How long will this rain persist? If it doesn't cease soon, I shall starve. I heard the water level outside has already reached 2 meters. No way. Will we need to take a boat to exit the base? My grain storage is nearly depleted. I can only sustain myself through contribution points. Don't speak for yourself. Who isn't in need of supplies right now? The base's farmlands have been ravaged by the wind. Fortunately, I didn't slack off before and completed numerous tasks. I can still eat in the dining hall for a month or two with my contribution points. Ah, thank goodness our base walls are sufficiently tall. Other bases have likely turned into rivers by now. I'm glad I haven't ventured outside to complete tasks these past few days. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to return." The flood continues. Chapter 119, Scheming. The torrential rain persisted for half a month. During this time, Yan Shaochen remained occupied, while Bai Zixi felt restless. Today, as the rain lessened, she decided to visit the dining hall. Upon entering, she heard Mu Ya's enthusiastic voice, "Zixi, over here, over here." The dining hall was filled to capacity, indicating that many households had nearly exhausted their food supplies. Bai Zixi smiled as she approached them, feeling as though she hadn't seen them in days. "Have you reconciled with Zhou Yanfen yet?" she inquired as she took a seat, looking at Mu Ya with concern. "Not yet. As long as that woman remains in the team, I will not make amends with him," Mu Ya declared resolutely. She would not compromise, if necessary. She would replace him. Finding a 3-legged frog was difficult, but there were plenty of 2-legged men, especially in this base where the gender ratio was severely imbalanced. Lin Jiao gave her a thumbs up. "I admire your spirit. Men should not be coddled. The more you indulge them, the worse they become." Alas, My abilities have reached level 3, yet the outside world has turned into a river, and I cannot venture out. Muya had been diligently absorbing crystal cores in her room, leveling up twice in the past half-month, enhancing both her physique and mental fortitude. My spatial ability has also reached level 4. Chu Ting and 17 have likely reached level 5 by now, Lin Jiao remarked, glancing at Chu Ting and 17. They both nodded in agreement, affirming that their efforts in absorbing crystal cores were not in vain. Just as they were chatting, Zhou Yanfan entered the dining hall with several teammates, surveying the area. Not spotting any available seats, he soon noticed Muya and her friends. Aren't those Muya and her companions? Should we go greet them? Han Jiejia suggested softly. Suppressing her disdain, she thought, these women are truly lucky. The dishes on their table are abundant. For the past few days, she had been subsisting on dry rations, only able to visit the dining hall every few days. Since arriving at the base, she had very few contribution points, relying entirely on Chu Yulong to support her. The loyal Zhou Yanfan, seeing that everyone had been eating poorly lately, decided to treat his teammates to a lavish meal at the dining hall. Jiejia, you are too kind. They have never been friendly towards you, yet you still wish to approach them. Chu Yulong sighed, feeling a mix of exasperation and affection for her considerate nature, both in bed and outside of it. Zhou Yanfan shook his head. Never mind, I will find her after we eat. Let us take a seat first. Just then, a space opened up beside them. Jiejia, you take a seat first, I will fetch the food, Chu Yulong told Han Jiejia, as he felt she shouldn't have to do such menial work. Han Jiejia quickly followed behind him. Brother Long, let me help you. Chu Yulong felt warmth in his heart. Jiejia was truly virtuous. Here, you take these dishes over first, I will handle the rest. He handed her a tray. All right, Han Jiejia replied, taking the tray. As she trod lightly towards the table, she caught sight of Muya seated nearby. A glint of cunning flashed in her eyes as she smirked. She feigned a delicate stumble as she passed by Muya, as if tripping over something, sending her dishes crashing to the ground. Clang. In an instant, the attention of those around was captured. Muya, how could you act this way? Han Jiejia looked at her with a sense of grievance, frowning as she touched her injured knee, appearing pitiful. At that moment, Chu Yulong approached, his gaze menacing as he directed his ire at Muya. I have tolerated your behavior because you are the captain's girlfriend, but this time you have gone too far. How could you trip Jiejia? Are you not aware of the scarcity of food in the cafeteria recently? If you have grievances against her, you could express them with words rather than resorting to violence. After delivering his reprimand in one breath, he squatted down to help Han Jiejia up, his concern evident. Jiejia, are you alright? Zhou Yanfan also approached, glancing at Han Jiejia with skepticism. Are you certain that it was Xiaoa who tripped you? Could it have been an accident? Having known Muya for so long, he could not believe she would resort to underhanded tactics. There must be some misunderstanding. Bai Zixi and Lin Jiao remained composed, while Muya merely scoffed, thinking, what a fool, still employing such tricks in this day and age. Muya certainly did not do it on purpose. It was my clumsiness. I'm fine, Han Jiejia responded, resembling an innocuous little rabbit. Her delicate voice drew sympathetic glances from those present, who assumed she was being bullied. Muya rolled her eyes, set down her chopsticks, and stood up, delivering a sharp slap across Han Jiejia's fair face. Smack! Han Jiejia was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide as she looked at Muya. You hit me? That slap was indeed mine. I admit it, but I did not trip you. If you insist on blaming me, then I shall ensure that the accusation is substantiated, Muya retorted, attempting to push her again, only to be restrained by Zhou Yanfan. Xiaoa, I believe you, but now is not the time for disputes. Please behave. Let go of me, Zhou Yanfan. I do not require your intervention in my matters with her. I simply find her displeasing. She did not bother to disguise her disdain. Lin Jiao chuckled, addressing Han Jiejia. Dear lady, are you not aware that the cafeteria is equipped with surveillance cameras? Are you certain you were tripped? Accusing others falsely could land you in prison, and wasting food might result in being blacklisted from the cafeteria. The implication was clear. If she deliberately accused someone of tripping her, she would no longer be welcome in any cafeteria within the base. Upon hearing this, Han Jiejia's face turned pale, sweat beading on her forehead as she grasped Chu Yulong's hand. Brother Long, perhaps it was my own clumsiness. Let us leave. Leave? We should review the surveillance footage. Bai Zixi interjected, clapping her hands, and the cafeteria manager quickly approached them. Madam Young Marshal, how may I assist you? The manager, a retired soldier, recognized Bai Zixi immediately and spoke respectfully. Upon hearing this title, many turned to Bai Zixi with expressions of admiration and curiosity. The young marshal's wife is so down to earth. Dining in the cafeteria. Could they be the 5 beauties of Team Dawn? They are all exceptionally attractive. No wonder they inspire jealousy. Ugly people often create trouble, seeking to assert their existence. They even claim she tripped her. I believe if someone were to harm her, they would not hesitate. Lin Jiao spoke first, This woman is falsely accusing others of tripping her. Please show us the footage. The manager nodded, retrieving a remote control, aiming it at a wall, and pressed the start button. The 3D projector soon began to replay the events. The cafeteria patrons were astonished by the high-tech display. Indeed, this was the first base. Quite impressive. The footage clearly showed Han Jiejie tripping herself and then blaming Muya, laid bare for all to see. Han Jiejie's expression darkened as she turned to Chu Yulong. I'm feeling unwell. I must leave. She hurriedly made her exit. The crowd regarded her with disdain, ensuring they remembered her twisted face, marred by jealousy. Xiao, Zhou Yanfan gazed at her with concern, feeling responsible for the injustice she had faced. He resolved to expel Han Jiejie from the team upon their return. Chu Yulong, however, could not fathom that Han Jiejie could behave in such a manner. He chased after her out of the cafeteria. We can discuss this later. Muya dismissed him, returning to her meal. Chapter 120, A Fatal Encounter. Finally, the rain ceased, and the sun emerged. The water outside had risen to 3 meters deep. How could they procure supplies without a boat? Some teams had already ascended the city walls, returning with several mutated fish, prompting them to hasten as well. With the rain stopped, the base buzzed with life. Zixi, your fishing rods are exquisitely crafted, Lin Jiao remarked, baiting her line and casting it into the water, awaiting a catch. Bai Zixi and her companions sat upon a 5-meter-high, 2-meter-wide city wall, each on a small stool, fishing. These rods were a product of the system, costing 25 points, while they still had 432 points. All contributed by Yan Shaochen and the soldiers over the past few days. Below on the ground, Han Jiejie glared up at their backs with venomous intent, blaming them for her predicament. After being expelled from the team, she had moved to the slums, struggling to eat and sleep, a far cry from her previous life. The system prompted her with a dislike value of 5. Her current point stood at 437. Bai Zixi turned her head, a smirk playing on her lips. Self-inflicted suffering was not to be trifled with. Just as they were engrossed in fishing, Han Jiejie's malicious thoughts were magnified several times. Unable to restrain herself, she climbed onto the city wall, charging directly at Muya, intent on pushing her into the river to feed the mutated fish. These fish, unlike before, were no longer harmless. Each bore sharp teeth, capable of tearing them apart. She charged forward, oblivious to the astonished gazes of those around her. Xiao, get out of the way. Zhou Yanfan had noticed Han Jiejie's actions and rushed to intervene, but he was too late. Just as Han Jiejie was about to collide with Muya, Chu Ting flung out vines, pulling Muya to safety. Though Han Jiejie had managed to halt her advance, she was still propelled by an unseen force, plummeting into the river below. Plop. As she fell, clarity returned to Han Jiejie, and she surfaced, panicked and calling for help. Ah, someone save me, Brother Long. Chu Yulong frowned, refusing to look at her. He had witnessed the entire scene and was taken aback by her malice, realizing she had intended to harm others, ultimately ensnaring herself in her own web of deceit. The onlookers atop the wall regarded her indifferently as she struggled, setting aside her actions, even if she had done nothing. They would not save a stranger. Just then, a massive mutated crocodile approached silently, and before Han Jiejie could react, it opened its jaws wide, devouring her whole. Ah! She had been impaled by the crocodile's teeth, her screams echoing as she was quickly crushed and swallowed whole. The sheer size of a creature capable of consuming a person in one bite was a horrifying sight. Those on the city wall stood in shock, momentarily speechless, fearing the crocodile might leap up. This crocodile appeared out of nowhere. It nearly gave me a heart attack, Muya exclaimed, patting her chest. Bai Zixi conjured several ice blades, hurling them at the level 4 mutated crocodile. Her level 6 ice abilities were even stronger than before. The chilling energy intensified. Thwack! Thwack! The ice blades pierced the crocodile, causing it to howl in pain, attempting to retreat into the water. Just as it sought to escape, Bai Zixi leaped down, her feet landing on a surface of ice, preventing her from touching the water. Cold moon. The cold moon blade shimmered into existence above her, quivering as if inviting her to join the battle. This mesmerizing scene left those on the city wall breathless, captivated by the beauty and fierceness of the woman before them. Bai Zixi gripped the cold moon blade tightly, cleaving towards the direction in which the mutated crocodile fled. In an instant, the creature was propelled out of the water by the shockwave. With a swift movement, she leapt and plunged the blade directly into the crocodile's skull, positioning herself atop it. The mutated crocodile let out a pained roar before falling silent. Bai Zixi dragged its lifeless body onto the ice, secured the crystal core from its head into her spatial pocket, and then sliced open its belly to dispose of the undigested remnants into the river, as the sight was rather unsettling. In the evening, she prepared a supplementary meal for the soldiers in the cafeteria, stowing away the carcass before leaping back onto the city wall. While others were still processing the events, she had already departed with her companions. Chapter 121, Refusal. System Notification. Favorability 10, Favorability 5, Favorability 5, Current Score, 612. With a mere glimpse of her prowess, Bai Zixi garnered quite a few admirers. The highest points were, of course, awarded by her loyal wolf cub, along with her companions, while the remaining points were attributed to the soldiers savoring crocodile meat in the cafeteria. I thought crocodile meat would be unpalatable, but it's surprisingly decent, Lin Jiao remarked, chewing on the meat, nodding in approval, noting the absence of any fishy taste. Yan Shaochen gazed at her with affectionate eyes, saying, "Then you should eat more. Elder sister, what level is your ability now? You can freeze the water beneath your feet, and many are praising you," Yan Shaochen mentioned, having rushed over upon hearing about the cafeteria's extra meal. Level 6, Bai Zixi replied lightly, feeling no need to conceal her abilities. Hiding such matters seemed rather pointless. Moreover, Yan Shaochen had also reached level 6 in both lightning and wind abilities, while his spatial ability was at level 3, making him a tri-system ability user. Zixi's ability level has always been higher than ours. There's nothing surprising about that. Muya's capability has also improved. Her sudden mention of level 10 is no longer astonishing, they continued. Chu Ting and 17 had both reached level 5. So it was only natural for Zixi to be at level 6, though her agility was indeed enviable. As the three brothers engaged in jovial conversation with Bai Zixi, Zhou Yanfan approached. He turned to Muya. "May I have a word with you after the meal?" Following the recent events, he had truly awakened to the realization that he had been neglecting her feelings in his relentless focus on the team, hoping for her forgiveness. Muya, having finished her meal, considered their shared history as childhood friends, having emerged from the island together and faced numerous life and death situations. Such a bond could not simply be severed. As for his issues, well, they could be addressed later. She stood and looked at him. "Let us find a place to talk. Shaoyu, you must not emulate him. You must even glance at other women, or I shall deal with you," Lin Jiao playfully threatened, asserting that if he were to be blinded by a green tea bitch, she would not hesitate to enact justice. Yan Shaochen chuckled softly. "When have I ever looked at other women? I only have eyes for you." Bai Zixi smiled, casting a glance at Yan Shaochen and Chu Ting. She had just witnessed Yan Shaochen serving Chu Ting food, and a thought crossed her mind. Were these two developing something? "Zixi, why are you staring at me?" Chu Ting inquired, feeling a slight flutter inside. The action of serving food was quite simple, yet her previous boyfriend had never once done so for her, while this person she had only known for a few days showed her care. "It's nothing. Just eat more," Bai Zixi replied, noticing her bowl filled with dishes served by Yan Shaochen. Women indeed place great importance on details, and she was no exception. Love or affection could be discerned through such subtleties. Sweet words were unnecessary when actions spoke louder. Feng Xiao appeared from nowhere, addressing 17, "I'm thirsty. Could you fetch me a glass of water? The water in the base has been contaminated by rainwater. I drank some a few days ago and suffered from stomach pains for 3 days. No one dares to drink rainwater now. This rain had become a calamity for humanity." Fortunately, Yan Shaochen had had the foresight to cover the wells beforehand. Otherwise, they would have had to rely solely on water ability users for sustenance. "Sure. I'll get that for you," 17 replied, having leveled up to 5, enabling her to easily supply dozens of barrels of water in a day. Feng Xiao, quite carefree, produced a cup and said, "Just give me one for now. I'll pay you with crystal cores later if I need more." "No need. It's just a little water." 17 quickly filled his cup, intending to refuse his crystal cores. "It's just a small favor. Thanks. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to ask." Feng Xiao waved goodbye as he exited the cafeteria. "This brother is quite amusing," Yan Shaochen noted, having learned from him that using water as an excuse to flirt was quite the clever tactic. Yan Shaochen turned to Bai Zixi. "Have you had enough to eat?" Bai Zixi nodded. "Yes, I'm full. Let us head back." They stood, bid farewell, and departed. Lin Jiao tugged at Yan Shaochen. "We should leave as well." "Take your time eating." 17, sensing the moment, stood up too. "I have some matters to attend to," and made her way directly toward the exit. Yan Shaochen pondered. "Am I that obvious? Would Chu Ting have noticed? What should he say? Are you free later? Would you accompany me for a stroll around the vicinity?" he asked, looking at the silent Chu Ting. Chu Ting hesitated slightly. She had realized he had feelings for her, yet she felt lacking in qualities, her personality somewhat reserved, and she harbored a bit of insecurity. "Maybe another day. I'm feeling a bit tired today," she replied, still uncertain about how to interact with him. Yan Shaochen felt a flicker of disappointment, but maintained his smile, gently responding, "All right, then take care and rest well." Chu Ting nodded and departed. If only she had met him sooner. Chapter 122, Recipe. Emerging from the bathroom, Bai Zixi found Yan Shaochen already asleep in bed. She lay down beside him, noticing his furrowed brow and restless slumber, and pressed her hand gently against his forehead. "Have you been troubled by something recently?" Yan Shaochen grasped her hand in his palm. It's nothing, let us just sleep early. He pulled her into his embrace, holding her as if she were a treasure, and pressed a soft kiss to her forehead. Is it because farming can't proceed? Or is it the scarcity of water sources? She vaguely sensed the underlying issues. If the water was polluted, the land would surely be unfit for cultivation as well. Currently, the base was relying on its reserves, which would eventually be depleted. Indeed, a troubling matter. The filters will be developed soon. As for the farming issues, we will find a solution. You need not worry, Yan Shaochen replied. Having been somewhat fatigued as he participated in the research while also striving to enhance his ability level. All right, she acquiesced, not wanting him to feel burdened. She would consider solutions later. Bai Zixi nestled in his embrace, closed her eyes, and soon fell asleep. The next morning dawned bright and sunny. Bai Zixi rose early, donned a casual outfit, and instructed her assistant, Bai Man, to prepare breakfast, which she placed in the dining room to await Yan Shaochen's arrival. Why are you up so early? He asked, surprised to see her awake before him, as she typically remained asleep when he departed. Come eat breakfast, she smiled, reflecting on how she tended to be a bit lazy at home, often relishing in sleep. Did you make this? Yan Shaochen felt a surge of emotion, touched that his wife had risen early to prepare breakfast for him. System notification, favorability 10, current score, 622. Bai Zixi shook her head. No, it was my assistant. I'll introduce you to her later. Hurry and eat. She decided to explain later. Yan Shaochen understood that she could be quite mysterious at times and did not press further. This was her personal matter, and he respected her privacy, remaining curious yet unintrusive. After he finished breakfast and left, Bai Zixi returned to her room and entered her spatial pocket. 008, mechanical voice. Are you planning to make a purchase, host? The base is currently grappling with a food crisis. Her limited farmland and resources can only sustain her immediate family. If she must make a choice, she would undoubtedly prioritize the well-being of those she knows best, while feeling powerless to assist others. After some contemplation, she decided to exchange 100 points for 100 acres of pasture and another 100 points for 20 young chicks, ducks, geese, sheep, and cattle each. The sheep would roam freely on the lawn, while the others would be housed in their own shelters with fences, allowing her assistant, Bai Man, to feed them punctually. She also exchanged 100 points for 20 blocks of fertile soil to cultivate rice, a staple food. The mechanical voice of 008 chimed in enthusiastically, resembling a fervent attendant. All exchanges have been successfully completed. Subsequently, she used 100 points to acquire a spring of fresh water, and 50 points to elevate the cold moon blade to level 5, while another 50 points enhanced by man's combat prowess to level 4. Their maximum level is 5. Further advancement would necessitate modifications. Presently, her mental acuity stands at SS, enhanced through the amplification of her abilities, and her physical constitution is also at SS, though she can only upgrade her powers to level 6 at this time. To ascend further requires her physicality to reach SSS, which is likely to take a considerable duration. Aside from the frequent use of her abilities to bolster them, the marketplace demands several hundred points for body-enhancing fluids, and the absorption process is time-consuming, rendering any immediate elevation of her powers unfeasible. Host, your exchanges have been completed, and a diamond package has been awarded. Would you like to open it? 008 inquired, its tone still cold, yet brimming with excitement. Bai Zixi nodded. Please proceed. 008 continued. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the formula for a nutritional liquid, and the necessary plant recipes have been transmitted to you. Seek them out according to the specified locations. The nutritional liquid, upon consumption, provides satiety for up to 12 hours. This could be described as providence. What one lacks is delivered at the right moment. The system displays an acute awareness of the circumstances. She perused the recipe documentation, which included a comprehensive botanical guide with required ingredients: tianxiang grass, dreamflower, and dufruit. Are you certain such flora exists on this planet? Moreover, most plants have undergone mutations. Are they even edible? 008's mechanical voice assured her. Of course, even mutated varieties can be utilized. There exists a place on this planet known as the Misty Forest, teeming with diverse plant life, albeit with certain dangers. It is advisable for you to venture alone, given your spatial abilities to evade threats. Bai Zixi pondered the journey, deciding to wait until the water levels outside receded before making any moves. Chapter 123, Flooding. Bai Zixi exited the spatial realm, accompanied by a passerby, heading towards the main entrance to assess the extent of the water levels outside. We must descend quickly. There are numerous mutated crayfish attempting to climb up. Lin Jiao swiftly gathered everyone's fishing rods and the mutated fish they had caught into her space, urging them to retreat post-haste. As these crayfish had grown into formidable lobsters, their pincers appearing quite menacing. Muya swallowed hard, imagining the tantalizing flavor of spicy stir-fried crayfish, though there seemed to be an overwhelming abundance. As Chu Ting retreated, she unleashed her vines, ensnaring several mutated crayfish and pulling them closer. "Shall we go?" she asked. "Are you also tempted by crayfish?" Muyo inquired, noticing the plump catch Chu Ting had secured. 17 deftly launched water arrows, dispatching the mutated lobsters that Chu Ting had captured, while Jiao Jiao collected the lobsters. "We should descend first." The onlookers atop the city wall were both astonished and enticed. A single mutated lobster could sustain a person for an entire day, in this world where only the timid would perish from hunger. No matter what, we must catch a few before we leave. A level 2 ability user summoned his courage, forming earth spikes to pierce the advancing lobsters. The mutated lobsters ranged from levels 2 to 3, not overly powerful, yet their numbers were overwhelming, swarming towards the wall in droves. One particular lobster, having been pierced through the head, was teetering on the brink of falling when a desperate man reached out to seize it. Yet, just as he extended his hand, another mutated lobster emerged beneath him, its pincers piercing his calf. The man, in agony, was unable to grasp the lobster, instinctively kicking the one at his feet away. "Get back." However, the lobster's pincers clamped tightly around his leg, greedily drinking his blood. In a fit of pain, the man summoned earth spikes once more, striking at the creature's head. Though he succeeded in killing it, its pincers remained embedded in his calf. In this brief skirmish, the first wave of several mutated lobsters had already ascended the city wall. The man, dragging his injured leg, had barely taken a few steps before he was besieged by multiple lobsters, their pincers stabbing and squeezing. "Can someone save me?" he cried, his face pale and desperate as he gazed at the crowd that had already descended the wall. The sensation of impending death loomed ever closer. Suddenly, 2 lobsters entangled around the man's feet were sliced in half by Bai Zixi cold moonblade. Ignoring the stunned man, she advanced, severing several lobsters that had drawn near, and diligently stored their bodies in her space, discarding the heads as they did not appeal to her palate. The man, finally regaining his senses, realized he was not dead. It was this goddess who had rescued him. He looked at Bai Zixi, who was still busy harvesting. "Thank you." System notification. Affection value 8, current points, 130. After expressing his gratitude, he painstakingly lifted his feet and began to descend the stone steps. At that moment, the passerby scampered up, exclaiming, "You move too quickly, master." With his sharp claws, he vigorously jabbed at the approaching lobsters. Before another could ascend, he had already peeled the shell off one, savoring the flavor, though it had a slight fishy taste. "Zixi is up there. We should join her," Lin Jiao exclaimed, spotting familiar figures above, bringing her a sense of security. 17 had already ascended first. Once they reached the top, numerous patrolling soldiers and guards, armed with firearms, rushed over. Such excitement! How could I miss this? Feng Xiao had just arrived, hearing about the mutated lobsters and hastily following the soldiers up, hoping to snag a few. Observing the soldiers preparing to fire, Bai Zixi intervened. "Don't shoot. Use your abilities." "Yes, Madam Young Marshal," the soldiers responded in unison. Those with abilities utilized them, while others wielded knives or alternative weapons. Bullets would obliterate the lobsters, adversely affecting the quality of the meat. "I'm here to help too," Feng Xiao called out as he climbed up, greeting them. He positioned himself beside 17, ready to unleash his abilities, mindful of avoiding any appearance of favoritism. Considering his companions were all paired off, 17's gaze flickered as her powers momentarily faltered. She shook her head and continued to clear the incoming lobsters, refusing to be distracted. Lin Jiao stepped forward, collecting the lobster carcasses. They were all food and must not be wasted to prevent them from accumulating into a mountain. However, she only collected those dispatched by the Dawn Squad. Bai Zixi fought fiercely. Thousands of mutated lobsters had already been decimated by her. Muya was awestruck, witnessing her swift slicing movements, each lobster falling in an instant. With their combined efforts, members from other squads began to ascend, all seeking a taste of the broth. Bai Zixi eventually paused her work, leaving the remaining lobsters to them, allowing her skills to find a purpose. The passerby even let out a satisfied burp. Chapter 124, Accountability. System notification. Affection value 2. Affection value 2. Affection value 1. Current points, 426. In recent days, Bai Zixi had instructed Bai Man to turn the mutated lobsters into canned goods to sell at her Dawn shop, earning a substantial amount of points in the process. Simultaneously, she amassed numerous crystal cores and contribution points. "Zixi, I'm here to help," Lin Jiao exclaimed as she approached, having heard that assisting meant not only tasting the canned goods, but also earning crystal cores as wages. However, after indulging in spicy, salt and pepper, and boiled lobsters over the past few days, she still believed that the canned goods from Bai Zixi shop were the most delectable. Moreover, there are canned fruits, fresh and delectable, so delicious that one might be tempted to devour them whole. However, each individual is limited to purchasing but a single can per day. And today marks the final day of operations. You arrived too late. We have sold out, Muya jest, as business boomed. With all the cans being cleared out in just one morning. Shu Ting and Shi exchanged a knowing smile. Amused at the fact that they had only come at noon. What? Does that mean I won't be able to enjoy the canned fruits? Lin Jiao lamented. For this was the sole reason for her visit, and Xiaoyu had also praised their taste. Bai Zixi, possessing a firm sense of principle, declared that no one could indulge in her generosity without contributing. You may exchange 2 cans with me using contribution points, but no more than that. She intended to inform Yan Shaochen this evening, as she might need to leave the base tomorrow, yet the first batch of fruits in the space was limited. Lin Jiao's disappointed expression immediately brightened. Really? Zixi, you are too kind to me. Each person would receive 2 cans of fruit and 10 level 3 crystal nuclei as their wages. Tomorrow, I may need to leave the base for some matters. So find some tasks to undertake and strive diligently, Bai Zixi succinctly advised them. Huh, Zixi, where are you going? Are you not taking us along? Muyo expressed her reluctance, as she considered Bai Zixi their cornerstone. There was no telling how long she would be gone. Lin Jiao shared this sentiment, having grown accustomed to their close-knit days together. Indeed, won't you really take us with you? You must occasionally spread your wings and collaborate with other teams. Wait patiently for my return, Bai Zixi firmly insisted on going alone, feeling uncertain about the dangers ahead. Shi and Chu Ting remained silent, understanding that their captain had her reasons for not bringing them along. The system prompted favorability 5, favorability 5, favorability 5, favorability 5, with a total of 446 points. The group reluctantly waved goodbye, each returning to their respective homes. Upon returning home, Bai Zixi entered her space, took a refreshing shower, and donned a sensuous camisole nightdress. Reclining on her bed in anticipation of Yan Shaochen's return, when she heard footsteps approaching, she instantly felt a surge of nervousness. The door swung open, and Yan Shaochen stepped into the room, his eyes drawn to his wife's alluring figure, causing an immediate reaction within him. He smirked, sitting at the edge of the bed. My dear, is there a celebration of sorts? It is rare to see you so proactive. Bai Zixi perched atop him, wrapping her arms around his neck. I simply wish to entice you. In an instant, he transformed into a wolf, lowering his head to capture her lips, while simultaneously shedding his own garments. The system prompted favorability 10, favorability 10, favorability 10, with current points at 596. After a passionate interlude, Bai Zixi, feeling languid and spent, propped herself up, breathlessly stating, Darling, I need to go out for a mission tomorrow. With whom? He inquired, his gaze meeting hers as his large hand brushed aside the loose strands of hair from her forehead. Bai Zixi nestled against him, tilting her head back. I shall go alone. Yan Shaochen's brow furrowed slightly, his voice low. No, it is too perilous for you to venture alone. 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Did I not mention before that I possess many talismans? Besides, I can enter the space. Have no worries, I will return swiftly. She assured him with fervor. Just as he was about to voice further concerns, Bai Zixi playfully coaxed, Darling, please let me go. Yan Shaochen, exuding resignation, replied, If danger arises, remember to wear the jade pendant I gifted you. She indeed had the ability to protect herself. Had she been alone during her previous perilous encounter, she would have managed to escape unscathed. Reluctantly, he released her, willing to support her endeavors. As the long night unfolded. Chapter 125, On the Road. Brother, could I trouble you for another can? Yan Shaohua lingered in the conference room, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Yan Shaochen. The canned fruits and lobster cans sold by his sister-in-law were unforgettable to those who had tasted them, particularly the fresh and crisp fruits devoid of any additives. Regrettably, he had only indulged in 2 cans. Yan Shaochen was quite protective of his provisions, his handsome face betraying no emotion. No, asked your wife. He then proceeded to pop a piece of fruit into his mouth, savoring the flavor with delight. These were the 20 cans of fruit his wife had left for him before her departure, along with 50 cans of lobster. Given that she claimed they were grown in the space, he felt generous to give his younger brother a can, and now he sought to extract more from him. If you won't give me any, then so be it, he muttered, retreating from the conference room, defeated. Inside the modified jeep, Bai Man was driving while Bai Zixi occupied the passenger seat, poring over a map. The misty forest lay ahead. They would drive westward, traversing a small desert to reach their destination, estimating a travel time of 7 days, assuming they encountered no obstacles. However, they would need to rest at night, as the number of zombies on the road had increased, with at least a level 2 threat. Xiaoman, let us stop at that service station. We'll rest in the space, Bai Zixi directed, pointing ahead. Bai Man's expression remained stoic. Understood, Master. After exiting the vehicle, she stored it within the space. Just as they took a few steps, 2 level 2 zombies lunged at them. Bai Man swiftly wielded an axe, striking one zombie's head while kicking the other aside. After dispatching the first, she hurled her axe, which embedded itself into the skull of the kicked zombie, black blood spurting forth in a clean execution. She retrieved the crystal nucleus and handed it to Bai Zixi, who accepted it and said, "Let us head inside. We'll take refuge." Earlier, when Bai Man was asked what weapon she desired, she had replied that anything would suffice. So Bai Zixi had gifted her the level 2 axe acquired from a previous loot box, and it appeared she wielded it with ease. They entered the service station one after the other, finding it in disarray, as the recent rainfall had left a considerable amount of mud. Bai Zixi led Bai Man into the space. Once inside, the surroundings transformed into a speck of dust, ascending to the beams above. Bai Zixi could choose to observe the scenes around the service area as if watching a film, should she wish. "Master, I shall prepare a meal for you," Bai Man announced, busily entering the house, having meticulously observed her master's habits and preferences. Bai Zixi occasionally yearned to be idle, cherishing this rare opportunity for relaxation. She ascended to the second-floor master bedroom of the house, removed her casual attire in the bathroom, revealing her fair and graceful figure. After a leisurely shower, she strolled before the mirror, noting little change. Her face remained stunning, and her skin smooth and fair. However, her bosom appeared fuller than before, faint kiss marks visible. Hastily, she washed her face, slipped into a nightgown, and exited the bathroom. Bai Zixi felt invigorated as she wandered by the fields, casually plucking an apple to taste. The crispness was delightful. The fruits grown in the rich black soil were larger and sweeter than before, a truly refreshing treat. At that moment, Bai Man had finished preparing the meal, setting it on a white table on the lawn. "Master, the meal is ready." Bai Zixi quickly devoured an apple, discarding the core into the recycling bin, which would automatically clear with time. She sat down, picked up her chopsticks, and waved her hand, freezing the scene of the service station in midair, which was temporarily still. Just as she took a few bites of her meal, the sound of screeching brakes echoed. And soon after, a group of people entered the service station, 2 women and 6 men. Bai Zixi raised an eyebrow, recognizing a familiar face among them. A woman named Jiang Jingwen, whom she had rescued using a talisman previously. Judging by her appearance, she seemed to be faring well, not looking disheveled, and accompanied by her own teammates. Chapter 126, A Disastrous Defeat. "Jiang Jingwen, you have just vanquished 5 zombies, one of which was a 3rd-level zombie that I assisted you in defeating. Shouldn't you, therefore, relinquish that crystal core to me?" A bald man, devoid of shame, brazenly demanded it. Despite Jiang Jingwen's gold abilities having reached level 4, he remained at level 3. Yet, she found herself with only one ally here. While the rest were on his side, he feared not the consequences of offending her. At the base, she had always fought alone. Were it not for her formidable strength, she would have long been sold into the brothels. Jiang Jingwen cast him a fleeting glance, disregarding him entirely as she turned to find a secluded corner to sit. Her temporary teammate followed suit. "Captain, does she truly hold you in such low regard? Aren't you from the same base? How can she be so arrogant?" The bald man's female companion began to stir the pot, her unfriendly gaze fixed upon Jiang Jingwen. What pretense of aloofness? Sooner or later, she too would become nothing more than a plaything for men. Behind them loomed a burly man, his eyes greedily fixed on Jiang Jingwen. Though her face was not particularly beautiful, her figure was splendid, and most importantly, she possessed numerous crystal cores, making her a target worth the risk. "Captain, why don't we seize her and have our fun before disposing of her? You could absorb the crystal core in her head and ascend to level 4, he suggested. His gaze turning steely, his voice lowered so only a few teammates could hear. These words ignited the bald man's ambition, emboldening him. What was a mere level 4 ability to her, daring not to regard him with respect? Her suitor beside her was also only at level 3, while they had 4 level 3 and 2 level 2 abilities on their side. "Let us move," the bald man signaled, and the 5 behind him followed closely, advancing aggressively. "Jiang girl, I offer you one last chance. Hand over all your crystal cores and kneel to serve us well, or you and your little lover shall meet a gruesome end," the burly man threatened, his expression malevolent. Witnessing this scene from her spatial vantage point, Bai Zixi chuckled softly. How feeble their threats sounded. Enough with the idle talk. If Jiang Jingwen could not discern their intentions now, then her experiences had been in vain. Rising to her feet, she summoned a golden blade that flew toward them, her eyes sharpening with resolve. "Quick, use your abilities to block it," barked the bald man. One of the earth ability users hastily erected a wall of earth to intercept the golden blade. "Since you seek your demise, we shall show no mercy. Brothers, attack." With that, the bald man conjured several small fireballs to hurl at her, while the others unleashed their abilities in tandem. Jiang Jingwen responded with a cold smirk, swiftly manifesting a golden shield to defend herself as the various energy attacks collided against it, producing a cacophony of sound. Zhang Hao, positioned behind her, wore a grave expression. His wood ability was solely for healing. Was he becoming a liability? Jingwen, you needn't worry about me. Just run if necessary. He did not wish for her to perish alongside him. Jiang Jingwen was still preoccupied with fending off the onslaught when she heard his words, her brow furrowing. Initially, she had intended to fight solo, but this man exhibited remarkable resolve, persistently following her despite her repeated refusals. Each time he was injured, he was there to provide healing. And even she, who was reluctant to trust others, felt a twinge of emotion. Yet, she would not sacrifice her life for his. She would escape if she could. She had yet to locate the woman who had saved her, and dying here was simply unacceptable. Suddenly, she unleashed her latent potential, one hand wielding a golden shroud, the other forming a massive golden hammer. She charged forward, raising her hand to strike down upon the earthen wall. Boom! The wall shattered. The force of the golden hammer sent two of her adversaries crashing to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths as their pallid faces bore witness to their defeat. Damn it! The bald man hurled fireballs at her, only to see them thwarted once more. Jiang Jingwen expertly alternated between offense and defense, leaving no openings for them to exploit. The expression of another woman shifted nervously as she slowly retreated, her level 2 water abilities rendering her utterly incapable of harming Jiang Jingwen. It was wise for her to withdraw from the battle, should this group falter. She would be ready to flee. With 2 down and 1 retreating, only 3 men remained to confront her. Just as the burly man let his guard down, the golden hammer struck once more. Boom! Gurgling, the burly man spat blood, a shriek escaping his lips as he collapsed. The bald man's expression morphed into one of panic, realizing he could not withstand her prowess. He frantically launched multiple fireballs at her in desperation. As she evaded, he turned and sprinted towards the exit, to remain with sheer folly. The bald man flung open the door, only to be met by a 4th-level strength zombie, its jaws sinking into his throat. The remaining combatants, witnessing the horrifying scene, were transfixed, their eyes widening in terror as they beheld the high-level zombie feasting upon their captain's head. It's a high-level zombie. The woman nearest the door shrieked in horror, her body trembling at the gruesome spectacle. Compared to the earlier scene of her bloodied teammate, this was undeniably more chilling. She began to retreat slowly, praying it would not consume its meal too quickly. Jiang Jingwen furrowed her brow. These individuals were no longer a threat to her. Yet, the presence of the high-level zombie unsettled her, for she had already expended a considerable amount of energy and could not hope to contend with it. The only option left was to escape, but the entrance was blocked and the windows sealed. How could she flee? In her moment of distraction, the 4th-level zombie lunged for the nearest woman. Someone help me. The woman dashed towards the others, hoping to distract the creature. While a few injured remained incapacitated on the ground, she dashed behind a standing teammate, while the others struggled to rise, desperate to avoid being devoured. The most severely wounded, the burly man who had just been hammered, lay gasping on the ground. His eyes widened as he beheld the approaching zombie, its foot crushing his insides. The sight was grotesque, enough to make anyone nauseous. Jiang Jingwen had already pulled Zhang Hao backward, retreating to the corner as they edged toward the main entrance. Chapter 127, Realization. Help! 2 injured men lagged behind, their throats pierced by the zombie's sharp, black claws. Blood gushed forth as they died with unseeing eyes. We must flee. The woman pressed against the wall, panic-stricken, clinging to the arm of the man beside her. Annoyed, the man shook her off. Get away from me. You're just going to scream and get me killed, you idiot. That foolish girl. Did she want to attract the zombie's attention? With her scream, the creature abandoned its prey and charged towards them. He shoved her forward and fled, heedless of her desperate cries. It hurts. At that moment, Jiang Jingwen had led Zhang Hao outside the service station, but the sky had darkened, and at least 10 zombies were rushing towards them. We must return. She gritted her teeth, preferring to confront one 4th-level zombie rather than this horde. The man who had emerged from inside, upon witnessing the impending danger, hastily darted into a small convenience store to the right. Should we follow him in? Zhang Hao suggested. Jiang Jingwen shook her head. There are zombies inside as well. As she spoke, a male scream echoed, soon followed by an eerie silence. Let us return to the service station. The moment they stepped through the door, they were left stunned. What on earth had transpired? Had the 4th-level zombie been defeated? How did it die? Zhang Hao's face was etched with horror. Surely, there couldn't be any dreadful monsters lurking within. The silent manner of its demise was terrifying in itself. He brandished his flashlight, casting its beam around the dimly lit room. The place, cluttered with lifeless bodies strewn across the floor, resembled a morbid mortuary, sending shivers down his spine. Jiang Jingwen, however, appeared remarkably composed. She observed that the zombies' heads, along with those of the others, had been decapitated, their cores extracted, an indication of human intervention. The absence of immediate violence upon their arrival suggested that the perpetrator had long since departed. A being capable of dispatching a level 4 zombie with a single blow could come and go like a wisp of smoke. This familiarity in the actions left her momentarily entranced. Could it be? If she had indeed come, why was there no sign of her? A self-deprecating smile flickered across Jiang Jingwen's lips. Why would she seek her out? Perhaps she had long been forgotten. In recent times, she had traversed the expansive bases of the West, East, and South districts, yet had failed to encounter her, leaving only the North District unexplored. Though their last meeting had been obscured by a mask, the clarity of those piercing eyes and the violet earrings were indelibly etched in her memory. Were this person to stand before her again, even in passing, she would recognize her instantly. What was her name again? Jiang Jingwen murmured to herself, lost in the recollection of that fateful encounter. Seeing her lost in thought, Zhang Hao broke the silence. Jingwen, should we not attend to the bodies? Yes, she replied, jolting back to reality. Together, they moved the corpses aside and sought a quieter spot to rest. Meanwhile, in their shared space, Bai Zixi meticulously cleaned several crystal cores, reveling in the ease of her acquisition. A system notification chimed. Affection level 5, current points, 558. Master, do you not know that woman? Why not go meet her? Bai Man inquired, perplexed. Given that they were aiding her in escaping danger, a simple greeting would be in order. Bai Zixi acknowledged the notification, feeling a twinge of gratitude for the affection bestowed upon her, yet opted against seeking her out. The sudden appearance of another could risk exposing their sanctuary. And as for the man, she was a stranger to him. Most critically, with others present, her return to the space for rest would be hindered. It was far simpler to eliminate her. She was accustomed to her surroundings. Fate will bring us together if it is meant to be. I shall retire for now, she declared, waving her hand as she ambled leisurely towards the manor.